Chapter 1. Transcendence. In the realm of Dragon Ball, year 762 of the Age of the Gods, upon a modest mountain peak on Earth, a boy clad in an orange martial arts uniform, with a long sword strapped to his back, gazes vacantly at the sky. This boy is none other than Gohan, the son of Son Goku. However, this Gohan is not the same as the one from the original narrative, but rather a traveler from another world. Just minutes prior, Su Xian was diligently working late at his company, immersed in programming. As he neared the completion of his task, his vision suddenly darkened. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself transported to this new world, now inhabiting the form of the 5-year-old Gohan. The current timeline is set 6 months after the cataclysmic clash between Goku and Raditz, signifying that in 6 months, Vegeta and his companions would arrive on Earth. Ding! Host bloodline confirmed, commencing recognition. As Su Xian grappled with his newfound identity, a synthesized electronic voice resonated in his ears. System, he instinctively exclaimed, snapping back to reality. At that moment, a blue progress bar with a percentage indicator materialized before him. The percentage of the blue progress bar ascended rapidly, swiftly reaching 90. A few moments later, it hit 100. Training system recognition complete. Now, dear master, a single push-up will enhance your combat power. 1 push-up increases my combat power? Su Xian was taken aback. This sounded reminiscent of Saitama's training regimen from One Punch Man. Indeed, master. Then, system, if I train as you suggest, I won't go bald, will I? What are you saying, master? I'm a conscientious system. Conscientious? Typically, villains claim to be benevolent, while virtuous individuals do not boast of their goodness. Never mind. Survival is paramount. If all else fails, I shall don a wig. Master, you don't trust me. The system retorted, sounding slightly offended. I do trust you. I absolutely believe in you. Deceiver. Seeing the system's childish reaction, Su Xian couldn't help but tease. System, you wouldn't happen to be a female, would you? Bah, I'm a true man. All right, a true man. Now, system, other systems typically provide a beginner's gift package upon recognition. Do you have anything of the sort for me? You just mentioned other systems, so of course I do not. Su Xian fell silent, pondering the audacity of the system. Master, happiness is achieved through effort. Although I do not possess a beginner's gift package for you, once your strength reaches a certain level through diligent training, the system will reward you with an upgraded gift. Package? How substantial? As substantial as what you see. Su Xian was once again rendered speechless. System, do you fancy yourself humorous? Not particularly. I am merely average, ranking 3rd in the world. With that, Su Xian chose to cease further debate with the system that is the only way for me to grow stronger through push-ups in this system. Certainly not. My master can also enhance his physicality through sit-ups, running, squats, pull-ups, and various other exercises. Moreover, the system merely provides auxiliary enhancements. Auxiliary enhancements? Indeed. To put it simply, my master inherently possesses a strong lineage, and even without the system, he can cultivate strength through rigorous training. The system merely facilitates his growth, accelerating his progress and allowing him ample time for leisure. Leisure. Upon hearing the term, Su Xian felt a sudden warmth towards the system. Yet, he pondered, if he had a system that enabled him to grow stronger without the need for training, wouldn't that be even more delightful? Indeed, humans are never satisfied. Yes, my master. From this moment forth, I shall be like Son Wukong, Su Xian declared inwardly. Subsequently, he began to perform push-ups atop the cliff. Ding! Congratulations, master, for completing 1 push-up combat power 1. Ding! Congratulations, master, for completing 2 push-ups combat power 2. System, could you refrain from emitting those sounds continuously? Listening to the incessant notifications, Son Wukong felt a wave of irritation. Understood, master. The system complied, ceasing its celebratory announcements. Son Wukong's ears were suddenly much more at ease. 10, 11, 1, 2. As he continued his push-ups, he mentally counted his repetitions. Initially, he found the exercise somewhat exhausting, but as he progressed, it became increasingly effortless. However, the sweat cascading down his body intensified under the blazing sun before he realized it. Noon had arrived, and Son Wukong's stomach began to grumble. Throughout the morning, he had completed over 10,000 push-ups. This was particularly impressive considering he had started slowly. If he were to undertake the same number now, he would likely finish in under 2 hours. Surely, I must be stronger than Son Wukong by now. Son Wukong mused to himself, then leaped down from a small peak. Upon landing, he surveyed his surroundings for food. Suddenly, the ground trembled in the distance. Turning around, he spotted a yellowish dinosaur. This creature bore a scar on its face, and a significant portion of its tail had been severed. That very act had been committed by Son Wukong himself. In times past, when he was still inexperienced, this dinosaur had pursued him, mistaking him for prey. However, as Son Wukong's strength grew, he would occasionally take a piece of its tail meat. This creature, being one that remembers meals but forgets injuries, would invariably chase Son Wukong as food whenever they crossed paths again. "It's you, great dinosaur." Seeing the food come to him, Son Wukong's face brightened with a smile. He swiftly drew his sword from behind, awaiting the dinosaur's approach. Whoosh! As the dinosaur approached Gohan, he suddenly leaped into the air, landing behind the creature. Before the dinosaur could react, Gohan wielded his sword with both hands and swiftly severed its tail. The dinosaur let out a pained cry and instinctively bolted forward, crashing into the nearby mountain and rendering itself unconscious. "Thank you, dear dinosaur." Gohan smiled, gathering some firewood from around him to kindle a fire. Once the flames roared to an adequate size, he commenced roasting the dinosaur meat. After a considerable time, the meat was finally ready. Starved, Gohan eagerly picked up a piece and began to eat. "Wow, it's so hot. Delicious." I never anticipated that dinosaur meat would taste so tender. In his previous life, dinosaurs were long extinct had he not traversed into the Dragon Ball universe. He would have never had the opportunity to savor such a delicacy. Chapter 2, One-Handed Push-Ups. Having finished his meal, Gohan promptly returned to the small peak to take a brief nap. Upon awakening in the afternoon, he sought out a nearby water source to refresh himself. According to Gohan's memories, he had yet to master the art of flight. Thus, after cleansing himself, he endeavored to practice this technique. Mastering flight would undoubtedly enhance his mobility. Having previously taught Goten and Videl the art of flight in Dragon Ball Z, he had a general understanding of how to harness this ability. With a knowledge of manipulating his ki, he swiftly lifted himself off the ground. He then controlled his ki to soar through the skies. Whoosh! Experiencing flight for the first time ignited a thrill within Gohan's heart. After practicing for an hour or two and gaining a measure of proficiency, he descended from the air and began performing push-ups. The art of flight in Dragon Ball was a rather commonplace skill he needed to focus on enhancing his strength. As dusk fell, after an hour of rigorous training, Gohan completed 5,000 push-ups, with his combat power now reaching 15,700. After his training session, hunger quickly set in that moment. A figure with green skin, adorned in a dark purple-blue battlesuit and draped in a white cape, approached from the distance was Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo," Gohan joyfully called out. Whoosh! Thud! Piccolo descended onto the small peak and tossed a large fish he had just caught in the river before Gohan. "Here is a big fish I caught roasted up and enjoy." "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo." Piccolo nodded. "Gohan, how has your training been of late?" "I made a bit of progress." "Is that so?" Nodding in affirmation, Gohan leaped down from the peak to gather firewood for roasting the fish. Once he found enough, he concentrated his energy in his hands to ignite a fire. As the flames blazed sufficiently, Son Wukong promptly placed the skewered fish upon the fire too. Roast at that moment, Piccolo descended from the peak, settling beside Son Wukong. The two sat in silence around the crackling fire. After a considerable while, the fish was ready. Son Wukong picked up the roasted fish and glanced at Piccolo beside him. "Uncle Piccolo, would you care for some fish?" he inquired. "No, you may eat it yourself," Piccolo replied. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately began devouring the fish. After a while, having finished the entire fish, Son Wukong let out a hearty belch and reclined on the ground. "I'm so full," he exclaimed. Observing Son Wukong in such a state, a faint smile crept onto Piccolo's face. However, it was short-lived. His expression swiftly returned to its usual sternness. Although he cared for Son Wukong, he reminded himself that he was the son of Son Wukong, not his own child. That moment, Son Wukong, unaware, drifted into slumber. "He has fallen asleep," Piccolo mused, momentarily taken aback. He then sat beside Son Wukong throughout the night. It was only with the approach of dawn that Piccolo departed. "Uncle Piccolo," Son Wukong called tentatively upon awakening to find Piccolo absent. Yet, no one responded to him. "Has he left?" he pondered aloud. Subsequently, he sought out a nearby stream to bathe and freshen up. After completing his morning rituals, Son Wukong hunted a wild boar for breakfast. Once he finished his meal, Son Wukong swiftly returned to the small peak to train. "This morning, I shall aim for 2,000, he declared, setting a modest goal for himself before supporting his weight with his hands and commencing his exercises. 1, 2, 3. The morning passed rapidly, and Son Wukong not only met his initial goal, but also completed 3,000 sit-ups. "How exhausting!" he exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gazed down from the peak. After scanning the area below for signs of dinosaurs, he felt a twinge of disappointment upon finding none. The dinosaur meat from yesterday had indeed been delightful. After calming his spirits, Son Wukong leapt down from the small peak in search of his midday meal. Although there was no dinosaur meat available today, sustenance was still necessary. After searching the vicinity, he successfully hunted another wild boar. With practiced ease, he gathered firewood and began roasting the boar. In the afternoon, upon awakening from his nap, Son Wukong washed up and resumed his training. With his strength significantly enhanced, he decided to attempt one-handed push-ups. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for completing one-handed push-up battle power 2. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for completing 2 one-handed push-ups battle power 4. Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement. System, why has my battle power increased by 2? He inquired. Master, the training system enhances battle power based on the difficulty of your training. Came to reply. What if I were to train under 100-fold gravity? Son Wukong questioned. If it's a standard push-up, the count is 50. For a one-handed push-up, it's 100, and for a two-finger push-up, 150. If subjected to 200 times gravity, one must simply multiply by 2, and for 300 times gravity, one must multiply by 3. Moreover, the greater the master's strength, the more significant the enhancement in training. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan pondered. He recalled that in Dragon Ball, the maximum gravity in the gravity chamber reached 800 times. If he were to perform two-finger push-ups under such extreme conditions, each push-up would amount to 1,200, and 10,000 push-ups would yield an astonishing 12 million. Over the course of 365 days in a year, it would be plausible to gain several billion in battle power, provided he had access to an 800 times gravity chamber. Then system, if I lack a gravity chamber and resort to weighted training on my own, can I still accumulate such immense battle power? Absolutely. The system is remarkably adaptable. How adaptable? To the extent of your imagination. Is that so? As he spoke, Son Gohan commenced a series of one-finger push-ups. With his current battle power already at 40,000, executing one-finger push-ups without added weight was quite effortless. The afternoon flew by, and before long, the sun had set. Son Gohan completed 15,000 one-finger push-ups, each contributing 3 points to his battle power. Thus, in just one afternoon, he had augmented his battle power by 45,000. At this rate, he could potentially reach 3 million in battle power within a month. Furthermore, with his enhanced strength, Son Gohan's speed in performing push-ups had noticeably increased. Chapter 3, Piccolo's Test. Today has been another fulfilling day. Son Gohan mused as he observed the dimming sky, feeling a surge of emotion. With that, he hummed a cheerful tune while setting out in search of tonight's prey. Ha-hey, swiftly wheeled the nunchaku. Ha-hey. While mid-verse, he suddenly sensed a presence behind him, prompting him a halt. Have I been discovered? Piccolo, concealed behind a small hill, was taken aback. His intention for the day was to stealthily observe Son Gohan. Although Piccolo appeared cold on the surface, he harbored genuine concern for Son Gohan. In the past, he had visited him secretly on several occasions. The reason for his stealth was twofold. Firstly, he wished for Son Gohan to develop self-sufficiency, and secondly, as the Demon King, he feared ridicule from Krillin and the others if they discovered he was caring for Son Gohan like a doting guardian. Son Gohan smiled and resumed his forward stride. Ah, Piccolo exhaled in relief. It seems he has not noticed me. The following morning, as Son Gohan stirred from his slumber, he was startled to find Piccolo seated nearby, alongside a freshly caught fish. Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan exclaimed, taken aback by Piccolo's sudden appearance. Despite his fondness for the character, the green skin and visage of Piccolo were undeniably intimidating. Especially upon awakening, he found himself in a peculiar situation. Just having traversed into this new realm a few days prior, he was still unaccustomed to Piccolo's demeanor. You are awake, Piccolo remarked, casting a neutral glance at Gohan. Yes, Gohan nodded in response. Uncle Piccolo, what brings you here so early today? I came to see how your martial arts training is progressing. My martial arts? Indeed. Once you finish breakfast, I shall engage you in a sparring session. A spar? Yes. Worry not, I will not exert my full strength. Gohan chuckled awkwardly to himself. Even if you were to unleash your full power, you would still be no match for me. Very well, Uncle Piccolo, I shall wash my face first, and then I will prepare this fish for roasting. Sounds good. Piccolo nodded in agreement. After some time, Gohan successfully roasted the fish and consumed the entire catch. Gohan, are you ready? Please be patient. Uncle Piccolo, I have just finished my meal and need a moment to allow for digestion. Pic was at a loss for words. As a Namekian who required nothing more than water, He found it difficult to comprehend the human necessity of spending time digesting their meals. Moments later, Gohan rose from the ground. Are you ready? Son Wukong nodded. In that case, unleash your attack upon me. Very well. Son Wukong smiled brightly, while Piccolo let out a cold hum, seemingly indifferent. In his perspective, no matter how much Son Wukong's strength had improved, he could never be a match for him. Just then, Piccolo felt a gust of wind rush past him. Startled, he turned around swiftly, only to find Son Wukong beaming at him. Piccolo uncle, when did you come up behind me? Just a moment ago. What's the matter, Piccolo uncle? And nothing. Piccolo replied, his expression instantly turning serious. He had not anticipated that in just a few days, Son Wukong had become so remarkably fast. Oh, then, Piccolo uncle. Am I really going to make a move now? Truly going to make a move? Yes. I was just concerned that you might not be prepared. So I merely circled around you. Feel free to make your move. If you manage to defeat me, I shall allow you to return home for a day. Return home? Indeed. Weren't you eager to go home before? While returning home certainly offered comfort, he knew that upon his arrival, Chi-Chi would undoubtedly require him to study. Piccolo uncle, to be honest, I'm not so keen on going back right now. Not keen on going back. Son Wukong nodded. Uncle Piccolo, if I defeat you, will you take me to meet Uncle Krillin? What is so great about that little bald head? Piccolo snorted disdainfully. After a few moments, however, he relented. Very well. If you manage to defeat me, I shall take you to meet them. Son Gohan nodded with a smile. Shall we continue our battle? Indeed. Son Wukong responded with a swift sound. At that moment, Piccolo launched a fierce assault towards Son Wukong, his fists moving like the wind. Son Gohan shifted his body slightly, effortlessly evading Piccolo's attack. Damn it! Piccolo exclaimed in anger, forcefully thrusting his right foot forward. Son Gohan swiftly sidestepped, evading Piccolo's attack once more. How could this be possible? Piccolo's face was a mask of disbelief. Although he had not exerted his full strength in his initial assault, he was certain that he had unleashed all his power in that last kick. Just then, Son Gohan's figure abruptly materialized before him. His right foot raised and aimed at Piccolo's body. With a cry of anguish, Piccolo was sent plummeting from the mountaintop, crashing heavily onto the ground. Moments later, Piccolo, clutching his chest with his right hand, slowly began to rise from the earth. Gasping for breath, he felt a sense of humiliation wash over him. Son Gohan had merely kicked him, yet he felt as though his internal organs were on the verge of displacement. When did this little rascal's strength become so formidable? Whoosh! Thud! At that moment, Son Gohan soared down from the small peak, arriving before Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, must we continue to fight? With his hands tucked into his pockets, Son Wukong turned to Piccolo and inquired. Upon hearing this, Piccolo clenched his teeth tightly and responded, Gohan, when did you become so formidable? Just in the past few days. Gohan replied. Throughout the 6 months of Gohan's training, Piccolo had been observing him closely in secret. Thus, if Gohan were to lie, it would be all too easy for Piccolo to see through it. Piccolo fixed his gaze upon him, and a sense of doubt regarding Gohan's identity began to arise in his mind. Although Gohan had trained for half a year and was no longer the timid boy he once was, the current Gohan appeared strikingly composed. A stark contrast to his former self. Nevertheless, Gohan still treated him with the same respect as before. Could he have suffered some sort of head injury? Piccolo pondered silently. Gohan, during your training these past few days, have you sustained any injuries to your head? Head? No. Son Gohan shook his head. What is the matter, Uncle Piccolo? Nothing at all. But Gohan, how did your strength increase so dramatically? By doing push-ups. Push-ups? Indeed. Just yesterday, I completed tens of thousands of them. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Piccolo's forehead. He regularly performed push-ups himself, and without a weighted suit, he could easily manage tens of thousands as well. However, such training seemed unlikely to significantly enhance one's power. Aside from push-ups, do you engage in any other forms of training? I also do sit-ups. Piccolo was at a loss for words. Aren't these merely conventional exercises? But never mind, as long as Son Gohan's strength increases to face the Saiyans in half a year. It's fine if he surpasses me. Then, Uncle Piccolo, could you teach me the special beam cannon? Although Son Wukong's strength has indeed increased, his skills remain somewhat limited. Of course, Piccolo replied, taken aback. He had not anticipated that Son Wukong would express a desire to learn his signature technique, the special beam cannon. This move is currently Piccolo's most formidable attack, though mastering it requires a considerable amount of time. Well then, Piccolo, what other techniques do you possess? Perhaps you could teach me those as well? Certainly. However, if I teach you, you must commit to diligent training. Understood. Son Wukong nodded. Upon seeing this, Piccolo immediately placed his 2 fingers on his forehead, and a golden aura manifested at his fingertips. After a brief moment, having completed his concentration, he pointed towards a nearby hill. Demon Flash Cannon. Upon uttering these words, a spiraling wave of golden energy surged forth from his fingers, striking the hill. With a resounding explosion, the hill was obliterated, and numerous fragments rained down around the two. How was that? Piccolo inquired of Son Wukong. Not bad, came the casual reply. Not bad. I annihilated Raditz with this technique. Piccolo felt a twinge of irritation at Son Wukong's dismissive response. Is it really impressive? Seeing Son Wukong's nonchalant demeanor, Piccolo's frustration deepened. Oh well, this technique may not be particularly practical. I shall teach you something else. Something else? Indeed, Piccolo affirmed. The next technique I will teach you is called Demon Flash. The morning passed swiftly, and before they knew it, noon had arrived. Son Gohan discovered a lost wild boar in the surroundings, which he intended to have for his lunch. After his meal, he took a nap atop a small hill. In the afternoon, Piccolo brought Son Gohan to the heavenly realm. Upon seeing Piccolo, Tien and the others, who were training in the heavenly realm, immediately displayed a hint of fear on their faces. Son Wukong has already perished. If Piccolo were to take action against them, none would stand a chance. Observing the terror etched on Krillin and the others' faces, a hint of disdain flickered across Piccolo's countenance as he remarked, "Rest assured, I shall not turn my hand against you until I have defeated the Saiyans." That is a relief, Krillin exclaimed, visibly relieved. Uncle Krillin. At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly called out to Krillin. Are you Gohan? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Who are Krillin and the others? This is your Uncle Tianjin Fan, Uncle Yamcha. And Uncle Chaozu. Uncle Tianjin Fan, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Chaozu. Son Wukong greeted the 3 individuals. They nodded in acknowledgement. So, Gohan, how is your training going under Piccolo's guidance? It's going well. Going well? Piccolo's lips twitched upon hearing this. Son Wukong's power now surpasses his own. If he still holds his ground, then he must be barely managing. What troubles you, Piccolo? Krillin inquired, observing the changing expression on Piccolo's face. It's nothing, Piccolo replied. Is that so? Then, Gohan, have you come here today to train? No, I merely stopped by to see you all and to request some toiletries. Toiletries? Are you referring to items like a toothbrush? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. I shall seek out Bobo to see if he possesses any toiletries. Bobo? Bobo. The servant of the divine, has your father never mentioned him to you? Yamcha inquired. He has, but I momentarily forgot. I see. At that moment, a subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Piccolo's mouth. Do you not wish to know the current strength of this little one? Yamcha responded, Gohan's strength? Indeed. I, too, am curious about the prowess of Goku's son. As Yamcha spoke, he immediately turned his gaze towards Son Gohan. So how about it, Gohan? Fear not, I shall show restraint. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan remained silent, uncertain whether to deem Yamcha confident or merely arrogant. Have mercy. Piccolo, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Yamcha quivered at Piccolo's sudden mirth. I laugh at your foolishness, to be frank. Not only can you not defeat him, but I, too, would find it impossible. You can't defeat him, Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment. Tianjin Han and Dumpling also displayed expressions of disbelief. In merely 6 months, Son Gohan had surpassed Piccolo. Indeed. At that moment, Krillin emerged with Bobo. Observing the astonished faces of Yamcha and the others, Krillin's brow furrowed in confusion. What has happened to all of you? Krillin, Yamcha replied. Piccolo just stated that Gohan's strength has now surpassed his own. What? Krillin gasped. He had just assumed that Son Gohan's abilities were modest, believing him to be weaker than them. He had no idea he could even best Piccolo while remaining so humble. However, this revelation was fortuitous for them. Firstly, with Son Gohan on their side, they no longer had to fear Piccolo. Secondly, Gohan's enhanced strength offered them greater hope of defeating the Saiyans who would arrive on Earth in 6 months. With this thought, a look of excitement spread across Krillin's face. That's wonderful, Gohan. I had no idea you had already surpassed Piccolo. Piccolo, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort, feeling somewhat displeased. Son Wukong nodded. At this moment, the individuals present were predominantly filled with joy, with the sole exception of Yamcha, who remained discontented. Son Wukong's current prowess has surpassed that of Piccolo, and he has just boasted about showing mercy. Uncle Yamcha, Perhaps we should forego the competition? Forfeit? Yamcha, do you wish to duel with Gohan? Krillin inquired. Indeed. It's of no concern, Gohan. Though my strength may not match yours. I am eager to discover just how formidable you have become. Yamcha feigned indifference for the sake of his pride. Very well then. Yamcha nodded in agreement. Subsequently, both individuals retreated simultaneously, creating distance between them. Piccolo and the others, witnessing this, promptly moved to the sides to avoid disturbing the impending clash. Uncle Yamcha, shall we commence? Absolutely. Yamcha affirmed, launching himself towards Son Wukong with the swiftness of the wind. Chapter 5. The Celestial Realm. Son Gohan slightly tilted his body to one side, evading the impending strike. Yamcha, taken aback, swiftly raised his right foot to deliver a kick at Son Gohan. Bang! With a swift lift of his left arm, Son Wukong blocked Yamcha's incoming right kick. How infuriating! Yamcha gritted his teeth and quickly retreated. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong's son, Son Gohan, regarded him with a tranquil expression. At that moment, the deity of Earth, leaning on his staff, emerged from a chamber in the heavenly realm. Is this the son of Son Wukong? The Earth deity inquired, gazing at Son Gohan. Indeed it is, my lord. Just then, Yamcha suddenly let out a fierce shout, charging towards Son Gohan like a wolf. In no time, Yamcha confronted Son Gohan, his hands clawing at him like a multitude of talons. This technique was known as the New Wolf Fang Fist, an upgraded version of the Wolf Fang Fist. Whoosh! In response to Yamcha's assault, Son Gohan effortlessly evaded the attack. This is futile. Yamcha's strikes cannot touch Gohan. Tianjin Han remarked as he assessed the situation. Indeed, I never anticipated that Goku's son would possess such formidable strength, and he is only 5 years old. The Saiyans truly are an exceptional martial race. Tianjin Han nodded in agreement. At that moment, Son Gohan exerted his right hand with force, sending Yamcha flying several hundred meters away. Bang! Yamcha landed on the ground, half squatting with sweat pouring down his face. The son of Son Wukong. But I will not concede so easily, Yamcha declared, gradually rising to his feet. Piccolo, observing this, was left speechless. Had it not been for Son Gohan's restraint, he would have already been defeated, leaving no opportunity for further combat. This kid is too merciful, Piccolo mused inwardly. At that juncture, Yamcha clasped his left hand around his right wrist, channeling energy into his palm to form a blue energy sphere, and hurled it towards Son Gohan. As Son Wukong swayed his body to evade, Yamcha raised his right palm upwards, causing the dodged blue energy sphere to soar into the sky. Is it a spirit ball? Son Wukong gazed at Yamcha's gestures and swiftly deduced the technique he was employing. Just then, the blue energy sphere, under Yamcha's control, launched another assault towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong stood motionless in place. Soon, a blue energy sphere struck him, penetrating his body effortlessly. The afterimage fist. Krillin was taken aback, quickly recognizing the technique employed by Son Wukong. Dreadful. Yamcha gritted his teeth, a sudden wave of helplessness surging within him. The prowess of Son Gohan is remarkably formidable. So much so that no one can even begin to challenge him. In a flash, Son Gohan appeared before Yamcha and struck him down with a single punch. Yamcha, I am fine, Yamcha exclaimed, struggling to rise from the ground. At that moment, Son Gohan mimicked Yamcha's earlier stance, conjuring a swirling blue energy sphere. Is that the spirit ball? Tien Shinhan gasped in surprise. He was astonished that Son Gohan had so quickly mastered Yamcha's technique. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Son Gohan hurled the blue energy sphere into the air, deftly maneuvering his right hand to send the spirit ball soaring through the celestial realm. With a sharp exclamation, the spirit ball detonated high above, filling the sky with a massive plume of smoke and flames. The power of that spirit ball is astounding, Yamcha marveled, fully aware of its potential. Is it because his strength surpasses mine? He pondered silently. At that moment, a small figure with blue fur on its back and white on its face, chest, inner ears, and the tip of its tail soared towards them. It was Puar, Yamcha's loyal companion. Having recently been with Corinne and Yajirobe, Puar was unaware of the arrival of Piccolo and the others. Upon Puar's arrival, Yajirobe also descended from Corinne's tower. Yamcha, Puar, what happened here? Puar inquired. Concern etched on his face. Nothing much. I was just sparring with Gohan. Yamcha replied. Gohan. Puar turned to gaze at Son Gohan. So he is the son of Goku. Indeed. Yamcha nodded in affirmation. The son of Goku. Yajirobe exclaimed as he approached. This little guy certainly resembles Goku in his youth. Krillin, who is he? Yajirobe asked. He is a friend of your father, Yajirobe. Uncle Yajirobe. Yajirobe acknowledged with a nod. By the way, who won the sparring match? Gohan emerged victorious. Krillin answered. Gohan has already grown so powerful. Yajirobe exclaimed, astonished. Given that he and Yamcha were nearly on par in strength, if Yamcha was unable to best Gohan, he feared he might not stand a chance either. Indeed, Gohan is now the strongest among us. Even Piccolo cannot rival him. Upon hearing this, Piccolo cast a wary glance at Krillin, who immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Even Piccolo is no match for him. Aquilo was taken aback. Krillin nodded. Uncle Krillin, may I ask you for a favor? What is it, Gohan? Could you possibly ask Aunt Bulma to create a gravity chamber with 100 times the Earth's gravity? 100 times the gravity. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Gohan. Do you comprehend the magnitude of 100 times the gravity? Krillin inquired. I do. It is 100 times my body weight. If your current weight is 20 kilograms, then 100 times the gravity amounts to 2 tons. Oh, Piccolo could not suppress a chuckle. Little Baldy, just do as Gohan suggests. I'm not a little bald guy. My name is Krillin. Then I shall call you Krillin the Little Baldy. Piccolo laughed. How infuriating. Krillin gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. Uncle Piccolo. Even though Uncle Krillin is bald, I still wish you would call him by his name. Krillin fell silent, wishing internally that the word bald would not be mentioned again. Well then, very well. Piccolo glanced at Gohan. Piccolo, he actually listens to Gohan. Yamcha exclaimed in surprise. As soon as the words left his mouth, Piccolo shot him a cold glare. Yamcha quickly covered his mouth with his hands. After all, he and Krillin had both perished at the hands of Piccolo's father, the demon King Piccolo, leaving them with a lingering fear of him. Chapter 6. A power level of 5 million. Piccolo snorted softly and glanced at Gohan beside him. Well, Gohan, if there's nothing else, shall we return? Sure. Son Wukong nodded. Uncle Krillin, if the gravity chamber is completed, please inform Uncle Piccolo. Sure thing. Krillin's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. If that Gohan successfully completes the gravity chamber, I shall come to find you personally, shall I? That works. Here, take this capsule. It contains toothpaste and a toothbrush among other essentials. It should suffice for half a year. Bobo tossed a multifunctional capsule to Son Wukong. Thank you. Son Gohan expressed his gratitude and carefully stowed away the multifunctional capsule. Piccolo inquired, shall we return now? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Goodbye, Uncle Krillin, and everyone else. Farewell. The crowd waved goodbye to Son Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Gohan promptly departed the heavenly realm alongside Piccolo. It was indeed astonishing how rapidly Gohan had matured. As the two departed, Krillin expressed a pensive remark. Indeed, Tianjinhan nodded in agreement. We have always regarded Goku as our benchmark. Hearing this, Krillin and the others bowed their heads in contemplation. Although they yearned to catch up with Goku, they found it an insurmountable challenge. For Goku's innate talent and dedication to training far surpassed their own. After a brief moment of silence, Yamcha suddenly lifted his gaze and addressed Krillin. Then, Krillin, would you take the initiative to consult Bulma regarding the gravity chamber? Certainly. Krillin nodded, acknowledging that he was no longer the primary force. With that, he swiftly departed from the heavenly realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Son Gohan and Piccolo have returned to their training grounds. So, Gohan, shall I train alongside you from today onward? Train together? Indeed. Though your strength now surpasses mine, I can still serve as your sparring partner. Very well. In West City. At Bulma's residence, Bulma sat in a state of boredom beside a table, perusing a magazine. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. It was Krillin. Bulma. Ah, Bulma exclaimed, startled into standing as Krillin's unexpected arrival caught her off guard. Once she recognized the figure, she playfully smacked Krillin's bald head with her palm. Krillin, do you wish to frighten me to death? What are you talking about, Bulma? I clearly called out to you, but you must not have heard me. Bulma huffed. Now, tell me, what brings you here today so unexpectedly? Well, it's like this. Gohan came to me today, asking if I could assist him in creating a gravity chamber with 100 times the normal gravity. 100 times the gravity chamber. Bulma gasped in astonishment. Yes, Gohan is now the strongest among us. The strongest? But Gohan is only 5 years old. Indeed. However, Gohan is a Saiyan, and his innate talent is extraordinary. I see. Nonetheless, I have never constructed a gravity chamber before, and I am unsure if I can succeed. That's all right. Just do your best. All right. A day later. The combat power of Sun Wukong has reached an impressive 100,000. At this moment, Sun Wukong is seated in a meditative posture atop a small mountain peak. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for surpassing the 100,000 mark in combat power. You have obtained the transformation technique. Transformation technique? As soon as the words were spoken, a plethora of memories regarding the transformation technique flooded Sun Wukong's mind. Reward completed. Please continue your diligent training, Master. Excellent. What is the matter, Wukong? Piccolo inquired, noticing Sun Wukong's sudden daze. It's nothing, Uncle Piccolo. Is that so? With that, Piccolo promptly closed his eyes to meditate and train. A week has swiftly passed. In the span of this week, Sun Wukong achieved a combat power exceeding 1 million. At this moment, he was performing one-handed push-ups. Ding! Congratulations, Master. On surpassing 1 million in combat power, you are rewarded with instant transmission, the gum spirit, and 99 senza beans. As soon as the words were spoken, a plethora of memories regarding instant transmission and the gum spirit flooded Sun Wukong's mind. The rewards have been bestowed. Please continue your diligent training. The gum spirit? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that this technique seemed to belong to Gotenks. Could you possibly provide me with a more serious technique? He inquired. Serious? How is my ghost gum technique not serious? Retorted the system. It's simply too childish. He exclaimed. But, dear master, are you not merely a child yourself? The system countered. I may appear as a child on the outside, yet my inner age has long since matured. He asserted. Oh, but you are still a child at heart. I dare you, system. Come forth and battle me. Let us see if I cannot shatter your pixelated head. The system yawned in response. Master, I inhabit your very being, so if you have the courage, strike yourself. You think I wouldn't dare? He challenged. Then go ahead and strike. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong gently tapped his chest with his right fist. The system, witnessing this, remained silently contemplative. Do you dare to strike a little harder? System, do you truly think I am foolish? After hearing this, the system found no inclination to engage in a verbal spar with Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong continued his training. In the blink of an eye, 3 weeks had elapsed. Son Gohan's combat power has now reached 5 million. At this moment, he stands atop a mountain peak. His fists clench tightly as he attempts to transform into a Super Saiyan. With a powerful shout, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanates from Gohan. The ground within a radius of several 100,000 miles trembles violently under the influence of his energy. As Gohan's aura spreads, Tien and the others in the other world feel the formidable energy radiating from him. What an incredible power! It seems to be Gohan's energy. Upon hearing this, Yamcha swallows hard and nods slightly. On Korin Tower, Yajirobe, who was engaged in a struggle with the cat sage over fish, halts his actions, his face betraying a look of disbelief. Could this energy truly belong to Gohan? Indeed. The cat sage nods in affirmation. Could this boy possibly be a monster? The cat sage, maintaining a calm demeanor, gazes toward the lower realm. Meanwhile, Krillin, who is rushing to Gohan's location, wears a similar expression of astonishment. He quickens his pace toward Gohan. On North Kai's planet, Goku, who is training, also senses Gohan's energy. Could this energy truly belong to Gohan? It seems impossible. How could Gohan's strength have surged so dramatically? The North Kai, with a serious expression, confirms this energy is indeed Gohan's. It is truly Gohan. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was taken aback. Although he was aware that Son Gohan possessed immense potential, he had not anticipated the magnitude of such power. Chapter 7. The Prodigy on Earth. At this moment, Sun Wukong has elevated his energy to its zenith, fueled by rage. Gohan gritted his teeth, suddenly recalling the dark memories of his past life. With a fierce shout, the ground within a radius of tens of thousands of miles began to tremble violently, and the earth around Gohan was engulfed in a massive cloud of dust. What is happening? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. He had just believed that Gohan had reached the pinnacle of his power, yet unexpectedly, Gohan's energy surged once more, escalating to a level that Piccolo could scarcely fathom. At that moment, Gohan's hair transformed into a radiant golden hue, standing upright, while his eyes shifted to a light green. A golden aura enveloped his entire being. This was the Super Saiyan transformation. What on earth is this? Piccolo gasped in disbelief. Meanwhile, on North Kai's planet, the North Kai was equally taken aback by this spectacle. What is going on? Gohan's energy has inexplicably skyrocketed several dozen times in an instant. A Super Saiyan. What is a Super Saiyan? A Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior among your kind, said to possess immense strength. Today marks my first encounter with one. A legendary warrior among the Saiyans? Indeed. On Earth. At this moment, Son Wukong had descended from the small peak and approached Piccolo. Are you Gohan? Yes, Uncle Piccolo. And what is the story behind your hair? I believe this is the transformation of a Saiyan, isn't it? The transformation of a Saiyan? Son Gohan nodded and declared, I shall name this transformation Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. Piccolo glanced at him, and memories of their first encounter flooded his mind. At that time, Gohan was smaller, prone to tears, timid, and rather troublesome. Yet now, he had transformed into a being of profound silence, possessing an unfathomable strength. Piccolo felt a tumult of emotions, joy at having trained such a remarkable disciple, and anger that Gohan had surpassed him in mere 7 months. It was worth noting that even Gohan's father was only slightly stronger than Piccolo back then. What's the matter, Uncle Piccolo? Oh, it's nothing, Piccolo replied, snapping back to reality. Gohan, while your current strength is indeed formidable, you must continue to train diligently. After all, one of Raditz' allies might very well be a Super Saiyan. Understood. Son Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, the North Kai, situated on the North Kai's planet, fell into a contemplative silence. Is it really as common as cabbage to find a Super Saiyan like Piccolo? Son Wukong, Lord of the King of Worlds. I wish to converse with Gohan and the others. Ah, very well. Place your hand upon my back, and you shall be able to communicate with them telepathically. Gohan, Piccolo. Can you hear me? It's me, Son Wukong. Father. Son Wukong nodded. Gohan, you are truly remarkable, having achieved Super Saiyan status in such a brief span of time. Super Saiyan. Piccolo was taken aback. This name was not something Son Gohan had merely conjured, so how could Son Wukong possibly be aware of it? Father. Are you well over there? I am quite well. Gohan, although you have grown exceedingly powerful, you must continue your training diligently. For no one can ascertain the true strength of the Saiyans arriving on Earth in just over 4 months. Then, shall we assist in your resurrection? Not at this moment. Wait until those 2 Saiyans arrive, and then you can aid me in my revival. Understood. Well then, Gohan, I shall take my leave for now. Upon concluding his words, Son Wukong gently withdrew his hand from the back of the North Kai. This Wukong, who would arrive on Earth as a Saiyan 4 months hence, is not as formidable as you might envision. With Gohan's current strength, he could undoubtedly triumph over him. I am aware. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong's expression grew serious. Do you understand? My earlier words were intended to inspire Gohan to grow stronger. Is that so? However, Gohan's talent is indeed extraordinary. At just 5 years of age, he has already mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. If he continues to train diligently, one cannot fathom how powerful he may become in the future. He must persist in his training. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately thought of Chi-Chi, who had always opposed Son Gohan's training, hoping instead that he would diligently pursue his studies and ultimately become a distinguished scholar on Earth. Just as Son Wukong and Son Gohan concluded their conversation, a figure descended from the sky. It was Krillin. Observing Son Gohan in his Super Saiyan form, Krillin hesitantly inquired, Is that you, Gohan? Yes, Uncle Krillin. With a declaration, Son Wukong instantly reverted to his usual form. Upon witnessing this transformation, Krillin's face swiftly illuminated with a radiant smile as he exclaimed, Indeed, it is Gohan. I never anticipated that your strength has ascended to such remarkable heights. Son Gohan nodded. By the way, Gohan, was that just now a transformation or something? That was the transformation into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan transformation? Yes, Uncle Krillin. Has the gravity chamber been completed? It's finished. I came here today to inform you. I see. As Son Wukong spoke, he immediately turned to the side where Piccolo stood. Uncle Piccolo, would you care to accompany me to Aunt Bulma's house? Piccolo glanced at Son Wukong and nodded slightly. Krillin, observing that Piccolo would also be joining them, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. It was well known that both he and Bulma harbored a certain fear of Piccolo. If he were to bring Piccolo along, it would undoubtedly startle Bulma. However, since Son Wukong had already made the suggestion, he had no choice but to include him. Then, Uncle Krillin, shall we set forth? Absolutely. Krillin replied with a nod. With that, the trio soared into the sky. After a considerable time, they arrived at the backyard of Bulma's home. Piccolo, Bulma, seated on a chair in the backyard, was instantly alarmed upon seeing Piccolo approaching with Krillin, leaping to her feet. Piccolo merely huffed disdainfully, remaining silent. Observing this, Bulma quickly retreated behind Krillin and murmured, "Krillin, why did you bring him along?" Krillin managed a wry smile. "It wasn't my choice. Wukong insisted on having him come." Wukong. Aunt Bulma. Bulma, hands on her hips, shot an irate glance at son Wukong. "Wukong, you could have come alone. Why did you have to bring Piccolo along?" With his keen ears, Piccolo caught her words and shot her an annoyed look. "Am I not welcome?" Chapter 8. The gravity room is ready. Upon hearing this, Bulma quickly donned a forced smile. No, it's not that. I just meant, if you were coming, Wukong should have informed me earlier." "Humph." Piccolo snorted. "Less chatter. Direct us to the gravity room." Bulma's expression soured. Were it not for Goku's sake, she would have never agreed to assist son Wukong in constructing the gravity room. Nevertheless, despite her displeasure, she recognized the necessity of enhancing Wukong's strength. After all, who would protect Earth when the Saiyans arrived? "Follow me." The three nodded in agreement. Bulma led them to a spacious building. Inside, it boasted a kitchen, bathroom, and a large hall. "Bulma, is this the gravity room or just a living space?" "Of course, it's the gravity room. But one must eat and rest while training, right?" "That is a fair point." Bulma continued. "So, I transformed a house into the gravity room. It's just a bit further ahead." "Oh." Bulma spoke as she guided the three individuals into the gravity chamber. The room was exceptionally spacious, only slightly smaller than the entire area outside. The floor of the gravity chamber was adorned with synthetic red bricks, and at the very center stood a large machine. This machine was the control panel for the 100-fold gravity chamber. "Gohan, this is the switch for the gravity chamber. The one on the left increases the gravity by 1 fold with a simple press, while the switch on the right decreases it by 1 fold. The central switch, however, resets everything to 0. "All right, I understand, Aunt Bulma." "Indeed." Bulma nodded in affirmation. "So, Gohan, will you remain here to train? Or will you seek another location to practice?" "Another place?" "Yes. This gravity chamber can be conveniently stored within a universal capsule, making it easy to transport." "I see." Upon hearing this, son Wukong glanced at Piccolo beside him. "Uncle Piccolo, what are your thoughts?" "Do as you wish. Then I shall remain at Aunt Bulma's house." Piccolo, after hearing this, cast a glance at Bulma, but remained silent. "Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, would you also like to stay and train together?" "Together?" Krillin pondered for a moment and replied, "Never mind. I shall train with Tien and the others instead. After all, no matter how hard they train, they could never surpass son Wukong. And you, Uncle Piccolo? I'll assess the situation. Wukong, you focus on your training here. I shall return to the other world for now." "All right, Uncle Krillin, take care." Krillin nodded. Bulma then said, "Shall I go out as well? After all, I'm not training." Son Gohan nodded. Once they stepped outside, he immediately adjusted the gravity to 10 times its usual intensity. How burdensome. Piccolo, already clad in weighted attire, found the additional gravitational force to be overwhelmingly heavy, rendering his body exceedingly weighty. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Son Gohan. Son Wukong's expression remained unperturbed, as if nothing had transpired. "Uncle Piccolo, are you all right?" "I'm perfectly fine." "In that case, I shall commence my training." As son Wukong proclaimed, he commenced performing one-handed push-ups. 1, 2, 3, ding. "Congratulations, master. You have completed a push-up. Battle power increased by 10. Observing this, Piccolo followed suit. The morning swiftly passed, and before long, it was already noon. This morning, son Wukong performed an impressive 10,000 one-finger push-ups and 10,000 sit-ups. As a result, he augmented his combat power by a remarkable 200,000. In addition to the rewards bestowed by the system, his Saiyan bloodline also contributed several thousand to his prowess due to his diligent training. The modest increase in strength can be attributed to the fact that this morning's regimen was rather effortless. A rumble of hunger emanated from son Wukong's stomach. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the gravity chamber. "Gohan, it's time for dinner. Piccolo is eating." Upon hearing this, son Wukong immediately ceased his training. "Uncle Piccolo, it's time to eat. I do not require a meal. You may go ahead and dine." Son Wukong nodded. "Uncle Piccolo, if you are thirsty, there is water in the kitchen." "Very well. You may go and have your meal." Son Gohan nodded and departed from the gravity chamber. As soon as he left, Piccolo promptly increased the gravity within the chamber to 20 times normal. He understood that son Gohan had raised the gravity to 10 times earlier that morning solely to train alongside him. Otherwise, Gohan could effortlessly elevate it to 100 times. The weight was substantial. As the 20-fold gravity bore down upon him, Piccolo immediately felt an overwhelming heaviness. This oppressive sensation even made it difficult for him to catch his breath. However, with thoughts of Son Gohan in mind, he persevered. In the backyard of Bulma's residence, Son Gohan has now taken a seat at the dining table in Bulma's backyard. At the same table, Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief, and her father, Dr. Brief, are also seated. Bulma, he is Goku's son, Gohan. Mrs. Brief remarked with a twinkle in her eye and a cheerful smile. Indeed, mother. He bears a striking resemblance to Goku when he was young. Dr. Brief added, yes. Gohan, please enjoy your meal. Make yourself at home. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong promptly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. In a matter of moments, the food on the table vanished into his stomach as swiftly as a tempest disperses clouds. Bulma, witnessing this spectacle, widened her eyes in astonishment. Although she had surmised that Sun Wukong, being a Saiyan, would possess a considerable appetite, she was taken aback by the fact that at merely 5 years of age, his capacity to consume food rivaled that of the legendary Sun Wukong in his youth. He was, without a doubt, a veritable reincarnation of Sun Wukong. Mrs. Brief, observing the scene, could not help but break into a joyful laugh. The more Son Gohan eats, the more it signifies the deliciousness of the meals prepared by her. Burp. After a considerable time, Son Gohan let out a resounding belch. Bulma gazed at Son Gohan's demeanor, observing a stark contrast to the Gohan of yore. That Gohan. During the past 6 months of training, what delectable dishes has Piccolo been serving you? Apples, dinosaur meat, wild boar, essentially everything sourced from the mountains. Dinosaur meat. Indeed. Why do you ask? Oh, I'm merely taken aback. That dinosaur meat, did Piccolo provide it? Or did you hunt down a dinosaur yourself? Not quite. I was chased by a dinosaur, and then I severed its tail. I see. I heard from Krillin that your strength has grown immensely. Even Piccolo cannot match your prowess. Is that true? Yes. Sun Wukong nodded. Splendid. Bulma exclaimed as she immediately stood up in delight. With you around, I need not fear that fellow Piccolo. Speaking of which, his visage is rather intimidating. But Aunt Bulma, Uncle Piccolo is genuinely kind. He simply has a fierce appearance. Chapter 9. You within me, I within you. Humph. Bulma snorted softly. Regardless, I'm still not accustomed to that green face. Aunt Bulma, I've had my fill. I wish to take a nap. Very well. We shall tidy up here. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong promptly returned to the gravity chamber, where he found Piccolo still immersed in his training. Uncle Piccolo, you are still training, he exclaimed. Breathing heavily, Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Piccolo, would you like to take a break? Sun Wukong inquired. Very well, Piccolo replied, subsequently restoring the gravity in the chamber. As the gravity was reinstated, Piccolo let out a substantial sigh of relief. Thereafter, the two retreated to their respective quarters for a brief afternoon nap. In the afternoon, after awakening from their slumber, they resumed their training in the gravity chamber. 3 days later, in order to avoid hindering Sun Wukong's training, Piccolo ultimately resolved to train outside. Though Sun Wukong felt a tinge of reluctance in his heart, he ultimately consented to allow Piccolo to train outside, knowing he could visit him at any time. Once Piccolo departed, Sun Wukong promptly increased the gravity in the training chamber by 100-fold. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have completed a 1-finger push-up, gaining 100 combat power. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have completed 2 1-finger push-ups, gaining 200 combat power. After 4 days, Sun Wukong's base combat power reached 10 million. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your combat power has reached 10 million. As a reward, you receive a celestial mirror, capable of traversing all universes undetected by angels, allowing travel through past and future, granting sight of all that one desires without being discovered, even by the Omni King. The mirror can seal enemies whose power is inferior to that of the Master, along with the ability to read minds. Fusion. As soon as the announcement concluded, an ancient mirror materialized in the system's inventory. Steal? What theft? Master, you must have misheard. Never mind, I shan't dwell on this. As Sun Wukong spoke, he retrieved the celestial mirror from the system's inventory. Is this indeed the celestial mirror? Yes, Master. At that moment, the mirror suddenly displayed the North Kai's planet, where Sun Wukong was currently engaged in training. So, system, how may I traverse to other universes? Master, merely envision your desire to visit another universe, and the mirror will reveal images of those realms. When the time comes, simply touch the celestial mirror, and you will seamlessly enter that universe. I see. And how does one use this celestial mirror to seal others? That is quite simple. Just shine the mirror upon the individual, and it will draw them into its depths. What if I inadvertently shine it upon someone else? Fear not. The celestial mirror will act according to your will. Should you wish not to seal that person, it will refrain from drawing them in. It aligns with my intent. Ahem. Master, do be serious. I am quite serious. However, system, why have you not bestowed upon me the Kaioken technique? Master, if I were to grant you Kaioken now, what rewards would I have left to offer you? Bestow upon me the Ultra Instinct, or perhaps the erasure of Xeno would suffice. Let us discuss that when you have grown stronger. Does that imply a future bestowal? We shall see. So, will it be granted or not? Time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed. During this time, Son Gohan had instructed Bulma to upgrade the gravity chamber, which was now capable of intensifying gravity to 300 times. At present, Son Gohan was examining his battle power. Name: Son Gohan. Gender: male bloodline. Half Saiyan age. 5 normal battle power. 60, 000, 000 potential. Yet to be developed. Intelligence quotient. 60. What on earth? When did an intelligence quotient field appear? Master, this was added following the system upgrade. System, you wouldn't be doing this on purpose, would you? Am I the sort of system to do that, Master? If you are not, then who is? Oh well, I shall be magnanimous and not quibble with you, little system. No sooner had he spoken than the intelligence panel instantly transformed to read 250. What the system? You dare emerge from my body, so I can smash your head. I shall not emerge. Let us see how you would strike me. A little system indeed. Afraid to even exit my body. Who are you calling little? Upon hearing this, the system became incensed. I referred to you as small. If you have the courage, emerge and let us engage in a fair duel. The system let out a cold snort. If you truly wish to confront me, there is no need to venture outside. No need to go outside? As soon as the words left its mouth, Son Gohan suddenly found himself in a realm akin to the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Where is this? This is the system's alternate dimension, where you can unleash your full potential without the risk of external discovery. Oh, then where are you, system? A cough interrupted the conversation. Master, I am omnipresent. Omnipresent? Indeed, Master. Are you not aware that I reside within your very being? You encompass me, and I encompass you. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong fell into a contemplative silence. How am I to engage in battle with you now? As soon as the words left his lips, an identical doppelganger of Son Wukong materialized before him. Master, this is my clone. If you wish to fight me, you must first confront him. Clone. Then who is the master now? The system chuckled softly. Did I not just elucidate our current relationship, where you reside within me, and I within you? Very well. I shall defeat him first, and then proceed. As Son Wukong spoke, he immediately clenched his fists and charged towards himself. Son Wukong, with fists tightly gripped, similarly rushed towards Son Wukong. Whoosh. Bang. Bang. Before long, the two collided before each other, their fists striking together with the swiftness of the wind. Boom. With a resounding crash, their right fists simultaneously connected with each other's faces, sending both flying. Whoosh. Thud. They both firmly planted their feet against the ground, coming to a halt. Ha! With a mighty shout, Son Wukong clenched his fist once more and surged towards himself. Observing this, Son Wukong mirrored the action, charging towards his counterpart. In no time, they were once again in front of each other, their punches and kicks moving with the speed of the breeze, forcefully colliding. Suddenly, Son Wukong crouched low, executing a sweeping kick with his right leg aimed at Son Wukong. In response, Son Wukong leaped into the air, soaring above. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Son Wukong ascended into the sky. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In an instant, the two figures engaged in a fierce battle, darting through the heavens like arrows. Chapter 10, Planet Namek. Crash. With a powerful blow, their right fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing a gust of fierce wind. After a brief stalemate, they exerted their strength, sending each other hurtling through the air. Are you attempting to emulate me? Son Wukong glanced at himself and realized that his moves were nearly identical to his own. This doppelganger of mine is indeed you. Thus you can never triumph over him. With a cold snort, Son Wukong clenched his fists tightly. Huh! With a resounding shout, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan indeed. Witnessing this, Son Wukong too embraced the transformation into a Super Saiyan. With gritted teeth, Son Wukong propelled himself forward with the swiftness of lightning. Observing this, Son Wukong also charged towards him. Whoosh. Flash. Bang. Bang! Bang! The two engaged in a fierce exchange, evading and attacking each other with relentless vigor. How infuriating! With a roar of indignation, Sun Wukong employed the recently acquired telepathy to discern Sun Wufan's thoughts. Yet, he found himself unable to penetrate the depths of Wufan's mind. Could it be that there were no thoughts residing within? Master, aside from emulating your techniques, there exists no independent thought. Imitation. Indeed, Master. If that is the case, then I shall observe how you replicate this particular move of mine. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong placed both hands upon his forehead and exclaimed, "Solar Fist." No sooner had the words left his lips than a brilliant light burst forth from his hands. Sun Wukong, upon seeing this, promptly shut his eyes. After a few seconds, as the intensity of the radiant light began to diminish, he swiftly opened his eyes and charged towards Sun Wukong. Bang! Gohan delivered a powerful punch to his own face, sending himself hurtling through the air. After soaring nearly 1,000 meters, he forcefully planted his feet against the ground, gradually coming to a halt. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong surged forward like a bolt of lightning towards Son Gohan. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan promptly placed both hands upon his forehead and declared, "Solar Flare." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than an incredibly intense beam of light erupted from his hands. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong swiftly halted his movement, raising a hand to shield his eyes. After a brief moment, he gradually opened his eyes, only to behold a diminutive fist hurtling towards him. The proximity was so close that he could hardly react in time, and he was sent soaring 1,000 meters away by that tiny yet forceful blow. Sun Wukong exerted forcefully with both feet, swiftly coming to a halt upon the ground. How infuriating! One cannot ascertain whether the ability of instantaneous movement holds any efficacy against him. As Sun Wukong spoke, he placed his right index finger upon his forehead, executing a swift instant transmission that positioned him directly behind Son Gohan. In that very moment, Son Gohan also performed an instant transmission, appearing high above Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong promptly lowered his index finger from his forehead and charged towards his counterpart in the sky. In a flash, he arrived before Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful kick with his right foot. Sun Wukong swiftly evaded, soaring into the air. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately pursued. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Soon, Sun Wukong reappeared before Sun Wukong, engaging in a fierce battle. After a considerable duration, both warriors, exhausted from the relentless exertion, collapsed onto the ground. Are you capable, Master? You couldn't even overcome my clone. Son Gohan let out a cold snort. System, do not be too complacent. Today, my condition is not at its best. But once I regain my composure, I shall undoubtedly defeat this impostor. Very well, Master, then I wish you the best of luck. Now, System, how do I exit? Exit? Are you no longer going to strike me? Ahem. Son Gohan coughed softly. Have I ever uttered such words? Indeed. The System responded, playing a recording of Son Gohan's recent utterance. Damn it, System. You dare to show yourself? Just watch as I shatter your virtual head. As the recording continued, Son Gohan's expression shifted to one of evident embarrassment. System, you even possess a recording function? What of it? Were it not for our necessity to inhabit human forms, we would have long since become invincible in this world. System, you might as well abandon your delusions. Allow me to fulfill your aspirations. The System snorted dismissively. What is so remarkable? Regardless of how powerful you become, you will never defeat me. Thus I remain the foremost entity in this realm. With that declaration, the System promptly returned Son Gohan to the real world. Son Gohan surveyed his surroundings and discovered that all his injuries had vanished. System, how have my wounds healed? He inquired. The alternate dimension you just entered belongs to the realm of the mind. Thus, regardless of the extent of injuries sustained within, you return to reality unscathed. The realm of the mind, he exclaimed. Indeed, Master. Subsequently, Son Gohan glanced at his character panel and noted that his intelligence rating had risen to 90. With the System conceding, he chose not to contest its decision any further and began to attune himself to the energy of the Namekians within the gravity chamber. With less than 3 months remaining until Vegeta and the others arrived on Earth, he recollected that Frieza and his minions would travel to Namek only after Vegeta's arrival on Earth. Therefore, he resolved to seek the assistance of the Grand Elder of Namek to unlock his latent potential while also alerting them that Frieza might soon arrive to seize their Dragon Balls. After a while, Son Gohan sensed numerous energies akin to Piccolo's. I found them. As Sun Wukong spoke, he placed his right index finger on his forehead and, in an instant, teleported to a village on Namek. There, he beheld numerous Namekians who bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo. So many Uncle Piccolos. At that moment, the Namekians, who were gathered together in conversation, were taken aback by Son Wukong's sudden appearance, their faces reflecting a flicker of astonishment. "Who are you?" inquired a medium-built Namekian. "Greetings. My name is Son Wukong, and I hail from Earth." "Earth?" Son Wukong nodded. "Was that just now a teleportation technique of the Erdracians?" inquired a slightly slender Namekian who stepped forward. Son Gohan nodded once more. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "I am here to seek an audience with your elder. May I ask what matters you wish to discuss with our elder?" "This pertains to your planet Namek, and thus, I can only confer with your elder concerning Namek." The medium-statured Namekian pondered for a moment and replied, "Please wait here while we seek out the elder to see if he is willing to meet with you." "Very well." Son Wukong nodded. Chapter 11. A peculiar situation. Upon witnessing this, the Namekians promptly led their companions to meet the Grand Elder. Within a 3-story white castle, there resided an enormous stone chair, upon which sat an exceedingly corpulent Namekian, the Grand Elder himself. At that moment, several Namekians suddenly flew in through the castle windows. Entering the castle, they immediately bowed before the Grand Elder. "Greetings, Grand Elder." The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement. "Carl, what brings you here?" "Esteemed Elder, there is a young boy named Son Wukong who claims to hail from Earth. He wishes to meet you regarding matters pertinent to Namek." The Grand Elder pondered for a moment and replied, "In that case, bring him forth." "But Grand Elder, he appears to be a Saiyan." "That is of no concern. Bring him here." "Understood, Grand Elder." After a considerable time, Son Wukong was brought before the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, I have brought the visitor." "Excellent. You may leave now. I wish to speak with him privately." "Privately?" A hint of concern arose in Carl's heart. "There is no cause for alarm. The child is not malevolent." "Very well." Carl conceded and promptly exited with the other Namekians. "You are Son Wukong, correct?" "Yes, Grand Elder." "What brings you to me?" "Grand Elder, do you believe I come from the future?" "I do." After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder inquired, "What is your purpose here?" "Grand Elder, Frieza and his forces may arrive on your Namek in a few months." "Frieza?" "Indeed, their aim is the Dragon Balls of Namek. Thus, I have come to warn you that your people must migrate to evade this calamity." The Grand Elder, reflecting on the gravity of the situation, remarked, "Though the universe is vast, there will inevitably come a day of reckoning." "Son Wukong, may I request your assistance?" "Of course, Grand Elder. I wish for you to help us defeat Frieza. I wonder if you are capable of such a feat?" "I can, but please keep the matter of my origins a secret." "Agreed." The Grand Elder nodded. "Additionally, I would like to request another favor from you, Grand Elder." "What is it?" "I seek your guidance to unlock the potential within my body." "Consider it done." The Grand Elder swiftly acquiesced. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly approached the Grand Elder. Observing him closely, the Grand Elder placed his hand upon Son Wukong's forehead, releasing a stream of white energy that flowed into the entirety of Son Wukong's being. Upon sensing the immense potential within Son Wukong's body, a look of disbelief immediately crossed the Grand Elder's face. After a brief moment, the Grand Elder slowly withdrew his right hand from Son Wukong's forehead. "All is well." Son Wukong nodded. At that moment, the sound of the system suddenly resonated in his ear. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, your combat power has surpassed 100 million, earning you the reward of a 20-fold injury-free King's Fist, a reflecting armor, 60 reflection, and the magic sealing wave." As soon as the announcement concluded, a pink reflecting armor appeared in Son Wukong's inventory. "The rewards have been bestowed. Please continue your diligent training." "Is it truly already over 100 million? As Son Wukong spoke, he promptly opened his character panel to take a look. He discovered that his current battle power had reached an astounding 110 million. "So, Son Wukong, when will you assist us in vanquishing Frieza? Let us await his arrival on Namek." "Are we truly to wait for him to come?" "Indeed, the universe is vast, and I have no knowledge of his current whereabouts. Moreover, we Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of space. We can only eliminate him once he lands on a planet. In that case, I shall inform you at the very moment he arrives on Namek." "Very well, if the Grand Elder has no other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong executed a swift instant transmission, departing from planet Namek. Shortly after Son Gohan departed, the Elder summoned Carl and the others. "Elder, Where is Son Gohan? He has returned to Earth. Returned? Indeed. He brought with him news of utmost significance for our Namekian planet. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. Upon his return to Earth, Son Gohan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Given his current training progress, it would have taken him at least 10 days to attain a power level exceeding 100 million. Yet, he achieved it in mere minutes. If only I could grow stronger without the need for training. My master, that is an erroneous notion. True strength is only attained through diligent self-improvement. But I wish to be a naturally gifted warrior, akin to Broly. My master, while Broly possesses a powerful lineage, he remains merely human. I can assist you in attaining divinity, granting you eternal life. Furthermore, did you not express a desire to obtain the ability to erase universes from existence? With your dedication, not only will you erase universes, but you will also create time and space without difficulty. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong gently stroked his chin. System. You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you? Master, am I truly that kind of being? Son Wukong nodded. It seems you have quite the penchant for conversation. Dear System. Master, are you implying that I speak too much? Not at all. I merely believe that a touch of silence would be preferable. Let me narrate a myth. Upon hearing this, the system immediately began to play a song. Master, am I being sufficiently quiet now? Moments later, Son Wukong returned to his room, where a laptop rested upon a table. This laptop was borrowed from Bulma, so he could learn about computers. Son Wukong remarked that it was merely borrowed. In truth, it was a pastime he indulged in during moments of ennui, utilizing it to develop a program. Recently, he has been working on a game titled Sheep Game, a title that had garnered immense popularity in his previous life. This game bears resemblance to the well-known Match 3 genre, yet distinguishes itself with a unique twist. Many of the cards are concealed beneath others, obscuring the identity of those hidden below. To unveil these cards, one must first reveal the ones that lie above. Initially, the game presents only 2 levels, and numerous players have found themselves engrossed throughout the night, yet still unable to conquer the second stage. Consequently, many who consider themselves intellectually superior are drawn to this challenge, seeking to showcase their prowess. Son Wukong's intention in playing this game is also to generate profit. Although Son Wukong's family is affluent, the astonishing appetite of both him and Son Wukong is truly remarkable. Had it not been for their residence in the mountains, abundant with exquisite delicacies and wild game, they would have long since been impoverished by their voracious consumption. This explains why, in the original Dragon Ball series, Chi-Chi consistently urges Gohan to diligently study and earn money. Chapter 12. Returning home. The past 3 months have elapsed swiftly, and the day to resurrect Son Wukong has arrived. In the heavenly realm, Krillin and the others have already gathered the Dragon Balls, preparing to summon the Eternal Dragon to bring Son Wukong back to life. At this moment, Son Gohan and Piccolo stood nearby. Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish. Bulma called out loudly, glancing at the Dragon Balls on the ground. No sooner had she spoken than the sky above Earth darkened, and a massive azure dragon swiftly materialized before them. This dragon was none other than Shenron. State your wish. Any wish can be fulfilled, but only one, the dragon declared. We ask that you revive Son Goku. Very well, Shenron replied, his crimson eyes immediately glowing. At that moment, the halo surrounding Goku, who was on King Kai's planet, suddenly vanished. Has he been revived? Son Wukong gently touched his head and said, The North Kai nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, esteemed Kai, for the care you and Baburus have extended during this time. Today, I shall return to Earth, until we meet again. Upon hearing this, Guregli and the others displayed expressions of reluctance. Though Son Wukong may be somewhat reckless, he possesses a kind heart, and the 3 of them have remained on this planet. Feeling rather solitary, on Earth, the dragon proclaimed, Well, I have resurrected Son Wukong for you. Until we meet again. Upon finishing his words, he immediately transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the entire Earth. Dumpling, resurrected? The Earth deity nodded in affirmation. Since Wukong's physical form resides on the North Kai's planet, it is likely that he will be resurrected there as well. I see. But when will Wukong return to Earth? Dumpling continued to inquire. I do not know. However, I believe it shall not be long. Yamcha suggested. In that case, shall we all wait here for Wukong's return? The others nodded in agreement. The path to the underworld. Son Wukong was filled with joy at the prospect of reuniting with Krillin and the others. However, what truly delighted him the most was the opportunity to see his son, Sun Wufan. Several months ago, Son Wukong had already ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan. His strength has undoubtedly reached new heights. Contemplating this, Goku immediately quickened his pace and soared forward. In the celestial realm, Krillin and the others have been waiting for quite some time. It's strange, Goku has been resurrected for a while now, yet he hasn't returned, Krillin remarked. Just as he finished speaking, a sound of footsteps echoed from a room in the celestial realm. The group turned to look and beheld Son Wukong clad in his orange martial arts uniform, alongside the fortune-telling old woman seated upon a crystal ball. Goku, Dad, it's been a long time, everyone. Son Wukong greeted the crowd with a smile. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others promptly approached him to engage in conversation. Wukong, how has your training with Lord Kai influenced your strength? It's decent, just a tad stronger than you all. A tad, indeed. Gohan has now become the strongest among us. Krillin nodded in agreement. As Son Wukong spoke, he cast a glance at Son Gohan, who stood behind Krillin and the others. For reasons unknown, he felt a peculiar sense of unfamiliarity towards Gohan. The Gohan of yore was innocent, timid, and often clung to him. Yet the Gohan before him now exuded an air of remarkable composure, so much so that he hardly resembled a child. Could this transformation be attributed to Piccolo's influence? Son Wukong contemplated silently. The fortune-teller said, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Thank you, dear fortune-teller, for your assistance this time." It was nothing. With that, the fortune-teller departed from the heavenly realm, taking her crystal ball with her. Once she was gone, Son Wukong promptly stepped forward and embraced Son Gohan. Caught off guard by Wukong's sudden action, Gohan found himself momentarily disoriented. Though his current form was that of a child, his past self was nearly the same age as Son Wukong. After Son Wukong lifted Son Wufan into his embrace, he swiftly set him back down on the ground. It seems that after a year apart, Wufan, you have gained quite a bit of weight. Indeed, at just 5 years old, his body is sure to continue growing. Son Wukong smiled. So, Wukong, do you have confidence in defeating the Saiyans who will arrive on Earth tomorrow? Krillin inquired. I am uncertain, but with Gohan by my side. Even if I cannot overcome him, Gohan will be there. Krillin nodded in agreement. Well, it is getting late. I must be on my way. On your way back? Indeed. It has been quite a while since I last saw Chi-Chi. So, Gohan, shall we return? Son Gohan nodded. Well, Uncle Piccolo, I shall take my leave now? All right. With that, Son Gohan departed the heavenly realm alongside Son Wukong. At Baozi Mountain, within the confines of Son Wukong's residence, Chi-Chi appeared quite haggard. Having not seen either Son Wukong or Son Gohan for an entire year, she sat despondently within the house, sighing heavily. Nyoema Wang remarked, Chi-Chi, Wukong is resurrected today. You needn't dwell in sorrow. Father, it's been a year since Gohan was taken away by Uncle Piccolo, and I cannot fathom how far behind he must be in his studies. How can I not lament? Do not fret, Chi-Chi, Gohan is exceptionally bright. You can simply find a tutor to help him catch up, and he will swiftly regain his footing in his studies. But, Father, that is not the same. Hiring a tutor incurs expenses. Just then, a commotion was heard from outside. Chi-Chi, could it be that Wukong and the others have returned? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi sprang from her chair, hurriedly opening the door to behold two exceedingly familiar figures, Son Wukong and Son Gohan. Wukong, Gohan. Upon seeing them, tears welled in Chi-Chi's eyes. Mother, Chi-Chi. At that moment, Nyoema Wang also stepped out of the house. Wukong, Gohan. The two nodded in acknowledgement. Chi-Chi, filled with joy, rushed to Son Gohan, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Mother. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi released her hold and scrutinized Son Gohan closely. You've lost weight and grown taller. But Gohan, where's your tail? My tail was removed by Uncle Piccolo. Removed? Why? Because whenever I see the full moon, I transform into a giant ape. I see. But it matters not. Your father has no tail either. Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. Well then, Gohan, let us return home. Mother has prepared a delectable meal for you. Son Gohan nodded once more. Observing this, Chi-Chi promptly took Son Gohan's hand and led him back into the house. The Bull Demon King remarked, Well, Goku, shall we head inside as well? Oh, certainly. Upon returning home, Son Gohan surveyed his dwelling. Although it was not as expansive as Bulma's residence, it exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere. Chapter 13. The Art of Cloning. What troubles you, Gohan? Chi-Chi inquired. Noticing Son Gohan lost in thought. Oh, it's nothing. I've just been away for so long. Is that so? Then let me prepare a delicious meal for you right away. Yes. Son Wukong nodded. Upon seeing this, Chi-Chi joyfully dashed into the kitchen. That Goku. I heard from the fortune teller that Gohan has already surpassed you, hasn't he? Said the Bull Demon King in a hushed tone. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. So, do you intend for him to continue his martial arts training or pursue his studies? I am uncertain. It ultimately depends on Gohan's own choices. I see. However, it seems that Chi-Chi is quite determined for Gohan to focus on his education. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong helplessly scratched his head. He had previously urged Chi-Chi to encourage Goten to practice martial arts. Yet she consistently insisted that the world was now at peace and that it was far more crucial for Goten to focus on his studies, ensuring he would grow up to be successful and earn a substantial living. Neo-Mo Wang, upon hearing this, let out a resigned sigh. In truth, he shared Wukong's sentiments, wishing for Goten to engage in martial training as well. After a considerable time, Chi-Chi completed the meal, filling the entire dining table in the hall with an array of dishes. All right, Wukong, Goten, it's time for dinner. Okay. Neo-Mo Wang nodded and, together with Goten, they took their seats. Son Wukong. Chi-Chi, shall we commence our endeavor? Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing the scene, Son Wufan and the Bull Demon King promptly seized the bowls and chopsticks from the table and began to feast. The sounds of clattering echoed as Son Wukong and his companions devoured their meals with remarkable speed, leaving numerous platters, once brimming with delicacies, now empty and set aside. Observing this, Chi-Chi chuckled softly and remarked, Wufan, now that you have returned, it is about time you resumed your studies. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Son Wufan was immediately choked by the food he had just consumed. Wufan, are you all right? Chi-Chi exclaimed, promptly offering him a glass of water. After taking a sip of water, Son Wufan immediately choked and swallowed the rice. Are you all right, Wufan? Chi-Chi inquired with concern. No, I'm fine. Mother, I still need to fight the Saiyans with Father tomorrow. I believe we can postpone my studies until the day after, he replied. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi fixed her gaze on Son Wufan and spoke gravely. Wufan, are you being swayed by Piccolo, neglecting your studies? No, I genuinely want to battle alongside Father tomorrow. He insisted. Wufan, my dear, fighting is the domain of adults. Your father can handle the battle alone tomorrow. Moreover, it's perilous. What if you were to get hurt? But Father could get hurt too. That's different. Your father is strong. A minor injury won't affect him. Right, Goku? Indeed. However, Chi-Chi, tomorrow's battle is crucial for the Earth, and Wufan's strength surpasses mine. I believe we should allow him to focus on his studies a little longer. No. Chi-Chi shouted vehemently at Son Wukong. Ever since your death, Wufan has been taken by Piccolo, missing an entire year of schooling. He has already fallen behind his peers significantly. If we don't let him study now, he will fall even further behind. But Chi-Chi, tomorrow's battle is truly vital. Yes, Chi-Chi. The Ox King chimed in, also trying to persuade her. After contemplating for a moment, Chi-Chi finally said, all right, but you must ensure Wufan's safety, otherwise. I shall never agree. Understood. Son Wukong nodded. After dinner, under the arrangement of Chi-Chi, Gohan returned to his room to study. At this moment, Gohan sat at his desk, somewhat dejected, twirling a pencil in his hand. Despite possessing a combat power exceeding 1 billion, he found himself confined to the mundane task of studying. Indeed, the most formidable force in the universe was none other than his mother, Chi-Chi. After a moment of gloom, Gohan suddenly attempted to inquire, System, my illustrious master. Now that I am trapped here due to studying, shouldn't you lend a hand to your master? Illustrious? Ahem. Son Gohan cleared his throat and, with a bold demeanor, said, do not concern yourself with trivial details. The paramount objective is to liberate your master from suffering. If you praise me, I shall assist you. The system, filled with pride, responded, you are the most formidable system I have ever encountered. Modesty, modesty. Then, the system continued, very well. I shall bestow upon you the technique of creating a doppelganger. A doppelganger? Gohan inquired. Indeed. You can transform a single strand of your hair into a replica of yourself to study on your behalf. That is indeed a splendid idea. But would I not be oblivious to the actions of my doppelganger? Fear not, master. Upon reclaiming your hair, you shall regain the memories of your doppelganger. Is that so? Then shall I proceed to impart the doppelganger technique to you? Yes. Gohan nodded. Subsequently, a vast expanse of memories regarding the technique of creating duplicates flooded his mind. Son Gohan plucked a single hair from his head, and with a gentle breath directed at it, The hair instantly transformed into a likeness of Son Gohan himself. Son Wukong glanced at his doppelganger and said, "So, will you stay here and read on my behalf?" The doppelganger nodded in affirmation. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan instantaneously teleported to the peak where Piccolo was training. "Gohan!" Piccolo exclaimed as he rose from the summit. Son Wukong's son, Gohan, nodded. "Gohan, did you not return home with Son Wukong? How did you end up here?" "No, I sneaked out." "You sneaked out?" "Indeed. My mother forbids me from training." Piccolo scoffed lightly. "And what of Son Wukong?" "My father is helpless in this matter." "Is that so? Are you anxious about tomorrow's battle, Gohan?" "Not at all. I heard my father say that those two Saiyans are not Super Saiyans." Piccolo nodded. Following this, Gohan engaged in some training with Piccolo. The next morning arrived. After having breakfast, Son Wukong eagerly joined Krillin and the others. Krillin inquired, "Goku, will you take the lead in today's battle, or shall we allow Gohan to go first?" Son Wukong chuckled, saying, "Gohan has surpassed my strength now. If he takes the lead, I fear there may be little for me to do. Moreover, I am eager to test my skills against those two Saiyans." "I share this sentiment as well." Son Wukong, being a fervent warrior, would undoubtedly seize this exceptional opportunity without hesitation. Upon finishing his words, Son Wukong immediately turned to his side and addressed Son Wufan. "Wufan, I trust you have no objections, do you?" Upon hearing this, Son Gohan nodded emphatically. Regardless of whether it was Nappa or Vegeta, he believed he could vanquish either with merely a finger. Yamcha interjected, "What about Goku? We wish to join the fray." "You do?" he replied. "Indeed. Krillin and I have been diligently training in the other world for a year. Even if we cannot defeat them, we have you, don't we?" "Very well." Just then, two Saiyan spacecraft appeared in the outer reaches of Earth. These vessels belonged to Nappa and Vegeta. Chapter 14. The battle against the vegetable warriors. As the two spacecraft approached, Goku and his companions on Earth quickly sensed their energy. "They're here," Krillin exclaimed with a grave expression. Instantly, two brilliant beams of white light manifested in the sky, signifying the arrival of Vegeta's ship. With a thunderous crash, the spacecraft landed heavily, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Moments later, as the dust settled, two substantial craters were revealed on the ground. Simultaneously, Vegeta and Nappa opened the doors of their spacecraft and emerged. "Are they truly the two comrades that Raditz spoke of?" Yamcha asked, his voice trembling with fear. He had initially believed himself capable of holding his own, but the overwhelming power emanating from Vegeta and Nappa far surpassed his expectations. With a swift motion, Vegeta and Nappa soared from the depths of the craters to the ground below. "Kakarot, you have indeed returned," Vegeta said, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Goku. Son Wukong nodded. "Are you companions of Raditz?" "Indeed, Kakarot. My name is Nappa, and standing beside me is our Saiyan Prince, Lord Vegeta." "The Saiyan Prince. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. There are more coming," Vegeta remarked, counting the number of Son Wukong and his companions. "Nappa, why don't you entertain them for a while?" "As you command, Lord Vegeta," Nappa replied, activating the battle power detector on his left eye. "Beep beep, 1220, 1083, 1480, 1830, 610. What is this? A bunch of weaklings." Nappa scoffed at the numbers displayed on the detector. "Nappa, what about Kakarot's battle power?" Vegeta inquired. "I haven't checked yet, but I doubt his power exceeds theirs by much." "Do not underestimate him, Nappa. Kakarot may not be as simple as you think," Vegeta admonished. Krillin and the others appeared quite tense, while only Son Wukong and Son Wufan remained remarkably calm. Given his years of battle experience, Son Wukong knew that their strength was far from ordinary. "Yes, Nappa." Upon hearing this, quickly aimed the battle power detector at Son Wukong. "Beep beep, 1000. Upon seeing the value on the detector, Nappa immediately sighed in relief. "Lord Vegeta, Kakarot's battle power is 1000. "Only 1000? I had such high hopes for him. And what about that little brat?" Vegeta asked, looking at Son Wufan. Nappa then pointed the detector at Son Wufan. "Beep beep, 980. 980. Nappa announced Son Wufan's battle power. Vegeta stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then, as if struck by a realization, he said, "I see now, Kakarot and that little brat are concealing their true power, which is why they remain so composed." "Concealing their power? Nappa, have you forgotten? Kakarot had a battle power of over 400 when he fought Raditz, and somehow later managed to raise it to over 900. I understand now. However, even if Kakarot is hiding his battle power, he cannot possibly exceed mine. Can he? Theoretically, it seems unlikely, but it is best to remain cautious. Understood, Lord Vegeta. Nappa nodded. Shall we not begin? Son Wukong observed the two engaged in conversation for quite some time, and then spoke up. With a chuckle, Ba replied, Kakarot. Do you truly wish to meet your demise so swiftly? Demise? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong gazed at Nappa with a perplexed expression. Although Nappa possessed formidable strength, he was confident in his ability to vanquish his opponent. The situation with Vegeta, however, was far more uncertain. Nappa let out a cold chuckle and approached a patch of earth, where he planted several seeds. What is he doing? Yamcha inquired with curiosity. I have no idea. Krillin replied, shaking his head. Just then, the ground erupted with a resounding bang, and 6 diminutive green creatures emerged from the soil. These creatures, known as Vegeta people, were among the traditional weapons of the Saiyans. However, they were not an invention of the Saiyans, but rather a species discovered on a distant planet. The Vegeta people could fight autonomously, serving as convenient tools, yet their seeds were exceedingly rare and precious, making them inaccessible to many. Each Vegeta person boasted a combat power of 1200, rivaling the strength of Raditz, who possessed a power level of 1500. Despite their lowly status, their prowess was intimidating. These are the Vegeta people, each possessing a combat power of 1200. Krillin exclaimed in horror. Indeed, but Raditz is but one individual, while they number 6. Krillin gulped at this revelation. Yamcha, are you certain you wish to face them alone? I believe it would be prudent for all of us to engage together. Piccolo scoffed disdainfully in response. Krillin and the others exchanged solemn glances. Nappa chuckled darkly, gesturing grandly towards the Vegeta people. Attack, he commanded. Instantly, the 6 Vegeta people surged forth towards Son Wukong and his companions. With a swift movement, Son Wukong delivered a powerful punch, piercing through the body of an advancing vegetable man. With a swift motion of his right hand, Son Wukong unleashed a wave of energy, obliterating the approaching vegetable creature. Observing this, Krillin raised his right hand, gathering a rapidly spinning orb of light. Spirit Slash, he shouted, hurling the orb towards the advancing foe. With a sharp slicing sound, the vegetable creature was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. Excellent, Yamcha exclaimed, immediately summoning a ki blast in his hands, aimed at the remaining vegetable creature. At that moment, the creature's head suddenly split open, releasing a torrent of corrosive liquid. Reacting quickly, Yamcha stepped back, deftly maneuvering his ki blast to curve away from the creature. With a resounding explosion, the vegetable creature was vanquished. The remaining 2 vegetable beings, witnessing this, began to exhibit signs of trepidation. Do not retreat, Nappa bellowed as he observed their hesitation. The vegetable creatures, compelled by Nappa's command, charged towards Piccolo and Tien. With a disdainful grunt, Piccolo delivered a powerful punch to the abdomen of the nearest creature. It cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground in pain. Piccolo then unleashed an energy wave, eradicating the creature entirely. Chapter 15. Son Goku versus Nappa. At this point, Tien had also disposed of his vegetable adversary. Nappa was taken aback. He had initially believed the vegetable beings could overcome them, yet was astonished by the unexpected prowess of Krillin and the others. Since the vegetable creatures have been dealt with, it's your turn. Very well, Prince Vegeta, Nappa replied, clasping his hands together with a sinister grin. Which of you will be the first to meet your demise? Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others fell silent, their gazes shifting towards Son Goku and his son. The sheer intensity of Nappa's power was daunting. Even if they combined their strengths, they might not stand a chance against him. Then allow me to engage you in combat. Son Wukong took a few steps forward and spoke. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept in, tousling his hair. The demon smiled and said, Very well. I shall deal with you first, and then I will take care of those earthlings. We shall see if you possess the capability to do so. With a tranquil expression, Son Wukong calmly remarked, Humph. In response, Baba scoffed disdainfully. Kakarot specifically mentioned you. Even your brother Raditz would not dare to be so arrogant before me. Is that so? With a light chuckle, Son Wukong released the energy he had previously retracted. The combat power detector affixed to Nappa's left eye immediately began to beep. As the numbers rapidly ascended, a trickle of cold sweat appeared on Nappa's forehead. Ultimately, Son Wukong's combat power soared to an impressive 5,000. 5,000. Upon witnessing the final value, Nappa was suddenly gripped by a chilling sensation down his spine. In the span of just 1 year, Son Wukong astonishingly enhanced his combat power from over 400 to an impressive 5,000. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was equally taken aback. However, his surprise was fleeting. His current standard combat power had already reached 14,000, rendering 5,000 rather insignificant in comparison. 5,000! Exclaimed Krillin and the others, their astonishment palpable. While they were aware that Sun Wukong possessed superior strength, they had not anticipated such a staggering increase. I must now be stronger than Raditz, one of them mused. Yet, with a dismissive scoff, Bardock interjected, what of strength? I hail from a prestigious lineage of warriors, whereas you are merely the offspring of a lowly fighter. Victory is an absolute impossibility for you. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong gave a faint smile. Is that so? If that is the case, shall we commence? Upon hearing this, Naba immediately lowered his arms, which he had been crossing in front of his chest, and his expression transformed into one of seriousness. Huh! Suddenly, Naba bellowed, his body darting like the wind to stand before Sun Wukong, launching a powerful attack against him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sun Wukong deftly dodged Naba's attacks, effortlessly shifting left and right. What? Startled, Naba immediately recoiled, unleashing a wave of energy towards Sun Wukong with his right hand. With a swift movement to the left, Sun Wukong deftly evaded the impending danger. A thunderous explosion resonated as the mountain behind him was reduced to rubble. Infuriated, the adversary unleashed a barrage of energy waves towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong subtly shifted his body, evading the attack once more. Observing this, the adversary charged at him again. In no time, the foe reached Sun Wukong's front, delivering a powerful downward strike with his right fist. Sun Wukong raised his hand skyward, successfully deflecting the force of the punch. Naba was taken aback. In that instant, Sun Wukong forcefully lifted his hands once more, sending Naba staggering back several paces. Enough of your relentless assault. It is now my turn. Upon hearing these words, Naba felt a surge of anxiety, yet with Vegeta looming behind him, he could only feign composure. Kakarot, I am eager to witness the true extent of your power, Naba declared, clenching his fists tightly as he charged once again towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swiftly shifted his body to the left, delivering a powerful right punch to the face of that rascal. Bang! With a powerful strike, Sun Wukong's right fist collided with Naba's face, causing two of his teeth to be instantly dislodged. Naba's body was propelled backward like a projectile, crashing into the towering mountains behind him. The ground was immediately engulfed in a swirling cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Naba, breathless, rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand. Humph, what a truly useless fellow. Vegeta observed this with a scornful expression. Naba, seemingly aware of Vegeta's disdain, felt a grave seriousness settle over his features. Having followed Vegeta for some time, he was acutely aware of his ruthless nature. If he were to fail in defeating Sun Wukong, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Contemplating this, Naba resolved to go all out, vowing to vanquish Sun Wukong at any cost. With a mighty roar, Naba suddenly concentrated a wave of energy in his right hand and unleashed it towards Krillin. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Nappa would strike at Krillin. However, given his current speed, he was unable to save Krillin in time. Bang! At that moment, Gohan moved swiftly, positioning himself in front of Krillin, and with a single palm strike, he deflected Nappa's energy wave behind them. With a thunderous explosion, the energy wave detonated in the space behind Krillin and the others. Gohan! Krillin exclaimed, initially startled, then glanced towards the site of the explosion. Did you just save me? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Nappa was taken aback. What was that little brat doing in front of the bald man? At that moment, a trace of seriousness flickered across Vegeta's face. He had initially believed that Goku was the strongest among them, but it appeared that Gohan's strength was likely on par with Goku's. How intriguing. After a brief pause, a subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Vegeta's mouth, and a faint smile graced his features. Just then, Nappa swiftly clapped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of golden energy waves directed towards Tien and the others. Upon witnessing this, Tien and his companions hurriedly retreated. How infuriating! With a furious roar, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly. King Kai Fist. With a powerful shout, he transformed into a flash of crimson light, charging towards Nappa. What? Vegeta gasped, lowering his crossed arms. Bang! In that instant, Sun Wukong appeared before Nappa, delivering a forceful blow to his abdomen. Nappa let out a piercing scream, his body hurtling like a projectile into the mountain behind him. With a resounding crash, a cascade of rocks tumbled down, burying Nappa beneath their weight. The ground was soon engulfed in a cloud of dust. After a moment, as the dust settled, Nappa's combat power plummeted from 4,000 to a mere 2. Truly, they are nothing but a worthless lot. Witnessing Nappa's complete loss of fighting spirit, Vegeta's disdain deepened significantly. Chapter 16. Son Wukong vs. Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately glanced at Vegeta and declared, "Vegeta, your companion still lives. If you depart now, I shall allow you to leave." "Allow us to leave?" Vegeta responded, as if he had heard the most absurd joke, bursting into laughter. "Kakarot, do not presume that your modest strength grants you the audacity to act so arrogantly before me. To speak frankly, my current battle power is several times that of that individual." Several times, indeed. Upon hearing this, Krillin's face immediately reflected a hint of astonishment. Meanwhile, Son Gohan regarded Vegeta with an air of amusement. Had Son Gohan chosen to intervene, a mere flick of his wrist would have sufficed to annihilate Vegeta. His decision to refrain from action stemmed solely from a desire to indulge the combat aspirations of both Son Wukong and Vegeta. Several times, indeed. Although Son Wukong retains some of his strength, his Kaioken technique can only augment his power by a mere twofold at present. Unless he disregards his physical condition and seeks to amplify the Kaioken multiplier further. However, such a course of action would soon prove too taxing for his body to endure. "Indeed, Kakarot, are you perhaps feeling fearful?" Son Wukong chuckled and remarked, "If I were truly afraid, I would not engage in battle with you." "Indeed," Vegeta responded, unleashing a wave of azure energy from his right hand towards the massive boulder pinning Nappa. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Nappa and the boulder were obliterated into oblivion. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust and thick smoke. I, Vegeta, have no need for useless debris. Upon witnessing this, Krillin and the others were instantly struck with a look of terror, as they had not anticipated that Vegeta would resort to slaying one of his own. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately clenched his fists. Vegeta let out a soft chuckle and soared to a nearby hilltop behind him. Upon seeing this, Son Wukong immediately soared to the small peak opposite Vegeta. The distance between the two peaks was merely a few meters. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling the hair atop their heads. "You should feel honored. It is rare for a warrior of my caliber to engage in combat with someone of your inferior status," Vegeta declared with a smile, arms crossed. Upon birth, every Saiyan undergoes an assessment of their warrior potential. If deemed inadequate, they are dispatched to places devoid of formidable adversaries. Much like yourself, you are universally recognized as a fool. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong not only refrained from anger, but instead wore a faint smile as he spoke. "Thanks to your efforts, I have been brought to this earth. I truly owe you my gratitude. Moreover, the distinction between genius and folly is but a fine line. With relentless effort, one can surpass even the most gifted." Vegeta, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. "What an amusing jest. Allow me to show you the insurmountable chasm you shall never cross, no matter how hard you strive." With that, Vegeta assumed a combative stance, ready for battle. Upon witnessing the scene, Son Wukong similarly assumed a battle stance. A gentle breeze wafted in from all directions, stirring the atmosphere around them. Suddenly, Son Wukong clenched his fists with great determination, stepping forward with his right foot, swiftly soaring to the peak where Vegeta stood. With a resounding shout, Son Wukong unleashed his fists like the wind, directing a fierce assault towards Vegeta's form. In response, Vegeta raised both hands to defend himself, causing Son Wukong's intended strike to veer off course. With a swift motion, Son Wukong retracted his fists and launched another whirlwind assault on Vegeta. In response, Vegeta raised his arms, simultaneously defending against the onslaught while counterattacking Son Wukong. After exchanging dozens of blows, Vegeta propelled himself backwards, leaping effortlessly to the crests of distant mountain peaks. Whoosh! Upon witnessing the scene, Son Wukong immediately pursued. Vegeta let out a soft chuckle, forcefully stamping his right foot upon the mountain peak behind him, propelling his body swiftly to confront the advancing Son Wukong, and unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist. Bang! Son Wukong was struck forcefully in the face, causing him to be propelled backward, just as he was about to collide with the towering mountain behind him. He exerted a powerful leap with his feet against the ground, swiftly soaring into the air. As Son Wukong surveyed his surroundings, Vegeta's figure suddenly emerged from behind him, launching a swift attack with a blade-like motion of his right hand aimed directly at Son Wukong. Whoosh! As Son Wukong descended, he swiftly pivoted and delivered a kick towards Vegeta. In response, Vegeta deftly retreated, narrowly evading the strike. Subsequently, The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their movements as swift as the wind amidst the skies, with a series of sharp sounds echoing, whoosh, bang, bang, bang. After dozens of exchanges, Vegeta accelerated his assault, delivering powerful punches to Son Wukong's form. With a piercing scream, Son Wukong slightly bent his body downwards. Just then, Vegeta's figure appeared above him, his hands clasped together as he forcefully struck towards Son Wukong's body. With a resounding crash, Son Wukong plummeted downwards like a projectile. Just as he was about to land on a small peak, he executed a backflip, landing gracefully on the summit behind him. Observing this, Vegeta immediately descended onto the small peak in front of Son Wukong. He is truly formidable. Throughout this encounter, he has not even exerted himself seriously. His speed and combat prowess are vastly superior to mine. Son Wukong gazed at the self-assured Vegeta before him, unable to restrain his praise. Come on, unleash your attack. Have you exhausted all your strength? I understand now. Allow me to show you. With a forceful clench of his fists, Son Wukong emitted an abundance of heat, causing his entire body to flush a deep crimson. Subsequently, a fiery red aura enveloped him. The King Kai fist. With a swift motion of his right hand, Son Wukong unleashed a brilliant crimson light. Vegeta, taken aback, propelled himself upward with all his might. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed as the peak upon which Vegeta had stood was obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately transformed into a streak of crimson light, surging towards Vegeta in the sky. Bang! Son Wukong struck fiercely with his right fist, landing a powerful blow upon Vegeta's face, causing Vegeta's head to jerk backward instantaneously. Seizing the opportunity, Son Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches upon Vegeta's face with the swiftness of the wind, landing dozens of strikes in an instant. Subsequently, Son Wukong propelled his right foot forward with great force, sending Vegeta soaring through the air. Bang! With both hands clenched into fists, Son Wukong swiftly descended to the ground, propelling himself towards the ascending figure of Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta's silhouette flickered, and he rapidly appeared before Son Wukong, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his chin. As the aura of the Kaioken dissipated from Son Wukong, his body was propelled backward, soaring a considerable distance. Son Wukong was drenched in cold sweat, his expression grave as he gazed intently at Vegeta before him. Observing this, Vegeta smiled slightly and remarked, "If this is your limit, then it is rather disappointing." Chapter 17. The Triple Kaioken of the Kamehameha. While the two engaged in a fierce battle, Son Wukong's son, Son Gohan, was keenly surveying their surroundings. In the original Dragon Ball series, Dr. Gero had once stated that he had dispatched miniature robots to gather combat data on Son Wukong and Vegeta. After scanning the area for a while, Son Gohan spotted a minuscule white robot, smaller than a fingernail. "I found it," as Son Wukong spoke. His figure flickered, and he swiftly captured the miniature robot. The diminutive automaton, sensing its predicament, immediately began to resist against Son Wukong's grasp. With a cold huff, Son Wufan stored it into the item inventory of the system. At that moment, Piccolo and the others also took notice of Son Wufan's presence in the distance. Son Gohan nodded and swiftly flew to Piccolo's side. "Gohan, what has transpired?" "It's nothing. I thought I saw a shadow, but I must have been mistaken." "I see." Upon hearing this, Piccolo immediately turned his gaze toward the battle involving Goku. Initially, he believed that even after a year of training on King Kai's planet, Goku would not surpass him by much. However, he was astonished to discover just how vast the gap between them had become. Contemplating this, Piccolo clenched his fists tightly. Once this battle concludes, he vowed to devote himself to rigorous training, striving to catch up with Goku. Just then, Vegeta clenched his fists, emanating an immense aura that surged upward with remarkable speed. Boom! The ground trembled violently beneath the influence of Vegeta's energy, sending plumes of sand and debris soaring into the air. Radiating a brilliant golden light, Vegeta summoned dark clouds that enveloped the sky. What an overwhelming force! No sooner had the words left his lips than a fierce wind erupted from Vegeta's body. With a swift motion, Son Wukong raised his right hand to shield himself from the fierce gale, retreating a short distance. At that moment, Vegeta unleashed a powerful roar, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light. Moments later, as tranquility returned, Vegeta elevated his combat power to an impressive 18,000. The tremors of the earth ceased, and the ominous black clouds in the sky dissipated. Sun Wukong glanced around and spoke. Immediately after, he turned his gaze towards Vegeta before him. Due to the surge of energy, Vegeta's expression became remarkably serene. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly let out a fierce shout, his body darting towards Sun Wukong with the speed of lightning. Startled, Sun Wukong had yet to react when he was forcefully struck away by Vegeta's shoulder. In a flash, Vegeta swiftly approached the flying Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful elbow strike to his back. Bang! Sun Wukong's body was struck down, landing upon a small mountain peak. Sun Wukong planted his feet firmly on the ground, his entire being radiating a vast expanse of crimson energy. Kaioken X2. With a powerful roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling towards Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta's figure flickered and reappeared behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swiftly pivoted, only to find a long leg soaring towards him in a flying kick. Bang! Vegeta's right foot struck fiercely against Sun Wukong's chest, sending him hurtling like a projectile into a towering mountain behind him. Wukong, Krillin, and the others, witnessing this, felt a surge of concern arise within them. Vegeta let out a contemptuous chuckle. Kakarot, is this all the strength you possess? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately soared from the great mountain and landed on a small peak, gasping for breath. After a brief moment, his gaze suddenly transformed into one of unwavering determination. There was no other choice. Even if it meant risking injury or even death, he had no option but to elevate the Kaioken to 3 times its power. What's wrong, Kakarot? Have you run out of tricks? Vegeta remarked with a smirk, noticing Sun Wukong's hesitation. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong slowly closed his eyes. My body. You must endure. Vegeta's expression shifted with a hint of surprise. Just at that moment, Sun Wukong opened his eyes wide, emanating a tremendous surge of crimson energy. Triple Kaioken. With a thunderous shout, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of red light, charging toward Vegeta. Taken aback, Vegeta had no time to react before Sun Wukong's right fist struck him with great force. Bang! With a resounding crash, Vegeta's body was propelled like a projectile, soaring through the air. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong propelled himself with remarkable swiftness, appearing above Vegeta. Subsequently, with a forceful thrust of his right fist, he struck Vegeta down from the sky. The impact resonated with a resounding crash as a colossal mountain crumbled under the force of Vegeta's descent, sending a massive cloud of dust swirling into the air. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, and the fiery crimson aura surrounding him gradually dissipated. Having just employed the Kaioken technique at 3 times its usual strength, Sun Wukong managed to inflict some damage upon Vegeta. However, the toll on his own body was immense. Contemplating this, he cast a fleeting glance at his son, Son Gohan, who stood behind him. In truth, had Gohan taken the stage in this battle, it would likely have concluded long ago. Yet, after a year of training on the North Kai's planet, he yearned for the opportunity to spar with Vegeta. Just then, Vegeta unleashed a mighty roar, emanating an overwhelming aura that sent the boulders weighing him down flying. He glanced at his hands, noticing them stained with blood. I'm injured, Vegeta muttered in disbelief. In a fit of rage, he lifted his gaze to the sky where Sun Wukong hovered. With a powerful leap, Vegeta ascended rapidly into the heights above. Due to the immense strain on his body from the Kaioken times 3, Sun Wukong has collapsed onto a small mountain peak. At that very moment, Vegeta clasped his hands behind him, unleashing arcs of purple lightning. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback. He then glanced behind him, pondering whether he intended to annihilate the earth. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Indeed, Kakarot, if you wish to hide, feel free to do so. However, the earth behind you shall not be spared. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly and declared, I shall not evade. Upon finishing his words, Sun Wukong immediately emanated a vast amount of crimson energy, slowly bringing his hands together behind him as he declared, the Kaioken times 3 combined with the Kamehameha. At that very moment, Vegeta completed his energy accumulation and forcefully thrust his hands forward, proclaiming, Final Flash. In an instant, a violet beam of light surged forth from Vegeta, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Chapter 18, The Trump Card. Boom. A violent clash erupted as the Kamehameha collided forcefully with the energy cannon. The ground trembled violently around them. Due to Vegeta's superior strength, the energy cannon swiftly overpowered Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. How infuriating. In a fit of rage, Son Wukong forcefully thrust his hands upwards, momentarily repelling the Kamehameha wave. Witnessing this, Vegeta immediately let out a fierce shout, exerting his power to push the Kamehameha back. With a wail of despair, Son Wukong felt his body beginning to falter. Gohan, Krillin, and the others immediately turned their gaze towards Gohan. It was only through his intervention that there remained a glimmer of hope for the salvation of the Earth. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong maintained an expression of calm. At that moment, Sun Wukong, whose trembling hands had previously betrayed his anxiety, suddenly clenched them tightly. Fourfold Kaioken. With a resounding shout, Sun Wukong once again amplified the Kaioken technique, channeling an incomparably potent energy into the Kamehameha wave, instantly repelling Vegeta's Gallic gun. What? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Despite his attempts to evade, it was already too late. Boom. With an extraordinarily violent sound, Vegeta was struck by his own Gallic gun, emitting an astonishing and anguished scream. After a moment, as the explosion subsided, Vegeta's figure had vanished from the sky. Krillin, has he been annihilated? Not yet. Sun Wukong shook his head. Is there truly nothing? Sun Wukong nodded, his figure flickering as he appeared beside the gravely injured Sun Wukong. Gohan. Sun Wukong called out to Sun Wufan in a voice that was remarkably frail. Sun Wukong nodded and placed a divine bean into Sun Wukong's mouth. Sun Wukong swiftly swallowed the magical beans, mending his physical injuries. Once his body was restored, he sensed that his strength had significantly amplified compared to before. What? Concealed within the clouds, Vegeta's expression instantly shifted, revealing his alarm. Each time a Saiyan narrowly escapes the brink of death, their combat prowess multiplies several times. This implies that Sun Wukong's current fighting ability now surpasses his own. Dreadful. With this realization, a surge of fury ignited within him. Had he known, he would not have held back earlier, and would have resolved the matter swiftly. At that moment, Sun Wukong ascended from below. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta concentrated his energy to conjure an artificial moon and hurled it into the sky. Sun Wukong was taken aback, poised to intervene. Suddenly, he beheld as Vegeta's eyes turned a fierce crimson, and an abundance of ebony sprouted from his body. With a tremendous roar, Vegeta transformed into a colossal ape. The transformation was complete. Krillin and the others, witnessing this spectacle, widened their eyes in astonishment. Boom. No sooner had the words left their lips than Vegeta leapt from the sky, landing heavily upon the ground. The earth was instantly upheaved, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong's expression became solemn. At that very moment, Vegeta let out a mighty roar, his fist striking forcefully at the surrounding mountain peaks. Several mountains crumbled under the impact of Vegeta's powerful blows. Had he lost control? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Vegeta suddenly pivoted, swiftly extending his hands forward to grasp. Sun Wukong was taken aback and swiftly retreated. Was he not out of control? Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly broke into laughter. Kakarot. We elite warriors will never lose control during our transformation into great apes. Will we? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong clenched his fists with great intensity and, like a bolt of lightning, charged towards Vegeta. With a powerful leap, Vegeta swiftly ascended into the air. King Kai Fist. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of crimson light, swiftly maneuvering behind Vegeta. Startled, Vegeta barely had time to react when Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful kick with his right foot, striking Vegeta with tremendous force. A piercing scream erupted from Vegeta as his body soared like a projectile, crashing violently into the mountainside behind him. In the wake of a resounding explosion, a cascade of rocks tumbled down from the mountain, stirring up a vast cloud of dust upon impact with the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Wukong immediately dispelled the crimson aura enveloping him and declared, "Vegeta, you are no longer my match. I advise you to concede and depart from Earth." Krillin, observing this, expressed his confusion. Tianjin, what is happening? Just moments ago, Wukong's strength seemed inferior to his. Yet, after consuming a senza bean, his power surged significantly. I do not know. Tianjin replied, shaking his head. Concede. Vegeta's heart swelled with indignation upon hearing this. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's consumption of the senza bean, which restored his injuries, he would have already triumphed over him, and Wukong would not be so audacious. With this thought, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and declared, Kakarot. Were it not for that bean healing your wounds, you would have succumbed to me long ago. Indeed, without the sins of being, I would have lost to you. However, even so, you possess no chance of victory. What do you mean by that, Kakarot? Vegeta inquired. To be frank, Gohan's strength far surpasses mine. Had he intervened, you would have been vanquished long ago. That little brat. Vegeta's gaze shifted to the distant Gohan. From the very beginning, he had sensed Gohan's extraordinary potential. Yet he never anticipated that Gohan would emerge as their trump card. Kakarot, you claim that little brat's power exceeds yours. Then why do you continue to battle me? Why? Perhaps it is because I yearn to confront formidable foes to enhance my own strength. Formidable foes. Vegeta smiled faintly at this remark, although he found Son Gohan quite irksome. Those words brought him a touch of delight. You just mentioned that little brat's strength is far beyond yours? Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful energy blast towards Son Gohan. Calm and composed, Gohan stood his ground, gently tapping the energy cannon with the index finger of his right hand, instantly dissipating its formidable force. Vegeta was taken aback. Previously, he had suspected that Goku was deceiving him, yet he was astounded to discover that Gohan's power surpassed his wildest imagination. In that moment, Gohan's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Vegeta. Not good. As the words left his lips, Gohan swiftly concentrated a golden energy blade in his right hand, severing Vegeta's tail cleanly in two. With a resounding crash, the severed tail thudded heavily to the ground. Oh no! Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. Almost immediately, his body began to shrink, reverting to his humanoid form. As he beheld his transformation, a wave of anxiety washed over him. In his previous great ape state, he had been no match for Goku and the others. Now, as a mere human, he was even less capable of standing against them. Chapter 19. The battle concludes. Vegeta, you should leave. In your current state, victory is beyond your reach. Goku suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his teeth in fury. Kakarot, I concede this time. But when we meet again, I shall not be defeated. Very well. Son Gohan nodded. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta promptly turned and soared towards his spaceship. Moments later, he activated his vessel and departed from Earth. Krillin exclaimed, he has gone. Indeed. After all, Gohan possesses such formidable strength. He could never hope to defeat him. Yamcha remarked. That is true. Just then, Son Gohan and Gohan approached from the distance. Gohan, Gohan. Krillin called out to them with a broad smile. The two nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Gohan, why did you let that fellow go? He might return to Earth even stronger. Krillin inquired. It's nothing. I merely heard Lord Kai mention that we Saiyans are dwindling in number, so I thought it wise to show him mercy. Is that so? Humph. Piccolo scoffed. Gohan, your excessive compassion will inevitably lead to your own downfall one day. Son Gohan smiled and said, Piccolo, when did you become so concerned about me? Piccolo replied, I am not concerned about you. I merely wanted to remind you for Gohan's sake. Gohan. As Son Gohan spoke, he cast a glance at Son Wufan. Piccolo, you have worked hard this year. Were it not for your efforts, Wufan would not have become as formidable as he is now. Piccolo snorted disdainfully. Do not misunderstand me. Son Gohan, my training of Wufan was solely to harness his strength in our battle against the Saiyans. Son Gohan nodded with a smile. Now that the battle has concluded, shall we all return? Indeed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta, having departed from Earth, gazed at the cosmos before him with clenched fists. Kakarot, Gohan, the next time we meet, I shall surely defeat you. Earth, Baozi Mountain, Son Gohan's residence. At this moment, Son Gohan and Son Gohan soared back to the threshold of their home. Thud, thud. Son Gohan gently rapped on the door. Before long, Chi-Chi emerged and swung it open. Gohan. Upon seeing Gohan safe and sound, Chi-Chi rushed forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace. Startled by such affection, Gohan felt a mix of surprise and delight. At that moment, the Bull Demon King also stepped out from within, lifting Gohan off the ground in a warm gesture. Son Gohan felt a sense of helplessness regarding the situation. In truth, he did not particularly enjoy being held, yet at the tender age of 5, it was quite natural for a child to be embraced. That Saiyan, was it you who defeated him, or was it Goku? After a brief moment of lifting Son Gohan into his arms, the Ox King swiftly set him back down onto the ground. It was my father who vanquished him. Is that so? Then the Saiyan must not be very formidable. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan smiled and remained silent. Well, Gohan, now that the battle has concluded, It is time for you to return to your room and focus on your studies. Grandfather. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately turned his gaze toward the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King, upon hearing the words, wore a look of great dilemma. One was his own daughter, and the other was his grandson. Regardless of whom he chose to assist, it would be a delicate situation. Perhaps Chi-Chi should allow Gohan to finish his lunch before diving into his studies. Dad! Chi-Chi exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of displeasure as she regarded the Bull Demon King. We agreed yesterday that Gohan must study as soon as he returned today. Yet you are indulging him once more. All right, I understand, Chi-Chi. I shall send Gohan to his studies immediately. That is more like it. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong cast a glance at his companion, Son Gohan. Son Wukong remained silent, presumably devoid of any expectations. Consequently, Son Wufan refrained from further discourse and obediently retreated to his chamber to study. Upon returning to his room, Son Wufan retrieved the computer that Bulma had gifted him from the system's inventory. As there was no internet connection at home, he prompted the system to activate its Wi-Fi. Once the computer was operational, Son Wufan promptly extracted the diminutive robot he had captured earlier and, utilizing the system's scanning capabilities, located the robot's computer connection port. Through this connection, Son Wufan swiftly accessed the data collected by the micro-robot. The information was rather scant, comprising solely the details of the battle that had transpired earlier that day between Son Wukong and Vegeta. Son Wukong erased this data and, utilizing micro-robots, located the supercomputer that controlled these diminutive machines. Originally, Son Wukong intended to infiltrate this supercomputer. However, its defenses were exceedingly formidable, rendering Son Wukong's current technological prowess inadequate for such an intrusion. The system, Dr. Gero's supercomputer, is exceedingly difficult to breach. Do you possess any means to assist me in infiltrating this supercomputer? The system coughed slightly. Master, I am a cultivation system, not an omnipotent one. Son Wukong smiled and said, so you also have things that you cannot accomplish. The system replied, it is not that I am incapable. Rather, I am a principled system. Assisting others in hacking into computers is certainly not the conduct of an upright individual. Is that so? In that case, I shall dedicate my time to studying how to infiltrate this computer alone. If I cannot succeed in a day, I shall take 2. If 2 days prove insufficient, then I will extend my efforts to a month, or even a year. Upon hearing this, the system fell silent, pondering deeply. Son Wukong clearly threatened him. As for that, master, I have just pondered deeply and concluded that Dr. Gero is indeed a villain. My assistance to you is, in fact, a service to justice. Son Wukong nodded. So, system, how can I infiltrate this supercomputer? It's quite simple, allow me. No sooner had he spoken than Son Wukong's computer successfully breached Dr. Gero's supercomputer. Remarkable. Upon witnessing the success of the infiltration, Son Wukong promptly began to examine the data stored within Dr. Gero's supercomputer. Before long, he stumbled upon the files pertaining to Androids 16 through 20. Notably, Android 16 had already been successfully created by Dr. Gero, while Androids 17 and 18 were still in the process of being developed. As for Androids 19 and 20, only design sketches had been drawn. Androids 17 and 18. As Son Wukong gazed upon the design schematics displayed on the computer, he found himself lost in contemplation. The androids number 17 and number 18 were products of human modification, and Dr. Gero's control technology was far from sophisticated. Thus, even if Son Wukong were to alter the original programming set forth by Dr. Gero, it would bear little significance. On the other hand, it might be worthwhile to experiment with the programming of androids number 19 and 20. However, it remained uncertain whether Dr. Gero would, akin to the original narrative, transform himself into android number 20. Chapter 20. Son Wukong's clone versus Piccolo. After a moment of contemplation, Son Wukong exited Dr. Gero's supercomputer, retracting the microbots back into the system. The androids 19 and 20 had yet to be created, rendering him incapable of inputting any programs for them. It was at this precise moment that Son Wukong was abruptly startled by the sound of the doorknob turning. Son Gohan promptly frightenedly stowed the computer away within the system. As the door swung open, a tall and imposing figure entered the room. It was none other than Son Gohan's grandfather, the Ox King. Gohan, it's time to eat. All right. Son Wukong nodded. After lunch, Son Gohan was peacefully slumbering at home. As the clock approached 2 o'clock, Chi-Chi gently knocked on the door and entered his room, rousing the sleeping Gohan. Gohan, it is nearly 2 o'clock. It is time for you to study. Study. In a daze, Son Wukong inquired, "You should freshen up, and then begin your studies and exercises." "All right." As Son Wukong spoke, he promptly rose from his bed and dashed into the bathroom. Upon entering, he swiftly closed the door behind him, then took a strand of hair that had fallen earlier that day and transformed it into a replica of himself. "You shall read in my stead," he proclaimed. "Indeed," nodded the doppelganger. In an instant, Son Wukong teleported to the towering peak where Piccolo was immersed in his meditative training. Sensing the energy of Son Wukong, Piccolo immediately opened his eyes. "Wukong!" exclaimed Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Son Wufan immediately responded, "Wufan, didn't you return home? How did you end up here?" "My mother wishes for me to study, but I am not particularly inclined towards it, so I came to visit you." "I see. However, won't your mother be worried about this?" "Not at all, Uncle Piccolo. I left a clone at home." "A clone?" As Son Wukong spoke, he swiftly plucked a hair from his head, transforming it into a clone of himself. "Uncle Piccolo, behold, this is my doppelganger." Piccolo stared in astonishment upon witnessing the spectacle. The doppelgangers of Son Wukong possess an identical aura and appearance to that of Son Wukong himself. Without meticulous discernment, it would indeed be challenging to tell them apart. "So, Wukong, how many such doppelgangers can you create?" "I am uncertain, but I believe a few thousand should pose no difficulty." "A few thousand? Indeed. Can they engage in battle?" "Certainly, although they possess merely 1,000th of my strength." 1,000th? Can they transform into Super Saiyans? If their combat power is sufficient, I believe it is feasible. Upon hearing this, Piccolo immediately conjured visions in his mind of thousands of Super Saiyans. If Son Wukong were to truly become that formidable, he feared he would not even measure up to a single strand of Wukong's hair. Contemplating this, Piccolo's resolve to grow stronger became ever more resolute. "So, Wukong, could you allow your doppelgangers to engage in combat with me?" Son Wukong, despite being diminished 1,000-fold, can he still triumph? Son Wukong was taken aback. "Uncle Piccolo, are you going to battle my doppelganger?" "Indeed, is there an issue with that?" Son Wukong smiled and said, "No, not at all. I merely feel a sense of astonishment." He could not admit that Piccolo was unable to defeat his doppelganger. Upon hearing this, Piccolo felt a mixture of doubt and curiosity. "In that case, let him engage in a match with me first." "Oh, very well." Son Gohan nodded. Upon finishing his words, his doppelganger swiftly positioned itself in front of Piccolo. The two exchanged a brief glance before swiftly retreating, creating a considerable distance between them for their battle. "Shall we begin?" Piccolo addressed Son Gohan's doppelganger. Son Gohan's doppelganger nodded slightly. "Huh." Upon witnessing this, Piccolo immediately let out a loud shout, clenching his fist as he charged towards Son Gohan's doppelganger. In no time, Piccolo reached the forefront of Son Gohan's doppelganger, his fist striking like the wind in an assault directed at him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Son Wukong's doppelganger subtly shifted his body, effortlessly evading Piccolo's assault. "What?" Piccolo gasped, swiftly retreating. At that moment, Son Wukong's doppelganger flickered and turned, appearing right before Piccolo, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Piccolo let out a cry of agony as he was sent hurtling back, crashing into the towering mountains behind him. Upon witnessing the scene, Son Wukong immediately covered his face. He had initially intended for his doppelganger to retain its hands. However, with Piccolo in close proximity, he found it difficult to express this desire openly. Had he foreseen this, he would have requested the system to teach him telepathy. Just then, Piccolo, panting heavily, slowly began to rise from the ground. "Huh." After observing Son Wukong's doppelganger for a brief moment, Piccolo charged once more at it. Swish. Bang. 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 Piccolo's fists landed forcefully upon the doppelganger, which simultaneously defended itself while retreating. Boom. As Piccolo cornered the doppelganger against a colossal mountain, its form suddenly vanished, causing Piccolo's right fist to strike the mountain with tremendous force. "Damn it!" Piccolo shouted in frustration, quickly pivoting around. At that moment, the doppelganger reappeared in midair, executing a whirlwind kick aimed at Piccolo. With a resounding crash, Piccolo was sent crashing into the mountain behind him, while the ground erupted in a cloud of dust and debris. Swish. Thud. As Son Wukong's doppelganger firmly planted its feet on the ground, it stood before Piccolo with an expression of serene composure. Upon witnessing this, Gohan immediately soared to his doppelganger and exclaimed, "Uncle Piccolo, why did you strike so fiercely?" To which Piccolo retorted, "Did you not just instruct me to engage with him?" Gohan replied, "I did advise you to spar with him, But I did not mean for you to employ such excessive force. Piccolo responded, I have already shown restraint. I assumed you wished for me to train him. At that moment, Piccolo rose from beneath the massive stone and declared, Gohan, do not hold back your doppelganger. Allow him to unleash his full potential. Understood. Son Gohan nodded. Just then, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, and it was none other than Son Wukong. Father. As soon as the words left his lips, Son Wukong swiftly landed before the two of them. Son Wukong cast a glance at Son Wufan and his doppelganger, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Two Wufans? He inquired. Not two Wufans, but rather one Wufan's doppelganger. Piccolo remarked, arms crossed. A doppelganger, you say? Piccolo nodded in affirmation. I thought it peculiar to sense three distinct auras of Wufan. Son Wukong gazed at the true form of Son Wufan and inquired, You must truly be Wufan, are you not? Son Wukong nodded. Is the Gohan at home also a manifestation of yourself? Chapter 21, The Elder in the Dream. Son Gohan nodded once more. So Gohan, your doppelganger shouldn't be discovered by Chi-Chi, right? No, my doppelganger possesses memories identical to mine. Is that so? But from where did you learn such an impressive technique? I acquired it in my dreams. In your dreams? Indeed, while dreaming. I encountered an elderly gentleman who taught me the art of doppelgangers. In your dreams? You can still recall everything from that dream, Gohan? Piccolo questioned, harboring skepticism. Absolutely. That old man not only taught me the technique of doppelgangers, but also the art of instantaneous movement. Instantaneous movement? What is that, Gohan? Son Wukong inquired. Upon hearing Son Wufan's nonsensical ramblings, the system could not help but let out a cold snort, saying, What do you mean dreaming of an old man? It is clearly I who bestowed this knowledge upon you. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan chose to disregard the system and instead began to elucidate the concept of instant transmission to Son Wukong. Instant transmission is a technique that allows one to sense the energy of another and instantaneously appear in their vicinity. The range of this ability is vast. Even if the individual you seek resides on a distant planet in the cosmos, as long as you can perceive their energy, you can instantly transport yourself to that very planet. Is it truly possible to teleport to another's planet? Son Wukong nodded. So, Gohan, could you teach me this technique? Certainly, but this technique is rather challenging to master and may require a considerable amount of time. No worries, I can learn at a leisurely pace. As Son Wukong spoke, he cast a glance at Piccolo, who was still covered in a fair amount of sand and dust. Piccolo, were you just engaged in battle with Gohan? No. I was merely sparring with his doppelganger. Son Wukong gazed at the weaker essence of Son Wufan's doppelganger. So, Piccolo, have you managed to defeat Wufan's clone? Not at all, Piccolo replied, shaking his head. Then, Wufan, may I engage in a duel with your doppelganger? Of course. Son Gohan spoke, casting a glance at his doppelganger as a subtle signal. The battle prowess of Gohan's doppelganger exceeds at least 800,000 points. Given Goku's current strength, it is utterly impossible for him to prevail against such a formidable opponent. Thus, he contemplates allowing his doppelganger to hold back, so that Goku may not suffer an embarrassing defeat. Upon witnessing Son Wukong's agreement, he swiftly soared to a nearby expanse of open ground. Upon witnessing the emergence of Son Wukong's doppelganger, Son Gohan immediately soared to a position several hundred meters in front of Son Wukong. Son Wukong chuckled softly, positioning his hands in a combat stance, and said, Well then, Gohan, shall we begin? Son Gohan's doppelganger nodded in agreement. Huh. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong let out a thunderous roar, swiftly propelling himself towards the avatar of Son Gohan, launching a flurry of punches and kicks akin to the swift winds. Targeting the doppelganger with unrelenting ferocity, Son Gohan subtly shifted his body, effortlessly evading Goku's assault. Son Wukong was taken aback. At that moment, Son Gohan's clone suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Son Wukong. No, it had disappeared. As the words left his lips, the clone of Son Gohan leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick with its right foot aimed at Son Wukong. Bang! Son Wukong was forcefully propelled away, crashing into a towering mountain before him. An avalanche of boulders immediately cascaded down from the mountain, burying Son Wukong beneath their weight. How infuriating! In a fit of rage, Son Wukong swiftly rose from the ground. King Kai Fist. With a thunderous shout, a blazing crimson aura enveloped him. In an instant, he shot forth like a red flash towards Gohan's doppelganger. Just as he was about to reach his target, the figure of Gohan's doppelganger suddenly vanished. Bang! Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately halted, casting his gaze around. At that moment, the figure of Son Gohan's doppelganger abruptly materialized to Sun Wukong's left, delivering a powerful kick towards his body with his right foot. Bang! With the swiftness of a shooting star, Sun Wukong was forcefully kicked down from the sky. With a thunderous crash, he landed heavily upon the ground, sending a vast cloud of dust billowing into the air. After a brief moment, as the swirling dust settled, a considerable deep pit was revealed on the surface below. Sun Wukong gasped for breath, his eyes fixated on the image of Son Gohan in the sky. Remarkable. Just 2 strikes. And I was nearly unable to bear the strain on my body. Huh. As Sun Wukong spoke, he clenched his fists with great determination and unleashed the Kaioken technique once more. 5 times Kaioken. With a resounding shout, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of crimson light, surging towards the clone of his son, Gohan. The 5 times Kaioken represented the pinnacle of his physical capabilities. If even this formidable technique could not best Gohan's clone, there would be no reason for him to continue the battle. What? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Sun Wukong's current combat power is at least around 20 to 30,000. If he were to employ the Kaioken technique at 5 times its normal strength, his combat power would soar to over 100,000. Bang! At that moment, Sun Wukong approached the doppelganger of Son Gohan and unleashed a powerful punch with his right fist. Son Gohan swiftly evaded the punch by sidestepping to the side. As Sun Wukong soared through the air to the rear of his son Gohan's doppelganger, he swiftly descended to the ground before reversing his course. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a powerful blow from his right fist upon the body of Gohan's clone. Son Gohan's doppelganger was suddenly propelled backward, soaring 1,000 meters away. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately concealed his aura and soared to Son Gohan's side, inquiring, Gohan, did you instruct your doppelganger to hold back? Sun Wukong frequently engages in combat, naturally allowing him to discern the prowess of his opponents. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Sun Wukong's clone has exhibited a lackluster performance, lacking in substance. Was I too lenient, perhaps? At this moment, Piccolo, with a displeased expression, interjected, Gohan, if you continue to hold back with your clones, we shall challenge you directly. Understood, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan bowed his head in acknowledgement. Observing his humility, Piccolo chose not to hold a grudge. So, Gohan, to what extent does your doppelganger possess your strength? 1,000th. 1,000th. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Are you saying that my current strength is less than 1,000th of Gohan's? Piccolo, it's not just you. I am in the same predicament. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong felt a flicker of solace within his heart. Very well, from this day forth, I shall devote myself to rigorous training, striving to catch up with Gohan post-haste. Piccolo remained silent, for he currently fell short of even Sun Wukong's prowess, let alone the formidable Gohan. Pray tell, Gohan, how have you become so remarkably strong over the course of this past year? Chapter 22. Frisia. Oh, it's nothing really. I merely perform push-ups daily. And Aunt Bulma constructed a gravity chamber with 100-fold gravity. A gravity chamber? Indeed, father. As Sun Wukong spoke, he retrieved a universal capsule, pressed its switch, and tossed it onto the adjacent empty ground. With a puff of white smoke, a semicircular structure materialized. This abode was none other than Sun Wukong's gravity chamber. Father, this is Aunt Bulma's gravity room. As Sun Wukong and Piccolo entered the house, Son Gohan spoke while opening the door. Sun Wukong glanced around the hall and remarked, Wufan, is this not merely an ordinary house? To which Wufan replied, Father, this is indeed a dwelling place. The gravity chamber is located within. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong promptly followed Son Gohan inside. Shortly thereafter, the 3 of them arrived at the gravity chamber. Son Gohan briefly introduced the gravity chamber to Sun Wukong. Is the maximum gravity 300 times? Yes, father. If we wish to increase the gravity further, we would need to seek assistance from Aunt Bulma. It's all right. I don't need it at the moment anyway. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the trio began their training within the gravity chamber. Meanwhile, at Baozi Mountain, in the residence of Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi was diligently reviewing the exercises completed by Sun Wufan's doppelganger. Upon examining the answers, she discovered that every single problem had been solved correctly. Excellent, all correct. Indeed, my Wufan is the most intelligent. So, Wufan, what would you like for dinner? Mother will prepare it for you. braised pig trotters, sweet and sour ribs. Son Gohan's doppelganger spoke at length about the various dishes that he enjoys. Oh, splendid. Now, Gohan, do continue to devote yourself to your studies. Indeed. Son Wukong's son nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Chi-Chi promptly exited Son Wukong's chamber. What kind of dish is this sweet and sour spare ribs? Evening fell. As Son Wukong observed that his training for the day was nearing completion, he retrieved the heavenly mirror to ascertain the situation at home. Through the mirror, he beheld Chi-Chi diligently preparing a meal in the kitchen. After gathering information about his household, Son Wukong instantaneously teleported back to his room, exchanging places with his doppelganger. Time swiftly passed, and in a blink, over half a month had elapsed. During this period, Son Wukong had been engaged in training alongside Piccolo and the others in the North Galaxy. At that moment, a massive spaceship resembling a disk was traversing the cosmos towards planet Namek. This vessel belonged to Frieza. Following Vegeta's defeat, Frieza had learned of Vegeta's intentions to visit Earth from his subordinates. Subsequently, he recalled that the Dragon Balls also resided on planet Namek, prompting him to instruct his followers to take him there. In the control room of Frieza's spaceship, Frieza held a glass of red wine, filled to about 1/3. Observing the vast expanse of space through the window. How long until we reach planet Namek? He inquired. Your Excellency Frieza, it should be approximately 10 more minutes, replied Sabo. Oh, Frieza responded nonchalantly, savoring his wine. Frieza, what wish do you intend to make by personally collecting the Dragon Balls on planet Namek? Dodoria, feeling rather bored, curiously posed the question. Frieza smiled and replied, I desire eternal youth, so that I may continue my reign indefinitely. Indeed, that is quite an admirable wish. Frieza nodded in agreement. In Sector 79 of Frieza's planet, a world under his dominion, Vegeta's spaceship had just landed. Vegeta, gravely injured, had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, even in his stupor, he muttered the names of Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan. With a soft sound, the spaceship's door opened. Frieza's subordinates, aware that this vessel belonged to Vegeta, respectfully lined up on either side to await his arrival. As the door fully opened, Frieza's soldiers quickly laid eyes on the severely wounded Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, exclaimed a squad leader among Frieza's subordinates, immediately ordering his men to carry Vegeta for treatment. Meanwhile, on Earth, at this moment, Sun Wukong was engrossed in his training when a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your combat power has reached 1 billion. As a reward, you have been granted the ability to survive in the cosmic realm, the Shadow Battle Axe. The Super Spirit Bomb, which allows you to harness the energy of others without raising your hands, and 999 heavenly beans. The Shadow Battle Axe. As the system concluded its announcement, a wealth of knowledge regarding the Super Spirit Bomb flooded into Sun Wukong's mind. Instantly, a purple axe materialized in the system's inventory, and the count of heavenly beans increased from 88 to 1087. System, what purpose does a mere axe serve me? To chop wood? He inquired. A cough echoed from the system. Master, this Shadow Battle Axe can cleave through iron like mud. It is undoubtedly a formidable weapon for slaying foes. But I have no desire to wield a weapon. He protested. No worries, Master. Even without your direct control, the Shadow Battle Axe can assist you in dealing with adversaries. Without my control? He queried, intrigued. Indeed, Master. This is the most advanced battle axe. Simply command it to slay, and it shall obey. Is it truly that impressive? He asked, astonished. Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong promptly retrieved the Shadow Battle Axe from the system. Weighing 1,000 pounds, the axe posed no challenge for Sun Wukong. Shadow Battle Axe, assist me in felling the tree ahead. Sun Wufan pointed towards the grand tree ahead. Upon receiving his command, the Shadow Battle Axe immediately swung towards the tree. With a soft crack, the axe effortlessly felled the majestic tree. Excellent. Can the Shadow Battle Axe fell 10 trees in a single stroke? Upon hearing this, the axe spun gracefully in midair, transforming into 10 Shadow Battle Axes. Subsequently, all 10 axes simultaneously struck down upon the 10 trees before them. With another gentle sound, the 10 trees toppled all at once. The 10 Shadow Battle Axes suddenly merged into one, as if a mere illusion. How many axes can you conjure at once, Shadow Battle Axe? Upon this inquiry, the axe whirled once more in the sky. Hundreds of Shadow Battle Axes lined up neatly into 10 rows. 100. The Shadow Battle Axe nodded as if it possessed a sentient will. Just then, a voice from the system echoed. Master, Frieza and his crew have already departed for Namek, and they will arrive in just 1 minute. All right, I understand. As Son Wukong spoke, he swiftly conjured a doppelganger from his own hair to remain in place, and in an instant, teleported to a village on planet Namek. Chapter 23. The Relocation of the Namekians. Are you Son Wukong? Inquired a Namekian with a keen memory, having recognized the suddenly materialized figure of Son Wukong. Son Gohan nodded. Frieza is approaching swiftly. You must take me to see the Grand Elder at once. Additionally, gather everyone, for I shall lead you to Earth. Yes, Earth. Very well. I shall escort you to the Grand Elder now. Naru, please summon the villagers. Understood, Naru replied. And without delay, the Namekian guided Son Gohan to the Grand Elder. Moments later, Son Gohan stood before the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, Son Gohan has arrived. The Grand Elder nodded and spoke. Gohan, have you come to assist us in vanquishing Frieza? Indeed. However, before confronting Frieza, I must first ensure your safety in a secure location. A secure location, you mean Earth? Precisely. Very well, I understand. I shall instruct them to comply with your wishes. Son Gohan nodded. Meanwhile, Frieza's spaceship had landed on Namek. Through the window of the spacecraft, Frieza beheld the azure sky outside. Is this Namek? He inquired. Indeed, Lord Frieza, replied Dodoria. Then, you too, assist me in locating the Dragon Balls of Namek. Yes, Lord Frieza. Elsewhere, the Grand Elder had summoned all the Namekians on the planet to gather together. With a swift motion, Son Gohan teleported, causing the Namekians to be transported in batches to Earth. As Dodoria and Salza prepared to embark on their quest for the Dragon Balls, they noticed a significant number of powerful energies vanishing from the battle detection device, their faces betraying surprise. Salza, I observed a considerable amount of power dissipating. Could it be that someone has preemptively located the Namekians? There is a possibility, but who could it be? I'm uncertain. But if someone has indeed found the Namekians before us, that individual must possess strength surpassing ours. Salza nodded in agreement. Although they were formidable, they doubted their ability to eliminate so many Namekians in such a brief span of time. Regardless of who it may be, I believe they would not dare to offend Lord Frieza. In a forest on Earth, a multitude of Namekians had gathered. These were the Namekians that Son Gohan had brought back from their home planet. The overwhelming presence of Nail and the others quickly attracted Krillin and his companions. Oh no! So many Namekians! Krillin exclaimed, his legs weakening as he stumbled back a few steps. Uncle Krillin. At that moment, Son Gohan emerged from the crowd of Namekians. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded with a smile and said, Who are they? They are the Namekians, and they are also relatives of Uncle Piccolo. Krillin exclaimed, Relatives of Piccolo. No wonder they resemble him so closely. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. So, Gohan, how did they come to be here? Frieza invaded their planet, so I brought them to Earth. You brought them? Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Just then, Son Wukong and Piccolo descended from the sky. The surrounding Namekians immediately displayed expressions of astonishment upon seeing Piccolo. Gohan. Is he the Uncle Piccolo you mentioned? Inquired a Namekian named Nick. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Gohan, who are they? Uncle Piccolo. They are Namekians from the planet Namek. Namekians? How did they come to be here? Upon hearing this, Gohan immediately informed Piccolo and the others about Frieza's intention to seize the Dragon Balls on planet Namek. Frieza? Gohan. How did you come to know about the Namekians? Son Gohan smiled and said, These are all things that the old man in my dreams told me. Is that so? Piccolo replied, feeling somewhat skeptical. Then, Gohan, is this being called Frieza truly that powerful? Son Wukong inquired, impressive. Is that so? If given the opportunity, I would truly relish the chance to engage in a battle with him and ascertain his prowess. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong's son seemed to have an epiphany. Father, Uncle Piccolo, shall we go together to meet the Grand Elder? The Grand Elder? Son Gohan nodded and led the two individuals to meet the Grand Elder. Soon, they stood before the Grand Elder. Grand Elder. The Grand Elder acknowledged with a nod. Gohan, who are they? This is my father, Son Wukong, and this is Uncle Piccolo. Grand Elder. Piccolo respectfully addressed the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded in response. Could it be that you are a descendant of Catus? Catus? Indeed, many years ago. A transformation occurred on planet Namek, and Catus departed alone, never to be heard from again. It turns out he arrived on Earth. So that is the case. The Grand Elder nodded. You brought him here so that I might reveal his lineage? No. Son Wukong shook his head and said, Elder, I implore you to assist them in unlocking the potential that lies within. Son Wukong, unleash your potential. Excellent. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder swiftly consented. Now, Son Wukong, please step forward with your companions. Oh, upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately positioned himself before the Grand Elder. Observing this, Piccolo swiftly took his place to Son Wukong's left. The Grand Elder, witnessing the scene, placed his hand upon Son Wukong's forehead, and a surge of white energy instantaneously flowed into Son Wukong's being. Very well, Son Wukong. You may summon Piccolo now. The Grand Elder gradually lifted his hand and spoke. All right. As Son Wukong spoke, he immediately stepped back. Witnessing this, Piccolo promptly approached the Elder. The Elder, upon seeing him, raised his right hand, unleashing Piccolo's latent potential. Very well, Piccolo exclaimed, glancing at his own hands and discovering that his strength had significantly increased compared to before. Thank you, Elder. The Elder nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly led them back to where Krillin and the others were. Goku, have you seen the Grand Elder? Krillin inquired. Indeed, we have met the Grand Elder, who even assisted us in unlocking our inner potential. Unlocking our inner potential? Son Wukong nodded. Then, Wukong, can you ask the Elder to help me unleash the potential within me? You must ask Gohan about that. Wukong replied. Gohan. Krillin glanced toward Son Gohan. At that moment, Naru, who was standing among the crowd, stepped forward. The Elder has very little time remaining. I hope you will refrain from further disturbing him. Chapter 24. Sabo and Dodoria, very little time left? Krillin exclaimed, his eyes widening. Indeed, Naru affirmed with a nod. In that case, we shall not inconvenience the Elder any longer. Krillin said with a smile. Naru nodded in agreement. So, Gohan, when will you assist us in defeating Frieza? Defeat Frieza? Krillin and the others looked at Son Gohan, astonished. Gohan, are you going to help them defeat Frieza? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. I have already pledged my allegiance to their Grand Elder. Frieza, unable to obtain the Dragon Balls on Namek, will undoubtedly turn his attention towards Earth's Dragon Balls. Thus, rather than waiting for him to arrive, it is far more prudent to take the initiative. Therefore, Gohan, I shall accompany you. Son Wukong declared. Piccolo, Gohan, I shall accompany you. Krillin, witnessing this, intended to speak up, yet upon reflecting on his own abilities, deemed it wiser to remain silent. Very well. Son Wukong nodded. However, upon arriving at Namek, you must all heed my command. The two individuals nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan executed a swift instant transmission, bringing the two companions to the planet Namek. During their departure, he had sensed Frieza's energy, which enabled him to return to Namek whenever he detected it. Once the trio arrived, they soon laid eyes upon a colossal spaceship. It was Frieza's vessel. At that moment, Frieza was aboard, reprimanding Dodoria and his associate for their return. Suddenly, he spotted the three figures of Piccolo and his companions outside the spaceship. Dodoria, is that not a Namekian? Frieza inquired, prompting Dodoria and Sabo to follow his gaze. Where they beheld Goku. Namekian. Furthermore, there are Saiyans. Sabo remarked, observing Goku's hairstyle. A Saiyan, indeed? Yet, he appears to lack a tail, Dodoria noted. Perhaps it was removed. However, aside from Vegeta, are there not only a few Saiyans left on Earth? Indeed, Sabo nodded, which suggests he might be from Earth. Earth, Dodoria, Sabo. I care not whence this Saiyan hails. My primary concern lies with the Dragon Balls of Namek. Capture that Namekian and inquire about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Frieza commanded from his hovering chair. Understood, Lord Frieza. The two hastily rushed outside. Soon, they emerged and flew before the trio. Who are you? Have you hidden the Namekians of this planet? Dodoria questioned, eyeing the three. Piccolo scoffed. We have not concealed any Namekians. They have merely journeyed to another planet. Another planet? Which one? Dodoria pressed. Piccolo smirked. Do you truly believe I would divulge that information? Damn it, you dare to mock me. Dodoria's fists clenched tightly. What of it? If you have any sense, you will vacate this planet. Otherwise, you shall never depart. Is that so? Dodoria retorted, activating the scouter on his left eye. Beep beep 20. 00022. 000. Upon seeing the readings on the scouter, a look of surprise crossed Dodoria's face. Initially, he had presumed Piccolo was merely boasting. Yet he realized Piccolo possessed considerable strength. However, with Piccolo's power level being merely 20,000 and his own at 22,000, He believed he could ultimately prevail if he unleashed his full might. A power level of 20,000, is it? Upon hearing this, Sabo's expression grew somewhat grave. Dodoria nodded. What about the other two? Let me see. As Dodoria spoke, he aimed the battle power detector at Goku and Gohan. Beep beep, 5,000, 5,000. Upon seeing that both of their battle powers were 5,000, Dodoria immediately let out a sigh of relief. 5,000, huh? Sabo, upon hearing this, cast a disdainful glance at Goku and his son. Then Dodoria, you handle that Namekian, and I shall take on these two. Dodoria, upon hearing this, looked at Sabo with evident dissatisfaction. It was rather unfair for him to tackle a strong opponent while Sabo faced two weaker ones. One must admit that Sabo was truly being ridiculous. What's wrong? Sabo, why don't you take on that Namekian while I deal with these two Saiyans? Are you afraid of that Namekian, Dodoria? Who was afraid of that Namekian? I merely wanted to switch opponents. Is that not permissible? Piccolo, witnessing this exchange, remained silent, secretly thinking to himself that he was, in fact, the weakest among them. Dodoria then suggested, let us play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins will fight those two Saiyans. Rock, paper, scissors it is. As they prepared to play, Piccolo suddenly launched an energy wave at both of them. The two quickly dodged as the energy wave exploded behind them with a deafening boom. Damn it! Dodoria clenched his fists, glaring furiously at Piccolo. Sabo was equally infuriated by this. Piccolo scoffed, you two should stop underestimating me. Even if you teamed up, you would not stand a chance against me. What did you say? Dodoria immediately became furious. Initially, he thought dealing with Piccolo would be somewhat troublesome, which is why he and Sabo were exchanging jabs. However, with Piccolo's taunt, he was determined to teach him a lesson. Sabo, we won't play rock, paper, scissors anymore. I'll handle this guy. All right. Sabo nodded. With that, Dodoria turned his gaze toward Piccolo. With a thunderous shout, Dodoria charged at Piccolo like a flash of lightning. Piccolo clenched his fists and met him head-on. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. Soon, the two found themselves face to face, their fists colliding with great force. Sabo, witnessing this, swiftly clapped his hands together and unleashed several energy waves toward Goku and Gohan. With a swift motion of his right hand, Son Gohan deftly deflected the energy wave launched by Sabo. What? Sabo gasped in astonishment. Before he could react, Son Gohan's figure abruptly materialized before him, delivering a powerful punch to Sabo's abdomen. Sabo cried out in agony as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the spacecraft behind him. With a resounding explosion, a gaping hole was created in the bottom of the ship, from which thick plumes of smoke immediately billowed forth. Chapter 25. The naive Dodoria Lord Sabo. Sabo. Both Dodoria and the surrounding soldiers were instantly struck with shock. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo sent the distracted Dodoria flying. Curse it! Dodoria forcefully planted his feet, coming to a rapid halt on the ground. He then checked Sabo's power level with the scouter, only to discover that Sabo's combat strength had plummeted to a mere fraction. How could this be? That brat's power level was supposedly only 5,000, yet he managed to defeat Sabo so effortlessly? Piccolo chuckled. Your so-called scouter merely measures the intensity of our ki, which is why you perceive Gohan's strength as merely 5,000. The intensity of ki? Indeed. As Piccolo spoke, he clenched his fists, unleashing an astonishing aura. At that moment, the scouter on Dodoria's left eye began to beep incessantly. Beep beep. 21,000. 22,000. 35,000. 35,000. Dodoria was taken aback. His maximum power level was only 22,000, yet Piccolo surpassed him by a staggering 13,000. Now you should comprehend. I understand. Dodoria's forehead and back were drenched in cold sweat. It turned out that the three of them were merely playing the role of underdogs while he alone was the Navi one. Could you possibly spare my life? I was sent by Lord Frisia to eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Piccolo immediately concentrated a golden energy wave in his right hand, aimed directly at Dodoria. Piccolo. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong intended to intervene. However, Doria had already been vanquished by the energy wave unleashed by Piccolo. Humph. Piccolo scoffed. Son Wukong, I shall not be as merciful as you. After all, these individuals are invaders by nature. I understand, Piccolo. Son Wukong nodded. Then, Piccolo, let us meet this individual known as Frisia. Indeed, Piccolo agreed. At that moment, Frisia emerged from the spacecraft, accompanied by Captain Jinyu and a multitude of soldiers. As Frisia made his entrance, The three turned their gazes upon him. Frieza let out a chilling laugh and addressed Jinyu beside him. Jinyu, capture that Namekian and eliminate the other two. Jinyu trembled at the command. Your Majesty, Frieza, Dodoria and Zarbon are no match for them. I fear that I alone. Enough. Frieza interrupted with a cold glare. Very well. I shall carry out your orders and eradicate those two Saiyans at once. With that, Jinyu charged towards Sun Wukong and his companions. In no time, Jinyu reached Sun Wukong, launching a powerful right punch forward. Whoosh! Sun Wukong subtly leaned back, evading the impending attack. Observing this, Chiao-E raised his fist once more, aiming to strike Sun Wukong. In that moment, Sun Wukong swiftly lifted his right hand and delivered a formidable blow to Chiao-E's abdomen. Chiao-E let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground. Frieza, witnessing this, immediately turned to the surrounding soldiers and exclaimed, "What are you all doing? Why aren't you advancing?" At his command, the soldiers surged forward towards Sun Wukong and his companions. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Wukong swiftly retrieved the Shadow Battle Axe from the inventory of the system. Shadow Battle Axe, eradicate them all, he commanded. In response to his directive, the Shadow Battle Axe transformed into a colossal axe, cleaving towards the approaching soldiers. With a thunderous crash, the ground was rent asunder, creating a vast chasm into which numerous soldiers plunged, succumbing to the tremors induced by the axe. Subsequently, the Shadow Battle Axe danced through the air, unleashing formidable sword strikes upon the soldiers below. In no time, those soldiers were vanquished by the onslaught of the axe's might. Piccolo, taken aback, turned to Sun Wukong and inquired, "Wukong, from where did you acquire this axe?" "I found it on the ground," Sun Wukong replied. Piccolo, momentarily speechless, pondered the absurdity of the situation. Previously, Sun Wukong had fabricated a tale involving a mysterious elder regarding his transformation technique. Yet now he merely claimed to have stumbled upon it on the ground. "Found it on the ground? Pray tell, Wukong, where exactly did you find it?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Is it truly atop Bao Mountain?" As Sun Wukong spoke, he cast a glance at Frieza, who was seated in a baby carriage. "Frieza, all your subordinates have been vanquished by us. I advise you to depart from planet Namek." Frieza responded with a cold laugh. "This is the first time I have been told to leave someone else's planet." With a cold snort, Sun Wukong remarked, "This planet was never yours to begin with. Is it truly wrong for you to depart?" Frieza chuckled softly, responding, "How intriguing. It is my first encounter with someone as fascinating as you. Might I inquire your name?" "I am called Sun Wukong," replied the warrior. "Sun Wukong," Frieza mused, stroking his chin. "That does not seem to be a name typical of a Saiyan." "Indeed, it is not a Saiyan name, for I am a Saiyan raised on Earth," Sun Wukong clarified. "A Saiyan reared on Earth, you say? Does that imply you have triumphed over Vegeta?" "Indeed." Sun Wukong nodded. "Your name is Sun Wukong, is it? Then who are those two individuals? And who is that little spirit?" Sun Wukong nodded. "What is his name?" "His name is Sun Wufan." "And what about the Namekian?" "He is called Piccolo." "Now, Sun Wukong, would you be so kind as to enlighten me as to the whereabouts of the Namekians on this planet? If you are willing to share this information, I could offer you the opportunity to succeed Captain Chiao-E in his position." Sun Wukong let out a cold snort. "Who would want to be your subordinate? Even if I knew, I would never reveal it." "Is that so?" Frieza replied with a chilling smile. "In that case, I shall take matters into my own hands and compel you to tell me." At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly pointed at Frieza's flying chair and exclaimed, "Is that the Uncle Piccolo's baby carriage?" "A baby carriage?" Frieza, upon hearing this, glared at Son Gohan with a face full of fury. Son Gohan remarked that his chair resembled a baby carriage, which seemed to mock his stature. "However, I believe that was not the intention." Just then, Frieza unleashed a beam of death from his right index finger towards Son Gohan. Suddenly, a shadowy battle axe descended from the heavens, intercepting the attack before it reached Son Gohan. The death beam struck the shadowy axe, dissipating upon contact as if raindrops were falling into a river, swiftly absorbed by the weapon. "What?" Frieza was taken aback. His death beam possessed the power to obliterate a mountain, yet here it was, meeting the shadowy axe without eliciting any reaction at all. Chapter 26, Son Goku vs. Frieza. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately stepped forward and said, "Very well. Can you allow me to engage in battle with this fellow first?" Sun Wukong nodded. At this moment, he was confident that he could easily defeat Frieza. On the North Kai planet, the North Kai was taken aback upon hearing that Sun Wukong intended to challenge Frieza. As a notoriously malevolent emperor in the universe, Frieza was far beyond the capabilities of Son Wukong at this stage. Realizing this, the North Kai immediately sent a telepathic message to Son Wukong. Wukong, can you hear me? This is the North Kai. The North Kai? Son Wukong responded. The North Kai nodded. Wukong, Frieza's strength is exceedingly formidable. I suggest you refrain from confronting him directly and leave the matter to Gohan. Son Wukong smiled and remarked. It is precisely due to his formidable strength that I am all the more eager to engage in combat with him. However, fear not, Lord of the North Kai. For if I find myself unable to prevail, I still have Gohan to rely upon. The North Kai, after a moment of contemplation, responded, Then you must exercise utmost caution. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. What are you muttering to yourself about, Son Wukong? Have you perhaps come to realize the extent of my power and lost your mind? Frieza laughed heartily at the sight of Son Wukong conversing with himself. Oh, it is nothing. I was merely speaking with Lord King Kai. Son Wukong chuckled. Lord of the King of Worlds? Upon hearing this, Frieza's laughter abruptly ceased. Indeed, speaking to you would not clarify anything. Frieza, upon hearing these words, snorted coldly and assumed a serious demeanor. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately addressed the Shadow Battle Axe before him. Shadow Battle Axe. Why not enlarge yourself so that Uncle Piccolo and I may ride upon you? The Shadow Battle Axe, upon hearing this, felt utterly speechless. How could it, a formidable Shadow Battle Axe, be regarded as a mere mount by Son Wukong? What has become of the Shadow Battle Axe? Upon observing the Shadow Battle Axe remaining utterly still, Son Wukong inquired. In response, the Shadow Battle Axe had no choice but to obediently enlarge itself and descend to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly ascended the blade of the Shadow Battle Axe and took a seat. Uncle Piccolo, why don't you join me? He suggested. I believe I shall refrain. Do not worry, Uncle Piccolo. As we observe the battle, the Shadow Battle Axe will provide us with protection. Very well then. After a moment's hesitation, Piccolo flew over to the Shadow Battle Axe. However, unlike Son Wukong, he chose to stand upright upon it. At that moment, Frieza raised his right index finger, unleashing a violet beam directed at Son Wukong. With a swift motion of his right hand, Son Wukong sent the purple ray soaring away, whereupon it detonated upon striking the ground. What? Frieza exclaimed in shock as his right index finger unleashed a barrage of death beams towards Son Wukong. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. With a swift motion of his right hand, Son Wukong deflected the deadly energy beam launched by Frieza, sending it crashing into the ground around him. The earth was soon enveloped in a swirling cloud of dust, obscuring Son Wukong's figure. Frieza, believing he had vanquished his opponent, could not suppress a triumphant grin, declaring, This is the fate that befalls those who dare oppose me. Frieza, is it not? Just as his words faded, the dust surrounding Son Wukong began to dissipate. Son Wukong stood undamaged in place. How could this be possible? Frieza was astonished. The recent death beam attack was formidable enough that even Captain Jinyu would struggle to withstand it. How could a mere Saiyan like Son Wukong emerge unscathed? With this thought, Frieza promptly activated the battle power scouter perched on his left eye. Beep beep, the scouter flickered to life, revealing a battle power reading of 5,000. Only 5,000. Could it be that the scouter was malfunctioning? Frieza mused, immediately removing the scouter from his eye and crushing it in his hand. He then slowly descended from his hover chair and took several steps forward. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, tousling Son Wukong's hair. Frieza chuckled softly, stretching his limbs. Son Wukong, it has been quite some time since I have personally taken a life, so you should feel honored. Is that so? However, with your current power, you cannot hope to defeat me. Upon hearing this, Frieza burst into laughter. You are indeed quite arrogant, Son Wukong. Let me be frank. I possess 3 transformation opportunities, and with each transformation, my strength multiplies several times. Several times? Indeed, Frieza declared, clenching his fists with intensity, unleashing an astonishing aura that surged upward. Boom. The ground around them immediately began to tremble violently. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong stood silently in place, awaiting Frieza's transformation. Just then, a Saiyan spacecraft descended from the heavens. This vessel belonged to Vegeta. After recovering from his injuries, Vegeta had learned from Frieza's minions about Frieza's intent to seize the Dragon Balls on Namek, prompting him to hasten his arrival aboard the spacecraft. Throughout the years, Vegeta harbored a profound animosity towards Frieza. However, He was acutely aware of Frisia's overwhelming power and thus feigned submission. Yet, deep within, he harbored a relentless desire to eliminate Frisia. His urgent rush to the scene stemmed from a fear that Frisia might gather the Dragon Balls on Namek and wish for eternal life, which would render his lifelong quest for vengeance futile. Vegeta, Son Wukong, glanced up at the sky. Having engaged in battle with Vegeta, he was intimately familiar with his presence. At that moment, Vegeta, who was descending towards the ground, sensed the energy emanating from Son Wukong and his companions. Kakarot's energy, along with that of the diminutive creature and the Namekian. Just then, the ground beneath Frisia began to collapse, revealing a modest, deep pit. Subsequently, Frisia's body elongated and expanded, his dark spikes transforming into a pair of formidable horns. This marked Frisia's first form. Upon completing his transformation, Frisia immediately unleashed the energy he had gathered around him. At that moment, Vegeta's spaceship fortuitously touched down on the surface. The spaceship. Frisia cast a curious glance at the vessel, pondering who might suddenly arrive on Namek at such a time. Just as Frisia contemplated this, the door of Vegeta's spaceship swung open. Upon seeing Vegeta, a flicker of delight crossed Frisia's face. With a powerful leap, Vegeta swiftly emerged from the deep pit created by the spaceship and landed on the ground. Vegeta, Son Wukong greeted Vegeta. In the 27th chapter, a fierce battle ensued. Vegeta, however, paid no heed to Son Wukong and fixed his gaze upon Frisia in his first form. It was the first time he had witnessed Frisia transform. How infuriating! Kakarot has actually managed to force Frisia to transform. Vegeta clenched his fists, pondering silently. At that moment, Frisia suddenly erupted into laughter. Vegeta, have you come to assist me? He taunted. Vegeta scoffed. Do not misunderstand, Frisia. I am merely concerned that you might seize the Dragon Balls of Namek, which is why I have come. The Dragon Balls of Namek. Frisia's eyes narrowed at this revelation. Do you intend to betray me, Vegeta? With a smirk, Vegeta replied. I have never harbored any intention of loyalty towards you, thus there can be no question of betrayal. Frisia chuckled derisively. It appears you are just like your father, feigning allegiance to me. But since you have chosen to betray me, you must be aware of the consequences that await you. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately turned to Son Wukong. Kakarot, how about we form a temporary alliance? An alliance? Frisia laughed. Vegeta, do you truly believe that teaming up with Son Wukong will enable you to defeat me? How would we know without trying? Vegeta retorted. Is that so? Then, let it be known that you shall all meet your demise here today. Frisia declared, raising his right index finger and unleashing a deadly beam of light aimed at Vegeta. Dodge, Vegeta! With a thunderous shout, Son Wukong swiftly approached Vegeta, sending him sprawling to the ground. In the wake of a resounding explosion, an island behind Vegeta was obliterated, swiftly giving rise to a colossal white mushroom cloud. What on earth? Vegeta exclaimed, his face etched with terror as he glanced back. Had it not been for Son Wukong's timely intervention, he would have surely perished at the hands of Frisia. Ha ha ha. Frisia cackled upon witnessing Vegeta's rescue. Quite impressive. Son Wukong, but I wonder how many times you can save him. As he spoke, Frisia's right index finger unleashed a barrage of deadly energy beams aimed directly at Vegeta. With a swift movement, Son Wukong appeared before Vegeta, effortlessly deflecting Frisia's death beam, which scattered across the ground. Instantly, the earth was engulfed in swirling clouds of dust. As the haze settled, Son Wukong stood before Vegeta, completely unscathed. Vegeta, retreat to Gohan's side. He commanded. Upon hearing this, Vegeta cast a glance at Gohan, who lay leisurely upon the shadow axe. Very well, Vegeta replied, immediately launching himself towards Gohan. Frisia, this time, refrained from attacking, instead fixing his gaze upon Son Wukong. Son Wukong, your power is commendable. Should you choose to submit to me, I can offer you the position of Captain Chioi. Son Wukong chuckled and said, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no desire to serve as your subordinate. Is that so? What a pity. Frisia lamented with a look of regret. However, this was all within my expectations, for you Saiyans are indeed a stubborn bunch. Shall we continue our battle now, Frisia? Indeed. Frisia nodded. With a mighty roar, Son Wukong propelled himself forward like a flash of lightning, charging directly at Frisia. In no time, he stood before Frisia, his fist striking with the swiftness of lightning in a fierce assault. Frisia clenched his hands tightly, engaging in a relentless battle with Son Wukong. The sound of their clash echoed, bang, Bang, bang. As they moved, each sought to land blows upon the other. Vegeta observed the fierce duel, his fists clenched tightly in frustration. It had only been a short while since he last saw Son Wukong, yet the latter's power had evidently soared beyond his own. However, despite Son Wukong's significant enhancement in strength, his presence here remained fraught with peril. Having betrayed Frieza, he knew that should Frieza eliminate Son Wukong, he would not escape unscathed either. With this thought, Vegeta cast a glance at his spaceship, realizing it lay some distance away. Should he attempt to reach it now, he risked being annihilated by Frieza. In this dire moment, he found himself relying solely on Son Wukong and his companions. Just then, with a powerful grip, Son Wukong struck Frieza, sending him hurtling through the air. Damn it! Frieza seethed, unleashing a barrage of energy waves towards Son Wukong with his outstretched fingers. With a swift leap backward, Son Wukong evaded the barrage of energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was instantly subjected to a relentless assault of energy waves. Observing this, Frieza unleashed another barrage of energy waves towards Son Wukong. With a powerful leap, Son Wukong soared into the air. Bang! Frieza clenched his fists, emanating a surge of violet energy as he ascended towards the sky. In no time, Frieza positioned himself before Son Wukong, unleashing a forceful strike with both fists. Huh! With a thunderous roar, Son Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, moving with the swiftness of lightning as he engaged in battle with Frieza. The skies soon reverberated with the intense sounds of their fierce clash. Bang! Son Wukong delivered a powerful blow with his right fist to Frieza's face. However, in the very next moment, he too received a punch from Frieza. Their fierce exchange was marked by a tit-for-tat assault. After a fierce clash lasting several rounds, Son Wukong forcefully thrust his right knee against Frieza. Frieza let out a loud scream and was instantly sent flying backward. In a fleeting moment, Son Wukong suddenly appeared above Frieza, and with hands clasped together, he struck down forcefully upon Frieza's body. A resounding crash echoed, as Frieza was sent hurtling to the ground like a shooting star. The impact stirred up a vast cloud of dust. After a brief interlude, the dust gradually settled, revealing a substantial crater in the earth. Frieza lay within this hollow, his form covered in a layer of dirt. Vegeta, witnessing Frieza's fall, stared in disbelief, his mouth agape. Could it be that Kakarot has transformed into a Super Saiyan? No, that is impossible. How could Kakarot, a lowly warrior, possibly embody the legendary Super Saiyan? Even if the legend were true, that honor should belong to me. At this juncture, Piccolo, who had been observing from the sidelines, interjected. Son Wukong is not a Super Saiyan at this moment. Not. Vegeta questioned, bewildered. Indeed, for I have witnessed Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan. Gohan! Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. At merely 5 or 6 years of age, Son Wukong's son has already attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. In this moment, he feels as though his dignity and pride have been ruthlessly trampled into the ground. As a prince of the Saiyan race, he finds himself overshadowed by the son of a lower-class Saiyan. Observing Vegeta's astonished expression, Son Wukong cannot help but chuckle. Initially, he intended to maintain a low profile, but unexpectedly, Piccolo divulged to Vegeta that he had mastered the Super Saiyan transformation. Alas, it seems that attempts at discretion are futile. Witnessing Son Wukong's amusement at his expense, Vegeta huffs, crossing his arms. Nevertheless, if Son Wukong is indeed a Super Saiyan, then there is no need for him to devise an escape plan. Chapter 28. Frieza's final form. As Vegeta resumes his aloof demeanor, Son Wukong shifts his gaze back to Goku and the others. At this moment, Frieza has risen from the ground, gasping for breath. Son Wukong descended from the sky, landing before Frieza. Frieza, with your current strength, you cannot defeat me. I advise you to unleash your utmost power. Frieza, infuriated, clenched his fists tightly. It was the first time in his life that he had encountered someone so audacious before him, and that individual was the Saiyan he despised. System, do you have any idea what my father's strength is at this moment? Upon witnessing the current confidence exuded by Son Wukong, Son Wufan could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. Master, Son Wukong's power now stands at approximately 3 million. 3 million. Son Wukong was taken aback. In the original Dragon Ball, it took him arduous training and fierce battles to attain a combat power of 3 million. Yet now, after merely 2 weeks of training, supplemented by the Elder's awakening of his latent potential, he has reached the same formidable level. One cannot help but acknowledge the protagonist's exceptional prowess. Frieza declared, Son Wukong, do not be so arrogant. Once I unleash my true strength, you will undoubtedly find yourself no match for me. Son Wukong chuckled lightly. Then feel free to unleash your full strength. Very well, but don't regret it when the time comes. Rest assured, I shall have no regrets. Upon witnessing the two individuals dawdling, Son Gohan promptly conjured a doppelganger, instructing it to return to Earth and gather an assortment of wild fruits. Two Son Gohans. Vegeta rubbed his eyes, harboring a seed of doubt, questioning whether he had truly perceived the scene correctly. Just then, Frieza clenched his fists with great intensity, emanating an extraordinarily formidable aura that surged upward with alarming rapidity. With a thunderous roar, the ground surrounding Frieza began to tremble violently. Countless stones and sand erupted from the earth, soaring into the air. Such an overwhelming energy. Vegeta was taken aback. Frieza unleashed a deafening roar, his muscles swelling further, his physique expanding laterally. This was indeed Frieza's second transformation. Boom. As the metamorphosis concluded, Frieza immediately released the energy he had amassed around his body. At that moment, Son Gohan's doppelganger returned, laden with an ample harvest of wild fruits, all meticulously cleansed with water by his clone. Vegeta stood in stunned silence. Son Gohan exuded an air of unwarranted confidence, casually indulging in wild fruits even amidst the chaos. At that moment, the transformed Frieza took notice of Gohan's nonchalance. Earlier, Gohan's presence perched upon the Shadow Scythe while observing their battle had already irked Frieza. Now, the audacity of eating while spectating was utterly infuriating. Did he truly regard this as mere entertainment? With that thought, Frieza unleashed a deadly beam of energy towards Gohan. However, before the beam could reach him, it was intercepted by a shadowy axe conjured by the very scythe Gohan was resting upon. An axe? Vegeta, still oblivious to the unfolding events, was momentarily taken aback upon the sight of the diminutive, shadowy weapon. Crack! As Son Wukong took a bite of the wild fruit, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. How infuriating! Frieza seethed with rage, poised to launch another assault on Son Wukong. Son Wukong suddenly shouted at Frieza, Frieza, your adversary is me. Upon hearing this, Frieza immediately turned his gaze towards Son Wukong. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige you, Frieza declared, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, swiftly appearing before Son Wukong to launch an attack. Son Wukong clenched his fists, engaging in a fierce battle with Frieza. The ground was instantly upheaved, creating a massive cloud of dust. With a resounding crash, after a brief exchange of blows, Son Wukong tightened his right fist and delivered a powerful strike that sent Frieza hurtling into the mountains behind him. Enraged, Frieza swiftly emerged from the mountains, launching a punch towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong swiftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful blow to Frieza's abdomen with his right fist. Frieza emitted a piercing scream, spitting out a mouthful of bitter liquid. Subsequently, Son Wukong forcefully kicked forward, launching Frieza into the towering mountain ahead. The ground was instantly enveloped in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Frieza was pinned against the mountain in a cross-shaped position. How infuriating! Frieza growled, soon clawing his way out from the mountainside. Frieza, are you yet to unleash your true power? Son Wukong challenged. Frieza snorted coldly in response. Very well, I shall reveal my genuine strength as you wish. With that, Frieza clenched his fists tightly, emanating an overwhelming aura that surged upwards. A circular protective barrier swiftly formed around him. The ground within a radius of thousands of miles began to tremble violently, with countless stones and dust being lifted into the air under the influence of Frieza's energy. What an immense power! Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, the ground around Frieza shattered, and the ocean within thousands of miles roiled tumultuously. A bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens. Frieza let out a thunderous roar as the spikes adorning his body gradually vanished, diminishing him to a much smaller size. This marked Frieza's third transformation. Upon completing his transformation, Frieza immediately released the energy that had gathered around him. I apologize for the wait. I rarely assumed this form, thus it took a bit longer. Son Wukong chuckled and remarked, Frieza, I never expected your ultimate form to be rather diminutive. Frieza smiled in response. Son Wukong, it's only at this moment that you can afford to be defiant. As Frieza spoke, he raised his right index finger, unleashing a series of lethal energy beams directed at Son Wukong. Here comes that trick again. With a swift motion of his right hand, Son Wukong deflected Frisia's deadly beam into the ground. Instantly, the earth was upheaved, sending enormous clouds of dust swirling into the air. In a flash, Frisia's figure vanished and reappeared behind Son Wukong in the blink of an eye. Son Wukong swiftly pivoted his body, forcefully launching a kick forward with his right foot. Frisia raised his left hand to block, retreating several steps in response. With a thunderous roar, Son Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches, swift as lightning, directed towards Frisia. Frisia adeptly evaded the onslaught, skillfully shifting his body to the left and right to dodge Son Wukong's strikes. Upon witnessing the scene, Son Wukong immediately lifted his right foot and delivered a series of fierce kicks aimed at Frisia's head. As Frisia deftly dodged, he retaliated with his own assaults against Son Wukong. The sounds of impact echoed in the air. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. Moments later, both combatants simultaneously vanished from sight, ascending into the skies to engage in their fierce duel. Chapter 29. The Tenfold Kaioken, due to the astonishing speed at which they moved. The sky was filled with afterimages of their swift motions. With a resounding crash, their right fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that swept through the atmosphere. Subsequently, they quickly retracted their fists, launching new attacks at one another. The sky resonated once more with the intense sounds of their combat. With a swift flick of his tail, Frisia ensnared Son Wukong's body, binding him tightly. With a vigorous exertion of his hands, Son Wukong endeavored to free himself from the grasp of Frisia's tail. Frisia, with a powerful sweep of his arms, struck forcefully upon Son Wukong's face. Son Wukong immediately let out a series of anguished cries. Frisia, with a derisive sneer, abruptly ceased his assault. Just as Frisia basked in his own triumph, Son Wukong suddenly clamped his jaws around Frisia's tail with great force. With a sharp crack, the sound resonated as Frisia's tail was swiftly bitten, turning a vivid red. Frisia let out a loud, wretched scream, retracting his tail in a flash. Seizing the opportunity, Son Wukong unleashed a powerful punch towards Frisia's abdomen. A resounding thud echoed as Frisia was sent crashing to the ground like a projectile. The earth erupted in a cloud of dust. Moments later, Frisia rose from the ground, his face contorted with fury, and charged at Son Wukong, who hovered in the sky. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle once more. After a while, they both descended to the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a sly smile crept across Frisia's face as he remarked, "Son Wukong, it appears your strength is merely this much." "Merely this much? What do you mean by that, Frisia?" Son Wukong inquired. Frisia chuckled and replied, "To tell you the truth, I have only exerted 3% of my power." 3%? Son Wukong exclaimed. "Indeed. If I were to unleash half of my strength, I could easily obliterate you." 3%. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression turned grave. However, seeing that Gohan maintained his calm demeanor, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Son Wukong, though not a Super Saiyan, managed to force Frisia into his final form. Thus, it stands to reason that Gohan, who possesses the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, would undoubtedly be capable of defeating Frisia. In that case, do unleash half of your power. Frisia sneered. "Very well, let me demonstrate to you my 50% strength." As he spoke, Frisia clenched his fists, emanating an overwhelming energy that surged upward with astonishing intensity. The ground trembled violently under the influence of Frisia's aura. 4%, 5%, 6%, he announced, incrementally revealing the percentage of his current strength. Vegeta and Piccolo, sensing Frisia's escalating power, instinctively tightened their grips. Having once been adversaries of Son Wukong, they had entertained thoughts of defeating him. Now, witnessing the vast disparity in their powers, a sense of frustration welled within them. On planet North Kai, the North Kai observed Frisia preparing to unleash half his power, feeling a twinge of concern for Son Wukong. Meanwhile, on planet Namek, as Frisia's energy continued to rise, a grave expression settled upon Son Wukong's face. 48%, 49%, 50%. At that moment, Frisia elevated his energy to 50%. Clenching his fists, he released the gathered energy around him. "Now, Son Wukong, let us resume our battle." Upon hearing this, Son Wukong swiftly gestured a stance of readiness for battle. Frisia let out a soft chuckle, and in a flash, darted towards Son Wukong with the swiftness of lightning. With a resounding roar, Son Wukong thrust his fist forward with great vigor. In that instant, Frisia's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing behind Son Wukong. Son Wukong, sensing an impending threat, turned around to behold a colossal fist hurtling towards him. With both hands raised to shield himself, Son Wukong took several steps back. At that moment, Frisia's figure abruptly materialized before him, delivering a swift spinning kick with his right foot that sent Son Wukong crashing to the ground. With a swift backflip, Son Wukong retreated behind him. Frisia let out a cold chuckle as a crimson aura suddenly materialized around his hands, aimed directly at Son Wukong. Before Son Wukong could react, his body was ensnared by a spherical force, rendering him immobile. With a soft chuckle, Frisia swiftly approached Son Wukong and delivered a powerful upward kick with his right foot. Bang! Son Wukong soared through the air like a football, propelled by a powerful kick. In a flash, Frisia appeared above him, swiftly delivering a strike towards the sphere that confined Son Wukong. With a piercing cry, Son Wukong plummeted swiftly from the air. The ground erupted with a thunderous crash as he struck it with great force, sending a cloud of dust into the atmosphere. As the dust settled, a sizable crater emerged beneath him. Frisia chuckled softly, casting his gaze towards the distant lava. "Farewell, Son Wukong," he declared, forcefully thrusting his right foot forward, propelling Son Wukong towards the molten lava. Vegeta, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Although he held no affection for Son Wukong, the latter had spared him once and had just rescued him again. Thus, he found himself unwilling to see his demise. Just as Son Wukong's body was about to collide with the lava, he suddenly regained movement and soared back into the air. Son Wukong let out a deep sigh, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Truly, it was a moment of peril. Upon witnessing this, the North Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. He then conveyed telepathically to Son Wukong, "Wukong, with your current strength, you cannot hope to defeat him. I suggest you let Gohan take over." "I understand. Yet, I still wish to engage him in battle for a while." "Very well." Frisia, seeing Son Wukong emerge, was not surprised. Instead, a faint smile graced his features as he regarded Son Wukong. "Wukong, I see you have concealed your strength, but even if you unleash your full power, you will still fall short against me. I am aware, yet I still wish to test the waters." As Son Wukong spoke, he clenched his fists, and a crimson aura enveloped his entire being. Tenfold King's fist. With a resounding shout, Son Wukong transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling towards Frisia. In an instant, Frisia shifted his position, appearing behind Son Wukong, and launched a powerful assault with both fists aimed at his opponent's body. With a piercing cry, Son Wukong swiftly turned and launched an attack. Frisia's figure flickered and appeared to Wukong's left, delivering a powerful kick. The air crackled with the sound of impact. Due to Frisia's extraordinary speed, Son Wukong's Kaioken tenfold could not even graze him. At that moment, Wukong realized that Frisia's earlier words were not mere bravado. Chapter 30. The annihilation of Frisia. With a heavy kick, Wukong was sent crashing into the sea beyond the island. Piccolo said, "Gohan, your father has exerted all his strength. Perhaps it is time for you to intervene?" Wait a moment. Just then, a tremendous wave surged from the ocean, propelled by the formidable energy radiating from the submerged Son Wukong. Son Wukong gasped for breath, standing on the surface of the sea, his visage marked by exhaustion. Vegeta, witnessing this, clenched his teeth and remarked with determination, "Kakarot still possesses stamina." Frisia, observing the scene, let out his signature chilling laugh and declared, "Wukong, your futile resistance is meaningless. You are no longer my equal. I understand that, yet I still wish to exert my utmost effort and see how I fare against you." Frisia sneered and replied, "Very well. Then, show me the full extent of your power." With a nod, Son Wukong clenched his fists tightly, and a crimson aura enveloped his entire being. The Kaioken multiplied 20-fold. With a powerful roar, he transformed into a streak of red light and charged towards Frisia. Bang! Caught off guard, Frisia had no time to react before Son Wukong's fist sent him soaring into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Son Wukong swiftly brought his hands together, condensing a wave of azure energy, which he hurled towards Frisia. At that moment, Frisia, propelled into the air, regained his composure and shielded himself with his hand against Son Wukong's energy wave. As the energy dissipated, Frisia maintained his hand aloft, revealing a layer of charred residue upon his palm, his eyes ablaze with fury as they fixed upon Son Wukong. He had sustained an injury, and it was inflicted by the very Saiyan he loathed the most. Contemplating this, Frisia immediately raised his index finger, intent on launching an attack against Son Wukong. It was nearly time. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong's son, Gohan, swiftly materialized beside him. At that moment, Son Wukong was gasping heavily, utterly drained of strength. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded and said, "Then, father, I shall take it from here." "Very well." Son Gohan nodded. Frieza let out a cold chuckle. "You are the son of Son Goku, are you not?" "Indeed, what of it?" "Oh, nothing much. It's just that with all you Saiyans gathered together, it presents the perfect opportunity for me to obliterate you all at once." Son Gohan chuckled softly and remarked, "Let's see if you possess such skill." Frieza, filled with rage, unleashed a barrage of death beams from his right index finger towards Son Gohan. In an instant, Son Gohan teleported and brought Son Wukong onto the Shadow Battle Axe. "What?" Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. To Frieza's astonishment, Son Gohan had instantaneously teleported to the Shadow Scythe beneath his very gaze. Infuriated, Frieza unleashed a furious exclamation as his right index finger repeatedly fired deadly beams towards the Shadow Scythe. In response, an array of hundreds of Shadow Scythes materialized in front, forming a circular protective barrier. The lethal rays from Frieza struck the barrier, swiftly absorbed by the conjured Shadow Scythes. In that moment, Son Gohan executed another instant teleportation, reappearing directly before Frieza. Taken aback, Frieza's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong took a deep breath, exhaling 3 white apparitions that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. These were none other than the ghostly figures of chewing gum. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong was taken aback. "Piccolo, what is this?" "I am not certain either." Frieza, too, wore an expression of astonishment. It was indeed the first time he had encountered such a technique. "Son Gohan, count off." Upon hearing this, the 3 gum spirits immediately arranged themselves in an orderly fashion and began to count in unison. 1, 2, 3. Although Frieza was unaware of Son Gohan's intentions, he was resolute in ensuring that Son Gohan's wishes were fulfilled. Thus, he gathered energy into his right hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave aimed at the gum spirits. With a swift motion, Son Wukong evaded the impending attack. Boom! The energy wave detonated upon impact with the ground, instantly enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. The 3 gum spirits of Son Wukong deftly evaded, their bodies moving like the swift wind as they charged towards Frieza. With a cold smirk, Frieza vanished from sight, reappearing before one of the gum spirits, his right fist poised to strike. In an instant, as Frieza's fist made contact with the gum spirit, a flicker of a smile appeared on the spirit's face. Subsequently, the entire gum spirit erupted in a brilliant golden light, exploding violently. The other 2 gum spirits, witnessing this, dashed into the explosion, colliding with Frieza's form. Boom! Boom! The 2 gum spirits detonated, eliciting a piercing scream from Frieza. After a moment, as the thick smoke dissipated, Frieza lay on the ground, battered and bruised, with a trace of blood staining his lips. In that moment, he glared furiously at Son Wukong. It was the first time since his birth that he had sustained such grievous injuries, inflicted by none other than a mere Saiyan child. With this thought, Frieza swiftly rose from the ground. "Frieza, you are no match for me. I advise you to leave this planet," he declared. "No match for you," Frieza retorted, consumed by rage. "Leave," Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Surprisingly, Son Wukong intends to spare Frieza. Not only Vegeta, but at this moment, Piccolo shares the same sentiment. Namek, being his home planet, makes Frieza's invasion to seize the Dragon Balls particularly detestable to Piccolo. Furthermore, Frieza's formidable power poses a significant threat. If Son Wukong allows him to escape this time, he will undoubtedly return with vengeance. However, both Vegeta and Piccolo are overestimating the situation. Son Wukong's decision to let Frieza go stems from his inherent compassion, as he believes that such an act would portray him as benevolent. Yet, as a devoted Dragon Ball aficionado, he is acutely aware that Frieza will not accept his goodwill. Much like Vegeta, Frieza possesses an exceedingly strong sense of pride. Son Wukong nodded. Just at that moment, Frieza clenched his hands tightly and charged towards Son Wukong. In a fleeting moment, Son Wukong's silhouette vanished, reappearing behind Frieza, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the air. Swiftly, he clasped his hands together and declared, "Kamehameha." A deep azure energy wave coalesced from his palms, hurtling towards Frieza, suspended in the sky. Bang! Startled, Frieza quickly raised his hand to fend off the Kamehameha wave. "Huh!" With a thunderous roar, Son Wukong unleashed his full strength, thrusting his hands forward. The air resonated with a colossal explosion as the Kamehameha wave erupted in the sky. No, Frieza bellowed, his body torn apart by the fierce tempest generated by the explosion of the Kamehameha wave. After a brief moment, as tranquility returned to the heavens, Vegeta gazed upwards in bewilderment, pondering, has it truly been vanquished? Chapter 31, Return to Earth. Observing this, Piccolo remained silent, lost in thought. Son Gohan had just expressed his intention to spare Frieza, yet in the blink of an eye, he obliterated him. What has become of your kindness? Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong felt a tinge of regret. Although Frieza is not a virtuous character, he is undeniably a formidable opponent. At that moment, Son Gohan soared in from a distance. Father, Uncle Piccolo, shall we return? Indeed. Son Wukong and Piccolo nodded simultaneously. Wait. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly spoke up. What is it, Vegeta? Son Wukong inquired, Kakarot. Are you intending to return to Earth? Son Wukong nodded. And what of your spaceship? We do not possess a spaceship. It was Gohan who utilized instant transmission to bring us here. Instant transmission? Indeed, to put it simply. It is a technique that allows one to teleport by sensing one's energy. Kakarot. I heard that the Namekian mentioned Gohan has already attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan? Yes, and what of it? I wish to witness the prowess of a Super Saiyan. Do you desire to battle Gohan? Vegeta, upon hearing this, fell into a contemplative silence. Son Gohan could defeat him with just a single finger. Engaging in battle with Son Gohan would be nothing short of courting death. Kakarot. What I mean to say is that I wish to witness Son Gohan's transformation. It seems that the battle is not against Son Gohan after all. Son Wukong chuckled and said, well then, Gohan, why not transform and show Vegeta your true form? Son Gohan glanced at Vegeta and said, you may witness the transformation into a Super Saiyan, but I have a small condition. What condition? Vegeta inquired. It's quite simple. You just need to follow my lead and learn. Learn? He replied. Indeed. As Son Wukong spoke, his expression suddenly turned grave. In order to prevent the destruction of the world, Vegeta, repeat after me. In order to prevent the destruction of the world. Vegeta's voice was stiff. To protect the peace of the universe. To protect the peace of the universe. Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment. It was his first time uttering such shameful lines. Yet for the sake of Super Saiyans, he endured it. To embody love and true evil. To embody love and true evil. Charming and delightful heroic characters. Charming and delightful heroic characters. I, Son Wukong. I, Son Wukong. Vegeta, you should say. I am Vegeta. I am Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong could not help but burst into laughter. Kakarot. Vegeta, in response, cast a furious glare at Kakarot. We are the rocket team traversing through the galaxy. We are the rocket team traversing through the galaxy. A white hole, a radiant tomorrow awaits us. A white hole, a luminous tomorrow awaits us. Indeed, that is the case. Meow? Is that satisfactory, Meow? At that moment, Vegeta's face had turned an intense shade of crimson. If Raditz and the others were still alive and heard the lines he just recited, they would undoubtedly die of laughter. Enough. Now, Gohan. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan for me? Son Gohan nodded. With a resounding shout, an aura of golden energy enveloped Son Gohan. His hair turning golden and standing upright, while his eyes transformed into a shade of light green. This was indeed the Super Saiyan. Is this truly the Super Saiyan? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. The current aura of Son Wukong is incomparably more potent than that of Frieza just moments ago. At this moment, he finally comprehends why Son Wukong remained so tranquil earlier. It is because the two are fundamentally not of the same caliber. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly reverted to his normal form. Well then, father, shall we return? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Son Wufan immediately reduced the shadow battle axe to the size of his palm. In an instant, he teleported Son Wukong and Piccolo to safety. Kakarot, Son Wufan. I shall undoubtedly train to become stronger, surpassing both of you. Vegeta declared to himself, tightening his fist resolutely. Earth. At this moment, Son Wukong and his companions had returned to the forest where the Namekians had gathered. Upon seeing them, Krillin approached and inquired, Wukong, how was your experience on Namek? Frieza has been vanquished by Gohan. Vanquished? The Namekians, who stood nearby, immediately approached and asked, is it true that Gohan has truly defeated Frieza? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, the Namekians immediately surrounded Son Gohan. exclaiming, "Son Gohan, you are truly impressive." Indeed, at merely 6 years of age, he defeated Frieza, and he is certain to grow even stronger in the future. "Oh, it's nothing." Son Wukong smiled as he scratched his head. Many younger Namekians, upon hearing this, gathered around, including Tian from the original Dragon Ball series. "So, Wukong, did you engage in battle with Frieza?" "Indeed." Son Wukong nodded. "That fellow possesses formidable strength. Had it not been for Gohan's presence, I might have already succumbed to his power." "Is that so?" "Alas, my own abilities are too feeble, otherwise. I would truly wish to witness what that individual looks like." Upon hearing this, Son Wukong let out a dry chuckle. If Krillin were aware that in the original tale, he met his demise at the hands of Frieza's explosive powers, he would surely refrain from such remarks. "Moreover, I encountered Vegeta on Namek." "Vegeta?" "Indeed. For reasons unbeknownst to me, that fellow suddenly appeared on Namek." "Did he engage in battle with you?" "No. In fact, his strength was no match for ours." "Quite so." After a brief exchange, Son Wukong proceeded to visit the Grand Elder. "Son Wukong, you have arrived." Son Wukong nodded. "Elder, I have vanquished Frieza for you. However, Frieza has a multitude of subordinates, and I fear they may seek vengeance upon you. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to utilize your Dragon Balls to relocate your planet to a safer realm." "Very well," the Elder replied, nodding in agreement. "Now, gather all the Namekians together, and I shall employ instant transmission to escort you back. Thank you for your assistance." Moments later, all the Namekians had assembled. Gohan, by remaining as a doppelganger on Namek, utilized instantaneous movement to transport them back to Namek. They have returned. Upon their arrival on Namek, all the Namekians appeared overwhelmingly elated. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan instantaneously transported himself back to Earth. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. The news of Frieza's demise had been reported by his subordinates to his father, King Cold. However, King Cold was incredulous that Frieza could perish at the hands of a Saiyan, and thus commanded his subordinates to journey to planet Namek. Chapter 32, The Smartphone. On Earth, atop the sacred land of Korin, Son Wukong and Piccolo were currently engaged in a fierce battle high above in the sky. Gohan, feeling a tinge of monotony from his daily training, decided to sit cross-legged upon the verdant grass. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him, prompting him to retrieve an ancient mirror from the system. This mirror was none other than the fabled mirror of the heavens. As he unveiled the mirror, 3 figures swiftly materialized within its depths. One figure, diminutive in stature with azure skin and adorned with a small round hat, was none other than Pilaf, the antagonist from the first saga of Dragon Ball. Accompanying him were his loyal subordinates, Shu and Mai. At that moment, the trio was engrossed in the construction of a battle robot. Despite his persistent failures to gather all 7 Dragon Balls, Pilaf remained undeterred in his quest to realize his ambition of domination. Upon seeing the 3 individuals, Son Wukong immediately touched the surface of the celestial mirror, and in an instant, he was transported directly before Pilaf and his companions. Startled by the sudden appearance of Son Wukong, Pilaf and his crew were taken aback. "Who are you?" they exclaimed. Son Wukong smiled and said, "My name is Sun Wufan." The name Sun Wufan sounded remarkably familiar. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to that of Sun Wukong. Ashu, stroking his chin with his right hand, remarked, "Sun Wukong." Upon hearing this name, both individuals immediately turned pale with fear. Sun Wukong is indeed a nightmare for the 3 of them. Had it not been for Sun Wukong, they would have long since gathered the Dragon Balls and ruled over the entire world. "Do you know my father?" "Your father." Upon hearing this, the 3 of them immediately recoiled in fright, taking several steps back. Indeed, as Sun Wukong approached the robot crafted by the 3, he inquired, "Is this the robot you have created?" "Indeed," they replied. "What purpose does this robot serve?" he asked. "Oh, nothing in particular. We merely built it for fun." Pilaf chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, just for amusement." Little Dance echoed, "Is that so? Would you be able to assist me in constructing a mobile phone?" "A mobile phone?" "Indeed." As Sun Wukong spoke, he picked up a piece of paper from the table and sketched a smartphone. The creation of the Dragon Ball anime took place during the 1980s and 1990s, thus Akira Toriyama's conception of phones was limited to those of his era. Consequently, in Dragon Ball Z, Earth is devoid of smartphones. It is only in the later series, Dragon Ball Super, that smartphones began to emerge. What kind of phone is this? Why does it lack buttons? This is what we call a smartphone. A smartphone. Indeed, It operates through a touchscreen interface, thus rendering buttons unnecessary. Touchscreen? Son Wukong nodded. By the way, I have been chatting with you for quite a while, yet I am still unaware of your names. My name is Pilaf. I am called Xiaowu, which means the dance of the dance. I go by Ashu, which signifies the one who repairs air conditioning. Pilaf, Ashu, sister Xiaowu. Wait a moment. Why do you refer to Xiaowu as sister, yet address us simply by our names? Pilaf remarked with a displeased expression. Son Gohan glanced at the two individuals and remarked, your heights are quite similar to mine. I had assumed you were also children. What did you say? Pilaf retorted, his irritation evident. Calm down, King Pilaf. Asu and Xiaowu quickly intervened to restrain him. It's all right, King Pilaf. He is merely a child, so there is no need to hold a grudge. Indeed, Pilaf huffed, but fell silent. Now, Pilaf and Asu, let us resume our discussion regarding mobile phones. Mobile phones? Yes, besides the touchscreen functionality. I wish to share with you the other features of this device. Other features? Indeed, this phone is equipped with Bluetooth, GPS positioning, and internet connectivity. Son Wukong spoke extensively about the applications of smartphones. Initially, Pilaf intended to create a rudimentary phone merely to appease Son Wukong. However, upon realizing the immense business potential of smartphones, he felt a stir of excitement within. The only concern was their lack of experience in this domain, which could prove time-consuming. If you manage to develop this phone, we could embark on a grand promotional campaign and create a plethora of mobile applications. We can assist with the phone's development. But how will we tackle the issue of mobile networks? Do not worry. I will seek assistance from Aunt Bulma. Bulma, the heiress of the Capsule Corporation? Xiao Wu inquired. Indeed. Well then, best of luck to you. I shall take my leave now. Very well. Pilaf nodded, having longed for Son Wukong's departure. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong vanished in the blink of an eye. Where did he go? Asu exclaimed in surprise. Xiaowu nodded in affirmation. Do we truly intend to assist that little fellow in creating a smartphone, King Pilaf? Indeed. Pilaf replied with a nod. But, King Pilaf, are we not in pursuit of the Dragon Balls? Asu inquired. Certainly not. Pilaf retorted, playfully tapping Asu on the head. If we can successfully craft that smartphone as the little one suggested, we could amass a considerable fortune to fund our quest for the Dragon Balls. In West City, at Bulma's residence, she was reclining leisurely in a chair in the backyard, engrossed in a newspaper, when a shadow suddenly appeared before her. It was Son Wukong. Aunt Bulma. Upon hearing Son Wukong's voice, Bulma immediately lifted her gaze from the newspaper. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded. Gohan, what brings you here so unexpectedly today? Son Gohan smiled and said, Aunt Bulma, I would like you to increase the gravity in the gravity chamber to 500 times. 500 times? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. But Gohan, I just helped you raise it to 300 times not long ago. That's all right, Aunt Bulma. I have fully acclimated to the 300 times gravity. By the way, Gohan, didn't your mother hope that you would focus on your studies? Is she no longer insisting that you study? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong let out a dry laugh. Truly, one should not bring up matters best left untouched. No, at present, I have a doppelganger at home studying on my behalf. A doppelganger? Indeed. As Son Wukong spoke, he plucked a strand of hair from his head and transformed it into a clone of himself. Two Gohans. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Son Wukong smiled and said, Aunt Bulma, the other one is my doppelganger. Bulma inquired, so, does this doppelganger assist you with everything? Indeed, it can, he replied. But it possesses a certain flaw. What flaw? She asked. It lacks the human ability to eat, drink, and attend to bodily functions. Bulma found herself speechless. Is that truly a flaw? It seems more like an advantage. However, upon further reflection, she realized that if Son Wukong's doppelganger were to be fed by Chi-Chi while studying, it would likely be discovered quite easily. Chapter 33, Super Saiyan 2. So, Wukong, if you have your doppelganger read for you, won't that leave you entirely unaware of the material you've studied? Son Gohan smiled and remarked, as long as the doppelganger transforms back into hair, I can retrieve the memories of that day through it. That's impressive. Gohan, could you possibly teach me this technique? It is indeed feasible, but the doppelganger technique requires energy. Aunt Bulma, since you have yet to train in martial arts, I fear you must commence with that first. Oh, I see. Then perhaps it's best to forget about it. Aunt Bulma, you must promise to keep the doppelganger technique a secret. Certainly. Bulma nodded. Now, regarding the gravity room, I will rest today and assist you in enhancing the gravity of the room tomorrow. All right. Son Wukong nodded. Well then, Bulma auntie, I shall take my leave. Bulma nodded in response. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan instantaneously teleported back to the lookout. Gohan! Piccolo exclaimed as he swiftly approached from a distance. Where have you been? I visited Aunt Bulma, Gohan replied. I asked her to enhance the gravity in the training chamber. Piccolo, upon hearing this, chose not to inquire further. As time swiftly passed, 2 weeks elapsed. After dedicating herself to the task, Bulma finally succeeded in amplifying the gravity in Gohan's training chamber to 500 times. All right, Gohan, she announced. I have elevated the gravity to 500 times. Son Gohan nodded. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. However, the gravity in this chamber becomes increasingly difficult to enhance as the levels rise. So you must endure this 500 times gravity for a while. I understand, Aunt Bulma. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now? Bulma nodded. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan instantaneously teleported back to the Baozi Mountain. In the vast universe, on a desolate planet devoid of life, a solitary figure was engaged in a remarkable display of strength, executing one-handed push-ups. This individual was none other than Vegeta. 9999, 10,000. Vegeta exclaimed, exerting force through his right index finger, propelling himself off the ground. No. Merely relying on this form of training will never allow me to catch up to Kakarot and the others, even if I were to train for a lifetime, he declared, immediately directing his gaze towards his spaceship. Moments later, Vegeta departed from the planet aboard his vessel. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. With the gravity chamber now capable of amplifying the gravitational force up to 500 times, Son Gohan was able to enhance his battle power by an astounding 10 million each day. Presently, his base battle power had soared to an impressive 2 billion. At this moment, Son Gohan stood upon a patch of grass on Baozi Mountain, while Son Wukong and Piccolo observed from a distance. Suddenly, with a fierce grip of his hands, Son Gohan unleashed an incredibly formidable aura that enveloped him. Bang! A golden aura enveloped Son Wukong, his hair transforming into a striking golden hue that stood upright, while his pupils shifted to a pale green. This was the manifestation of a Super Saiyan. As Son Wukong underwent this transformation, Krillin, who was on Earth, soon sensed the immense power radiating from him. However, they assumed that Son Wukong was merely training, so they did not pay it much heed. Just then, Son Wukong clenched his fists once more, unleashing an unparalleled surge of energy that ascended rapidly. The very ground of Baozi Mountain trembled violently under the influence of Son Wukong's formidable aura. The grass beneath Son Gohan's feet was instantly uplifted by the aura emanating from him, forming a swirling vortex. Such formidable power. At this moment, Krillin, sensing Gohan's energy once more, displayed a hint of astonishment on his face. With a resounding roar, Son Gohan's energy surged dramatically, his golden aura igniting into a fiery blaze, his hair standing even more erect, while bolts of lightning danced around him as he released his energy. This was indeed the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Boom. Upon completing his transformation, Son Gohan immediately unleashed the energy that had coalesced around him. Is this the evolution beyond Super Saiyan? Piccolo remarked as he glanced at Gohan. Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. I have named this transformation Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2. Son Wukong's son nodded and returned to his usual state. At that moment, Son Wukong and the others suddenly sensed an energy approaching the Earth from space. It was the energy of Vegeta. Vegeta, Piccolo remarked, acknowledging the familiar aura. It seems to be his energy, but why has he suddenly come to Earth? I do not know, Piccolo replied, shaking his head. Should we go take a look? Certainly. With that, the three of them swiftly flew towards the location where Vegeta's spaceship was about to land. Moments later, Vegeta's spacecraft touched down on Earth. He emerged from the vessel and soared before Son Wukong and the others. It's been a long time, Vegeta. Son Wukong greeted Vegeta with a smile. Vegeta let out a cold snort, remaining silent. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong paid it little heed. Vegeta, what brings you to Earth so unexpectedly? Are you here to seek a battle with me? Not at all. I have come to Earth to train. Training on Earth, you say? Does that imply you intend to reside here? Indeed. Vegeta replied with a nod. Then where will you be staying? I am unsure. Kakarot. Have you already mastered the Super Saiyan form? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately clenched his fists. Had he realized this sooner, he would have come to Earth to train much earlier. Kakarot, could you possibly enlighten me on how you attain the status of Super Saiyan in such a brief period? What is the essence of your training? Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and said, I am indeed training alongside Gohan and the others in the gravity room. The gravity room? Yes, it was created by Bulma, and it can currently augment gravity up to 500 times. 500 times gravity. Where is the gravity room located now? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately pointed towards the gravity chamber not far away. That is the gravity chamber, he exclaimed. And where is Kakarot, the one named Bulma? Bulma? She's in West City, isn't she? West City. Can you take me to find her? I can. But what do you need her for? I wish for her assistance in constructing a gravity chamber. Very well, I shall take you there. But you must promise me that you will never harm Bulma. I promise. Vegeta agreed without a moment's hesitation. His sole desire was to grow stronger and ultimately surpass Sun Wukong and the others. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately set forth with Vegeta to Bulma's residence. Son Gohan and Piccolo followed suit. Chapter 34. The smartphone is ready. West City, Capsule Corporation. At this moment, Bulma reclined leisurely on a beach chair, perusing the latest fashion magazine. Suddenly, four figures descended from the sky. These four were Son Goku, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Vegeta. Goku. Bulma. Bulma nodded in acknowledgement. Goku. Who is he? This is Vegeta. Vegeta. Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Is he the Saiyan who intends to invade our Earth? Indeed. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully at her words. Then why have you brought him here? He seeks your assistance in constructing a gravity chamber. A gravity chamber? Bulma's anger flared immediately. Goku, I am not your family's servant. I have no obligation to assist you for free. Bulma, it's Vegeta who requested your help with the gravity chamber, not us. Is there a difference? Regardless, I refuse to do it. How infuriating. Vegeta felt a surge of indignation. When had the prince of all Saiyans ever been so belittled? What do you intend to do? Bulma's heart raced at the sight of Vegeta's furious expression. Vegeta, suppressing his anger, took a deep breath. Bulma, relieved, exhaled. By the way, Aunt Bulma, Vegeta has a spaceship. Why not ask him to give it to you? A spaceship. Bulma's interest was instantly piqued. Son Gohan, indeed. Bulma glanced at Vegeta. As long as you can assist me in perfecting the gravity chamber, I shall grant you that spaceship. It's a deal. Now, Bulma, if there is nothing else. Shall we take our leave? Sun Wukong proclaimed. Very well. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong promptly returned to Baozi Mountain with Son Gohan and the others. Only Vegeta remained in Bulma's courtyard. Seeing that Sun Wukong and the others had departed, Bulma began to feel a twinge of anxiety regarding her earlier words. With Sun Wukong's presence, she felt unafraid of Vegeta. However, now that they were gone, how could a delicate woman like herself stand against him? Could he possibly act recklessly towards me? Bulma pondered silently. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly addressed Bulma, inquiring, how long will it take for the gravity chamber to be completed? You inferior Earth woman? Fuming, Bulma retorted, I am not an inferior Earth woman. My name is Bulma. With her right index finger pointed at Vegeta's chest, she asserted her identity. Vegeta, gritting his teeth in anger, responded, and if you dare to act against me, I will immediately summon Goku and the others back. With a huff, Bulma replied, I do not care what you call me. I simply wish to know how long it will take to finish the gravity chamber. Should you desire my assistance in constructing the gravity chamber, you must treat me with respect. Otherwise, even if you were to threaten my life, I would refuse to help you. Vegeta, seething with anger, replied, Fine, I will call you Bulma. That is more acceptable. Constructing a new gravity chamber will take approximately half a month. Additionally, bring your spaceship to my home. I intend to convert it into a gravity chamber. All right, understood. Vegeta stated before soaring into the sky. Thus, he settled on Earth. After half a month, the gravity chamber was completed and Vegeta commenced his training. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. After 6 months of diligent research, Pilaf and his gang finally succeeded in creating the smartphone that Son Gohan had described. The lengthy process was attributed to the design schematics and a shortage of materials and funds. They rejoiced at the completion of the phone. King Pilaf, we have succeeded. Indeed. Pilaf nodded. Next, we simply need to establish a factory to produce a large quantity of smartphones and make a substantial profit. Should we inform Son Gohan about our achievement in smartphone production? King Pilaf. Upon hearing this, Pilaf promptly tapped Asu on the head. Are you foolish? This is the result of our tireless research. Why would we share it with Son Gohan? Asu, covering his head with his hand, replied, King Pilaf, could you please refrain from hitting my head? If I do not hit your thick skull, How will you ever come to your senses? At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before the three individuals. It was none other than Son Wukong. Upon seeing him, the trio was immediately taken aback in astonishment. Son Wukong glanced around and inquired, Pilaf, when did you change your workplace without informing me? Upon hearing this, Pilaf grumbled internally. It is precisely because I wish to avoid you that I relocated to this place. Though such thoughts lingered in his mind, he maintained a cheerful facade. We were engrossed in our research, which caused us to forget to notify you. He replied, Oh, has the mobile phone been completed? Not quite yet. Pilaf chuckled. Is that so? Might I have a glimpse of the nearly finished phone? At this, Pilaf felt a surge of apprehension, but nonetheless handed over the device he held. Here you go. Son Gohan unlocked his mobile device, discovering its touchscreen to be remarkably responsive and its performance exceedingly smooth. Pilaf, this phone is rather impressive. Is there an issue? He inquired. The speaker quality is subpar. I wish to enhance it further. Pilaf replied. No worries. I shall take this phone to Aunt Bulma for her assistance in improving it. But Bulma, this is the product of our relentless efforts. Pilaf protested. Fear not, Pilaf. I merely intend to show it to Aunt Bulma. You and your team remain the creators of this device. Gohan reassured him. All right, but you must return this phone to me. Pilaf insisted. Certainly. As soon as Son Wukong finished speaking, he vanished in an instant. He disappeared again, exclaimed Ashur. Do you think Gohan will really return the phone? Inquired Pilaf. I have no idea. In West City, at Bulma's residence. She was leisurely strolling in the garden when a figure suddenly materialized in midair. It was none other than Gohan. Gohan. Son Wukong nodded and descended from the sky. Gohan. What brings you here today? Aunt Bulma, I have something to show you. Son Gohan exclaimed as he retrieved the smartphone. What is this? This is a smartphone. A smartphone? As Son Wukong spoke, he activated the smartphone. A touchscreen? Indeed. Son Wufan nodded. Wufan, where did you get this mobile phone? Chapter 35. Mass-produced smartphones. This was created with assistance from someone. Created? Who assisted you? His name is Pilaf. Pilaf? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Nevertheless, for him to produce such a phone, he must possess a certain degree of skill. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Where is he now? He is currently residing in a house on the outskirts of West City. On the outskirts of West City, you say? Son Gohan nodded once more. So Gohan, you are not merely allowing me to glance at this phone, are you? Son Gohan smiled and said, Of course not. I intend to seek Aunt Bulma's assistance in mass-producing this mobile device. Are you suggesting that I assist in the production of this mobile device? Son Wukong nodded. Bulma pondered for a moment and replied, It is indeed possible, but what is your motivation for producing this mobile phone? Need you ask? Naturally, it is to generate profit. Profit? Indeed. If I have money, my mother will no longer be troubled by financial concerns, and perhaps I won't be forced to become a scholar. I see. I can arrange for someone to assist you in manufacturing the phone, but you must summon Pilaf to inform me about the components and materials required. Agreed. Furthermore, since I am facilitating the production of this phone, should it prove lucrative, I shall claim half of the earnings. Understood. Son Wukong chuckled softly. Aunt Bulma, I shall go fetch Pilaf at once. In an instant, Son Wukong teleported to a house on the outskirts of West City. Son Wukong. Son Wukong nodded. Pilaf, asked Xiaowu. I have spoken with Aunt Bulma, and she has agreed to assist in manufacturing mobile phones. If these phones are sold, the three of you will receive 25%. 25%? Why is that? We were the ones who created these phones. Why should we only receive 25%? Pilaf exclaimed angrily. Do you three have the funds to establish a factory? Son Gohan inquired. Upon hearing this, Pilaf immediately fell silent. Furthermore, Bulma's family company is a substantial enterprise. With her assistance and promotion, our mobile phones are bound to sell remarkably well. Even if we receive only 25%, that would amount to trillions. The three of them, upon hearing this, instantly began to envision their lives filled with wealth, even drooling at the thought. Ahem. After a moment of daydreaming, Pilaf deliberately cleared his throat and, with a serious expression, turned to Son Gohan and said, Gohan, I must confess that I was not thinking clearly. All of this is my fault, and I sincerely apologize to you. Son Wukong smiled gently and replied, It's nothing. So, Gohan, when can the factory commence operations? He was now filled with eager anticipation, yearning to witness the mass production of the mobile phones he had created, to ascend as a renowned entrepreneur, accompanied daily by enchanting companions. I came to seek you for this reason. Seek me? Indeed, Aunt Bulma expressed her desire to understand the materials and components required for the production of this mobile phone. Thus she wishes to meet you. Meet me. Upon hearing this, Pilaf's expression shifted to one of palpable anxiety. Having previously captured both Son Wukong and Bulma, he feared she might recognize him. Should Bulma identify him, he could potentially lose a quarter of his fortune. Contemplating this, Pilaf quickly feigned illness to decline the meeting with Bulma and subsequently divulged the design, materials, and components of the smartphone to Son Gohan. In a state of resignation, Son Wukong took with him the design sketches drawn by Pilaf, along with the blueprints detailing the materials and components for the mobile phone, and once again made his way to Bulma's residence. Gohan, where is Pilaf? Bulma inquired. Aunt Bulma, he is feeling somewhat unwell, so he couldn't make it. Nevertheless, he entrusted me with the design blueprints for the phone, Son Gohan remarked as he handed a substantial stack of papers to Bulma. I see. Bulma responded promptly, immediately delving into the blueprints. Aunt Bulma, how long until this phone can be mass-produced? Some components are not available in West City and will need to be sourced from elsewhere, so it should take about a week, she replied. I understand. Bulma nodded. By the way, Aunt Bulma, is Vegeta currently training in the gravity chamber? Indeed. This fellow spends all his time training, except for eating and sleeping, just like your father. Is that so? As Son Wukong spoke, he retrieved a USB drive from his pocket and presented it to Bulma. Aunt Bulma, this is for you. Bulma inquired, Gohan. What is this? Son Gohan smiled and said, this is a video of Vegeta on planet Namek. A video of Vegeta? Indeed. You can simply open it on the computer to find out. Son Wukong chuckled. The computer? Son Wukong nodded and, with a swift, instant movement, vanished from sight. Upon witnessing this, Bulma reluctantly entered the house and connected a USB drive to her computer. Subsequently, she discovered a file and opened it, revealing a video of Vegeta on Namek. The content of the video featured Vegeta reciting lines from Team Rocket alongside Son Wukong. Upon viewing the footage, Bulma could not contain her laughter and replayed it multiple times. Who would have thought that the typically aloof Saiyan prince would utter such lines with Son Wukong? Outside the outskirts of West City, Ashu and Xiaowu were perplexed by Pilaf's recent decision to avoid meeting Bulma. Why don't you want to see Bulma, King Pilaf? They inquired. Are you two fools? We once captured that woman. If she discovers that we created this phone, she might not even share the 25% with us. Not a chance. Upon hearing this, Ashu and Xiaowu's previous fantasies instantly dissipated in their minds. Then, King Pilaf, what shall we do? Should we forego that 25%? Ashu questioned. Impossible. I wasn't prepared for Son Wukong's sudden visit, but next time, the three of us can disguise ourselves so that she won't recognize us. Truly the King Pilaf. Of course. How else could I be your leader? King Pilaf, can you actually apply makeup? Pilaf turned to Xiaowu, thinking she, being a woman, should possess some skills in that area. At noon, upon hearing Bulma's mother call him for lunch, Vegeta ceased his training and exited the gravity chamber. As he approached the yard, he was met with Bulma's beaming smile. With a cold snort, Vegeta continued walking. At that moment, Bulma began reciting lines from Team Rocket. To prevent the world from destruction. To safeguard the peace of the universe. Hearing this, Vegeta momentarily halted his steps. Bulma chuckled. Those words sound familiar, don't they? Vegeta, gritting his teeth, retorted, Bulma. Who told you that? Guess. Chapter 36, Obtaining a Driver's License. Humph. Vegeta scoffed. I don't need to guess. It must have been that brat Wukong. Exactly. And he even sent me a video. A video? The one of you on Namek. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's anger flared as he gritted his teeth. Damn it. That guy dared to record a video of me. Bulma, where's that video now? What for? Do you wish to delete it? Even if you erase my copy. Wukong surely has a backup. Upon hearing this, Vegeta, filled with rage, gritted his teeth and declared, Bulma, you must never show this video to anyone else. Do you understand? Otherwise, I will end you. But my mother has already seen it. She retorted. I meant starting from now. Vegeta shouted emphatically. All right, I was merely jesting with you. Why are you so irate? Bulma smiled. Vegeta snorted in disdain and turned to walk away. At that moment, he silently vowed that once he surpassed Gohan's strength, he would deliver a thorough beating to him. Meanwhile, at Mount Payas, Goku's home. Achu. At this moment, Son Wukong was enjoying his lunch at home when he suddenly felt an itch in his nose and let out a sneeze. What's the matter, Wukong? Chi-Chi inquired with concern. It's nothing, mother. He replied. Although Son Wukong uttered such words, His mind was preoccupied with the thought of whether Vegeta was berating him. The following day, after a day of rigorous training, Son Wukong and Piccolo, as customary, removed their sweat-soaked garments and handed them over to Chi-Chi for washing. Observing the discarded clothes, Chi-Chi's countenance shifted to one of displeasure as she addressed the two. Wukong, all you ever do is train. Oblivious to the hardships I endure for our family. Do you not realize that this morning, while I was out purchasing groceries, I was chased by a wild boar and nearly lost my life? But Chi-Chi, are you not skilled in martial arts? Wukong replied. My hands were full with items. How could I possibly perform any martial arts? Enough. Chi-Chi, I understand your struggles. Tomorrow, I shall capture that wild boar for you to vent your frustrations. Is that truly the crux of the matter? Chi-Chi retorted. Then what is the essence of the issue? Wukong, you should obtain a driver's license. A driver's license? He echoed. Indeed. With a license, you could drive me to Shido. The couple next door, the husband drives his wife to buy groceries. And Piccolo, you should accompany him. Piccolo exclaimed, surprised at being implicated. Certainly. You dine at my house every day. Should you not join us? He responded, speechless. I merely had a sip of water. In any case, starting tomorrow, both of you will pursue a driver's license. But Chi-Chi, do we not have the flying Nimbus? You could use it to get to the market. I have a fear of heights and find it uncomfortable to ride the Nimbus. Then you could use Gohan's axe. It can shrink and grow, and it would protect you from danger. Gohan's axe. Yes, it has the capability to change size and can safeguard you in perilous situations. Does such an axe truly exist? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Even so, I shall not sit. Why? Go and ask Piccolo if he would ever ride out on an axe. He would. Piccolo nodded. But I am not a typical person. I will absolutely not ride out on an axe. You two must accompany me to driving school, or else I shall cease to prepare your meals. Fine then. With a sense of resignation, Son Wukong acquiesced. Chi-Chi, as she spoke, turned and entered Son Wukong's room. Mother, she acknowledged with a nod. Wu Fan, I heard from Wukong that you possess an axe that can change in size. Is that correct? Mother, are you referring to the Shadow Battle Axe? The Shadow Battle Axe? Indeed. Would you be so kind as to lend me that axe? I could, but pray tell. What do you intend to do with it? To fell wild boars. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong's brow was dampened with a bead of cold sweat. Subsequently, he retrieved the Shadow Battle Axe from the system. Is this truly the Shadow Battle Axe? Upon observing its diminutive size, no larger than a thumb, Chi-Chi harbored doubts in her heart about whether this axe could fell a wild boar. Son Wukong nodded and exclaimed, Shadow Battle Axe, enlarge. As soon as the words left his lips, the Shadow Battle Axe immediately grew significantly larger. Chi-Chi was taken aback. The axe could truly change its size. Son Wukong nodded. From today onward, the Shadow Battle Axe will accompany my mother, assisting in her protection, but it must not take any lives and must heed her commands. Upon hearing this, the Shadow Battle Axe nodded as if it were a sentient being. Chi-Chi was taken aback. Wukong, does this axe truly comprehend human speech? Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. So, Gohan, where did you acquire this axe? I found it. Where did you find it? On Baozi Mountain. The following day, Chi-Chi set out with the Shadow War Axe. On her way back, she encountered the wild boar from the previous day once more. At that moment, the boar glared fiercely at Chi-Chi. Sensing the danger, Chi-Chi's expression hardened as she called upon the floating Shadow War Axe. Shadow War Axe. Slay that wild boar for today's meal. Upon hearing her command, the axe emitted a beam of white light and swiftly decapitated the boar. Chi-Chi, witnessing this, smiled slightly as she placed the freshly slain boar atop the enlarged Shadow War Axe. The axe, however, remained silently astonished. It was originally a weapon of death, yet now it had transformed into a mere transport. What sort of master had it encountered? As time swiftly passed, a week had gone by. The production line for smartphones was fully operational, commencing the mass production of devices. Baozi Mountain, Son Gohan's home. Due to an inadvertent slip of the tongue by Son Wukong regarding a battle with Son Gohan just days prior, Chi-Chi grew suspicious. Consequently, Son Gohan has been dutifully confined to his home, engrossed in his studies. At this moment, he languidly occupies his room, idly twirling a pencil in his hand. Suddenly, a knock resounds at the door. Gohan, I'm coming in. Hearing a knock at the door, Son Wukong straightened his posture and gazed at the examination papers laid out before him. At that moment, the door swung open and Chi-Chi entered, carrying a platter of fresh apples, which she placed on the table beside Son Wukong. Wukong, you've been working so hard on your studies. Why not have an apple? Chi-Chi offered, extending one of the apples toward him. Oh, mother, I'm really not in the mood to eat right now. Son Gohan, imitating his doppelganger, remarked. Just have one, Gohan. Very well then. Son Wukong took the apple handed to him by Chi-Chi and took a bite. Perhaps I have been overly concerned, Chi-Chi mused inwardly, gazing at Son Wukong with a gentle smile. Well then, Wukong, continue your diligent studies. I shall take my leave for now. Yes, mother. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi promptly exited Son Wukong's room. During this period, Son Wukong's doppelganger has been utterly detached from water and fruit. Hence, today, Chi-Chi decided to test Son Wukong with an apple. As soon as he saw Chi-Chi leave, Son Wukong let out a sigh of relief. Over the past few days, Chi-Chi had employed various methods to probe him. Fortunately, he possesses the ability of telepathy, allowing him to discern her thoughts. It appears that relying on the doppelganger is not a sustainable solution. It is time to find an opportunity to lay everything bare before her. Son Wukong's son contemplated within himself. By the way, system, do you possess the art of war? What? Master, I am a system, not a library. I see. Master, what do you need the art of war for? Oh, it's nothing. Chapter 37. The confrontation time flew by, and before long, a month had passed. Thanks to the promotional efforts of the Universal Capsule Corporation, smartphones had become the trend among the youth. During this past month, Son Wukong and Pilaf have collaborated to develop a variety of software, reminiscent of QQ, WeChat, and free novel platforms from his previous life. With smartphones only just hitting the market, Son Wukong and Pilaf have yet to receive any profits from the sale of these devices. However, their app development has proven to be quite lucrative. Many affluent individuals, recognizing the immense potential of these applications, have approached Son Wukong with offers to purchase them. Yet, he has steadfastly declined all proposals. The apps created by Pilaf are all inspired by those that garnered immense popularity in his previous life, and he is acutely aware of their value, making it improbable for him to part with them lightly. This scene unfolds within a restaurant in West City. Son Wukong and Pilaf, at this moment, were celebrating the profits earned over the past month. Xiao exclaimed, King Pilaf, this is wonderful. The app we developed this month is generating hundreds of thousands in revenue daily. Pilaf laughed heartily. What is hundreds of thousands? Once our smartphones are ubiquitous across the globe, earning tens of millions in a day will be nothing. Ashu added, indeed, with such wealth, we will be able to gather the Dragon Balls. Son Wukong, Dragon Ball? No. He mentioned glass marbles. Ash enjoys collecting glass marbles immensely. Is that so? Indeed. By the way, Gohan, we have yet to express our gratitude. Without your assistance, we would not have earned such a fortune. As Pilaf spoke, he promptly raised his cup filled with juice. Ash and Xiaowu, upon seeing this, also lifted their cups. Cheers! Pilaf exclaimed, and in an instant, he downed the drink. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong and his companions promptly consumed the juice in their hands. Subsequently, the trio busied themselves throughout the day with software development and the newly established company. So engrossed were they in their endeavors that they completely forgot about the quest for the Dragon Balls. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, 3 months had elapsed. During this period, Son Wukong's strength had significantly increased, reaching an impressive battle power of 4.5 billion. At this moment, Son Wukong sat nervously in the living room, preparing to unveil the truth about the company he co-founded with Pilaf to Chi-Chi. Wukong, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? She inquired. Mother, I have actually started a company. A company? Wukong, you must be jesting. You are merely 7 years old. How could you possibly run a company? Just then, a sudden knocking echoed from outside the door. Wait a moment. I shall answer the door, Chi-Chi exclaimed, dashing to open it. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by 2 impeccably dressed gentlemen, each carrying a black case. Good day. May I inquire who you are? She asked. Greetings. We are employees of Mr. Sun's company, and we have been sent here by him today. Mr. Sun? Chi-Chi, taken aback, looked at Son Wukong incredulously. You mean to say the Mr. Sun you refer to as Wukong? Indeed. The man affirmed with a nod. Chi-Chi, still in disbelief, pinched her left hand. Ouch. This isn't a dream. You mentioned that Wukong summoned you here. What did he ask you to do? She pressed. Mr. Sun instructed us to deliver money. Money? Yes. The man replied, placing the case down and opening it to reveal a substantial amount of cash. This contains a total of 50 million. 50 million. Chi-Chi gasped, raising her right hand to pinch her face. Ouch. It seems this is indeed not a dream. So, all this belongs to Wukong? Yes. The man confirmed. Chi-Chi turned to Son Wukong, her expression a mix of astonishment and concern. Wukong, what on earth is happening here? You haven't wished for this with the Dragon Balls, have you? No, mother. I merely collaborated with someone to assist in creating some mobile phones and developed a few software applications, which earned me some money. Some money? 50 million is merely some now. Chi-Chi asked, her gaze fixed intently on him. I was simply working during my free time to create the phones. Oh, is that so? It seems you have quite a lot of free time. Chi-Chi smiled. That mother, then this 50 million. Chi-Chi scoffed. Gohan, although our family is impoverished, we have never resorted to theft or robbery. Therefore, unless you clarify the source of this money, I absolutely refuse to accept it. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong helplessly retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Bulma. Before long, the call was connected. Gohan, what brings you to call? Aunt Bulma. My mother does not believe that I have started a company, and I would like to speak with her about it. I see. Then please hand the phone to Chi-Chi. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately handed the phone to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi is me, Bulma. Bulma. Regarding the matters concerning Wukong's company, they are indeed true. The Capsule Corporation has recently unveiled a smartphone, which was developed by Wukong and his friends. A smartphone, Chi-Chi remarked, glancing at the device in her hand. Recently, there had indeed been an influx of smartphones in West City. However, the exorbitant prices had deterred her from purchasing one. She never anticipated that this particular phone had been created by Wukong and his companions. Yet, considering that Wukong was merely a 7-year-old child, it seemed implausible that he possessed the capability to manufacture a phone. Wukong, please be honest with me. Did you truly create this phone with your friends? No. I merely shared my ideas regarding the smartphone's functionalities with my friend. He and his colleagues were responsible for the research and development. Your friends? Yes, they are all adults. After hearing my ideas, they expressed great admiration for them, and thus, they produced the smartphone. Is that so? Chi-Chi responded, feeling somewhat skeptical. And what about the company? After my friend manufactured the smartphone, I collaborated with Aunt Bulma to produce a significant quantity of phones, and then my friends and I established a company. Despite Wukong's assurances, Chi-Chi remained doubtful. Wukong, you must not deceive me. Be cautious. You might be misled by those unfamiliar friends of yours. Not at all. Mom, you can rest assured. Indeed. Chi-Chi, Wukong is exceptionally intelligent, and I have visited his company. Everything is completely legitimate and compliant. Is that true? Chi-Chi inquired, feeling a bit more reassured. Then, Mom, you should believe me now, right? Chi-Chi scoffed lightly. Wukong, even if you truly have started a company, you should not trust strangers so readily. Understood. Son Wukong nodded. Mother, may I not study so much? The books and exercises assigned by Chi-Chi were several times more than those of his peers. Chapter 38, The Arrival of King Kurd. You may study less, but you must still study. All right. Son Wukong nodded. As long as Chi-Chi did not impose such strict regulations, his doppelgangers could easily manage. But what about that 50 million? Coughing lightly, Chi-Chi fixed a serious gaze upon Son Wukong. Gohan, you are still a child, for the time being. I shall take charge of this money. The man standing beside them let out a dry chuckle upon hearing this. Though Son Gohan is but a child, he embodies the aspirations of these diligent workers throughout their lives. So, if there is nothing else, shall we take our leave, Mr. Son? Indeed. Son Wukong's son, Gohan, nodded. Upon witnessing this, the two men promptly departed from Son Wukong's residence. Now, Gohan, you should return to your room and study. Oh, as Son Wukong spoke, he returned to his room. 50 million. Upon seeing this, Chi-Chi immediately began counting the money in the boxes with a greedy expression. With such a fortune, I could purchase a house in West City and then allow Gohan to attend school in the city. In the cosmos, at the location of the planet Namek, a spaceship identical to Frisia's was floating in the vastness of space. This vessel belonged to King Cold, Frisia's father. At this moment, King Cold stood in the control room of the spaceship, gazing out into the universe. Suddenly, one of the crew members reported to King Cold, trembling with fear. Your Majesty, the planet Namek has vanished. Vanished? King Cold inquired. Yes, the crew member stammered. According to our observations, Namek did not explode, as there are no remnants of such an event in the surrounding area. I believe it may have been relocated by the Dragon Balls of Namek. Relocated? King Cold's eyes narrowed slightly. And what of the Saiyan who killed Frisia? Your Majesty, it appears he is on Earth. Then let us depart for Earth. Yes, Your Majesty. Time swiftly passed, and a week had gone by. Since Gohan had revealed his intentions, his life had significantly improved. and Chi-Chi had become more gentle towards both father and son. At this moment, Gohan and his companions were training atop the sacred land of Korin when they suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura. This presence was none other than King Cold's energy. What an incredibly powerful force, Piccolo remarked, his expression grave. Moreover, this energy is strikingly similar to Frisia's. Son Wukong remarked. Piccolo nodded in agreement. However, shouldn't Frisia have been eradicated by Gohan? I do not know. Son Wukong shook his head. Piccolo, then shall we go take a look? All right. As Son Wukong spoke, he led the two individuals to the location where the Kurdish king was about to descend. Simultaneously, on Earth, Krillin and his companions sensed the formidable aura of the Kurdish king. What powerful entity could be arriving on Earth? Indeed, Master Roshi nodded in agreement. Then go and investigate. Understood, Master Roshi. Krillin replied, promptly departing from Kame House. On the other side, at this moment, Son Wukong and Piccolo, along with their companions, arrived at a great mountain outside the West capital. The trio gazed upward, where they beheld a spacecraft resembling a disc. This vessel belonged to King Cold. The spacecraft had already breached the atmosphere and was on the verge of descending to Earth. It resembles Frisia's ship, Piccolo remarked solemnly. Indeed, Son Wukong nodded. At that moment, Vegeta soared over from a distance. With a thud, he landed beside Son Wukong. Vegeta, he acknowledged with a nod, gazing at the approaching spaceship of King Cold. Boom. A minute later, King Cold's spaceship successfully touched down on the ground. At this juncture, Krillin and the others also arrived. Krillin, Uncle Krillin, it has been a while. Wukong and Gohan. The two nodded in response. Wukong, who exactly are these newcomers? I have no idea. Son Wukong shook his head. However, his spaceship appeared to be identical to Frisia's, and his aura bore a striking resemblance to Frisia's as well. Frisia, the very being whom even you, Wukong, could not triumph over. In the past, I was unable to defeat him, but now I possess absolute confidence in my ability to conquer him. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Krillin felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. At that moment, the spacecraft of King Cold opened, and numerous soldiers clad in Saiyan battle armor emerged, forming two orderly lines. With a heavy thud of footsteps, a man who bore an uncanny likeness to Frisia in his first form stepped out from the spacecraft. This individual was none other than Frisia's father, King Cold. Who is this fellow, and how does he resemble Frisia so closely? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. Previously, he had suspected that Frisia had not been slain by Son Gohan. I have encountered King Cold. Just then, the soldiers standing on either side respectfully bowed to King Cold. King Cold nodded in acknowledgement. Cold. Vegeta immediately recognized the name of King Cold. At that moment, King Cold suddenly turned his gaze towards them and inquired, May I ask, which one of you is Son Gohan? Upon hearing this, Son Wufan immediately rose to his feet. Are you indeed Son Wufan? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. So, did my son Frisia perish at your hands? Frisia's father exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others were instantly taken aback. It was I who brought about his demise. The King of Cold's countenance immediately turned icy upon hearing Son Gohan's admission. Prior to this moment, he had harbored a flicker of hope for Frisia's survival. Now that he had heard Son Gohan's own confession, that hope was extinguished. Eliminate them. The King of Cold commanded his soldiers behind him. Yes, Your Majesty. All the soldiers responded in unison. They promptly seized their weapons and charged towards Son Gohan and his companions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Son Wukong and Krillin witnessed this, they swiftly clapped their hands together, unleashing a torrent of golden energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. With the resounding echoes of colossal explosions, Son Wukong and his companions eradicated all the soldiers. What a pitiful bunch. King Cold cast a cold glance at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground and took a few steps forward, remarking, Indeed, you possess some skill. Had you not slain Frisia, I would have genuinely considered recruiting you as my subordinate. With a cold snort, Son Wukong swiftly approached King Kurd, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen with his right fist. King Kurd let out a loud, anguished cry, spitting out a mouthful of bitter liquid. Chapter 39. The bewildered Trunks clutching his stomach with both hands, King Kurd gazed at Son Wukong before him with a look of sheer terror. Although it was merely a single punch, the pain it inflicted upon him was indescribably intense. Son Gohan let out a cold snort, delivering a powerful punch that sent King Kurd soaring through the air. Immediately thereafter, he swiftly brought his hands together, declaring, Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his palms, hurtling towards King Kurd. No, King Kurd bellowed, filled with regret for having ventured to Earth. Boom. The Kamehameha struck King Kurd, erupting into a magnificent explosion in the sky. An immense tempest formed, violently tearing apart King Kurd's body. After a brief moment, as the explosion subsided, remnants of black dust drifted down from the heavens, only to be whisked away by a gust of wind, vanishing without a trace. Has it been extinguished? Krillin gazed blankly at the sky. The formidable aura of King Kurd had been effortlessly obliterated by Son Gohan, who had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, Son Wukong nodded. Standing beside him, Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly upon witnessing the scene. As Son Wukong's strength continues to grow, the challenge for others to catch up to him becomes increasingly formidable. Contemplating this, Vegeta immediately ascended into the sky. He realized that he could no longer afford to squander time in this place. He must return to his training and strive to become the strongest of all. Krillin was momentarily taken aback. Why did Vegeta leave without a word? I suppose he must have been inspired by Gohan, he remarked. Indeed. Speaking of which, Vegeta is also a Saiyan. Do you think he will eventually become as powerful as Goku and the others? Certainly. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Son Wukong declared. At that moment, Son Gohan descended from the sky, landing before Piccolo and the others. Gohan, you are truly remarkable. You effortlessly vanquished such a formidable foe. Krillin exclaimed with delight, praising Son Gohan. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Shortly thereafter, he and Krillin exchanged a few words before each returned to their respective training grounds. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On North Kai's planet, he was reclining leisurely in a chair, savoring freshly brewed tea. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him, startling him so much that he spat out the tea he had just consumed. The unexpected visitor was none other than Son Wukong. Lord Kai, are you all right? Coughing slightly as the tea had gone down the wrong way, North Kai replied, Wukong, what brings you to my planet so unexpectedly? Son Wukong chuckled and said, Lord of the King, I have come here to cultivate. Cultivate? Indeed. Your planet is far more suitable for cultivation, Lord of the King. The North King looked at him, speechless. Wukong, my planet is not your personal gym. I understand, Lord of the King. I will only be training here for a while. Very well. The North King ultimately softened and agreed. By the way, Wukong, that was instantaneous movement you just performed, wasn't it? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. Was it Gohan who taught you? Indeed. It took me nearly a year to master it. Does Gohan know about your training here? Yes. He told me to return home every day after my training. I see. Time swiftly passed, and 4 months had elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this period, everything remained tranquil. In the West capital, Son Wukong's family purchased a residence and settled in. With newfound wealth, Chi-Chi now spends her days not only tending to Son Gohan and the others by washing and cooking, but also indulges in leisurely outings with Bulma. Suddenly, atop a grand mountain outside the West capital, a peculiar yellow machine resembling a rocket materialized. This contraption was none other than the time machine from the Dragon Ball universe. Upon its arrival, it swiftly descended from the heavens. A youth with purple hair, bearing a long sword upon his back, emerged from the time machine. This individual was none other than Trunks from the future. After disembarking, Trunks promptly stored the time machine within a capsule and soared forward. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the site where the spaceship of King Cold had landed 4 months prior. However, the surroundings were desolate, devoid of any presence. As Trunks surveyed the area, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. It was strange. According to his mother, Frieza and his cohorts should have already arrived on Earth. Yet, there was no sign of them. Could it be that traveling back in time had altered the past? Or perhaps this place was not the same as it had been 20 years ago. He decided to wait and see. Finding a sizable rock, Trunks settled down. After 10 minutes of waiting without any sign of Frieza and his gang, he stood up and made his way towards the West capital. In the West capital, at Bulma's residence, Bulma was reclining on a chair in the backyard, her face adorned with a white mask. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, landing on the grass of her yard. It was Trunks. Upon witnessing his unexpected arrival, Bulma instinctively rose from her chair. Hello, I mean no harm. I come from the future, seeking Mr. Son Wukong. Wukong? Bulma's vigilance slightly dissipated upon hearing this. May I inquire, what year and day is it today? What year? What day? Bulma, puzzled, nonetheless provided Trunks with the date, sensing that he bore no ill intentions. Today is August 3rd, 764. August 3rd. Yes, what of it? Nothing. Trunks shook his head, stroking his chin as he pondered. It appeared he had indeed returned to 20 years prior. However, the history here seemed to diverge from what he had known. At that moment, Bulma removed the mask from her face and inquired, "Who are you? Why are you wearing clothing emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo?" "I cannot divulge that information at this moment. The only thing I can share is that I hail from the future, and I have a matter of great significance to communicate to Mr. Goku." "The future?" Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed. I must also ask you to keep this matter confidential." "Very well, but what is it that you wish to discuss with Goku?" "I regret to inform you that this is something I can only share with Mr. Goku himself." "I see. Then may I inquire about something?" "What is it?" "Are you familiar with Frieza?" "Yes, why do you ask?" "Has he come to Earth?" "Earth? Was he not vanquished by Gohan on Namek?" "He was indeed defeated by Gohan." Trunks gasped in disbelief. "But wasn't Frieza eliminated by Mr. Goku?" "No, he was defeated by Gohan." "What on earth is happening? This contradicts everything I know about history." "Contradictory?" "Yes." Trunks nodded affirmatively. Chapter 40. The encounter between Trunks and Son Goku. Do you know where Mr. Goku currently is? "I do not sense his presence on Earth." "Goku." Bulma pondered for a moment. "I heard from Gohan that he seems to be training with King Kai." "King Kai?" "Yes." Bulma nodded. "And what of Vegeta?" Trunks, having traveled back in time, naturally wishes to meet his biological father. In the future, Vegeta perished when Trunks was very young. Hence Trunks has only seen photographs of him and has never encountered him in person. "Vegeta?" "He is currently training in the gravity chamber." "Is there something you need from him?" No. I was merely curious." Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a mixture of belief and skepticism. At that moment, a figure approached from afar. It was none other than Vegeta. "Father," Trunks thought to himself. "Vegeta?" Bulma gasped in surprise. How could the Prince of all Saiyans appear at this moment? Vegeta disregarded Bulma and instead focused his gaze on Trunks. "Who are you? Why do you possess the aura of a Saiyan?" "A Saiyan," Bulma exclaimed in shock. "Trunks is indeed a Saiyan. I come from the future. But I cannot disclose my identity just yet." "From the future?" Vegeta contemplated silently. "Could this individual be Kakarot's son?" "No, that cannot be. Kakarot's hair is black. And Gohan's hair is also black." "Miss Bulma, do you know where Gohan is?" "I wish to meet him." "I'm not sure. He could be at home or perhaps at the lookout." "Oh, I see. Then I'll head to his house first." "Do you know where he lives?" Bulma inquired. "Isn't his home on the lookout?" "It used to be, but he recently purchased a residence in West City, so he now resides there." Living in West City. Trunks was taken aback. This was entirely different from what his future mother had told him. "How about this? I will give Gohan a call and ask where he is now." "Oh, that sounds good." Trunks nodded. Upon seeing this, Bulma promptly took out her smartphone and dialed Gohan's number. After a moment, the call connected. "Aunt Bulma." "Gohan, where are you right now?" "There is someone here who wishes to see you." "I am at the lookout." "All right, I understand," Bulma said, then hung up the phone. Vegeta, upon witnessing this, immediately lost interest and returned to the gravity chamber to continue his training. His brief emergence from the chamber was solely due to the Saiyan aura emanating from Trunks. He was aware that aside from himself and Goku, there were no other Saiyans left in the universe. Thus, he found Trunks intriguing. However, upon learning that Trunks was not a pure Saiyan and hailed from the future, his interest waned. "Gohan is at the lookout." "Okay, I understand. I shall take my leave then." Bulma nodded. With that, Trunks swiftly departed from Bulma's residence. At the lookout. At this moment, Son Wukong is seated in a meditative posture upon a patch of verdant grass, engaging in his cultivation. Though Son Wukong's strength is formidable at present, his mastery over such power is rather lacking. In the Dragon Ball Super movie, during the Super Android saga, Vegeta once remarked that their abilities are indeed comparable to Jiren's. However, their control over this power pales in comparison to his. This assertion was further validated by Whis. Moments later, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was none other than Trunks. Upon encountering Trunks, Son Gohan instantly recognized him, pondering to himself, "Who are you?" Piccolo, with a serious demeanor, inquired of Trunks, "Greetings." Trunks replied, "I hail from the future, and I am here to seek Gohan." "From the future?" Trunks nodded, casting his gaze upon the seated Son Gohan, secretly reflecting. Is this truly the younger version of Gohan? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Son Gohan promptly rose to his feet. "You seek me?" Trunks affirmed, "Indeed. I heard from Miss Bulma that you vanquished Frieza." Son Wukong's son, Gohan, nodded. "What brings you to me?" "Actually, I was hoping to speak with your father, Mr. Son Wukong. However, I heard from Bulma that he is training with King Kai, which is why I sought you out. I wish to know when Mr. Sun Wukong will return, as I have something of great importance to discuss with him. Father is likely to return in the evening. But if you need to speak with him urgently, I can call him back right away. That would be much appreciated. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, and in an instant, he teleported to the North Kai's planet. Where did he go? Trunks exclaimed in surprise. That was instantaneous movement, Piccolo remarked. Instantaneous movement? Indeed, Piccolo affirmed. No sooner had he spoken than Son Gohan reappeared, accompanied by another figure, none other than Sun Wukong himself. Mr. Sun Wukong, Trunks called out excitedly. Do you know me? Yes, Trunks replied, nodding. I hail from the future, and while I cannot disclose my name at this moment, Mr. Sun Wukong, may I have a private conversation with you? Certainly. Sun Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Trunks immediately took to the skies with Sun Wukong, soaring towards the distance. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately followed suit. With a soft whoosh, the two arrived at a location over 1,000 miles away from where Son Gohan and the others were. Sun Wukong glanced over at Piccolo and the others, who were quite distant from them. Now, you may speak, he prompted. Very well, my name is Trunks. Hailing from the future, 20 years hence. Trunks. Indeed, it was rather inconvenient to disclose my name earlier with Gohan and the others present. And why is that? At that moment, Piccolo, with his keen sense of hearing, was secretly eavesdropping on their conversation. It is because I fear that revealing my name could alter the course of history, though it seems that the history here has already been irrevocably altered. Irrevocably altered? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong wore a perplexed expression. Trunks, what exactly do you mean? He inquired. I hail from the future, and thus possess knowledge of past events. However, everything occurring here diverges entirely from the history I am familiar with. Entirely different? Indeed. According to what my mother has told me, 20 years ago, it was you who vanquished Frieza on Namek. Yet, from the account provided by my mother in this timeline, it was Gohan who defeated Frieza. Your mother? My mother is Bulma. Bulma. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Bulma, who is still unmarried, will have such a grown son 20 years from now. Chapter 41, The Androids. Indeed. But who is your father? Yamcha? No, my father is Vegeta. Vegeta? You mean to say that Vegeta and Bulma are together? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Indeed. Trunks nodded in affirmation. I had thought that Bulma would marry Yamcha. No, because Uncle Yamcha was excessively flirtatious, my mother decided to part ways with him. Later, upon seeing my lonely father, she couldn't help but be drawn to him. However, my father never officially married my mother. Trunks blushed as he spoke. I see. So, what brings you from the future to seek me out? Well, 3 years from now, 2 exceptionally powerful androids will emerge on Earth, both possessing boundless stamina. Boundless stamina? Yes. Which means their energy is inexhaustible. Inexhaustible, Trunks affirmed with a nod. These 2 were created by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, the very organization you once defeated. The Red Ribbon Army. Indeed. After the disbandment of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero continued his research on androids and subsequently created the 2 I just mentioned. However, he was ultimately killed by his own creations. He was slain by the very androids he birthed? Yes, those 2 androids are nothing short of killing machines. And our future world has become a living hell because of them. Trunks' voice brimmed with fury. Thus, I have journeyed from the future in hopes that you, Mr. Sun Wukong, can vanquish these 2, thereby altering the tragic fate of our world. Very well, Sun Wukong nodded. However, Trunks, why do you not seek out Gohan? Gohan. Indeed, his strength now far surpasses my own. Gohan's power exceeds yours. Yes, what of it? Nothing. It's just that in our future world, Gohan attained mastery over Super Saiyan only after your demise. Demise? So I perished at the hands of those 2 androids. Not quite, Mr. Wukong. You did not engage them in battle. Rather, you succumbed to a viral heart disease. A viral heart disease? Yes. It is an illness that cannot be treated in this era. However, 20 years hence, with advancements in medicine, a special remedy has been developed to cure it. A special remedy. As Trunks spoke, he retrieved a vial from his attire. This is the special remedy I brought from the future. If you take this, you will be cured of the viral heart disease. Is that so? I am truly grateful to you. Sun Wukong took the medicine and replied, It's nothing. By the way, Mr. Sun Wukong, I just forgot to inform you that 3 years from now, those 2 androids will appear on a small island 9 kilometers south of the West capital at approximately 10 o'clock on May 12th. May 12th at 10 o'clock. Trunks nodded. By the way, Mr. Sun Wukong, are you aware of Frisia's father, King Cold? Yes, I know him. What about it? Nothing, but according to the original timeline, he should have brought Frisia to Earth today to seek revenge on you. Yet I did not see him here. Frisia? Wasn't he defeated by Gohan on Namek? No. According to the original history, you had spared Frisia on Namek, and later he was rescued by his father, King Cold. Then the two of them came to Earth to exact their revenge on you. Mr. Sun Wukong, could you kindly share with me all that has transpired in your world? Very well. Sun Wukong nodded. He then began to recount his encounter with Bulma. After a considerable time, he concluded the narration of his growth experiences. What Mr. Sun Wukong shared aligned closely with what I knew. However, everything changed when my father invaded Earth. Changed. Trunks nodded in agreement, glancing at Son Gohan in the distance. Mr. Sun Wukong, shall we proceed? Oh, certainly. With that, the two swiftly flew to where Son Gohan and the others were. Father. Son Wukong nodded. Can you engage in combat with me, Gohan? At that moment, Trunks suddenly addressed Gohan. Combat? Yes. Trunks declared, clenching his fists tightly and transforming into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Piccolo was taken aback. Although he was aware that Trunks was the son of Vegeta, he did not anticipate that he too could achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. With Trunks' transformation, the Z fighters on Earth swiftly sensed his energy. What a formidable energy. This is the aura of a Super Saiyan. In the gravity chamber, Vegeta, upon detecting Trunks' energy, immediately lost focus on his training. Is that the little brat? Vegeta remarked. Promptly exiting the gravity chamber. On Mount Payaz, after transforming, Trunks immediately retracted his golden aura. Gohan, I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. You should transform as well and battle me. Do you truly wish to fight me? Indeed. Trunks nodded earnestly. In that case, you may attack first. Trunks was taken aback. Aren't you going to transform into a Super Saiyan? To defeat you, I need not transform into a Super Saiyan. Is that so? Then I shall strike. As Trunks spoke, he drew the sword from his back. Huh. With a mighty shout, Trunks swung his sword forward with lightning speed. As Son Wukong's son, Gohan, lifted his right index finger, he effortlessly blocked the descending sword of Trunks. Startled, Trunks swiftly raised his sword once more, launching another rapid strike. Clang, clang, clang. All of Trunks' attacks were deftly thwarted by Gohan's outstretched finger. Realizing the futility of his efforts, Trunks retracted his sword and reverted to his normal state. Impressive. I never anticipated that your prowess, Gohan, would truly surpass that of Mr. Goku. Son Wukong nodded. Well, it's getting late. I should be heading back now. Until we meet again. Trunks bid farewell to the three. All right. Son Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Trunks immediately soared into the distance. Just as Trunks departed, Vegeta suddenly emerged from the distant sky, descending swiftly. Vegeta, he exclaimed with a cold snort. Son Wukong, did a certain purple-haired individual just arrive here? Indeed. However, he has already left. Did he transform into a Super Saiyan just now? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. So where has he gone now? He has returned. Has he traveled back to the future? What matter does he wish to discuss with you from the future? This. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong found himself at a loss for words, unsure of where to begin, and he had forgotten much of what Trunks had just said. Allow me to speak. Suddenly, Piccolo interjected. Chapter 42, bringing Trunks to the main timeline. Son Wukong turned to Piccolo. As an Namekian, my hearing is exceptionally acute, and I inadvertently overheard your conversation. Rest assured, I shall not utter words that should remain unspoken. With that, Piccolo promptly recounted what Trunks had just shared. However, he refrained from mentioning anything regarding Trunks' identity. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face immediately lit up with excitement. Interesting, Kakarot. When those two androids arrive in 3 years, do not intervene. I alone can handle them both. You alone? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong expressed his skepticism. Humph. Vegeta scoffed softly. Kakarot, although my strength may not match yours at present, I assure you that in 3 years, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong offered a faint smile. Vegeta, witnessing the scene, promptly turned and departed. Shortly after Vegeta's exit, Krillin and the others arrived, inquiring about the recent events. Thus, Son Wukong recounted what had transpired to Krillin and the group. Upon hearing his account, they all resolved to train diligently, for no one wished to meet a grim fate. In the future timeline, Trunks had already returned to his era via the time machine. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the future remained unchanged from before. and he immediately made his way back to his home in that time. Upon seeing Trunks return, Bulma's face brightened with a hint of joy. Trunks, did you return to the past? She asked. Yes, Trunks affirmed with a nod. Did you meet Son Wukong? I did, and I also encountered Dad, Mom, Gohan, and Uncle Piccolo. You saw Vegeta. Trunks nodded again. Mom, the past I returned to is different from what you described. Different? Yes. I am not sure if it is due to my journey to the past. Could you share more about it? Certainly. Trunks agreed. He then recounted to Bulma all that he had learned from Son Wukong. Trunks, the Gohan you mentioned differs from the one I know. Indeed, Trunks nodded. In the future, Gohan was his mentor, hence he was well acquainted with him. Mom, could it be that the time machine transported me to an alternate timeline? I think that is unlikely. She replied. Then what could be the explanation? Is the issue related to Gohan? Gohan, do you think he might be a reincarnate? Reincarnate? Isn't that how it's depicted in novels? Trunks chuckled awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. Mom, if the past changes, can we truly alter our future? I fear that may not be possible, Bulma mused after a brief silence. I once believed that by changing the past, we could reshape the future. However, based on your journey, it seems we may need to enlist the help of the past Son Wukong to salvage our future world. Trunks nodded. However, due to the insufficient energy of the time machine, he would have to wait 3 years before returning to the past to seek out Goku and the others. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Since learning of the existence of the androids, everyone had diligently devoted themselves to training. In the future timeline, Trunks found himself amidst the ruins of a desolate city, scavenging for energy to power the time machine. Suddenly, a hand appeared behind him, pulling him into an invisible ripple. By the time Trunks regained his senses, he found himself atop a great mountain. Before him stood a cloaked figure, shrouded in mystery. Upon seeing the figure, Trunks immediately became alert and inquired, "Who are you? Where's this place?" The figure offered no reply, instead leaping into the sky. Trunks, seizing the moment, pursued him. The figure then abruptly descended, landing within a dense forest. Trunks followed suit, but by the time he reached the forest, the figure had vanished without a trace. No, he has gone, Trunks exclaimed, startled. After searching the vicinity and confirming the absence of the figure, he relinquished his pursuit. Where am I? I feel as though I've never seen this place before. As he pondered, he suddenly sensed the energy of Vegeta and the others. This is my father's energy. Could it be that I have returned to the past? Meanwhile, on the mountain known as Bowsy, the cloaked figure Trunks had been chasing stood before a grand tree. In front of him was a boy none other than Gohan, though this was not the true Gohan, but rather a projection he had conjured. With a sudden burst, white mist enveloped the cloaked figure, and as it dissipated, the figure transformed into Gohan. His disguise as the cloaked man was a precaution to conceal his ultra-divine water, a remarkable artifact capable of traversing time and space while allowing him to spy on the Omni King, an immensely powerful treasure indeed. Son Wukong naturally wished to keep such a treasure a secret from others. An innocent man may suffer for possessing a precious gem. Indeed, this celestial mirror is quite remarkable. It can even summon the future Trunks. This is, of course, expected. Son Wukong chuckled and said, "Isn't it quite convenient for thievery with this heavenly mirror?" Disgraceful. The system retorted with a cold snort. I was merely jesting. Do you truly take me at my word? However, Master, what purpose do you have in bringing Trunks from the future? Son Wukong smiled and said, I wish to take him as my disciple. Take a disciple? Master, how old are you? You actually wish to take Trunks as your pupil? Son Wukong let out a cold snort. Though my physique may be diminutive, my mental age has long surpassed that of Trunks. Moreover, there is a saying that goes, the accomplished shall serve as teachers. Given that my strength exceeds Trunks, why should I not impart my martial skills to him? Very well, Master, you are indeed formidable. HM. Son Gohan nodded. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Trunks hurried home upon learning of his potential journey to the past. It's you, Bulma exclaimed, instantly recognizing him. Due to the necessity of concealing his true identity to avoid influencing his own birth, Trunks had refrained from revealing his name to Bulma earlier. It seems I have indeed returned 20 years into the past, but why did that figure in black bring me here? Observing Bulma's recognition, Trunks silently pondered. Chapter 43, Training Trunks in the Kaioken. Aren't you supposed to be back in the future? Trunks nodded. I did return, but due to certain circumstances, I am here again. Miss Bulma, you may call me Little Trunks. Little Trunks? Yes, Trunks affirmed. Well then, Miss Bulma, I have other matters to attend to. so I shall take my leave." With that, Trunks departed swiftly. On the summit of Mount Pozu. At this moment, Son Gohan had arrived at a meadow to cultivate when a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was none other than Trunks. Before long, Trunks landed gracefully before Son Gohan. Upon hearing his name, Trunks paused for a moment, recollecting that he had revealed his true identity to Son Wukong. With this thought, Trunks promptly nodded and inquired, "Where is Mr. Son Wukong?" "Father is currently training with Lord Kai." "Training with Lord Kai again?" "Indeed." Son Gohan nodded. "Trunks, didn't you return home? What brings you back here?" "Some events transpired, prompting my return," Trunks replied. "I see. Should I summon my father?" "I believe it is unnecessary for now." "Unnecessary?" "Indeed, for the energy required to activate the time machine has been depleted. I may need to stay here for a while." "Understood." Trunks nodded. "For how long?" "I cannot say. Once I gather sufficient energy for the time machine, I shall return." "Trunks, would you share with me the occurrences of the future?" "Certainly." Trunks nodded and recounted the events from the future timeline to Son Gohan. "Trunks, have you ever considered defeating those two androids by yourself?" "By myself?" "Yes. I have contemplated it, but their strength is formidable. I am no match for them." "Yet you could train. My father couldn't even defeat Raditz in the past." Trunks nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, I have harbored such intentions. By the way, Gohan, do you primarily train here?" "Not really. I usually train in the gravity chamber." "The gravity chamber, you say?" Trunks stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Why don't we train together from now on?" "Together." Upon hearing this, Trunks immediately recalled Son Gohan from the future timeline. "All right." After a moment's thought, Trunks nodded in agreement. The following day, Son Wukong and the others have become aware of Trunks' training in their timeline, atop the Baozi Mountain. At this moment, Son Gohan and Trunks are training in the gravity chamber under 300 times Earth's gravity. Due to Gohan's insistence that Trunks refrain from transforming into a Super Saiyan during their training, Trunks finds it exceedingly challenging to even stand, let alone engage in training. Son Wukong let out a light chuckle and effortlessly began performing one-handed push-ups. "Damn it." Trunks gritted his teeth and struggled to execute a set of two-handed push-ups with great difficulty. Son Gohan chuckled and remarked, "Trunks, you won't be able to defeat those two androids with this approach." "I know," Trunks replied, quickening his pace as he continued his push-ups. The morning swiftly passed, and before long, noon arrived. Trunks had exhausted himself during the morning's training, his stomach growling incessantly. "Why don't you come to my house for lunch?" Gohan suggested. Trunks initially intended to decline, but the insistent rumbling of his stomach forced him to acquiesce. In the afternoon, after awakening from his nap, Trunks joined Gohan on a patch of grass near the Baozi. "Gohan, aren't we going to train in the gravity chamber this afternoon?" Son Gohan nodded. "This afternoon. I shall teach you the technique of instant transmission." "Instant transmission? Is that the skill that Mr. Goku used to travel to Lord Kai?" "Indeed." Son Wukong nodded. "Once you master this technique, should you encounter an adversary you cannot defeat, you will be able to utilize this skill to evade." "It sounds quite appealing. Yet there remains an odd feeling about it." Son Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he began instructing Trunks on the art of instant transmission. Under Son Gohan's guidance, Trunks learned to harness his ki, for mastery over ki is paramount to executing instant transmission. After imparting the technique of instant transmission, Son Gohan introduced Trunks to Goku's Kaioken. Initially, he had intended to teach Trunks the 20-fold Kaioken, but considering the formidable complexity of the 20-fold version compared to the standard Kaioken, he opted for the latter instead. Following this, Trunks dedicated himself daily to training, focusing on both instant transmission and the Kaioken. As time swiftly passed, a year had gone by in the blink of an eye. Thanks to Son Gohan's year-long tutelage, Trunks had successfully mastered both instant transmission and the Kaioken. However, having lingered in the main timeline for an extended period, Trunks harbored deep concerns for his mother in the future. Yet, as the energy for the time machine had yet to be fully gathered, he had no choice but to remain in his current situation, despite his worries. Upon learning of Trunks' concerns regarding Bulma and the future timeline, Gohan immediately offered him words of comfort, assuring him, "Do not worry, Trunks, Aunt Bulma will certainly be safe." Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a voice echoed in Gohan's ear, proclaiming, "Ding! Congratulations, Master! Your combat power has reached 10 billion. As a reward, you are granted the basic Ultra Instinct technique, the Seed of the Universe, the Angel's Staff, which contains a warp cube, the Invisibility technique, and 999 senzu beans." As the announcement concluded, Gohan's mind was instantly enriched with memories of the Ultra Instinct technique and the invisibility technique. Reward complete. Please continue your diligent training, Master. What's wrong, Gohan? Trunks inquired, noticing Gohan's sudden distraction. It's nothing, Gohan replied. Then let us resume our training, Trunks suggested. Indeed, Gohan affirmed. Son Gohan nodded. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. West City, the home of Son Goku. At this moment, Son Wukong is utilizing his computer to ascertain whether Android 17 and Android 18, created by Dr. Gero, have been successfully manufactured. Through his device, Son Wukong discovers that the production of Android 17 and Android 18 is nearing its completion. Is it truly on the verge of being finished? As Son Wukong murmured to himself, a sudden realization struck him. Dr. Gero had once mentioned that Androids 17 and 18 had long since awakened. Yet their disobedience had led to their reconditioning. After a brief moment, Son Wukong observed the recently initiated Android 19 and proceeded to alter the commands within Dr. Gero's supercomputer, transforming the directive to eliminate Son Wukong into one that commanded Android 19 to eliminate Drive Gero instead. Little did Dr. Gero suspect that the very creations he had fashioned were all destined to seek his demise. Chapter 44. The Third Ascension of Super Saiyan. Upon completing the command modification, Son Wukong promptly exited the supercomputer. In a standalone villa in West City, a girl with twin ponytails was engrossed in playing the latest mobile game, Sheep Game. This girl was none other than Biddy. After a while, Biddy faced a setback in her quest. At that moment, she harbored a strong desire to deliver a thorough beating to the creator of this game. For the past few days, she had been immersed in Sheep Game, initially brimming with confidence that she could surpass the second level, only to find the game unexpectedly challenging. The images lacked any discernible pattern, and it constantly lured her into traps. Afternoon. After a brief training session, Son Gohan and Trunks suddenly found themselves on a grassy expanse atop the Bowsy Mountain. Gohan, what do you intend to do? I wish to experiment with a new transformation. A new transformation? Son Gohan nodded and clenched his fists with great determination. With a resounding shout, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. What an overwhelming aura! Trunks was taken aback. Although he had witnessed Gohan's transformation during their training sessions months ago, the power Gohan now possessed was incomparably greater than before. Just then, as Gohan tightened his fists, an incredibly potent energy radiated from him, rapidly ascending. With a crackling sound, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Trunks was astonished, as it was his first time witnessing Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Gohan, is this the Super Saiyan 2 you spoke of? Son Gohan nodded. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Vegeta, who was currently training in the gravity chamber, felt the immense energy radiating from Son Gohan, and an expression of utter astonishment crossed his face. Immediately, with clenched teeth fueled by anger, he departed from the gravity chamber. On Korin Tower, Krillin, who was also engaged in his training, sensed Son Gohan's formidable energy. Such an overwhelming presence. He mused to himself. Even if I trained my entire life, I would likely never reach such heights. And here is Gohan, merely 8 years old, already possessing such strength. A wave of frustration washed over him as he reflected on the significance of birth and talent. Some individuals are born at the pinnacle of the pyramid, while others toil their entire lives yet never ascend beyond the second tier. On King Kai's planet, King Kai and Goku also recognized the remarkable energy emanating from Son Gohan. Though Son Wukong currently merely transforms into a Super Saiyan 2, his battle prowess in his base form has already reached an astounding 100 billion. Hence, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, his combat power escalates to a staggering 1 trillion. It is noteworthy that in the original Dragon Ball series, when Son Wukong first ascended to Super Saiyan 3rd grade, his battle strength was merely 900 billion. This implies that Son Gohan's current transformation into Super Saiyan 2 has attained the level of Majin Buu. North Kai, Wukong, do you believe those 2 androids that will emerge in 2 years will pose a challenge for Gohan? No, but I am eager to engage with those 2 androids. North Kai nodded in agreement. In the Kaioshin realm, the East Kaioshin and Jebit were acutely aware of Son Gohan's formidable energy due to its overwhelming intensity. What an incredibly potent aura. Furthermore, this energy emanates from our distant planet, Earth, exclaimed Jebit in astonishment. The East Kaioshin nodded in affirmation. Moreover, the source of such a formidable aura is merely an 8-year-old Saiyan. Saiyan? A Saiyan? Did we not hear that they were annihilated by Frieza? Perhaps. They are among the few remaining Saiyans on Earth. Huh. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, Gohan did not cease his ascent. Rather, he continued to elevate his energy further. Is it truly possible to ascend beyond this? Trunks was taken aback. The sheer magnitude of Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form had already left him in awe. Yet astonishingly, Gohan's energy was still capable of increasing. Suddenly, the very ground of the earth began to tremble violently, and the clouds, which had been drifting languidly across the sky, now raced swiftly above. With a thunderous roar, Son Wukong's golden locks cascaded down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow pressed closely against his eye sockets. Within his once singular light green irises, deep blue pupils emerged, and the golden aura surrounding him transformed into a radiant light, solidifying into a magnificent form. This was indeed the third stage of the Super Saiyan transformation. With a resounding boom, upon completing the transformation, Son Wukong instantly unleashed the energy that had gathered around his body. Trunks, witnessing Son Wukong's third stage Super Saiyan form, was left in awe, his jaw agape. Is this the new transformation you spoke of, Wukong? Son Gohan nodded and declared, I shall name this new transformation Super Saiyan 3rd grade. As soon as the words left his lips, a figure suddenly materialized beside them. It was none other than Goku. Dad. Son Wukong nodded and glanced at Son Wufan, saying, Wufan, is this the transformation you have newly mastered? Son Wukong nodded and said, This is the Super Saiyan 3rd grade. The Super Saiyan 3rd grade. At that moment, Vegeta and Piccolo also arrived. Upon seeing Son Wukong, astonishment was evident on their faces. Gohan, is this your new Super Saiyan transformation? Tien Shinhan inquired. Son Gohan nodded and declared, This is the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. The 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration. He had yet to master even the basic Super Saiyan form, while Son Gohan had already attained the 3rd level. Fortunately, Son Goku's power was not vastly superior to his own at present. Otherwise, he feared that he would lose all confidence in his training. With this thought, Vegeta promptly turned to leave. Vegeta, Krillin exclaimed, taken aback. Don't mind him. He must be struggling to accept that Gohan is so much stronger than he is. So he's off to train. Is that so? In truth, Krillin felt much the same as Vegeta, unable to come to terms with Son Gohan's overwhelming strength. However, as Gohan's elder, he resolved to remain steadfast. At that moment, Son Gohan exhaled softly, returning to his normal state. After not having seen each other for a long time, Krillin and the others conversed with Son Goku for a while before taking their leave. Once Krillin and the others departed, only Son Goku, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Trunks remained atop the mountain. Gohan, it has been quite some time since we fought together. How about we engage in a battle today? Sounds good. Son Wukong nodded. After speaking, the two immediately soared into the sky. Chapter 45. System upgrade. Shall we begin? Son Wukong remarked. Son Wukong nodded slightly. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately let out a fierce shout and charged towards Son Wufan. With a swift whoosh, he rapidly closed the distance, his fist striking like lightning towards Son Wufan. However, all his attacks were deftly evaded by Son Wufan. Son Wukong gritted his teeth and struck forward with all his might, his fists flying with unrestrained force. Son Gohan swiftly sidestepped, forcefully driving his right knee into the abdomen of Son Wukong. With a resounding cry of despair, Son Wukong instantly spat out a mouthful of saliva. At that moment, Son Gohan clenched his right fist with determination and delivered a powerful blow to Son Wukong's face. Son Wukong's body was instantly propelled backwards. Son Wukong clenched his fist with determination, swiftly halting his descent midair, and gently wiped the bruises from his face. Subsequently, he tightened his grip with renewed vigor. With a resounding shout, Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. Whoosh! After transforming, Son Wukong swiftly appeared before Son Gohan, launching a powerful assault with his fists thrusting forward. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With both hands raised in a powerful stance, Son Wukong engaged in a fierce battle with Son Gohan. Soon, the sky resonated with astonishing gusts of wind. After exchanging blows for a while, Son Wukong suddenly let out a mighty roar and launched a forceful kick forward with his right foot. Son Wukong was suddenly flung outward as Son Wufan swiftly sidestepped, seizing his right foot with his left hand. With a resounding cry, Son Wukong swiftly came to a halt midair. At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly appeared behind him. delivering a powerful kick that sent Son Wukong crashing to the ground. With a deafening roar, the earth was instantly engulfed in a massive cloud of dust. Just then, a figure materialized behind Son Gohan, launching a forceful punch forward. It was none other than Son Wukong himself. Instantaneous movement. Trunks gasped in astonishment. Just as the words left his lips, Son Wukong's right fist passed through Son Gohan's body. This is bad. Son Wukong seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly turned around. At that moment, he was met with a small fist hurtling toward him. The distance was so negligible that the blow sent him soaring into the mountain behind him. Witnessing this, Piccolo couldn't help but furrow his brow. Initially, he had intended to engage in battle with Gohan, but given the current circumstances, it was evident that a confrontation would likely result in his swift defeat at Gohan's hands. Moments later, as the dust settled, Son Wukong gasped for breath. Gradually rising from the mountainside, "Gohan, your strength is truly formidable. I am no match for you, even in my Super Saiyan form." Son Gohan nodded. "Father, how about you join Trunks and Uncle Piccolo in the fight? Join together? Are you suggesting that the three of us battle alongside you?" "Indeed." Son Wukong nodded. "Piccolo, Trunks." Son Wukong gazed at the two individuals. "I have no objections," Trunks declared with a serious expression. "Nor do I." Although Piccolo was somewhat reluctant to engage in battle with Son Gohan, he could not allow Son Wukong and the others to perceive any hint of cowardice in him. "Very well, let us confront this challenge together." Indeed, Trunks nodded in agreement. With that, the trio soared into the sky, soon arriving before Son Gohan. Their fists poised to unleash a powerful assault. Whoosh, swoosh, bang, bang, bang. As Son Wukong deftly evaded his opponents, he launched an offensive against the trio. With a resounding thud, he clenched his right fist with great force, sending Piccolo flying. Observing this, Trunks immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan to engage in battle with Son Wukong. After a prolonged encounter, Son Wukong ultimately triumphed over the three adversaries in his base form. This defeat made it abundantly clear to them the vast chasm that existed between their abilities and that of Son Wukong. Trunks exclaimed, "Gohan, we have been bested." "Do not fret, Trunks. With diligent training, you too can attain strength akin to mine." Indeed, Trunks nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Today, Son Gohan, as usual, was training with Trunks atop the sacred land of Korin. Ding! The system upgrade was successful. It has now introduced a feature that enhances combat power through walking. Walking? Indeed, my master, this means that even the act of walking will now augment your combat prowess. What about sleeping? Unfortunately, that does not seem to apply. How much combat power can I gain from walking? Under normal gravity, each step you take enhances your combat power by 10. If you were in a 100-fold gravity chamber, it would increase by 100, and in a 500-fold chamber, it would multiply by 5. Can I run? Certainly. Running will also be based on your step count. Additionally, if you perform a single finger push-up, your combat power will increase by 20. 20. That is double what it was before. If you train in an 800-fold gravity chamber, a single finger push-up would approximately yield an increase of 1,600 in combat power. If you were to do 10,000 of those, it would amount to 16 million. 16 million. Indeed, my master. It seems I must seek Bulma's assistance to upgrade the gravity chamber. What is wrong, Gohan? Trunks inquired, noticing Son Gohan's moment of contemplation. Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly feel that this gravity chamber's settings are too light and need an enhancement. Upon hearing this, Trunks fell silent. A 500-fold gravity chamber is indeed too light for Son Gohan, but for Trunks, it is an enormous challenge. The following morning, early in the morning, Son Wukong arrived at Bulma's residence, seeking her assistance to upgrade the gravity room. With a reluctant expression, Bulma responded, "Wukong, do you once again require my help to enhance the gravity room?" "Yes, Aunt Bulma, I implore you." Although Bulma was somewhat hesitant to assist Son Wukong with the upgrade, her heart softened upon witnessing his earnest plea, and she ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, but this time I shall elevate the gravity room to 800 times its current capacity, and you must not return to me for assistance for 3 years. No, make it 5. "Thank you, Aunt Bulma." Son Wukong chuckled. "Then will you grant me the gravity chamber?" Upon hearing this, Son Wukong promptly handed the gravity chamber's universal capsule to Bulma. "Aunt Bulma, how long will it take you to enhance the gravity chamber to 800 times? I'm not entirely certain, but rest assured, once it is ready, I shall give you a call." Son Wukong nodded. "Then I shall trouble you, Aunt Bulma." Upon hearing this, Bulma also nodded in agreement. Upon seeing this, Son Gohan promptly departed from Bulma's residence. At that moment, an enormous explosion erupted from Vegeta's gravity training chamber. This fellow is at it again. Bulma helplessly glanced towards the direction of Vegeta's gravity room. Ever since Vegeta became aware of the existence of the androids, he had been training with an almost frenzied intensity, often causing considerable explosions within the chamber. On several occasions, he nearly obliterated himself. Chapter 46. The Beginner's Ultra Instinct on the Summit of Mount Bowsy. Trunks was engrossed in his training when suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. It was none other than Son Gohan. Gohan, you have returned. Son Wukong's son, Gohan, nodded. So, Gohan, how long do you think it will take to enhance the gravity chamber to 800 times? I am not certain. But she mentioned that she would call me once it's ready. I see. Then, Trunks, shall I take you to my father for training? To Uncle Goku's place? Son Gohan nodded, placing his left hand upon Trunks' shoulder, and in an instant, they teleported to the North Kai's planet. Upon seeing the two, Son Wukong, who had been training, immediately ceased his exercises. Son Gohan nodded. At that moment, King Kai and Barbarous also approached. Are you the Lord of the Kais? Son Gohan inquired, as it was his first visit to the North Kai's planet. Indeed, I am the North Kai. The North Kai declared, simultaneously scratching himself. Son Gohan and Trunks lingered, uncertain of the North Kai's intentions. Ahem. The North Kai cleared his throat, his expression swiftly reverting to a serious demeanor. Gohan, Trunks, what brings you both here unexpectedly? Trunks, taken aback by the question, found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Son Gohan spoke up. Lord Kai, we have come here to train. Train, exclaimed the North Kai in astonishment. Son Wukong can now annihilate him with a mere finger, yet he still chooses to train here. Indeed, Lord Kai. Son Gohan chuckled. Gohan, are you not training on Earth? What brings you to Master King Kai's place with Trunks all of a sudden? Son Wukong inquired. Indeed, the North Kai harbors similar thoughts. I have taken the gravity chamber to enhance it for Aunt Bulma. You took the gravity chamber for an upgrade? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. Son Wukong gazed towards the North Kai. Great Kai, could you allow Gohan and the others to train here as well? Upon hearing this, the North Kai hesitated, pondering the request. The Saiyans were notoriously troublesome. Just having one Son Wukong had nearly resulted in the destruction of his North Kai planet on several occasions. If Son Gohan and Trunks were to train here as well, they would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Just then, Son Wukong suddenly beamed towards King Kai of the North. King Kai, would you allow Gohan and the others to train here for a while? After all, once Bulma completes the gravity chamber, they will return. Very well. King Kai replied with a resigned sigh. Thank you, King Kai. Trunks expressed his gratitude towards the North Kai. King Kai nodded slightly, inwardly wishing that Gohan and Trunks would not dismantle his North Kai's planet like Son Wukong had done. However, this hope was, quite evidently, a distant dream. Thus, Son Gohan and Trunks remained on the North Kai's planet to train. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 2 weeks had elapsed. During this period, Bulma finally elevated the gravity chamber's intensity to 800 times. At this moment, Son Gohan stood in the backyard of Bulma's home. All right, Gohan. I've increased the gravity in the chamber to 800 times. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. It's nothing. Well then, Aunt Bulma, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. All right. Bulma nodded. Upon witnessing this, Gohan executed a swift instant transmission and returned to the peaceful confines of the Capsule Corporation. Gohan, you have returned, exclaimed Trunks, his voice brimming with joy at the sight of his friend. Son Gohan nodded, activating the switch of the multifunctional capsule and casting it to the ground. With a resounding bang, a structure materialized before them. It was none other than the gravity room. Let us enter, he urged. Indeed, the two swiftly stepped inside, marveling at the renovated gravity room. It appeared that Bulma had undertaken some renovations. Shall we commence our training under 500 times the gravity? He proposed. Absolutely, Trunks replied with a nod. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan immediately increased the gravity within the gravity chamber to 500 times. As the immense gravitational force bore down, Trunks felt a sudden struggle for breath. Are you all right, Trunks? I'm fine, he replied, tightening his grip and transforming into a Super Saiyan. Once transformed, Trunks felt a significant alleviation of his burdens. At that moment, Son Gohan clenched his fists, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his entire being. The ground of the gravity chamber began to tremble violently. Trunks was taken aback. At this juncture, Gohan's hair shifted to a striking purple. Standing upright, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow became closely aligned with his eye sockets, with his pupils also turning purple. This was the initial form of Ultra Instinct. Unlike Beerus's divine technique, Gohan's preliminary Ultra Instinct could be wielded even by mortals devoid of divine energy. Although its potency was not on par with true Ultra Instinct, it was nonetheless formidable. Furthermore, Gohan's early Ultra Instinct could obliterate all that exists, akin to a god of destruction, albeit at the potential cost of substantial stamina. What is this? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Gohan's transformation. This technique is called Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. So, Gohan, can I transform into such a form as well? Son Gohan smiled and said, certainly, but first you must attain the third level of Super Saiyan. The third level of Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Trunks immediately relinquished his aspirations. He had yet to master even the second level of Super Saiyan, let alone the third. Now, which is more formidable, this Ultra Instinct or the third level of Super Saiyan? Ultra Instinct is not merely a transformation, it is a divine technique. A divine technique. Indeed, it can be augmented on the foundation of the third level of Super Saiyan, though it is unnecessary. This is due to the immense physical toll that the third level of Super Saiyan exacts, should one attempt to layer this state upon it. They would likely exhaust their stamina in a brief skirmish. Oh, I see. So without augmentation, which is more powerful? Ultra Instinct. In the state of Ultra Instinct, it allows one to unleash all the latent power within. Alas, I regret that my current strength is far too feeble, otherwise, I would truly wish to witness just how formidable this Ultra Instinct can be. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan smiled but remained silent. Chapter 47. I guard the present. You guard the future. On planet North Kai, the North Kai felt the aura emitted by Son Gohan as he utilized the basic Ultra Instinct technique. What is happening? Why does Gohan's aura resemble that of Lord Beerus so closely? Lord Beerus. Hearing this, the meditating Son Wukong immediately approached. Lord Kai, who is Lord Beerus? Lord Beerus is the god of destruction responsible for annihilating planets. God of destruction? Indeed, the North Kai nodded. My planet was not always so small. It shrank to its current size after offending Lord Beerus due to its considerable size. Oh, is he very powerful? Without a doubt. Even Frieza would not dare to act recklessly in his presence. Really, where is he now? Lord Beerus is currently in a deep slumber. Asleep? How long will he remain asleep? How would I know? At the very least, he must sleep for several decades. Several decades? Lord Beerus truly can sleep. The North Kai responded, somewhat speechless. Lord Beerus is a deity. The lifespan of a god is exceedingly long. A mere few decades is insignificant to him. Do you have any idea how old Lord Beerus is now? How old? Son Wukong inquired with curiosity, at least 1 or 200 million years old. 1 or 200 million years old. Indeed, while you Saiyans live for merely a bit over 100 years, that is hardly a fraction of Lord Beerus's age. Son Wukong chuckled and said, Lord Kai, where is Beerus now? I won't tell you. Please don't be like that, Lord Kai. With a sycophantic expression, Son Wukong remarked, regardless. Even if I were to divulge this information to you, it would be futile, for that location is exceedingly distant from us. Even with your ability to teleport, you would still be unable to reach it. In the realm of the seventh universe, a towering figure with skin of a bluish-green hue and long, flowing white hair stood. His violet eyes gazing intently towards the northern galaxy of the universe, a staff firmly in his grasp. This individual was none other than Whis, the angel of the seventh universe. Just moments ago, he had sensed the energy emanating from Son Gohan as he employed the rudimentary technique of Ultra Instinct. Although the energy exuded by Son Gohan bore little resemblance to the true destructive aura of a god of destruction, the fact that a human could emit such a formidable presence piqued Whis' curiosity. Son Gohan, he murmured as he withdrew his gaze from the northern galaxy after a brief observation. Time flowed swiftly, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. After this period, Trunks had finally gathered the necessary energy for the time machine. In West City, at the residence of Son Wukong, Trunks was now bidding farewell to Son Wukong and the others, preparing to return. Gohan, I truly appreciate your assistance over these past 2 years. Without your guidance, my strength would not have surged so rapidly. Not at all. Trunks, as you head back to the future to confront Android 17 and Android 18. Do not forget to continue your training. I shall safeguard the present while you protect the future. I understand, Gohan. Trunks replied with a firm nod, his thoughts drifting to the fallen Son Gohan from the future timeline. Uncle Wukong, is it time for me to leave? He asked the group. Krillin and the others nodded in agreement. Trunks, the future rests in your hands. Krillin affirmed. Indeed, Uncle Krillin. Trunks responded, swiftly boarding the time machine, his eyes glistening with tears as he waved goodbye to his companions. With a whoosh, the time machine activated, propelling Trunks back to the future. The Earth of the future remained unchanged, still shrouded in ruins. Upon his arrival from the time machine, Trunks hurried home, where he found Bulma from the future seated within. Trunks, future Bulma exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she rushed towards him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Mom, Trunks exclaimed, prompting her to gently release her hold. Where have you been for the past 2 years? She inquired. Trunks promptly recounted the events of his time in the past to future Bulma. The man in black? She asked. Yes, Mom. Thanks to this mysterious figure, I was able to train in the past. And now my strength has completely surpassed that of Android 17 and Android 18. Trunks responded, filled with determination. Indeed. In the future timeline, Bulma nodded. Well then, Mom. I shall go to eliminate Android 17 and Android 18 at once. Be cautious, Bulma warned. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement and soon departed from their home in search of Android 17 and Android 18. That man in black, Bulma murmured to herself after Trunks had left. Just as Trunks had vanished, she recalled her encounter with the man in black he had mentioned. He had informed her that Trunks was safe, merely taken to a place for training, and instructed her not to disclose their meeting to Trunks. In the future timeline, within a city reduced to ruins, a pair of individuals were mercilessly slaughtering the survivors. These two were none other than Android 17 and Android 18. With cries of terror echoing through the air. One after another, human lives were extinguished by the duo. At that moment, a figure emerged, Trunks. Trunks. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Trunks, Android 17 wore a mocking smirk. Long time no see, Trunks. I thought you had lost your courage to fight us and intended to hide for eternity. Humph. Trunks scoffed. I am here to eradicate you from my father, Gohan, and all the innocent lives you have slaughtered. Eradicate us? Android 17 erupted into laughter, as if hearing the most absurd joke. After 2 years apart, you've begun to tell jokes. Trunks' expression turned stern upon hearing this. You will soon discover whether this is a jest. With that, Trunks clenched his fists, transforming into a Super Saiyan. He swiftly drew his sword and charged at them. Android 17 also tightened his fists, rushing towards Trunks. Suddenly, Trunks vanished from sight and reappeared behind Android 17. Be careful, Android 17. Android 18 exclaimed, urgently warning her counterpart. What? Android 17 spun around just in time to see Trunks' right hand coalesce with a golden energy wave aimed at him. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, Android 17 was obliterated. 17. Android 18 gasped in shock, realizing that Android 17 had been defeated in less than a single exchange. Trunks, his gaze cold and resolute, turned to her and declared, Now, it is your turn. Chapter 48. The Seed of the Universe. Upon hearing this, Android 18's face was etched with terror. What on earth is happening? How could your power have grown so formidable? I returned to the past and trained for 2 years under Gohan's guidance. Gohan, Son Gohan. Trunks nodded, swiftly charging towards Android 18. Startled, she quickly raised her hand to unleash an energy wave at him. With a swift motion, Trunks evaded and closed the distance, piercing through Android 18's body with his sword. A scream erupted from Android 18 as she spat forth a torrent of blood. In that moment, Trunks withdrew his sword with his right hand, while his left hand gathered a golden energy wave directed at her. With a resounding explosion, Android 18 was obliterated. As he gazed at the vanquished form of Android 18, Trunks was suddenly reminded of the words spoken to him by Gohan during his return to the future. I protect the present, you protect the future. Gohan. Trunks lifted his gaze to the sky, as if he could simultaneously see Gohan from both the past and the future manifest before him. I will guard the future with utmost diligence. Time passed swiftly, and a month flew by in the blink of an eye. On a deserted island in the southern part of West City, a research facility spanning several hundred square meters lay hidden. This was none other than Dr. Gero's laboratory. Androids 17 and 18 had been completed just yesterday. However, Dr. Gero hesitated to activate them, fearing that they might not be under his control once awakened. At that moment, the two androids lay quietly within their respective sleeping pods. Doctor Jero observed them, his heart filled with trepidation as he contemplated whether to awaken them now. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally steeled his resolve and pressed the switch on the sleeping pod. As the pod opened, both androids gradually opened their eyes and climbed out. Dr. Jero. Upon seeing him, Android 18's face twisted with intense hatred. If it weren't for Dr. Jero, she would never have been transformed into an android. Android 18. Noticing her hostile demeanor, Dr. Jero felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Indeed, I am Dr. Jero. I am the one who created both of you. Hence you must obey my commands. With a scoff, Android 18 retorted disdainfully, You old fool. Not only have you captured us, but you have also transformed us into androids. And now you expect us to heed your orders? It seems you truly are difficult to control. Dr. Jero contemplated the words of Android 18, his mind racing with thoughts. In that instant, Android 18 clenched her fists and charged towards him. Observing this, Dr. Jero hastily pressed the emergency stop button he had prepared, immobilizing both Android 17 and Android 18. With a sigh of relief, Dr. Jero realized that transforming humans into obedient androids was far more complex than he had initially envisioned. Meanwhile, in West City, at Goku's residence. At this moment, Son Wukong was rather bored, listening to Pilaf report on the current state of the company. Wukong, our company is now among the top 10 in West City. The top 10, indeed. However, several companies have recently begun to imitate our app. No worries. As long as we continue to refine our own app, we shall prevail. Pilaf nodded in agreement. Well then, Wukong, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Son Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Pilaf promptly departed from Son Wukong's residence. After Pilaf's departure, Son Wukong suddenly recalled the cosmic seed that lay within his inventory. The cosmic seed is a crystalline gem utilized in Dragon Ball Heroes to forge new universes. Once it accumulates sufficient energy, it can blossom into the cosmic tree, thereby creating a new universe. Furthermore, the cosmic seed endows individuals with extraordinary abilities and the capacity to fuse with others. Contemplating this, Son Wukong swiftly retrieved the cosmic seed from the system. A vibrant, multicolored cube soon materialized in his hand. System, how should I utilize this cosmic seed? Replying to the master, the cosmic seed is currently inactive and requires energy for activation. Energy? It must absorb the energy produced from the collision of two energy sources to become activated, which necessitates combat to unleash its potential. Combat. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan promptly sought out Piccolo. After a short while, he arrived at Piccolo's training grounds, eager to engage in a sparring match. You wish to challenge me to battle? Son Wukong nodded and said, Rest assured, Uncle Piccolo, I shall not exert my full strength. Very well, Piccolo replied, though somewhat reluctantly, he acquiesced. Then, Uncle Piccolo, shall we commence? Upon hearing Piccolo's affirmation, Son Gohan promptly descended to the ground at a distance from Piccolo, exclaiming, Excellent. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong gestured with both hands and charged towards Piccolo. Before long, Son Wukong found himself face to face with Piccolo, engaging in combat. However, due to Son Wukong's overwhelming strength, Piccolo was largely relegated to a defensive stance. Bang! Moments later, Son Wukong struck Piccolo down to the ground. Son Wukong glanced at the cosmic seed cradled in his palm, suddenly noticing it emit a faint glimmer. System, has it been activated? Indeed, Master. Currently, the cosmic seed has amassed a mere 0.01 of energy. 0.01. This is the energy generated from your recent battle with Piccolo. If you manage to fully charge the cosmic seed, it can evolve into the cosmic tree, or its energy can be infused into your body, granting you unprecedented power. Oh, but on Earth, I have no worthy opponents at present. Then, Master, you might seek battles in other universes or alternate dimensions. Other universes. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong gently stroked his chin, and a sudden thought of hit from Universe 6 crossed his mind. However, given his current strength, he feared he might not be a match for Hit. So, if I were to observe the battle, would it allow the seed of the universe to absorb the energy generated from their conflict? Indeed, Master. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong swiftly retrieved the heavenly mirror and descended into the underworld. At that moment, Frieza and King Cold stood arrogantly before a throng of minions. Chapter 49, Ragas. Son Wukong. The sudden appearance of Son Wukong elicited a flicker of surprise across Frieza's visage. Son Gohan smiled and said, It has been quite some time, Frieza? Frieza, filled with rage, clenched his hands tightly. Then, unexpectedly, he burst into laughter. Gohan, how is it that you have come here? Have you perhaps met your demise? Not at all. I simply found myself rather bored today and thought I would pay you both a visit. Upon hearing this, King Cold immediately realized that Son Gohan was referring to him. Frieza, this fellow is far too arrogant. I believe we should join forces and teach him a lesson. Certainly. Father, Frieza replied, commanding his minions to charge at Son Gohan. With a swift movement, Sun Wukong effortlessly dispatched the few minions. Frieza let out a cold laugh and suddenly charged towards Sun Wukong. Observing this, King Cold followed suit, rushing forward as well. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With both fists clenched, Sun Wukong engaged in combat with his two adversaries. Frieza, observing that he and King Cold could match Sun Wukong's prowess, immediately donned a faint smile. Just then, Sun Wukong's figure vanished, reappearing behind the duo. Before they could react, he unleashed a powerful punch and kick, sending them soaring into the blood pool. His strikes were undeniably severe. Sun Wukong glanced at the two individuals submerged in the blood pool and remarked. Initially, he had intended to engage in a protracted battle with them, yet upon beholding the smile adorning Frieza's face, he could not restrain himself from sending him flying into the crimson waters. Having spoken, Sun Wukong immediately checked the energy collected from the cosmic seed. 0.03. Did defeating the two only yield an increase of 0.02? Indeed, Master. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately departed from the underworld and returned to Earth. Once back on Earth, he once again retrieved the celestial mirror, through which he beheld a planet resembling glass. This planet, known as Glass Star, is the home of the Glass Clan. The members of the Glass Clan possess the remarkable abilities of glass manipulation and generation, having undergone rigorous training from a young age, resulting in formidable combat prowess. Consequently, many have sought to capture the members of the Glass Clan to mold them into their own warriors. Yet they have consistently faced resistance from the clan. In the realm of Dragon Ball heroes, the character Ragusu is indeed a member of the Glass Clan. However, it is worth noting that Glass Star is not a planet of the primary timeline, but rather exists within an alternate dimension. Upon witnessing the dire state of Glass Star, Son Gohan swiftly employed the celestial mirror to transport himself there. His intention was to rescue Ragusu and bring her into his fold. Upon his arrival, he immediately beheld a towering figure attempting to seize a girl with azure skin and twin ponytails. This girl was indeed a member of the Glass Clan. Halt! Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately bellowed at the man. The man, upon hearing this, turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong and inquired, "Who are you? How did you come to be on Glass Star?" Sun Wukong replied, "You need not know, for you shall soon meet your demise at my hands." Such audacity! The man retorted, as he swiftly concentrated a wave of energy in his right hand and unleashed it towards Sun Wukong. Son Gohan stood motionless, rooted to the spot. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy struck him. The man sneered disdainfully. At that moment, a figure abruptly appeared before him, delivering a heavy blow to the man's chin with a right fist. The impact sent the man soaring into the air like a projectile. Following this, a surge of violet destructive energy emanated from Son Gohan's right hand, directed towards the airborne adversary. With a resounding explosion, the man was obliterated. However, this tremendous blast also attracted the attention of other invaders on the planet. Upon casting a glance at the girl, Sun Wufan sensed the absence of any other members of the Glass Clan on this planet. In an instant, he teleported before her, bringing her back to Earth in the primary time-space. The girl surveyed her surroundings, a look of bewilderment gracing her features as she inquired, "Who are you? Where's this place?" "My name is Sun Wufan, and this is Earth," he replied. "Earth?" She echoed, "What is your name?" "Lagos," she responded, her expression wary as she regarded Sun Wufan. Son Gohan smiled and said, "Rest assured, I am not a villain." Ragusu looked at him with skepticism. A true villain would openly declare their malevolence. "Do you seek revenge?" Ragusu nodded. "If I were to grant you the opportunity for vengeance, how would you express your gratitude?" "I promise to comply with whatever you request, as long as it is within my ability. You shall become my disciple." "Become your disciple?" Ragusu glanced at Son Gohan, who was only slightly taller than herself, and replied, "Indeed. As my disciple, you must serve me by pouring tea and assisting with homework." "Very well. As long as you can facilitate my revenge, I shall become your disciple." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong smiled with satisfaction. "Additionally, regarding matters pertaining to you, It is imperative that you refrain from discussing them with others. Should anyone inquire, you must simply state that you have always resided on Earth. Very well. Ragusi nodded. Can you fly, Ragusi? Indeed. Ragusi responded, instantly lifting off the ground. Are you capable of condensing glass? Upon hearing the question, Ragusi promptly formed a diamond-shaped piece of glass. No larger than the size of her palm. So small. The largest piece of glass I can currently condense is merely this size. Do not worry, with diligent practice, you will undoubtedly be able to condense larger pieces in the future. Ragusi nodded in agreement. At that moment, a rumbling sound emanated from her stomach. Are you hungry? Shall I take you out for a meal? Ragusi nodded once more. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately returned home with Ragusi. Once inside, Chi-Chi gazed at Ragusi with keen curiosity and inquired, Wukong, who is she? Mother, her name is Ragusi. She is my new friend. A friend? Indeed, mother. I am a bit hungry. Could you please prepare something to eat? Oh, of course. Chi-Chi responded, swiftly darting into the kitchen to prepare a meal for Son Wukong. After some time, she presented the freshly prepared dishes on the grand dining table. All right, Wukong, Ragusi, the food is ready. You may begin your meal. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan and Ragusi immediately sprang into action. After tasting a piece of chicken leg prepared by Chi-Chi, Ragusi's face suddenly lit up with surprise, exclaiming, Annie, this chicken leg is absolutely delicious. Is it? If you find it tasty, you should eat more. Chi-Chi responded, her face brightening with joy. Ragusi nodded in agreement. After finishing their meal, Son Gohan took Ragusi to the gravity chamber on Mount Bowsy for training. Chapter 50, 1000 times gravity. Gohan, what is this place? Call me Master. Oh, Master, what is this place? This is the gravity chamber, your training ground from now on. Gravity chamber? Yes, in this chamber. I can increase the gravity to a maximum of 800 times. 800 times. Son Gohan nodded and elevated the gravity within the gravity chamber to 10 times its normal intensity. Instantly, a profound weight bore down upon the two individuals. How incredibly heavy. Son Wukong chuckled softly. A tenfold gravity is rather mild. I usually train under an astonishing gravitational force of 800 times. 800 times. Ragus was taken aback. Even the mere tenfold gravity left her gasping for breath. Under 800 times, she would surely be crushed in mere moments. Indeed. Therefore, you must diligently train, striving to reach the point where you can endure the 800 times gravity chamber. Ragus nodded hesitantly, her heart filled with uncertainty. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly produced the seed of the universe. System, can this seed of the universe exert gravity upon others? Indeed, Master. Can it also apply gravity to oneself? Certainly. Master, if you allow the seed of the universe to hover above you, it will be able to exert gravity upon you. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong promptly directed the colorful cube in his hand to hover above his head. Instantly, a radiant beam of multicolored light emanated from the cosmic seed, enveloping Son Wukong in its brilliance. Master, what is this? Ragusi inquired, gazing at the luminous glow produced by the cosmic seed. This enhances gravity. You must not touch it. Enhances gravity. Ragusi exclaimed, startled. Just moments ago, she had contemplated reaching out to the light emitted by the cosmic seed. 100 times the gravity. Son Wukong gazed upon the cosmic seed, and as soon as he uttered his words, the cosmic seed immediately imposed a gravity 100-fold greater upon him. Given that the gravity chamber already exerted 10 times the gravitational force, the addition of the cosmic seed's 100-fold gravity resulted in an astonishing 1000-fold gravity. How immensely heavy! With gritted teeth, Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. What a striking transformation it was. Ragusa was taken aback. After the metamorphosis, Son Wukong felt an immediate sense of ease. He then, with a hint of curiosity, inquired of the system. I instructed the cosmic seed to increase the gravity by 100-fold. Yet why does the gravity it exerts feel heavier than 800 times? Master, you seem to have forgotten. You are currently under 10-fold gravity, so 100 times that would indeed equate to 1,000 times. Ah, I see. If I were to request the cosmic seed to apply 100-fold gravity under 800 times, would that not result in 80,000 times? Master, you are overthinking this. Setting aside whether your gravity chamber can withstand 80,000 times of gravity, the cosmic seed cannot simultaneously endure 800 times of gravity while applying an additional 100-fold. That is true. So what is the maximum gravity that the cosmic seed can exert? 1,000 times, which is under normal gravity. However, if you were to gather sufficient energy, it could be elevated to 1,500 times. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong fell into a contemplative silence. The energy he amassed from defeating Frieza and his father barely amounted to a mere 0.02 to gather sufficient energy for the cosmic seed. It seemed he must ascend to Super Saiyan 4 and engage in battle with others. Just then, Ragas approached and inquired, "Master, what transformation is this?" Son Wukong smiled and said, "This transformation is known as Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2? Then Master, why do you refer to this transformation as Super Saiyan 2 instead of Super Saiyan 1? Because this is the second transformation of a Super Saiyan. Then Master, what does the transformation of Super Saiyan 1 entail? That is simply called Super Saiyan, not Super Saiyan 1. As Son Wukong spoke, he transformed back into a Super Saiyan. This is the essence of a Super Saiyan. Ragas nodded in agreement. Well then, Ragas, shall you commence your training? Certainly, Master. Evening fell. After a day of rigorous training, Son Gohan bid farewell to Ragas and prepared to return home for dinner. Master, are you heading back? Son Wukong nodded. There is food in the refrigerator. Feel free to prepare whatever you desire. Master, I am afraid. Afraid of what? I fear those individuals may come looking for us during the day. Master, could you possibly stay here with me at night? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong scratched his head and replied, Do not be afraid, Ragusi. This place is quite safe. Master, Ragusi looked at him with a pitiful expression. Very well, I shall leave a clone here with you. A clone? With a nod. Son Wukong plucked a strand of hair from his head, transforming it into a clone of himself. 2 masters. Son Wukong smiled and said, It's not 2 masters, but rather a doppelganger. How impressive, Master. Could you perhaps teach me this technique as well? Son Gohan chuckled and said, Let's see you conquer 100 times the gravity first. Ragas let out a cold snort. Tomorrow, I shall train under 100-fold gravity. Son Gohan chuckled and remarked, The cows on the ground are nearly bursting from your boasting. Upon hearing this, Ragusi blushed and inquired, Master, is your doppelganger truly formidable? Not at all, he replied. It merely requires a fraction of my power, merely 1,000th. Just 1,000th? Ragusi expressed her disappointment. Indeed, without transforming into a Super Saiyan, my battle power is merely in the tens of millions. Tens of millions? Master, are you truly that strong? Son Gohan appears to be of a similar age to her, yet his strength surpasses hers by a considerable margin. Moreover, she is astoundingly lacking even a fraction of his prowess, falling short of even 1,000th of his power. Son Wukong nodded. Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Ragusa nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong instantaneously teleported back to his abode. After his departure, Ragusi immediately turned towards Son Wukong's doppelganger and inquired, Master, I lack culinary skills. Are you proficient in cooking? No, came the reply. Oh. Time swiftly passed, and a year had elapsed in the blink of an eye. After a year of rigorous training, Ragusi had mastered the ability to train under 50 times the normal gravitational force. At that moment, Ragusi found herself in a space filled with glass. Glass. With a soft command, a diamond-shaped piece of glass, approximately the same size as Ragusi herself, materialized on the ground. With so much glass, one could surely establish a glass factory. Son Wukong glanced at the gathered glass surrounding Ragusi and remarked, Master, behold, the glass I have coalesced this time is considerably larger than the last. Chapter 51, The Birth of Trunks. Son Wukong nodded. Master, when shall you teach me the technique of duplication? Cough, cough. Son Gohan cleared his throat. Perhaps you should first conquer the gravity of 100 times, he suggested. Ragas, visibly irritated, retorted, Master, I will eventually overcome the 100-fold gravity. Why not teach me now? I shall certainly instruct you, the master replied. But only after you have mastered the 100-fold gravity. You insufferable teacher. Ragas muttered under her breath. What did you say? She suddenly realized, horrified, that her master could read minds. Ragas's expression shifted instantly. Nothing, Master, I said nothing. At the Grow Institute, Dr. Grow accelerated his efforts to create Android 19 after encountering disobedience from Androids 17 and 18. He had also transformed himself into an android. At that moment, he stood apprehensively before the sleeping chamber of Android 19, eyeing the slumbering figure within. Since embarking on his android project, he had successfully created 19 androids, and with his own transformation, that made 20. However, Androids 1 through 7 had failed, and although Android 8 was a success, it displayed kindness and ultimately befriended Son Goku. Androids 9 through 12 also failed, while androids 13 to 15 were being constructed at another facility under the supervision of a supercomputer. Although androids 16, 17, and 18 were successfully created, none obeyed his commands, and androids 17 and 18 even attempted to kill him. This meant that, aside from the ongoing creations of androids 13, 14, and 15, none of the androids he had successfully made obeyed his commands. Thus, he was particularly anxious about the newly created Android 19. After observing Android 19 for a considerable time, Dr. Grow finally activated it. As the sleeping chamber opened, Android 19 quickly opened its eyes. Dr. Grow, it said, gazing expressionlessly at him. It soon emerged from the chamber. Has it succeeded? Dr. Grow inquired, stepping forward as he saw no immediate anomalies. Just then, Android 19's form flickered, and it suddenly launched an attack on Dr. Grow. Startled, he had no time to react before being knocked to the ground by a powerful blow from Android 19. You! Dr. Grow exclaimed. Dr. Grow was seething with anger as he gazed upon the android, number 19. He had once believed he was on the verge of creating a compliant artificial being, yet he found himself thwarted once again. Unperturbed by his ire, android number 19 lifted its fist once more, preparing to strike at Dr. Grow. Observing this, the doctor hastily sprang to his feet and fled. Without hesitation, android number 19 pursued him. Upon reaching the outside, Dr. Grow swiftly produced the emergency stop button from his possession, bringing the android's actions to a halt. Breathing a sigh of relief at seeing number 19 motionless, he returned to the laboratory, his face a mask of fury. How infuriating! Where had I gone awry? Why do the creations I bring to life refuse to heed my commands? Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, 3 days had elapsed. In the West City, at the residence of Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong and his companion are seated on the living room sofa, indulging in fruits. Suddenly, Chi-Chi emerges from the kitchen and exclaims, Wukong, Gohan, I've heard from Bulma that the World Martial Arts Tournament will be held in West City tomorrow. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Wukong responds. Indeed. Ever since we got married, it has been quite some time since this prestigious tournament took place. How about you two participate in the tournament tomorrow? Participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Gohan asks. Yes. I've heard that the champion receives a substantial prize. Chi-Chi insists. Chi-Chi, isn't Gohan already earning enough money? What do you know? Money is always welcome. She retorts. However, Chi-Chi, the tournament no longer attracts formidable opponents. No formidable opponents? Are you suggesting that Krillin and the others should join as well? Regardless, you two must participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament tomorrow. Very well. They concede. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong reluctantly acquiesced. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong could only nod in agreement. Having spoken, he promptly sought out Krillin and the others to inquire whether they would like to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Initially, Krillin and his companions were rather reluctant to join the event. However, out of respect for Sun Wukong, they ultimately acquiesced. In the afternoon, within a hospital in West City, a newborn baby with a tuft of purple hair made his entrance into the world. This infant was none other than Trunks. Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief gazed with radiant joy at their newly born grandson. Bulma, the child is quite adorable. It's a boy. A boy indeed. Mrs. Brief nodded in agreement. Bulma, have you decided on a name for this child? If not, I have a few suggestions that might serve as inspiration. Dr. Brief remarked. No need, Dad. I have already chosen a name for him, Trunks. Bulma replied, dismissing her father's well-meaning offer without a moment's hesitation. Dr. Brief, known for his unreliable suggestions, was not someone she wished to entrust with naming her son, Trunks. Upon hearing this, Dr. Brief immediately glanced at the infant. Bulma, while Trunks is a fine name, I believe that Buta Long is also quite appealing. Dad, Bulma exclaimed, her expression turning to one of indignation as she glared at Dr. Brief. All right, I understand. We shall name him Trunks. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, Sun Wukong and his family arrived early at the venue of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. As Chi-Chi gazed at the familiar arena, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. It was here, many years ago, that she and Sun Wukong proclaimed their union. Wukong, do you remember? It was right here that you agreed to marry me, and soon after, we welcomed Gohan. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than a green figure descended from the sky. It was none other than Piccolo. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong greeted Piccolo with a smile, exclaiming, "Uncle Piccolo." Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. What an inconvenient time for this fellow to appear. Chi-Chi, observing Piccolo's interruption of their nostalgic reminiscence, couldn't help but feel a twinge of discontent. Chapter 52, Confrontation with Videl. Gohan, have you registered yet? Not yet. Son Gohan shook his head. Is that so? Then shall we proceed to register now? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. After this, he and his companions proceeded to register. Due to the large number of participants, they stood in line for quite some time before it was their turn. Name? Son Wukong. Age? 29 years. Where do you reside? West City. Good, next. Name? Son Wufan. Age? 10 years. Only 10 years old. The staff inquired. Indeed. According to the regulations of the World Martial Arts Tournament, you may only participate in the junior division. The junior division. Yes, this is a new rule for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Anyone under the age of 15 is permitted to compete only in the junior division. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Despite being the strongest among them, he was relegated to compete in the youth category. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong chuckled softly and remarked, "Well then, Gohan, why not partake in the competition for the youth category?" Son Gohan nodded and walked to the side. Although participating in the youth competition was somewhat tedious, he had merely come to pass the time. Due to the limited number of participants in the youth category, Gohan swiftly completed his registration. Suddenly, he spotted several familiar figures approaching, none other than Krillin and his companions. "Uncle Krillin," Gohan exclaimed. "It has been quite a while, Gohan." Krillin replied with a smile. Just then, Goku and Chi-Chi appeared from a distance. "Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu." Goku called out. "Goku." Son Wukong nodded. "Klin, have you just arrived?" "Indeed." "Wukong, have you registered?" "Yes, we have." "Is that so? Let us first complete our registration, and we shall converse afterward." "All right." Son Wukong nodded. After a while, Klin and the others completed their registration and gathered once more with Son Wukong. At that moment, the hall was suddenly filled with the announcement signaling the commencement of the youth group competition. The youth group? Klin recalled that there had never been a youth group competition in the past. Son Wukong nodded. In this newly established martial arts tournament, any participant under the age of 15 is only permitted to compete in the youth category. If one is under 15, then Gohan, too, is affected. Son Wukong nodded. Then, "Father, Uncle Piccolo, I shall proceed to participate in the competition." Son Wukong nodded. "Well then, Gohan, you must strive diligently to secure the championship in the junior division," said Chi-Chi. Son Gohan chuckled softly and nodded. The champion of the youth category? If it weren't for his age, he would effortlessly claim the title in the adult division as well. Subsequently, Son Gohan made his way to the competition arena for the youth category. Given that his opponents were merely children, he advanced to the finals with remarkable ease. Accompanying him to the final round was a young girl, none other than Mr. Satan's daughter, Biddy. At just 10 years old, Biddy stood nearly as tall as Son Gohan. Ladies and gentlemen, after a morning filled with matches, we have finally reached the finals of the youth category, featuring the competitors, 10-year-old Son Gohan and Biddy. Do not be deceived by their tender age. Both of their fathers are formidable martial artists, especially Son Gohan's father, Son Goku, the champion of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, the champion of the tournament before that. Mr. Satan, watching from the audience, felt a wave of concern for Biddy upon hearing this. The son of a champion, indeed. Upon hearing this, Biddy's interest in Son Gohan was instantly piqued. "Now, to you both, who will you be supporting?" the host inquired of the audience. "Son Gohan." "Biddy." The spectators cheered for their favorites. "All right, I now officially declare the finals of the youth category to commence." "Huh." Upon hearing this, Biddy let out a fierce battle cry and charged towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan stood motionless in place. "System, how many moves do you suggest I use to defeat her?" The system remained silent. "Master, such matters are best left to your own judgment." As they conversed, Videl had already approached Son Gohan, delivering a swift side kick aimed directly at him. Son Gohan subtly shifted his body backwards, evading the incoming strikes. With gritted teeth, Videl unleashed a flurry of punches, swift as the wind, directed towards Son Gohan. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. As Son Wukong deftly evaded, he meticulously counted the number of Biddy's attacking moves. Upon the completion of the 10th strike, he thrust his right fist forward with great force. unleashing a powerful gust that sent Piccolo hurtling off the edge of the arena. Both the host and the audience were momentarily taken aback. Initially, they had anticipated a fierce and thrilling contest, yet they were astonished by the abrupt conclusion. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered in their hearts, they could comprehend the outcome, recognizing that both competitors were merely children. Ouch, 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 Piccolo exclaimed as she swiftly regained her footing, brushing off the dust from her backside. With Piccolo having fallen from the stage, Son Wukong is declared the victor. Congratulations to Son Wukong for securing the championship title and a prize of 1 million for the youth category, the host announced promptly. Fantastic! Wukong has triumphed, exclaimed Chi-Chi, rising joyfully from her seat in the audience. Krillin and the others exchanged awkward chuckles upon hearing the news. Given Son Wukong's prowess, winning the championship in the youth category was a mere formality, and even the adult category would pose no challenge for him. Piccolo, Wukong's match has concluded. It is time for us to prepare for our own competition, Krillin stated, to which Piccolo nodded in agreement. With that, they departed from the audience area. After his victory, Son Wukong swiftly descended from the stage and approached Piccolo. Are you all right? He inquired. I'm fine, but how on earth did you manage to defeat me? Piccolo responded. That was the force of my punches. The force of your punches? She echoed. Simply put, it's the powerful wind generated when I throw a punch. The powerful wind emanating from your punches? Surely, you must be jesting. Son Gohan smiled and said, believe it or not. Piccolo snorted coldly. You are Son Gohan, aren't you? The next time we meet, I will not lose to you again. All right. Son Wukong smiled and nodded. When Piccolo saw the smile on Son Wukong's face, a flicker of irritation stirred within her. What are you smiling about? She inquired. Nothing. I'm just thrilled to have won the championship. Son Wukong replied. Upon hearing this, Piccolo chose not to pursue the matter further. Chapter 53, Illusions. It's all an illusion at that moment, Mr. Satan made his way from the audience to the stage. Dad, he acknowledged with a nod. Piccolo, although you did not win the championship this time, do not lose heart. I believe in you. You will surely claim victory next time. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Dad, soon it will be your turn to compete. You must give it your all. Mr. Satan chuckled. Rest assured, my dear Piccolo, I will certainly bring home a championship for you. Piccolo nodded enthusiastically. As Mr. Satan spoke, he glanced aside and noticed that Son Wukong, who had been standing nearby, had mysteriously vanished. Shortly thereafter, the adult competition commenced. Son Wukong and his companions effortlessly advanced to the quarterfinals, while Mr. Satan, by a stroke of fortune, managed to avoid encountering them and also made it to the top 8. In the first match of the quarterfinals, Mr. Satan faced off against Spabovich, triumphing in a fiercely contested battle. The second quarterfinal featured Tien Shinhan against Yamcha, where Tien Shinhan decisively overcame Yamcha with ease. The third match of the quarterfinals pitted Son Wukong against Jiaozi. With remarkable ease, Son Wukong triumphed over the dumpling. In the fourth match of the quarterfinals, Piccolo faced off against Krillin. Without a shadow of a doubt, Piccolo emerged victorious, advancing to the semifinals. In the first semifinal, Piccolo contended with Mr. Satan, who, as anticipated, was defeated by Piccolo. Upon witnessing Mr. Satan's loss to Piccolo, Videl was taken aback. However, she promptly reconciled with the reality that competitions ultimately yield winners and losers. Following Piccolo's victory, Son Wukong prepared to battle Tien Shinhan. Undoubtedly, Son Wukong triumphed over Tianjin Fan with ease. Son Wukong and Piccolo have entered the grand finals. Dear audience, after an afternoon of exhilarating competition, we have finally arrived at the ultimate showdown. Now, let us welcome the competitors, Son Wukong and Piccolo, to the stage. The host exclaimed, feeling a surge of excitement within. After 11 long years, he never imagined he would witness Son Wukong's match once more. How could he forget the most thrilling battles he had ever seen, which were none other than those of Son Wukong? Son Wukong, isn't he the father of Gohan? Videl inquired, glancing towards Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan nodded in affirmation. Upon seeing this, Videl immediately turned her gaze towards the arena. Since Son Wukong is the father of Son Gohan, it stands to reason that Son Gohan would also attend this competition. Babidi, what are you looking at? I'm searching for Son Gohan. Son Gohan, isn't that the lad who just defeated you? Babidi, you don't actually have feelings for that boy, do you? Upon hearing this, Mr. Satan immediately grew wary. With his wife having passed away, he was left with only his daughter to cherish. and he certainly did not wish for her to be swept away by some other boy at such a tender age. "Dad, what are you talking about? I'm merely curious to see if that guy is here." After scanning the area, Babidi could not find Son Gohan. It wasn't that Son Gohan was absent. Rather, the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament was vast and crowded, making it easy for someone of Son Gohan's stature to be obscured from view. Not spotting Son Gohan left Babidi feeling a bit disheartened. Had she known earlier, she would have inquired about Son Gohan's address, so that in the future, she could seek him out for a sparring session. On the competition stage, the battle between Son Wukong and Piccolo has commenced. However, due to the astonishing speed of their movements, the spectators below are utterly unable to perceive the clash. The host, witnessing this spectacle, finds himself equally bewildered. Although he cannot discern the details of their confrontation, he can distinctly feel the powerful winds generated by their combat, as well as the thunderous sound of their fists colliding. "Father, what on earth is happening? I cannot see where they are at all," exclaimed Piccolo. "It's an illusion. Everything is an illusion." "An illusion?" "Indeed. They must have secretly prepared a piece of cloth that matches the color of the arena's bricks." "A cloth?" "Yes. While we were distracted, they utilized that cloth to conceal themselves, achieving an effect that renders them invisible to our sight." "Is that truly the case?" Piccolo pondered, her heart filled with doubt. Just then, the figures of the two fighters abruptly appeared in midair. "They're in the sky," a particularly excited spectator shouted to those around him. "In the sky?" Piccolo echoed, lifting her gaze toward the heavens. "Father, what is happening now?" "It's a projection. They must be using a projection. Otherwise, they are somehow suspended by fishing lines. How could ordinary people possibly fly in the air?" "An illusion. Everything is an illusion," Mr. Satan said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In truth, he did not even believe his own words. However, in an effort to maintain a formidable image before his daughter, he felt compelled to speak thus. He could not admit his ignorance, for doing so would surely shatter the powerful image she held of him. A projection? Fishing lines? Piccolo gazed at the heights, several hundred meters above the arena. It seemed nearly impossible for a projection to reach such heights. As for fishing lines, that was even more implausible. If they were indeed suspended by fishing lines, an aircraft would surely be required. The noise of an aircraft would be quite noticeable, even from several hundred meters above the ground. Yet, from the moment she arrived, she had not heard the sound of a jet engine. Bang! At that moment, Piccolo plunged from the heavens like a ray of light. Just as he was about to reach the ground, he executed a swift somersault, landing forcefully on the stage. Instantly, the surface of the arena fractured like a spider's web. Suddenly, Goku teleported, appearing directly behind Piccolo. Sensing the imminent threat, Piccolo moved a few steps forward. Yet he was still struck by Goku's powerful right fist, sending him flying off the stage. With Piccolo eliminated, Goku emerged victorious, earning the title of champion at the World Martial Arts Tournament once more, along with a grand prize of 1 million. The host, witnessing this, promptly announced it to the audience below. 1 million. Upon hearing this, Kiki stood up from the audience, her heart brimming with joy. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately flew down to the stage and inquired, "Piccolo, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Piccolo replied, brushing off the dust from his attire. "Is that so? Then let us seek out Gohan and the others. I shall treat you all to a meal." Piccolo remained silent. "As an Namekian, I require only water to sustain myself." "No worries. Even if you do not partake in food, you can still join us for conversation." "Very well." Piccolo thought to refuse, but upon considering Gohan, he acquiesced. Chapter 54. An encounter at the restaurant. Seeing Piccolo's agreement, Son Wukong promptly led him to find Krillin and the others. As dusk began to fall, they ventured to a nearby restaurant for their repast. This establishment was the very same one where Son Wukong had first participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and Master Roshi had treated them to a meal. "Krillin, do you recall this restaurant?" "Of course I do. This is the very place where Master Roshi treated us. You devoured his entire prize money in one sitting. Indeed, it is a pity that Master Roshi could not join us this time." With a hint of nostalgia, Son Wukong remarked, "All right, Wukong, what dishes would you like to have?" "I shall assist you in placing the order," inquired Chi-Chi. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong promptly listed a myriad of dishes. At that moment, a father and daughter entered the restaurant. This duo was none other than Mr. Satan and his daughter, Bidley. "Bidley, what would you like to eat?" Mr. Satan inquired. Bidley, initially inclined to express her culinary preferences, suddenly caught sight of Son Gohan, seated with Piccolo and the others. Moreover, she noticed that all those who had advanced to the top 8 were gathered around Son Gohan. Such an impressive background. Father, isn't that the Piccolo who defeated you? Bidley remarked. Following her gaze, Mr. Satan indeed spotted Piccolo, along with Krillin and the rest, although Bidley claimed not to harbor any fondness for Son Gohan. As a concerned father, Mr. Satan couldn't help but worry that Bidley might be swayed by him. Bidley nodded and made her way towards Son Gohan's table. Bidley, Mr. Satan exclaimed, immediately rushing after her. Bidley. As Sun Wukong observed Videl approaching him, he promptly uttered a remark. Upon hearing this, Krillin immediately followed Sun Wukong's gaze towards Videl. Wukong, do you know this girl? Sun Wukong nodded. She is the runner-up of the youth group. Runner-up, which means you triumphed over her. Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. At that moment, Bidley had already approached Sun Wukong. We meet again, Sun Wukong. Sun Wufan nodded. As soon as he spoke, Mr. Satan promptly approached Videl and inquired, Videl, what brings you here? Just as Videl was about to respond, she heard Sun Wukong say, aren't you the one who was defeated by Piccolo? I am not that guy. My name is Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan retorted angrily. My apologies. My apologies. I just momentarily forgot your name. Sun Wukong chuckled. Mr. Satan snorted softly. Still somewhat irked by the title Sun Wukong had just conferred upon him. That uncle, you must be the father of Son Gohan, correct? At that moment, Videl suddenly inquired of Son Gohan. Sun Wukong nodded. So, uncle, where is your home? The moment these words were uttered, a trace of astonishment appeared on the faces of Chi-Chi and the others. It was quite surprising that Bidley had come specifically to inquire about Son Gohan's address. Are the youth of today so precociously mature? Bidley. Upon hearing this, Mr. Satan immediately rebuked Bidley softly, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It is typically the boys who inquire about the whereabouts of the girls' homes. Yet here was his daughter boldly asking about Son Gohan's residence. Although Bidley was still quite young and did not fully comprehend the implications, Mr. Satan could not shake off the feeling of shame. What's wrong, Dad? Mr. Satan, at a loss for words, found himself uncertain of how to respond. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong did not ponder for long and promptly divulged his home address. Our residence is located in the West Capital, XXXX. Thank you, uncle. You are called Bidley, correct? Bidley nodded in affirmation. Pray tell, Bidley, what purpose does your inquiry about our address serve? Meanwhile, Krillin and the others exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and incredulity. Although Sun Wukong is nearing 30, his thoughts remain as innocent as ever. He casually divulged his home address, for I wish to seek a sparring match with Son Gohan. A sparring match? Indeed. Today, I was defeated by Son Gohan in the youth competition, and I aspire to triumph over him in our next encounter. Defeat Gohan. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others regarded Bidley with bewildered expressions. Currently, Son Gohan possesses the mightiest strength among them all. Even the formidable Mr. Satan pales in comparison to the audacious Bidley, who shamelessly claims that she can defeat Son Gohan. At that moment, Mr. Satan suddenly grasped Bidley's hand and said, All right, Bidley, it is time for us to order. As Bidley was led away, Son Goku and the others promptly took their seats, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their meal. Shortly thereafter, a server brought forth an array of dishes to the dining table. So, Chi-Chi, can we begin our feast? Son Goku inquired, his stomach already growling with hunger as he gazed at the roasted pig on the table. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong swiftly reached for the food on the table with both hands and began to eat. The clamor of his dining soon attracted the attention of other patrons within the establishment, including Mr. Satan and his daughter. As Sun Wukong set forth, Sun Wufan and the others followed suit. Although Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan, exhibits a slightly more refined demeanor while dining, his pace far exceeds that of the average person. The onlookers, Mr. Satan and his companions, were left momentarily speechless. Is this truly a human? Boss, we've run out of dishes. At that moment, Sun Wukong called out to the proprietor of the establishment. Upon hearing this, the owner hurriedly approached to clear the plates and serve more food. Burp. After a considerable time, Sun Wukong let out a resounding belch, while the owner and the waitstaff were utterly exhausted. The voracity of Sun Wukong and his companions was astonishing. They had recently consumed a veritable feast comprising 6 full tables of dishes. Moreover, due to their rapid eating speed, the staff had to simultaneously serve new dishes while clearing the plates from the tables. Boss, time to settle the bill. Kiki shouted towards the owner. Certainly. But please bear with me for a moment. replied the proprietor, as he picked up the lengthy bill that had fallen to the ground and began to tally it. Are they some sort of monsters? Mr. Satan, who had been dining with Fidel, couldn't he help but think. After a considerable while, the owner completed the calculations and presented the lengthy bill to Kiki. Dear guests, your total expenditure amounts to 1,300,000. Is it truly that much? Could we perhaps receive a discount? I'm afraid not, dear guest. However, I can offer a reduction of 10,000. The owner replied, shaking his head. Very well. Upon hearing this, Kiki promptly handed her card to the proprietor. Just like that, her bonus was halved. Chapter 55. Vegeta challenges Son Wukong. Son Wukong chuckled. Isn't there still half of the prize left? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi chose to ignore him. For someone like Son Wukong, who was indifferent to money, any further discussion would be futile. After settling the bill, Son Wukong and his companions departed from the restaurant. As time swiftly passed, 5 days had flown by. Today marked the day of the android's emergence. Early in the morning, Krillin and the others arrived in West City, ready to join Son Wukong in their search for the androids. However, unbeknownst to them, Dr. Gero had no intention of appearing, as Android 19 was beyond his control. Despite his confidence in his current abilities, he was reluctant to take unnecessary risks, for one's life is singular and precious. As the clock approached 10, Son Wukong and his companions arrived at the location indicated by Trunks. Yet, with the multitude of islands mentioned by Trunks, they were uncertain of the precise whereabouts of androids 17 and 18, leading them to decide on a divided approach. Wukong, there are simply too many islands here. I believe we should split up. If any one of us locates the two androids, we should immediately elevate our energy to the maximum, signaling the others that we have found them, and you all must come swiftly to assist. Krillin proposed. Agreed. Son Wukong nodded. However, for the sake of safety, let us pair up. He proposed. Krillin, you shall team with Yamcha. Tien, you will partner with Kaiatsu. As for me, I shall join Piccolo, while Gohan can venture alone. Very well. Krillin responded with a nod. With that, the 7 of them swiftly soared towards the nearby island, in search of the androids. After a considerable time, they had scoured all the islands and reconvened. Wukong, have you all failed to locate the androids? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Do you think the arrival of Trunks might have altered the original timeline, preventing the creation of those 2 androids? Yamcha inquired. I am uncertain, Krillin replied, shaking his head. However, even if those 2 androids were not brought into existence, Dr. Gero would undoubtedly devise other androids to seek vengeance against Goku. Indeed, Yamcha agreed, nodding in affirmation. At that moment, a figure soared towards them from the distance. It was none other than Vegeta. Vegeta, as the words left his mouth. Vegeta came to an abrupt halt before Son Wukong. Kakarot, where are those 2 androids? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong rubbed the back of his head with his right hand and remarked, as for those 2 androids, we have no idea where they are. No idea? Indeed. They have not materialized here as Trunks indicated. Not materialized? Son Wukong nodded. In that case, how about we engage in a battle? Vegeta chuckled. Fight me? Indeed. To be honest, I am far more eager to conquer you than to defeat those artificial beings. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately glanced at his companion, Son Gohan, and exclaimed, very well. At the sight of Son Wukong's acquiescence, a subtle smile graced Vegeta's face. Subsequently, Vegeta guided Son Wukong to a deserted island. Son Wukong and the others followed closely behind, maintaining a distance from the 2. Kakarot, what do you think of this place for a battle? It's quite satisfactory, replied Vegeta with a smile. Kakarot, I have awaited this day for an eternity. Awaited this day for an eternity? Indeed, Kakarot. As a Saiyan, I have been a prodigy since the moment of my birth. Prior to encountering you and Son Wukong, I held unwavering confidence in my own strength. However, upon arriving on Earth and being bested by the son of a lowly warrior like you, I felt as though I had irrevocably lost my dignity and pride, yearning to prove my superiority over you. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong smiled faintly. Unlike Vegeta, who pondered deeply, Wukong regarded victory and defeat with a straightforward mindset. A loss is a loss, and a win is a win. The sight of Wukong's smile immediately provoked Vegeta, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. He despised witnessing that grin on Wukong's face, for it seemed to mock him, suggesting that he could never triumph over his rival. Then let us commence, Kakarot. All right. As Son Wukong spoke, he struck a combat-ready pose with both hands. Vegeta let out a light chuckle and charged towards Son Wukong. With both hands clenched into fists, Son Wukong charged towards Vegeta. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang. In no time, the two found themselves face to face, engaging in a fierce battle. The ground instantly erupted in a cloud of dust. Bang! With a powerful strike, Son Wukong was knocked to the ground, and Vegeta seized the opportunity to raise his right foot and stomp down forcefully onto Son Wukong's body. Son Wukong rolled to the side, propelling himself upward with his right hand, gracefully landing on the ground behind him. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort, suddenly clenching his hands with immense force. Accompanied by a powerful shout, an overwhelming aura emanated from Vegeta's body. Upon sensing this energy, Krillin and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. At that moment, the ground of the entire island began to tremble violently, and a multitude of sand and stones were thrown into the air. Could it be? Krillin gasped. Before he could finish his thought, Vegeta's hair transformed into a brilliant gold, his pupils shifting to a light green as he radiated a golden aura. Indeed, it was the Super Saiyan. So, it truly is the Super Saiyan, Krillin exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Piccolo gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of frustration. Once, he had not been far behind Son Wukong and the others in strength, but now, as they had mastered the Super Saiyan form, he felt himself left far behind. Though not a Saiyan, Piccolo had devoted himself to rigorous training every day for the past 3 years. A Super Saiyan, indeed, as Son Wukong spoke. He clenched his fist with great force, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort and, like a flash of lightning, charged towards Son Wukong. With a firm grip of his fists, Son Wukong charged forward. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Amidst the cacophony of fierce combat, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their movements as swift as lightning, causing the ground to erupt in a cloud of dust. With a powerful shout, Vegeta clenched his right fist and delivered a forceful punch, sending Son Wukong soaring through the air. With a firm stomp of his feet against the ground, Son Wukong began to breathe heavily. Piccolo, noticing the unusual state of Son Wukong, felt a flicker of doubt arise within him. What could be the matter? Son Wukong had hardly exerted himself. Why was he gasping so profoundly? Chapter 56. The Search for Dr. Jero Kakarot. At that moment, Vegeta also discerned Son Wukong's peculiar condition and halted his impending attack. Could it be the viral heart disease that Trunks had mentioned? Son Gohan exclaimed, "Viral heart disease." All eyes turned towards him. But didn't Trunks give the medicine to Goku? Krillin inquired. However, Dad has always been in good health, so he never took the medicine. Trunks replied. Upon hearing this, Vegeta quickly recalled the newborn son at home. Not only did they share the same name, but their hair color was also identical. Could it be? At that moment, Goku suddenly began to writhe on the ground in pain, his body reverting to its normal state. Goku! Krillin and the others rushed over upon witnessing this. Vegeta scoffed, transforming his body back to its usual form. You lot. Why haven't you taken Kakarot back to receive treatment? Are you waiting for him to succumb to his illness? Oh right, Krillin responded, promptly coming to a realization. Then I shall take Dad back, remarked, and nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan's ability to teleport certainly grants him a considerable advantage in speed. What if the androids suddenly appear while Gohan is away? Yamcha inquired. Despite their numerical superiority, he firmly believed that only Goku and Gohan possessed the strength to defeat the androids. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face contorted with rage. Without Kakarot and Gohan, am I not still here? I have completely surpassed Kakarot. Observing Vegeta's furious expression, Yamcha instinctively took a few steps back. Though Vegeta was no longer an adversary, Yamcha still felt a lingering apprehension towards him. Uncle Yamcha, why not accompany me back? Son Wukong remarked. Very well. Upon hearing this, Yamcha glanced at Krillin and the others and said, although it feels somewhat shameful to return with Son Wukong, I cannot contend with the androids alongside Krillin and the rest. Thus, it is prudent to accompany Son Wukong for the sake of preserving my life. Vegeta, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort, his disdain for Yamcha deepening further in his heart. Upon witnessing this, Gohan executed a swift instant transmission, bringing Yamcha and Goku back to his abode. At that moment, Chi-Chi was in the kitchen preparing lunch. Upon hearing Goku's cries of distress, she immediately dashed out of the house. Goku! Chi-Chi exclaimed, and then turned to Gohan, asking, Gohan, what has happened to your father? Dad is suffering from viral heart disease. Viral heart disease. Is that the ailment the boy from the future mentioned? Son Gohan nodded. Then, Mother, where have you placed the medicine for this ailment? I shall retrieve it from within the house at once, Chi-Chi exclaimed as she hurried inside, swiftly returning with the medicine in hand. Meanwhile, on the side of Vegeta, after Son Wukong and the others departed, Vegeta immediately turned to Krillin to inquire about the androids. Hey, bald head, what was that about the androids appearing? I do not go by bald head, my name is Krillin. Krillin responded, feeling a surge of indignation at Vegeta's choice of words. Why did he persist in calling him that? It was one thing to refer to him as bald, but adding little was a clear mockery of his stature. Very well, Krillin. What did that guy mean when he said the androids would appear? Vegeta, you must know that the two androids Trunks mentioned were created by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, who was defeated by Son Wukong, correct? Yes, I am aware. And what of it? Since the androids were created for the purpose of avenging Wukong, I believe that even if androids 17 and 18 do not appear today, they will inevitably emerge in the future. Vegeta chuckled. Are you suggesting that those two androids have yet to be created? I am not certain. However, I can assure you that Dr. Gero will not abandon his quest for revenge against Wukong. Dr. Gero, do you have a way to locate him? Krillin inquired. What do you need Dr. Gero for? Is it not obvious? I intend to ask him whether the androids have been completed, and then I shall personally defeat them. Personally defeat them? Indeed. Over the past 3 years, I have trained relentlessly to overcome Kakarot and those two androids. I believe today would be the day I finally triumphed over Kakarot and the androids, yet in the midst of our battle, he unexpectedly suffered a heart attack. And the androids did not appear as Trunks had indicated. Vegeta's frustration grew with each word. He simply wished to reclaim his pride. Why was it proving so difficult? There is a way to find Dr. Gero, but it requires the power of the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls? Yes, if we make a wish to the Eternal Dragon, we should be able to ascertain Dr. Gero's whereabouts. However, using the Dragon Balls to locate him seems rather wasteful, does it not? Perhaps we should wait for the androids to reveal themselves. After all, with Gohan's strength, he should be more than capable of defeating them. Vegeta scoffed. I demand to find Dr. Gero now. Where are the Dragon Balls? The Dragon Balls are scattered across the earth. We must utilize Bulma's Dragon Radar to locate all 7. Bulma. Just then, a jet plane descended from the sky. As it landed, Yajirobe emerged, carrying Bulma, who held Trunks in her arms. Bulma. Krillin greeted Bulma, who nodded in response. Where are Goku and the others? He inquired. Goku suffered a heart attack, and Gohan and Yamcha took him back, she replied. A heart attack? Didn't that boy from the future give him medicine? Surely he took it? Krillin nodded. Bulma, what brings you here so suddenly? He asked. I was merely curious about what the androids created by Dr. Gero look like. Krillin chuckled awkwardly at her words. While everyone else was terrified of the androids, Bulma seemed unfazed and intrigued by their appearance. One could not deny her remarkable courage. At that moment, Vegeta, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Bulma, where is the Dragon Radar? I left it at home. Why? She inquired. Vegeta intended to use the Dragon Balls to locate Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero? What do you need him for? Krillin asked. Since the androids had not appeared today, Vegeta wished to find Dr. Gero to inquire about their whereabouts. Chapter 57. Locating Dr. Gero. The androids haven't shown up? No, Krillin replied. It might be because history has changed. I see. If you truly wish to know Dr. Gero's whereabouts, you actually don't need the Dragon Balls, as I know where he is now. You do? Krillin and the others were taken aback. Yes, Bulma affirmed. Then why didn't you tell us sooner? Krillin, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, but you never asked me. Besides, Vegeta insisted on defeating those androids himself, so I kept quiet. What does that have to do with Vegeta? Krillin questioned. It's quite relevant. When I saw Vegeta training recklessly, I suggested that he find Dr. Gero and eliminate him before the androids were created. However, he refused, insisting that he wanted to defeat Dr. Gero himself. Bulma exclaimed in frustration. I see, Krillin said, awkwardly smiling. That certainly seemed like Vegeta's style. Vegeta scoffed. So, Bulma, where exactly is Dr. Gero now? Upon hearing this, Bulma promptly revealed the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory. With a swift motion, Vegeta took off towards it. Bulma, how do you know where Dr. Gero's lab is? Krillin asked, watching Vegeta soar into the distance. It's mainly thanks to Gohan's company. Gohan's company? Yes. While conducting business, an employee of the Wufan company inadvertently stumbled upon Dr. Gero's research facility. Business? Promoting mobile phones and applications. Is that so? Bulma nodded. Well then, should we go and take a look as well, Piccolo? Krillin inquired. Indeed. Piccolo affirmed. I shall accompany you, Tien Shinhan declared. With that, the four of them promptly departed from the small island. Inside Dr. Gero's laboratory, he was meticulously examining the brain of Android 19. Suddenly, he discovered that the commands within the android's brain had been altered. Eliminate Dr. Gero. Obey Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Upon seeing the directive, Dr. Gero's heart ignited with furious indignation. He finally comprehended why Android 19 had defied his orders and sought to eliminate him. It was all orchestrated by Son Gohan. At that moment, a commotion of footsteps echoed from outside the research facility. Dr. Gero quickly became alert. Suddenly, the entrance to the laboratory was blasted open. Startled, he gazed toward the doorway and beheld a proud figure standing outside. It was none other than Vegeta. Vegeta. Upon recognizing him, a flicker of panic crossed Dr. Gero's face. It was not that he feared Vegeta. Rather, none of the androids he had created were obedient to him, and he dared not activate them. If Vegeta were to destroy his laboratory, all his years of effort would be in vain. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. So, you are Dr. Gero? I am not Dr. Gero. I am Android 20, created by him. Oh, Vegeta responded nonchalantly. Then where is Dr. Gero? I do not know. Dr. Gero shook his head. Do you know where Androids 17 and 18 are? Dr. Gero was taken aback, contemplating in silence. How peculiar that Vegeta was aware of Androids 17 and 18. Could it be that Son Gohan informed him? Hey, I'm asking you a question, Vegeta remarked, noticing Dr. Gero's prolonged silence. I do not know, Dr. Gero reiterated. Then what is that behind you? Vegeta glanced at the sleeping pod behind Dr. Gero and remarked, he is not foolish enough to be easily deceived by Dr. Gero. The doctor, taken aback, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, four figures suddenly descended from outside the research facility, none other than Krillin and his companions. Upon noticing that Goku and Gohan were not among them, Dr. Gero felt a flicker of unease. At that moment, Vegeta swiftly maneuvered around Dr. Gero, eager to ascertain whether the figures in the pod were androids 17 and 18. Reacting quickly, Dr. Gero raised his hands to seize Vegeta, determined to prevent him from activating the androids. For if they were awakened, his adversaries would extend beyond just Vegeta and his allies. Sensing the impending attack, Vegeta pivoted, evading Dr. Gero's grasp with a chuckle. After all, you are an android as well. I suppose I shall indulge you in a little play. However, he internally admonished himself. No, I cannot afford to fight him here. Dr. Gero, catching wind of Vegeta's thoughts, proposed, very well, shall we take our battle outside? Agreed, you may choose the location. Vegeta responded with a grin. Without hesitation, Dr. Gero soared out of the research facility, prompting Krillin and the others to step aside. Did Vegeta just call him an android? Krillin inquired as soon as Dr. Gero had exited the premises. Indeed, Piccolo nodded. He must be referring to another android created by Dr. Gero. Then, Piccolo, shall we go witness their duel? Krillin asked. Yes, Piccolo affirmed, and together, they pursued the two, feeling relieved as he noticed Krillin and his friends following. Dr. Gero's anxiety subsided. He had been worried that they might enter the facility and activate androids 17 and 18, but it seemed fortune favored his side. After a brief flight, Dr. Gero and Vegeta landed on a nearby island. Krillin and the others followed suit, touching down on the same land. Is this the grave you have chosen for yourself? Vegeta surveyed the surroundings and remarked. Dr. Gero scoffed. Whose grave it is remains uncertain. Oh, you seem quite confident in yourself. Yet, those who are overly confident often meet a more tragic end. Dr. Gero retorted with a cold smirk. Are you speaking of yourself, Vegeta? You will soon discover who I am referring to, Vegeta declared, clenching his fists tightly as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. What is this, Doctor? Glow was taken aback. In the information he had gathered, there was no mention of the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta chuckled and remarked. This is called a Super Saiyan. Chapter 58. The elimination of Dr. Glow. Vegeta nodded. All right, let us commence in earnest. With gritted teeth, Dr. Glow lunged swiftly towards Vegeta. Vegeta let out a light laugh, clenched his fists, and charged toward Dr. Glow in kind. Soon, the two were face to face, their fists clashing with the ferocity of a tempest. Wherever they passed, the surrounding boulders crumbled to dust. Bang! With a powerful strike, Vegeta's right fist collided heavily with Dr. Glow's face, sending him hurtling through the air. Dr. Glow gritted his teeth and quickly steadied himself on the ground. At that moment, Vegeta's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, delivering a fierce sidekick aimed at his face. Bang! Dr. Glow screamed in agony as he was propelled 1,000 meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta swiftly brought his hands together and unleashed a golden energy wave toward Dr. Glow. Dr. Glow was startled and hurriedly raised his hands to absorb Vegeta's energy wave. What? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing the shock on Krillin and the others' faces, Dr. Glow couldn't help but wear a smug smile. Vegeta, thank you for the energy you just provided. Absorbing energy, are we? Vegeta inquired. Indeed, Vegeta, which renders your energy attacks ineffective against me. Is that so? Vegeta responded with a smile, as a plan seemed to form in his mind. Observing Vegeta's confidence, Dr. Glow's expression turned grave. Although he had absorbed Vegeta's energy wave, he had not gained the upper hand in their previous exchanges. Just as Dr. Glow contemplated this, Vegeta charged at him once more. Hearing Vegeta's voice, Dr. Glow snapped back to attention and met his charge. Swish. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists and feet struck with the speed of lightning, delivering powerful blows to one another. Moments later, Vegeta clenched his right fist tightly and landed a heavy blow to Dr. Glow's abdomen. Dr. Glow let out a loud scream, spewing a mouthful of bile. At that moment, Vegeta lifted his right leg forcefully, sending Dr. Glow flying through the air. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Dr. Gero was propelled like a ray of light, crashing heavily into the mountain behind him. The ground was instantly upheaved, enveloped in a massive cloud of dust. After a moment, as the dust settled, Dr. Gero emerged from the mountain, gasping for breath, his demeanor disheveled. Following Vegeta's recent powerful strike, Dr. Gero's energy had significantly waned. Vegeta chuckled softly, advancing slowly toward Dr. Gero. Gritting his teeth, Dr. Gero felt a twinge of fear toward Vegeta. The recent battle had made it abundantly clear that his chances of defeating Vegeta were slim. The only viable strategy to vanquish Vegeta was to absorb his energy, reverting him to a more ordinary state. However, this plan carried considerable risk, as Dr. Gero was uncertain whether he could successfully siphon Vegeta's energy. Thus, his most prudent course of action was to flee. The best strategy in dire situations is to retreat. With this thought in mind, Dr. Gero cast his gaze toward Krillin and the others. Although fleeing was his best option, escaping from Vegeta's grasp would not be a simple endeavor. Therefore, he resolved to take Krillin and his companions hostage as a means of eluding Vegeta. What happened to your earlier bravado? Vegeta observed Dr. Gero's growing fear with a sense of satisfaction. Humph. Dr. Gero snorted. Do not take such pride in yourself, Vegeta. Your energy blasts may not affect me, but I can still employ energy waves. Thus the outcome of our confrontation remains uncertain. Energy waves. Ha! Vegeta burst into laughter. Even without using energy waves, I can still eliminate you. In response, Dr. Gero immediately concentrated a vast amount of energy into his hands and directed it toward Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. The ground surrounding Vegeta erupted in towering clouds of dust. As Vegeta evaded the attacks, he closed the distance toward Dr. Gero. Damn it! Dr. Gero fumed, realizing his energy blasts had missed their target, prompting him to charge toward Krillin and the others. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared before him, delivering a powerful high kick to Dr. Gero's chin. With a pained scream, Dr. Gero was sent flying several meters into the ground. In that moment, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches toward Dr. Gero's abdomen with the swiftness of a gale. Thud, thud, thud. Under Vegeta's relentless assault, Dr. Gero cried out in agony. At that moment, Vegeta clenched his right fist with fervor and delivered a powerful blow that pierced through Dr. Gero's body. Upon witnessing the gaping wound in his torso, Dr. Gero's face contorted with sheer terror. Regret surged within him. Had he known the extent of Vegeta's strength, he would have never engaged in battle with him. Vegeta let out a cold snort as he retracted his hand from Dr. Gero's body. Although Dr. Gero had been pierced, his form was no longer that of a human, and a flicker of life still lingered within him. Vegeta. Dr. Gero gritted his teeth and suddenly grasped Vegeta's body, attempting to siphon his energy. Vegeta chuckled derisively. Even at this juncture, you still wish to absorb my energy? Very well, I shall grant you your wish. As he spoke, Vegeta concentrated energy in his right hand and launched it at Dr. Gero. A piercing scream escaped Dr. Gero's lips as his body was obliterated into countless fragments. Once Dr. Gero was vanquished, Vegeta lowered his hands and examined the absorption device still clinging to them. A cold smile crept onto his face. So, it was indeed capable of absorbing energy. With that, he reverted to his normal state. Although Dr. Gero was not particularly formidable, he had recently battled Son Goku and had absorbed some of his energy, leaving Vegeta somewhat depleted. After dispatching Dr. Gero, Vegeta cast a glance towards Krillin and the others before soaring once more towards the direction of Dr. Gero's laboratory. Is he heading back to Dr. Gero's lab? Krillin inquired. I believe so, Piccolo nodded, following suit towards the laboratory. Seeing this, Krillin and the others promptly pursued him. Within Dr. Gero's laboratory, Vegeta had once again arrived and beheld the stasis pods containing androids 17, 18, and 19. Ah, 3 androids, Vegeta remarked as he examined the numbers above them. At that moment, Krillin and the others arrived as well. Chapter 59, Vegeta vs. Android 17. Vegeta, what is your intention? Krillin asked. What do you think? Of course, I intend to activate them, Vegeta replied with a smirk. But Goku and the others are not here, Krillin cautioned. Vegeta's smile vanished instantly. Even without Kakarot and the rest, I can defeat them on my own. There are no buts. Do you happen to have a Senzu bean for me? Upon hearing this, Krillin promptly retrieved a Senzu bean from his clothing and tossed it to Vegeta. Vegeta caught it with his right hand and consumed the bean. Almost immediately, his injuries and stamina were restored. Piccolo, do you think Vegeta will be alright? I don't know, Piccolo replied. As Big shook his head, Vegeta opened the sleeping chambers of androids 17 and 18. With the chamber's lids lifted, the two soon awakened, gazing at Vegeta standing before them. Vegeta, they exclaimed. Vegeta chuckled softly. You two have awakened. Was it you who opened these chambers? Asked Android 18. Indeed, but do not mistake my actions for kindness. My sole intention is to defeat you and ultimately eradicate you. Oh, Android 17 remarked nonchalantly, surveying the surroundings. Where is Dr. Gero? Has he been vanquished by you? I have not seen Dr. Gero. However, I did eliminate an android known as Android 20. Android 20? What does he look like? An elderly man with a white beard. A white-bearded old man. Android 17 pondered for a moment. Could it be that Dr. Gero has transformed himself into an android? Based on your description, it certainly seems so. Android 17 replied. Is that so? No wonder his power was so feeble. Vegeta laughed. Although you awakened us with the intention of defeating us, I must still extend my gratitude to you, Vegeta. Had it not been for you, we might have remained in slumber for an eternity. Furthermore, thank you for eliminating Dr. Gero. As a gesture of appreciation, we shall refrain from killing you. Refrain from killing me? Vegeta scoffed. Do you truly believe you could defeat me? Android 17, uninterested in further debate, inquired, what about Son Goku? Why didn't he join you? Vegeta snorted. Kakarot is preoccupied with other matters, but I have surpassed his power. Is that so? In that case, shall we engage in battle? Very well. At that moment, Android 18 glanced at the sleeping chamber of Android 19 beside her. She intended to open it, but upon seeing the terrifying appearance of Android 19, she abandoned the idea. What's wrong, 18? There is another android here. I believe he must be one of Dr. Gero's latest creations. However, he is far too hideous for me to bother with. Android 17 nodded in agreement. Just then, Android 18 noticed another sleeping chamber at a distance. This chamber belonged to Android 16. 16. Android 18 approached the sleeping pod, and through the glass, she quickly beheld the visage of Android 16. Although Android 16 was not conventionally handsome, he was certainly more agreeable to the eye than the recently encountered Android 19. After a moment of contemplation, Android 18 opened the sleeping pod. Android 16 soon awakened and stepped out. Another android. Krillin was taken aback. Vegeta snorted derisively and soared into the sky. After casting a glance at Android 16, Android 17 followed suit into the air. What is your name? Inquired Android 18 of Android 16. Android 16, he replied. Were you also created to eliminate Goku? Indeed, Android 16 nodded. Shall we depart? Yes, he affirmed. Seeing this, Android 18 promptly led Android 16 away from the research facility. Upon exiting, Android 18 concentrated a wave of energy in her right hand and obliterated Dr. Gero's laboratory. Piccolo, should we return to find Gohan? Krillin suggested, feeling apprehensive at the sudden increase in their adversaries. Although Vegeta was formidable, facing 3 opponents left him anxious about whether Vegeta could prevail. All right, Piccolo nodded. Krillin, you should go find Gohan. Me? Yes. Piccolo confirmed. Understood. Krillin responded, promptly turning to leave. Have they fled? Android 18 mused. Perhaps to summon reinforcements? Are you referring to Goku? Android 17 nodded. Very well, let us commence. Vegeta declared resolutely to Android 17. Upon hearing this, Android 17 nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Vegeta unleashed a powerful shout and transformed into a Super Saiyan. What is this? Android 17's eyes widened slightly in surprise. His records contain no information regarding Super Saiyans. This is called a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? I see. No wonder you possess such confidence. Huh. Vegeta, uninterested in further conversation, charged directly at Android 17. Android 17 stood motionless, and in an instant, Vegeta was upon him, his fist striking like lightning towards Android 17. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Android 17 deftly evaded attacks while raising his fists to engage in combat with Vegeta. Soon, the ground around them was engulfed in swirling dust. With a resounding thud, Vegeta landed a powerful blow to Android 17's face, sending him tumbling hundreds of meters away. Enraged, Android 17 charged forward at Vegeta with great speed. Initially, he intended to merely toy with Vegeta, but he was taken aback by Vegeta's unexpected strength, prompting him to take the fight more seriously. In a flurry of movement, Android 17 swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks that forced Vegeta to retreat. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta extended his hands forward, seizing Android 17's fist mid-attack. Chapter 60, All of You. Attack together. Huh. Android 17 grunted, pushing forward with all his might. Vegeta, undeterred, matched his force. The ground beneath them shattered under the pressure of their exertion. With a tremendous force, they simultaneously repelled each other. Both warriors gasped for air, their eyes locked in a fierce stare. Android 18 let out a derisive snort, a hint of irritation bubbling within her. 17, haven't you had enough of him yet? It's about time for my turn, isn't it? With a chuckle, Android 17 replied. Don't rush, 18. The battle has only just begun. Then hurry up, she urged. All right. Android 17 nodded in agreement. Fuming at their disregard, Vegeta felt anger swell within him. Huh. With a fierce battle cry, he lunged toward Android 17 like a bolt of lightning. Taken aback, Android 17 quickly raised his arms to counter Vegeta's advance. In a blur of motion, their fists collided with incredible speed. After a brief exchange, Vegeta clenched his right fist tightly, delivering a decisive blow that sent Android 17 flying. Before Android 17 could react, Vegeta swiftly closed the gap, gathering a radiant golden energy wave in his right hand, aimed directly at Android 17. Instinctively, Android 17 raised his arms to defend himself. Boom. Vegeta's energy wave surged forth like flames, striking the Android 17. Instantly, Android 17's form was enveloped in a golden energy wave, which caused a thick cloud of smoke to rise. As the smoke dissipated, Android 17 remained in a defensive stance. Yet a significant portion of his attire had been charred. Upon noticing the scorched remnants of his clothing, a flicker of intense fury crossed Android 17's face. That was my favorite outfit. How dare you ruin it? He exclaimed, launching himself towards Vegeta with remarkable speed. In no time, he reached Vegeta's vicinity, his fists moving with the swiftness of lightning as he attacked. Fueled by his anger, Android 17's strength and velocity surpassed his previous capabilities. Vegeta deftly evaded while engaging in combat with Android 17. At that moment, Android 18, who had grown impatient, suddenly soared towards the two combatants. Quickly, she joined Android 17's side to assault Vegeta. I don't need your assistance. I can handle him alone, Android 17 retorted, feeling a twinge of annoyance at Android 18's intervention. With a huff, Android 18 replied, I'm not here to assist you. You've been fighting for too long, and now it's my turn. Just then, two figures materialized, Gohan and Krillin. Piccolo, Gohan. Son Wukong nodded and directed his gaze towards Androids 17 and 18, remarking, Isn't it rather unfair for the two of you to gang up on one? Upon hearing this, Android 18 immediately ceased her assault and turned to Son Wukong, saying, Since you find it unjust, then I shall direct my attacks towards you. With that, Android 18 swiftly pivoted and charged towards Son Wukong. With a light chuckle, Son Wukong stood motionless in his place. In a swift motion, Android 18 charged towards him, her fists flying like lightning as she launched an assault. As Son Wukong's body swayed, he effortlessly evaded the onslaught of Android 18. Damn it! Android 18 exclaimed in fury, propelling her right fist forward with all her might. With a swift motion, Sun Wufan raised his right hand, successfully blocking the punch. Taken aback, Android 18 quickly lifted her right leg, aiming a kick at Sun Wufan. Sun Wukong's figure flickered and materialized several hundred meters behind him. Son Gohan stifled a yawn, seemingly bored, and remarked, "I suggest you all come at me together. Perhaps that way, the battle might last a bit longer." At this, Android 18 clenched her fists, feeling belittled by a mere child. Android 16, upon hearing Gohan's words, shifted his expression slightly but refrained from intervening. Meanwhile, Android 17, engaged in combat with Vegeta, immediately sent Vegeta flying after registering Gohan's statement. Due to the recent skirmish, Vegeta's strength had significantly waned, rendering him no match for Android 17. Son Gohan. Vegeta observed all eyes turning towards Gohan, and he clenched his teeth in frustration. Aware that Gohan's power now far surpassed his own, he still yearned to prove that he was stronger than both Goku and the androids. With this thought in mind, Vegeta summoned all his strength and charged at Android 17. Android 17 merely scoffed, evading Vegeta's attack and maneuvering behind him. Startled, Vegeta swiftly turned around only to be met with a forceful strike from Android 17, rendering him unconscious. "Vegeta," Krillin gasped, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Though he held no affection for Vegeta, he recognized him as Bulma's husband. Should Vegeta perish, Krillin would find it exceedingly difficult to explain to Bulma. Just as Krillin feared that Android 17 might attempt to finish Vegeta off, Android 17 suddenly darted towards Android 18. With a swift motion, he landed beside her. Son Gohan smiled as he gazed at the distant figure of Android 16. "Will you not join them in battling alongside me?" he inquired. Android 16 shook his head and replied, "No, even if I were to join them, I would not stand a chance against you. Moreover, I was created with the sole purpose of eliminating Son Goku." Sun Wukong chuckled, remarking, "You are indeed an intriguing fellow." Upon hearing this, Android 16 immediately raised his gaze, surveying his surroundings as if everything unfolding at that moment bore no relevance to him. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong beckoned to Android 17 and 18 with a flick of his finger. Enraged by the provocation, Android 17 charged at Sun Wukong in a fit of fury. Witnessing this, Android 18 swiftly joined in the assault on Sun Wukong. In no time, the two were upon him, launching their attacks. With his hands clasped behind his back, Son Gohan effortlessly evaded all attacks from the two adversaries. Chapter 61, The Visit from Videl. Android 17 was taken aback, incredulous that their combined assault with Android 18 had failed to even graze Son Gohan's form. At that moment, Son Gohan's figure suddenly materialized behind Android 17, striking him with a single blow that rendered him unconscious. 17. Android 18 exclaimed in shock, swiftly pivoting and delivering a powerful kick backward. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong's figure appeared before Android 18, emanating an astonishing aura with his right hand directed towards her. Startled, Android 18 let out a cry as she staggered backward, retreating several paces. "Will you continue to fight?" Sun Wukong inquired. Gritting her teeth, Android 18 responded, "I cannot defeat you, but I implore you to spare Android 17. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong smiled and replied, "Have I ever claimed that I would kill you? You do not intend to slay us? Are you not concerned that we might take the life of Sun Wukong?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong stifled a yawn. "If you possess the capability, then by all means, proceed to slay us." "Sun Wukong, are you truly going to let us go?" inquired Android 18. "Wukong," Piccolo called out to him. "Indeed, did you not spare Vegeta's life?" At that moment, Android 16 approached and hoisted the fallen Android 17 onto his shoulder. "Let us depart, 18. Android 18 was momentarily taken aback. "You are the fastest at leaving, yet you refuse to engage in battle. How old are you, Android 18? Sun Wukong suddenly interjected. "How old? Well, your designation is 18. Does that not imply you are 18 years of age?" "Humph." Android 18 scoffed. "Then by that logic, Android 16 must be 16 years old? Moreover, you should never inquire about a woman's age. Why is that? You will understand when you grow older. Grow older." With that, Android 18 promptly departed alongside Android 16. At that moment, Piccolo and the others flew in from the distance. "Wukong, why did you choose to let them go?" Piccolo questioned. "Because I believe they are not as ruthless as Trunks portrayed them to be." As Sun Wukong spoke, he immediately turned his gaze towards the fallen Vegeta. "Krillin, do you have any senzu beans?" "Yes," Krillin replied, promptly flying to Vegeta's side and feeding him a senzu bean. After consuming the bean, Vegeta quickly regained consciousness and inquired, "What about Android 17 and 18? They have already left." Left? Damn it. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's heart surged with immense fury. He had intended to defeat androids 17 and 18 to demonstrate his strength. Instead, he not only failed to conquer them, but was also vanquished by android 17, resulting in a profound loss of face. Then, Krillin, shall we return? Absolutely. Krillin nodded. With that, Krillin and the others ascended into the sky, leaving Vegeta standing alone on the ground. Vegeta. Krillin turned and glanced back at Vegeta. Piccolo remarked, "It's fine. Let him calm down for a moment." Krillin nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Android 17 was brought to a small riverbank, where Android 16 provided him with water, aiding in his recovery. "Where's Gohan?" Android 17 asked as he surveyed his surroundings. "He's not here," replied Android 16. "Not here?" "Indeed, after defeating you and Android 18, he allowed us to leave." 18. Upon hearing this, Android 17 immediately turned his gaze towards Android 18, who was casually leaning against a nearby tree with her arms crossed. 18. "Did he knock you out as well?" "No," Android 18 replied nonchalantly. "No," Android 17 exclaimed in surprise. "Son Gohan only rendered one of them unconscious. Are you disappointed that I was not incapacitated?" Upon hearing this, Android 18 cast a cold gaze towards Android 17. "No, not at all. I was merely curious." In response, Android 17 shook his head repeatedly. "So, 18, where shall we go next?" "I have no idea. Perhaps we should take a stroll around the nearby town?" Android 17 nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, 3 days had elapsed. After 3 days of battling against viral myocarditis, Son Wukong has finally begun to recover. Throughout this arduous period, Chi-Chi has been by his side, providing unwavering care and support. "Chi-Chi." Son Wukong gazed at Chi-Chi, who lay nestled within his blanket, feeling a surge of emotion within his heart. Upon hearing Son Wukong's voice, Chi-Chi instantly awoke. "Wukong." Son Wukong nodded slightly. "Wukong, have you recovered? I should be nearly well by now," Son Wukong said, as he climbed out of bed. "You have truly worked hard these past few days." "It's nothing. This is all part of my duty as a wife." "What about Gohan?" "He is currently in the living room." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately strode towards the doorway, exclaiming, "Father." Son Wukong nodded and inquired, "Gohan, have you found the androids?" "Indeed, we have," he replied. "And have you eliminated them?" "Not yet." Wukong pressed further, "Why not? Are they stronger than you?" "It appears they are unlike the androids Trunks described, which is why I chose to spare them." "I see." At that moment, a sudden chime of the doorbell echoed through the room. Son Wukong opened the door to reveal a girl with twin ponytails. This girl was none other than Bidalai. "Bidalai?" she exclaimed with a light laugh. "Gohan, is this truly your home?" At that moment, Son Wukong also approached from the living room. "You are not." "Hello, my name is Bidalai. We met at the restaurant last time." "Oh, I remember now. May I inquire what brings you here?" Bidalai smiled. "I have come to seek Gohan." "Gohan?" "Yes, I wish to spar with him." "I see." Son Wukong turned to Son Wufan and said, "Well, Wufan, since Deely has come to seek you out, why not engage in a friendly spar with her?" "All right." Son Wukong nodded. "Thank you, uncle." After Bidalai finished speaking, she immediately turned to Son Wukong with a beaming smile. "So, Wukong, how about we spar in your yard?" As Son Wukong gazed at Biddy Lee's cheerful demeanor, he suddenly felt as though he had encountered a mischievous woman. How delightful. Although Son Wukong had little interest in sparring, he could not refuse the enthusiastic invitation from Biddy Lee. Chapter 62. Biddy Lee seeks instruction from Son Wukong. Upon hearing this, Biddy Lee immediately grasped Son Wukong's arm and led him toward the courtyard. Once they reached the courtyard, Biddy Lee positioned herself several meters in front of Son Wukong, adopting a combat stance with her hands. "Shall we begin now?" she asked. "Absolutely," replied Son Wukong. Son Wukong nodded. "Huh." Upon hearing this, Bidalai immediately shouted and charged towards Son Wukong. In no time, Bidalai reached Son Wukong's front, her fists swirling like the wind as she launched an assault. As Son Wukong deftly evaded Biddy's assault, his body moved with an agility that rendered her strikes futile. To the untrained eye, her attacks might have appeared swift. Yet to him, they resembled the sluggish movements of a snail. Infuriated by her inability to land a blow, Biddy promptly lifted her right foot, aiming a kick at Son Wukong. Son Gohan stepped back, deftly evading Vidal's attack once more. Vidal, you cannot defeat me. I advise you to concede. Do not be so complacent, Son Gohan. I will undoubtedly grow stronger and triumph over you. Oh, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Indeed. There is one matter I would like to inquire about. What is it? Son Gohan, during your father's match in the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament, he appeared in the sky. Was that merely an illusion? An illusion? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was rendered speechless. It was likely yet another tale spun by her father, known for his tall tales. Indeed, how could a rational person possibly soar through the skies? No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than Sun Wukong ascended, levitating into the air. Biddy Lee was momentarily stunned. Whatever happened to the principles of science, the laws of Newton? Could it be that she was trapped in a dream? A sharp pain jolted her senses as she pinched her own cheek, quickly confirming her reality. She dared not pinch too hard, however. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Sun Wukong descended from the heavens to stand before Biddy Lee. You can fly too? She inquired, astonished. Indeed, not only I, but even Uncle Krillin can fly. Who is Uncle Krillin? Biddy Lee asked curiously. He is the one from the restaurant, of similar height to me, but devoid of hair. Oh, but Sun Wukong, how do you all manage to fly? In simple terms, we utilize the energy within us to soar. The energy within us. Sun Wukong nodded, raising his right hand. A golden energy manifesting within his palm. This is known as Qi. As Sun Wukong spoke, he swiftly dissipated the energy in his hands. Oh, Sun Wukong, could you possibly teach me how to fly? No. Why not? There is no time. Please, Sun Wukong. After all, we are friends. Friends? When did we become friends? Right now? Biddy Lee smiled. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was Ragusi. Master. Ragusi. Ragusi nodded and turned to Biddy Lee. Who is your master? Her name is Biddy Lee, the runner-up in the youth category of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Ragusi chuckled. My name is Ragusi, and I am Sun Wukong's disciple. Sun Wukong's disciple. Biddy Lee exclaimed in surprise. At merely 10 years of age, Sun Wukong has already taken on a disciple. Indeed, my master is truly formidable. There is no one on earth who can. Suddenly, Sun Wukong covered the speaker's mouth with his hand. What is there on earth? Nothing. Sun Wukong smiled. Upon hearing this, Biddy Lee's expression immediately turned to one of skepticism. Since Sun Wukong has taken you as a master, why shouldn't I also take you as my master? Take me as your master? Indeed, since you are so formidable, it wouldn't be amiss for me to take you as my master. Upon hearing this, Ragus's expression grew somewhat displeased. If Sun Wukong were to take on another disciple, he would undoubtedly have less time to devote to her instruction. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong hesitated in his heart. If you do not agree, I shall come to your house every day to seek you. Very well. In response, Ragusi's face immediately turned sulky. Had she known, she would not have come to West City to find Sun Wukong today. Then, Sun Wukong, will you teach me how to fly in the sky? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately cast a glance at her and inquired, What shall I call you, master? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong smiled faintly. Master, can you now teach me how to soar through the skies? And Ragusa, could you impart the art of aerial dance to her? Me? Ragusa was taken aback. Indeed. Is there a problem? No, not at all. After hearing this, Ragusa had no choice but to teach Biddy Lee the art of aerial dance. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong strode elegantly back into the house, now with an additional aid. Ragus, how old are you this year? 9 years old, so what? Oh, I was merely inquiring out of curiosity. How long has Ragus been apprenticed to Sun Wukong? For a whole year. It's already been a year? Biddy Lee expressed her surprise. Indeed. Do not be deceived by my master's youth. His prowess is remarkably formidable. Biddy Lee nodded. Although she was uncertain of the extent of the strength Ragus referred to, she was certain it surpassed her own. Then Biddy Lee, do you know what she is? I do not. Biddy Lee shook her head. In a city located in the southern regions of Earth, a fair-haired woman and a dashing boy clad in a red scarf were walking along the street. These two were none other than androids 17 and 18. Following closely behind them was a tall man, android 16. After being defeated by Sun Wukong, they had taken some time to stroll through the city, purchasing exquisite garments and mobile phones funded by the ill-gotten gains from notorious gangs. At this moment, they were carrying an array of clothing. 18. The technology on Earth is indeed convenient. One can purchase anything with just a mobile phone. Indeed. Android 18 nodded. So what are your plans next? With Dr. Jero now deceased, they felt no obligation to follow anyone's orders. choosing instead to live according to their own desires. I haven't decided yet. Do you intend to seek out a battle with Son Wukong? Do you believe you can defeat Son Wukong? Son Wukong's strength may not necessarily match that of Son Wukong. I have no interest. Let us see if you can first surpass Son Wukong. Android 17 scoffed. Once my strength grows, I shall surely vanquish that fellow. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. After 3 days of Ragus tutelage, Biddy Lee was now able to levitate her body. Chapter 63. What's sister? That's your master's wife. In the West Capital, at Son Wukong's residence, Biddy Lee was practicing her levitation technique in the courtyard. After a prolonged session, she grew weary and settled onto a chair in the yard. A moment later, Son Wukong's doppelganger emerged from the house. Master. Biddy Lee called out loudly to the doppelganger. Son Wukong's doppelganger nodded and approached. Biddy Lee, how has your training progressed? I am now capable of flying in the sky. Is that so? By the way, Master, why do you not attend school, but instead have a tutor at home? Because having a tutor allows for a less rigid learning environment than that of a school. I see. So, Master, how are you faring in your studies? Not too bad. Master, yesterday our school requested us to create a slogan for traffic safety. Could you assist me in devising one? There are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Improper driving brings tears to loved ones. The clone of Son Wukong remarked, driving without adherence to regulations brings tears to loved ones. Master, your slogan is truly remarkable. So, Master, do you have any particular phrases that you cherish? Phrases? Replied Biddy Lee. If I desire something, the heavens shall not deny me. If I wish for nothing, the heavens shall not grant me. Master, that statement is so powerful. And Biddy Lee, do you have any favorite sayings? Indeed, one of my preferred sayings is, humility leads to progress, while arrogance results in downfall. Upon hearing the words of Gohan, Biddy Lee was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that someone as small as her could possess such profound insight in the martial arts. However, it was regrettable that she was merely a human from Earth, destined to reach no higher than the level of Krillin. As time swiftly passed, a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. According to the timeline of Dragon Ball, Cell should have long since appeared on Earth. Yet, due to Gohan's guidance in training Trunks from the future Cell not only failed to kill Trunks and seize the time machine, but was also ultimately vanquished by him. On Earth, at the site of the Capsule Corporation, Biddy Lee had mastered the art of flight after a month of diligent practice. Having taken Gohan as her mentor, he felt compelled to implement a rigorous training regimen. At that moment, she was donning a purple turtle shell on her back, performing push-ups upon a grassy expanse. This purple shell had been borrowed from Master Roshi by Gohan and weighed a considerable 20 kilograms. 99-100, Biddy Lee exclaimed, finally releasing a deep breath. After this period of training, she had come to understand the reason behind her inability to defeat Gohan. Son Gohan's daily training is undoubtedly several times more arduous than hers. If she were able to defeat Son Gohan, it would indeed be a miracle. From behind a great tree in the distance, there was an observer, Android 17. Ever since his defeat at the hands of Son Gohan, Android 17 has harbored a lingering sense of dissatisfaction and yearns for a rematch. Thus, he stealthily made his way to Bun's Mountain today to assess Son Gohan's progress. Who is this little girl? Could she be Son Gohan's disciple? Android 17 pondered silently. At that moment, a figure soared through the air from afar. It was Ragusa. Ragusa, Biddy called out to her. Ragusa nodded in acknowledgement. How is your training going? It's going well. Android 17 mused to himself. Who is this person? Never mind, my utmost priority is to train and grow stronger. With this thought, Android 17 promptly departed from Bun's Mountain. In a bubble tea shop located in West City, a golden-haired, blue-eyed woman was simultaneously sipping bubble tea while engrossed in her phone. This was Android 18. Due to Android 16's preference for solitude, he had parted ways with the duo a week prior. 18. Upon hearing her name, Android 18 swiftly turned around to see Android 17 approaching. 17. He nodded in greeting. 18. Son Gohan is currently training on Bun's Mountain, and it seems he has taken on 2 female disciples. Female disciples? Indeed. I feared being discovered, so I dared not approach to confirm. Android 18 said as she took a sip of her bubble tea. And then what? What else is there? I merely wish to know where he is, so that once I become stronger, I can defeat him. 18. Would you like to train with me to defeat Son Gohan? Not interested. You should focus on your efforts alone. Hearing this, Android 17 let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Son Gohan, After Android 17 departed, Android 18 took a slurp of her bubble tea and then rose to exit the shop. At Bun's Mountain, within the gravity chamber. At this moment, Son Wukong was training under the radiant light of the seed of the universe, enduring a gravity 1,000 times greater than that of Earth. Suddenly, Ragusi entered and announced, "Master, there is a young lady outside seeking your presence." A young lady? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately stepped outside and beheld a rather familiar figure. It was none other than Android 18. Android 18. She nodded in acknowledgement. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "Are you still unsatisfied with our last encounter and seeking another battle?" "No, Son Gohan," she replied. "I have not come to challenge you today. Rather, I seek your assistance with a matter." "You seek my assistance?" he echoed, intrigued. "Yes," she continued. "Android 17 has been dissatisfied with our previous confrontation and wishes to engage you in battle once more after he has grown stronger. I hope that when he comes to challenge you again, you might show him some mercy." "Very well," he agreed. Son Wukong nodded. "Do you have any other matters to discuss?" "None." Android 18. "Is there an explosive device implanted within you and Android 17? Android 18 gasped in surprise. "How do you know?" "I possess all knowledge. Should I ask Aunt Bulma to assist in removing the explosive device from your body?" "Thank you for your kindness. But that won't be necessary." Android 18 shook her head. "Would you like me to use the Dragon Balls to eliminate the explosive device?" "No need." Android 18 shook her head once more. "Can you tell me how old you are now?" Android 18 smiled and replied, "I'll let you know the next time we meet." With that, she swiftly turned and flew away. "Master, who is that sister?" "What sister?" "She is your master's wife." "Master's wife?" Ragus paused in surprise. "Master, do you have a preference for someone so mature?" "Why not? And remember, you must not share this with anyone, or I shall expel you from my teachings." Chapter 64. Activating Androids 13, 14, and 15. "Yes, Master." Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately turned his gaze toward the distant figure of Videl, who was diligently training. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. During this period, everything remained tranquil. After 6 months of rigorous training, Ragusa finally began her regimen under a gravity of 100 times Earth's normal gravity. Meanwhile, Videl also made considerable progress during this time. However, her advancements were somewhat limited due to her academic commitments. "Master, I have now conquered the gravity of 100 times. Surely, you can teach me the multiplication technique now?" In the gravity chamber atop Mount Payos, Ragusa was earnestly pulling at Son Gohan's hands. "Indeed, I can teach you. But you must promise me that once you have mastered it, you will not disclose it to anyone, not even to Videl." Son Wukong nodded. "Good master, I promise you." Upon hearing this, Son Wukong promptly imparted the art of the doppelganger to Ragusi. "Must I really pluck a hair?" Ragusi inquired, glancing at her flowing tresses cascading down to her waist. "Indeed. However, if you are reluctant, you need not pursue it." "No, I am determined to learn. It is but a single hair, and I possess over 3,000. "How do you ascertain that you have over 3,000? The texts state there are 3,000 strands of troubles, do they not? Yet the same texts also declare that within their pages lie golden abodes and fair maidens. Do you believe that as well? Is that not true?" "Certainly not." Son Wukong was at a loss for words. "If it's not meant to be, then so be it, master. I have plucked a single hair from my head. Please instruct me on how to transform it into my doppelganger." "All right." Son Wukong nodded. The morning swiftly passed, and Son Wukong had imparted the essentials of the multiplication technique to Ragusa. Now, it was solely up to Ragusa to comprehend and master the art of duplication. The hour was growing late, and it was time for me to return home for a meal. "Very well, master. If I successfully master the multiplication technique, will you teach me instant transmission?" "Let us discuss that once you have mastered the multiplication technique." "Understood, master. I shall strive diligently." Upon witnessing this, Gohan instantaneously teleported back to his home. In the afternoon, after awakening from his slumber, he opened his computer to inspect the 3 androids at Dr. Gero's other research facility. Although Dr. Gero had been vanquished, the supercomputer at the alternative site continued its operations unabated. The androids numbered 13, 14, and 15 were nearing completion. However, Gohan had altered their original directives, transforming them into obedient protectors of the Earth. Little did Dr. Gero anticipate that the very creations designed to eliminate Goku would ultimately become stalwart defenders of the planet. The trio bore striking resemblance to their counterparts in the Dragon Ball films. Android 13, a robust man with white hair. Android 14, a tall figure with alabaster skin and a lengthy braid, and Android 15, a diminutive being with purple skin. Almost finished? He mused, and as if in response, the computer screen promptly displayed the words, completion achieved. It was done. As Son Wukong spoke, he retrieved the heavenly mirror and made his way to another research facility belonging to Dr. Jero. At that moment, androids number 13, 14, and 15 lay quietly within their slumber chambers. Upon casting a glance at the three individuals, Son Wukong pressed the switch of the cryogenic chamber. The three swiftly awakened from their slumber and emerged from the chamber. Son Wukong, they greeted in unison. Son Wukong nodded. What brings you here, Son Wukong? Inquired Android 13. Oh, it's nothing much. I merely came to activate you all. I see. Furthermore, the Earth is currently at peace, so you three may engage in some benevolent deeds here. Indeed. Sounds good, replied Android 13, nodding in agreement. Son Wukong gazed at the synthetic being known as Android 13, who bore a visage reminiscent of a nefarious character. Obediently adhering to his commands, this unexpected compliance left him feeling rather disconcerted. He was now a hero, not a villain. In silence, Son Wukong uttered a phrase within his heart before departing from the research institute. After Son Wukong departed, the three swiftly exited the research facility. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. Despite 2 days of rigorous training, Ragusi found herself unable to transform her hair into a clone. Although the technique of creating clones is not particularly formidable, mastering it proves to be quite a challenge. The ability of Son Wukong's son to master his powers entirely stems from the system. West City, the residence of Son Wukong. Son Wukong was practicing in his courtyard when he suddenly noticed a multitude of dark energies appearing in the azure sky. What could this be? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the voice of the North King echoed in his ears. Wukong, there is grave news. A vast amount of lethal energy has been unleashed upon your Earth. Lethal energy? Indeed, this lethal energy poses a significant threat to both humans and plants. Your Earth can endure it for no more than 100 days. If you fail to resolve this lethal energy within that time frame, all life forms on your planet will perish. Do you, my lord, have any idea where this lethal energy originated? As of now, it remains uncertain. I shall assist you in investigating this matter. I appreciate your help, my lord. Indeed. The North King nodded. Lethal energy. As Son Wukong spoke, he swiftly dashed into the house in search of Son Wufan. At this moment, Chi-Chi was expecting their second child, and he needed to devise a solution to the deadly aura, lest it harm the unborn fetus. Upon entering the house, Son Wukong promptly informed Son Wufan about the matter concerning the deadly aura. The deadly aura. Son Wukong nodded. Gohan, do you possess any means to swiftly resolve the essence of death? I shall give it a try. Son Wufan spoke as he stepped out of the house, retrieving the celestial mirror from the system. Through the mirror, he swiftly arrived before the device that released the deadly aura. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly materialized before him. They were Frieza and King Cold. However, they were not their corporeal forms but merely fragments of their souls. Get out of my way. Upon seeing the 2 obstructing his path, Son Wufan bellowed, emanating an astonishing aura that caused their spectral forms to vanish instantaneously. Boom. After their disappearance, Son Wufan immediately concentrated a wave of energy in his right hand, obliterating the device that emitted the deadly aura. He then proceeded to the next location, destroying other devices that released the same ominous energy. Once all the devices were annihilated, the deadly aura in the sky diminished significantly. Yet some remnants still lingered in the air. Chapter 65. The magic-piercing light cannon beyond Earth. A small asteroid was approaching. This asteroid, known as the Dark Planet, was composed of a multitude of discarded machines. It was created by a Zephulian named Dr. Reiki. Initially, Dr. Reiki was the foremost scientist on planet Zaphel. When the Saiyans exterminated the Zephulian race, he completed the creation of the Grudge Wave Amplification device, Hachiyak, intending to escape with it before the Saiyans took his life. Subsequently, he was resurrected due to the very device he had crafted and embarked on a vengeful campaign against the Saiyans. The deadly aura on Earth was the result of his missile launches, deploying devices that released this sinister energy onto the planet. At this moment, Dr. Reiki realized that the devices he had deployed on Earth had been destroyed. Damn it, I didn't anticipate that those Saiyans would act so quickly, dismantling my devices on Earth in no time, he exclaimed, clenching his fists in frustration. Just then, a figure appeared before Dr. Reiki. It was Son Wufan, a Saiyan. Dr. Reiki gasped, taken aback. He had not expected Sun Wukong to find him so swiftly. Sun Wukong gazed at him with an icy stare. The deathly aura that has engulfed the earth, was it you who unleashed it? Upon hearing this, Dr. Lecky erupted into laughter. Indeed, it is my intention to eradicate you vile Saiyans with this deathly energy. Were it not for your despicable Saiyan kind, ours Furians would not have faced annihilation. I seek vengeance for my people. Is that so? As Son Gohan spoke, he concentrated a radiant golden energy in his right hand and unleashed it toward Dr. Raichi. Startled, Dr. Raichi hastily conjured a verdant shield before himself. With a deafening explosion, both Dr. Raichi and his protective barrier were reduced to ashes. Soon, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth from the site of the blast. As the dust began to settle, a dark vapor was drawn into the malevolent amplification device. The essence of Dr. Raichi's vengeful spirit. At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly sensed an overwhelming presence. With a resounding crash, the glass of the device, which had been accumulating a multitude of vengeful spirits, shattered. From the broken glass emerged a towering figure, his skin a deep crimson, adorned with blue gems on his hands, feet, head, and chest. This being was known as Hachiyak, an entity evolved from the absorbed animosity of the Zuffer people. Whoosh! Upon his arrival, Hachiyak swiftly charged toward Son Gohan. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With both fists clenched, Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce battle with Hachiyak. Due to the astonishing resilience of Hachiyak's body, Sun Wukong's attacks inflicted little to no damage upon him. Bang! Son Gohan delivered a powerful punch that sent Hachiyak soaring through the air. Swiftly, he retrieved 3 strands of hair from his attire, transforming them into his doppelgangers. With a resounding shout, the 3 replicas simultaneously ascended to Super Saiyan form, charging towards Hachiyak, where they engaged in an intense battle for a time. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong placed his fingertips upon his forehead, gathering his energy. After a brief moment, he completed his energy accumulation and addressed his doppelgangers. Seize him. Upon hearing this command, the 3 doppelgangers immediately restrained Hachiyak, gripping his hands and feet tightly. Demon's energy beam. At that moment, Sun Wukong let out a thunderous roar, thrusting his right hand forward. His fingers unleashed a powerful energy beam, encircled by spiraling energy. Observing this, Hachiyak attempted to break free from Sun Wukong's doppelgangers, but their strength was insurmountable, rendering him unable to escape. Bang! In that instant, Sun Wukong's energy beam pierced through Hachiyak's body, propelling him like a shooting star out of the dark planet. At that moment, Hachiyak's body, having been penetrated, shattered, and exploded on the spot. Boom! The dark planet initiated its self-destruction due to Hachiyak's demise. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately employed the celestial mirror, transporting his doppelganger to the earth. Boom! After Gohan's departure, the dark planet swiftly detonated in the cosmos. Upon returning to Earth, Gohan immediately borrowed Bulma's Dragon Ball radar to seek the Dragon Balls, imploring Shenron to completely eradicate the pervasive deathly aura that filled the sky. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Today marks the arrival of Sun Wutian, the younger brother of Sun Wufan. Thanks to the divine staff possessed by Sun Wufan, Chi-Chi endured little suffering during childbirth, facilitating a smooth delivery. In West City, at the residence of Sun Wukong, Bulma is currently visiting the newborn Sun Wutian alongside Trunks. Upon hearing that Chi-Chi experienced minimal pain, a radiant smile graces her face as she turns to Sun Wufan. Wufan, where did you acquire that staff your mother spoke of? Why didn't you assist me during my delivery? Aunt Bulma, this staff was recently gifted to me by an elder in my dreams. Bulma, somewhat skeptical, replies, well, the next time I give birth, you must assist me. All right. Son Gohan nodded. Trunks, this is your younger brother Goten. Younger brother Goten? At just 2 years old, Trunks did not comprehend the significance of Bulma's words, so he merely responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Bulma nodded. From now on, you must take good care of your brother. By the way, Aunt Bulma, how has Uncle Vegeta been lately? What else can he be doing? He still trains every day, claiming he wants to defeat you and Goku. I see. After chatting with Chi-Chi for a while, Bulma took Trunks and left. Goten. Sun Wukong glanced at his younger brother and suddenly realized that he had soiled his trousers. Father, Goten has had an accident. Please come quickly to assist in changing him. All right, I shall fetch a pair of trousers for him immediately. Time flew by, and before long, a month had passed. After a month, Sun Wutian has begun to walk. Due to her household chores and cooking, Chi-Chi lacks the time to care for the child, thus entrusting the responsibility of looking after him to Sun Wukong. Due to his commitment to training, Sun Wukong entrusted this matter to Biddy Lee. The adage "it takes 1,000 days to cultivate an army for a single moment of use" aptly applies here. At this juncture, Biddy Lee proved to be most invaluable. However, this was contingent upon a specific condition. Sun Wukong was to teach her the Kamehameha technique. On Earth, atop the Baozi Mountain. At this moment, Sun Wukong sat upon a verdant expanse, assessing his own combat prowess. Name: Sun Wukong. Age: 11. Gender: male. Combat power: 70 billion. Just 300 billion more. Chapter 66. Combat power of 100 billion. Divine Fishing Rod. According to the power levels provided by the system, it was improbable for Sun Wukong to attain a combat power of 70 billion so swiftly. However, being a Saiyan endowed with immense potential, he was able to cultivate at an extraordinary pace. Just as the words left his lips, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens. It was none other than Android 17. Android 17 nodded affirmatively. Sun Wukong, I am here today to issue you a challenge. A challenge? Indeed, although I was defeated by you previously, my training has significantly enhanced my strength, and this time, I assure you, I shall not be vanquished again. What has gone awry in this fellow's mind? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong silently contemplated. In the original Dragon Ball series, although Android 17 is known for his competitive spirit, he is not excessively so. However, if one were to compare the future Android 17 with the present version, the former is notorious for his mercilessness, while the Android 17 before him is quite different. With this thought in mind, a faint smile graced Sun Wukong's face as he replied, "All right." Upon hearing this, Android 17 let out a loud cry and charged towards Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong swiftly evaded the onslaught of Android 17, a surge of frustration welled within the latter. "Damn it!" Android 17 exclaimed, unleashing a powerful strike with both fists thrusting forward. Son Gohan swiftly sidestepped, evading yet again the assault of Android 17. In response, Android 17 immediately retreated, his hands gathering a tremendous surge of energy, launching a fierce attack towards Son Gohan. Whoosh! Boom! 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 As Sun Wukong deftly evaded the barrage of energy waves unleashed by Android 17, a sense of urgency filled the air. Gritting his teeth, Android 17 readied himself to charge at Sun Wukong once more. However, a sudden voice from behind caught him off guard. "You have lost." Upon hearing these words, Android 17 turned to glance back, only to find Sun Wukong raising his right hand directly at him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Android 17's forehead. "Why do you not strike me?" Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately lowered his hand and replied, "It is because I promised Android 18 to show you mercy." Android 18. Has she ever sought you out? Indeed. When was that? It must have been about a year ago. A year ago? Could it have been when Android 17 mentioned it? With that, the android swiftly turned and departed. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong cast a glance at the tail that had sprouted behind him. After ascending to the third level of Super Saiyan, he found himself at a crossroads with three potential paths ahead, the first being to continue down the path of Super Saiyan transformations, ultimately mastering the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. The second path inclined towards the divine, enabling him to harness the transformation into Super Saiyan God, and the third, akin to the original narrative, followed the enigmatic route of Mystic Gohan, thereby gaining command over Beast Gohan. The beast form represents a new transformation that Gohan can achieve in a state of rage, distinctly different from Super Saiyan 4, as it does not necessitate the presence of a tail to transcend his limits. Furthermore, Gohan's mystical state can only be realized with the assistance of the Elder Kai, who remains sealed within the Z-Sword. Consequently, to master Beast Gohan, Gohan must first liberate the Elder Kai. Nevertheless, he does not feel an urgency to attain mastery over Beast Gohan nor to rescue the Elder Kai at this moment. As time swiftly passed, a year had elapsed in the blink of an eye. After a year of rigorous training, Sun Wukong's fighting prowess finally ascended to the staggering height of 100 billion. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your combat strength has reached 100 billion. As a reward, you have been granted the Self-Extreme Technique, a divine fishing rod capable of casting for skills, combat power, and various treasures, God-level instant transmission, flash technique, and 999 magical beans. As soon as the words were spoken, A plethora of memories flooded into Son Wukong's mind. The divine fishing rod. Indeed, Master. Can it be used for fishing anywhere? Yes, Master. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan promptly retrieved his extraordinary fishing rod and settled by the waterfall of Baozi Mountain to cast his line. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have caught a power level of 100. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have caught a power level of 999. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the 100-fold Kamehameha. No sooner had the last words been uttered than a memory of the 100-fold Kamehameha instantly materialized in Son Gohan's mind. Although this incredible fishing rod was impressive, it still paled in comparison to his own training speed. Indeed, Master, diligent training remains essential. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have caught 10 spirit tree fruits. Spirit tree fruits. Initially intending to reel in his line, Son Gohan immediately lowered his hand upon hearing this announcement. After a considerable duration, Son Gohan succeeded in catching 10 senzu beans. But nothing more followed. Oh well, it is best to reel in the line now. As Son Wukong spoke, he deftly reeled in the line. And from the cascading waterfall emerged a magnificent fish. This fishing rod indeed possesses the remarkable ability to catch fish. Son Gohan, having spoken, brought back the fish and presented it to Ragus. Master, from where did you procure this fish? From the waterfall on the mountain. It was not caught, it was hooked. Oh, what prompted you, Master, to suddenly desire to fish today? Is it not permissible for me to indulge in my interests? No, Master. Your wisdom and prowess are unparalleled in all endeavors. Cease flattering me. How is your technique in creating clones coming along? Master, I can now conjure 2 clones. 2. Indeed. How many can you produce, Master? Over 3,000. By the way, I have some fruit here. Would you care for some? Fruit? As Son Wukong spoke, he took out 2 spirit tree fruits that he had kept in his clothing. Master, what are these fruits? I have never seen them before. These are called spirit tree fruits. Consuming them will enhance your strength. Is that so? Then, Master, shall I wash these fruits now? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. He was uncertain whether Ragusi disdained his act of placing the spirit tree's fruit within his garments, or if she simply had high standards. Then, Ragusi, shall I take my leave? Very well, Master. Upon witnessing this, Son Wufan instantaneously transported himself back to his home. Master. In the courtyard of Son Wukong's residence, Biddy Li, who had been tending to Son Wutian, felt an immense joy at Son Wufan's return. At long last, she could relinquish her duties and return home. Son Wukong nodded, presenting 2 fruits from the tree of spirit to Biddy Li. Biddy Li, these are fruits from the tree of spirit. Consuming them will enhance your strength. Upon hearing this, Biddy Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly accepted the 2 fruits. Her arduous efforts were finally rewarded. Brother. At that moment, Son Wutian, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Although Son Wukong is still quite young, he is already able to articulate his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately lifted him up. Chapter 67, The Father-Daughter Duel. So, Wukong, shall I return now? Oh, very well. Son Wukong nodded. Upon returning home, Videl washed the spirit tree fruit given to her by Son Wukong and began to consume it. With a crisp crunch, after a few bites, Videl suddenly felt a surge of immense power within her. My strength seems to have truly increased, she exclaimed, glancing at the other spirit tree fruit in her hand. If one fruit could enhance her abilities so significantly, then consuming another would surely amplify her strength even further. With this thought in mind, Videl hastened to finish the second spirit tree fruit. Afterwards, she reclined on the sofa, reflecting on her encounter with Son Wukong. Before meeting him, she had always believed her father's strength was unparalleled. Yet, after crossing paths with Son Wukong, it was as if she had glimpsed an entirely new world, where everything felt impossibly extraordinary. The following day arrived. After enjoying his breakfast, Son Wukong returned to the waterfall on Baobao Mountain to indulge in fishing once more. Although fishing may not be as expedient as training, it bestowed upon him certain skills and treasures. Thus, Son Wukong was eager to continue his angling pursuits, hoping to reel in some remarkable finds. The day slipped away swiftly, and before he knew it, evening had descended upon him. Today, Son Wukong's son, Gohan, managed to catch a diamond crown, over 20 magical beans, and a small spacecraft while fishing. How infuriating! I refuse to believe that I cannot reel in something remarkable. Thus, Gohan continued his fishing endeavors for 3 additional days. Yet, he still failed to procure anything of value. Master, Fishing is a matter of fortune. I believe it would be more prudent for you to focus on your training. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, Master, you have fished out the Earth's Dragon Ball, which grants a wish once a year. The system was rendered speechless. What a useless fishing rod. Just as I was about to advise Gohan to train, he ended up catching a Dragon Ball. Indeed, you are correct, system. Fishing undeniably relies on luck. As Son Wukong gazed at the shimmering Dragon Balls nestled in his inventory, he inquired, System, do these Dragon Balls require the same ritual as those on Earth to summon the dragon? No, you need only speak the word, and I shall grant your wish. Oh, so you have become the dragon yourself? He remarked. Indeed, Master. Would you like to make a wish? The system replied with a rather sardonic tone. Not at all. Upon hearing this, the system chose to ignore Son Wukong's presence. Noticing the silence, Son Wukong promptly reeled in his fishing line and returned home. The following day, Son Wukong once again resumed his training. In West City, within Mr. Satan's martial arts dojo, Videl challenged Mr. Satan due to his reluctance to allow her to train with Son Wukong. Initially hesitant to accept the challenge, Mr. Satan realized that declining would hinder his attempts to persuade Videl to abandon her martial pursuits with Son Wukong. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced. Although he accepted the challenge, Mr. Satan felt an immense sense of anxiety. At that moment, they stood in a room within the dojo, a space where Mr. Satan typically practiced. Concerned about the possibility of defeat, he ensured that they were alone. Father, may we begin? Videl inquired. Very well. Mr. Satan nodded. Upon receiving his affirmation, Videl swiftly positioned herself before him and knocked him to the ground. Ouch! Mr. Satan instinctively cried out in pain. Yet he stifled his voice to preserve his dignity in front of Videl. Father, you have lost. Videl declared triumphantly. No, I merely let my guard down. Shall we have another round? He proposed. All right, but no cheating this time. Videl retorted. Do you think your father would resort to such tactics? Mr. Satan asked. To which Videl fell silent. Ahem. Mr. Satan cleared his throat. Then, Videl, let us commence. Videl nodded. With a powerful shout, Mr. Satan charged towards her. Just as he was about to reach her, Videl unexpectedly maneuvered beneath him, executing a shoulder throw that sent Mr. Satan crashing to the ground. Ow! He could not suppress his cry of pain, and, as he lay there, he found himself gazing into her clear eyes. A blush crept across his face, the humiliation of defeat stinging deeply. Father. All right, Videl, I concede. I will no longer oppose your training with Son Wukong, but you must keep my defeat a secret. He implored. Very well, Father. Videl agreed with a nod. By the way, Videl, could you inquire if Son Wukong is still accepting disciples? Accepting disciples? Indeed. I would also like him to teach me martial arts. She replied eagerly. However, Father, if that were the case, I would become your senior disciple. Mr. Satan was momentarily at a loss for words, having not considered that aspect. Well then, it seems I shall not seek to become his disciple. He decided, shaking his head. The thought had been a fleeting whim, and Videl's remarks swiftly dispelled it from his mind. Videl nodded thoughtfully. Father, although you cannot become Son Wukong as disciple, I shall guide you in your training. Upon hearing this, Mr. Satan felt a surge of anger. Yet, upon reflection, he considered that Biddy Lee was merely guiding him in his cultivation and not insisting on his apprenticeship. She could not possibly be the kind of unfilial daughter. What say you, my father? Mr. Satan cleared his throat. So, Biddy Lee, how did Gohan instruct you in your training? Gohan. He initially had me carry a 20-pound turtle shell. A turtle shell? Mr. Satan immediately conjured an image in his mind of himself crawling while bearing the weight of such a shell. Biddy Lee recounted all of Gohan's teachings to Mr. Satan. Once she finished, Mr. Satan looked at her with utmost seriousness. Biddy Lee, I implore you, do not share what I have inquired about Gohan's methods with anyone else. Of course, Father. Biddy Lee nodded. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Mr. Satan nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed, and a month had gone by. As Goten had gradually matured, Biddy Lee no longer needed to assist him daily. At that moment, Biddy Lee stood upon a grassy expanse atop Baozi Mountain, gazing enviously at the clones conjured by Ragus. Ragus, your cloning technique is truly impressive. Might you teach me as well? Certainly, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? You must promise not to inform our master of my teaching you this technique. Not tell the master? Why not? Because I have promised my master not to teach it to anyone else. I see. But why then would you agree to teach me? Ragus smiled and replied. Our master possesses a wealth of knowledge. yet he is rather reluctant to share it with me. Thus, we can learn different skills from him. You teach me, and I teach you. I understand, but wouldn't that be somewhat inappropriate? Why worry? There are only the two of us as disciples. If he doesn't teach us, who else will he teach? Biddy nodded in agreement. Then, Ragus, what have you learned from our master? Solar flare, Kamehameha, cloning technique, afterimage technique, drunken fist. And you? I have only learned the Kamehameha for now. He advised me to focus on that before he would teach me anything more advanced. Our master told me the same initially. And after a considerable amount of time, he finally taught me the cloning technique. What about the others? Those were quite simple. I mastered them in just a few days. Now, I wish to learn our master's instant transmission. I fear it may take me quite a while to receive such teachings from our master. Worry not, Biddy. When the master bestows upon you his skills, be sure not to mention your desire to learn the cloning technique or instant transmission. Understood. In the heavenly realm, within the hyperbolic time chamber. At this moment, Son Gohan sat on the floor of the hyperbolic time chamber, engaged in the serene art of fishing. Ding. Congratulations. Master, you have caught a power level of 1888. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained 20 sins of beans. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired a power level of 1999. Indeed. The hyperbolic time chamber proves to amplify the rewards of fishing. Listening to the incessant notifications from the system, Son Gohan stifled a yawn and remarked, Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have reeled in the Supreme Kai's sword. The Supreme Kai's sword. Yes, Master, though it is not the one that seals the old Supreme Kai. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have caught an ordinary longevity peach, which can extend your life by 10 years. A longevity peach. Is that not an artifact from the realm of cultivation? Indeed, Master. So, system, can this divine fishing rod catch a potion that increases height by 5 centimeters? I believe that is rather improbable. However, do you not possess Dragon Balls, Master? No, I was merely inquiring casually. After a prolonged session of fishing, Son Gohan withdrew his line and exited the hyperbolic time chamber. Within the chamber, half a day had elapsed, while only mere minutes had passed outside. In the blink of an eye, another year had gone by. At the tender age of 3, Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wutian, has reached a stage where he no longer requires any assistance. Each day, he joyfully engages in play with his companion, Trunks. In the span of this year, although Son Gohan's combat power has surged remarkably, it still remains somewhat distant from his modest target of 1 trillion. At this moment, Son Gohan is imparting his training wisdom to Son Goten atop the majestic Bagu Mountain. Sun Wukong expelled several white apparitions from his mouth, transforming them into his likeness. This technique is known as the ghostly gum. Count off. After Sun Wukong's son spat out all the gum spirits, he declared, 1, 2, 3, 4. Excellent. Number 1. Your target is the large boulder ahead. Understood, replied the first gum spirit, as it promptly charged towards the imposing rock. With a resounding boom, the boulder was instantly obliterated. Number 2. Your target is the pond in front. I, responded the second gum spirit, soaring towards the water body. With a tremendous crash, a towering wave erupted from the sea, accompanied by a multitude of fish. So many fish. Brother, we shall feast on fish today? Sun Wukong gazed at the fish path that had been propelled into the air by the explosion. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong let out a dry chuckle. The fish truly met a grim fate, either falling victim to his fishing line or being blown apart by Sun Wutian's explosives. Number 3, number 4. Your target is the wild boars ahead. Understood. The two gum spirits responded immediately, dashing towards the 2 wild boars that had suddenly appeared. Boom, boom. With 2 resounding explosions, the wild boars were left in a state of utter disarray. Wutian, let us refrain from blowing up the wild boars. Oh, then, brother, shall we gather these fish? Certainly. Son Gohan nodded. Upon returning home, Son Gohan and Son Goten presented the fried fish to Chi-Chi. Gohan, where did you acquire this fish? Chi-Chi inquired. We fried it. Goten responded. Fried, you say? Indeed, Goten is a Saiyan after all. Chi-Chi remarked. That is true, but you must keep an eye on Goten. Ensure he does not harm anyone. Understood. Son Gohan nodded. Just then, a voice resonated in his ear. Ding. The system upgrade is complete. The master's training efficiency has doubled. Doubling implies that the master can now increase his combat power by 60 with a single finger push-up, under a gravity of 1,000 times. That equates to 60,000. 60,000 translating to 6 billion with 10,000 and 12 billion with 20,000, leading to an astounding 360 billion in a month. Indeed, Master, in 3 months. That amounts to 1 trillion, and in 1 year, 4 trillion. What an ascent. Yes, Master, thus you must diligently intensify your training. With 9 years remaining until Beerus awakens, I estimate that I could reach approximately 40 trillion in combat power. The Super Saiyan 4 transformation amplifies power between 8,000 to 20,000 times, which means my combat prowess could reach around 800 quadrillion. In this context, a unit of 100 million is referred to as a zhao. A zhao is 1,000 jing, and a jing is 1,000 gai. Beyond gai, the units continue as zhi, rang, go, jian, zheng, and zai. Each successive unit differs by a factor of 10,000. Afternoon. Son Gohan had not napped for long before he arrived at the gravity training grounds on Mount Bowsy. Master, what brings you here so early today? Asked Ragusi, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Typically, Son Gohan would arrive around 2 o'clock for training. Yet today he had come at 1:30. Oh, it's nothing special. I simply felt a sudden urge to train harder today, he replied. I see. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Bidalai also made her way to Mount Bowsy for training. A year had passed, and her strength had significantly increased. After consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might, her combat power had surged to over 1,500. Although she was still quite far from Ragusi's level, she had become formidable in her own right. Bidalai, you're here. Son Gohan greeted her as she nodded in acknowledgement. Bidalai, it's quite unusual for the master to arrive at 1:30 today. 1:30? Indeed. The master usually comes around 2. She replied. Perhaps he didn't train in the morning? By the way, Bidalai, has the master recently taught you any particularly powerful techniques? No, Bidalai shook her head. Sun Wukong, in truth, yearned to impart to Bidalai some formidable techniques. However, her combat prowess was insufficient, rendering her incapable of mastering them even if he were to teach her. As time swiftly passed, a span of 10 months had elapsed in the blink of an eye. After 10 months of rigorous training, Sun Wukong's combat power has surged to an astonishing 500 billion. Chapter 69. The Old Supreme Kai atop Bun's Mountain. At this moment, Son Gohan stood upon a verdant field, instructing his younger brother, Son Goten, in the intricacies of the 20-fold, injury-free Kaioken technique. Although the 20-fold Kaioken is more challenging to master than its original form, Son Gohan, as his elder brother, generously imparted his knowledge. Kaioken, with a spirited exclamation. A blazing crimson aura enveloped Son Goten. Excellent, Goten, just like that. At that moment, Ragus and Bittery soared in from the distance. Ragus, Bittery. Ragus greeted with a cheerful nod. Master, what technique is this? Could you teach me as well? Ragus, you should not always seek out formidable techniques. Instead, devote more time to your training. But Master, why do you know so many techniques? I have not learned them. They are all of my own creation. Upon hearing this, Ragus gazed at him with skepticism. All right, I shall teach you. Thank you, Master. Ragus replied with a smile. Ah, had I known, I would not have taken on disciples. Truly, teaching a student has left the master in want. With a sigh, Sun Wukong remarked, Master, I will not allow you to go hungry. I shall gather wild fruits for you. Is that all you have to offer? The master inquired. Then tell me, Master, what would you like to eat? I shall procure it for you. Now that is more agreeable. The master replied. Would you also be willing to impart some knowledge to me? Biddy smiled. Since spending time with Ragusi, Biddy had become just as cunning as her companion. This must be what they say about the influence of one's company. Very well, but you must first enhance your strength a bit more. Enhance my strength? Indeed. Starting today, you will train in the gravity chamber. The gravity chamber? Biddy exclaimed in astonishment. The immense gravity, there was something she could hardly endure. You need not train alongside us. Simply begin with 10 times the normal gravity. Oh, I see. Biddy sighed with relief upon hearing this. However, upon further reflection, 10 times gravity did not seem to be a light burden either. In the afternoon, upon awakening from his afternoon slumber, Sun Wukong retrieved the heavenly mirror from the system and ascended to the realm of the King of Worlds. Son Gohan's combat power has now reached an astonishing 500 billion, and naturally, he must contemplate the path he intends to pursue. His conclusion is that he aspires to master Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, and Beast Gohan. Just as Ultraman Tiga possesses 3 distinct forms, why should he not be able to harness 3 transformations? Achieving Super Saiyan 4 necessitates the aid of a full moon. while Super Saiyan God requires training to ascend to the realm of the divine. As for Beast Gohan, Son Gohan requires the assistance of the Elder Kai to unlock the latent potential within him, transforming into the enigmatic Gohan. The first two transformations are relatively straightforward, yet the enigmatic Gohan presents a more complex challenge. However, if the Elder Kai can indeed help him awaken his inner potential, then his mastery of the first two transformations could potentially elevate his power to even greater heights. Upon the appearance of Son Gohan, the East Kaioshin and Jebet, who were in the realm of the Kaioshins, swiftly perceived his presence. Son Gohan. The East Kaioshin had taken note of him due to the considerable commotion caused by Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Do you recognize me? The East Kaioshin nodded affirmatively. How did you arrive here? Instant transmission. Instant transmission? Jebet exclaimed in astonishment. How is it that you can perform instant transmission? Into our Kaioshin realm no less. It was taught to me by the Kaioshin of another universe. Another universe? Are there other universes with Kaioshins? I am not entirely certain about that. I see. So, Son Gohan, what brings you here? Jebet inquired. I have come to draw the Kaioshin sword. The Kaioshin sword. Indeed. Do you intend to prevent me? The Kaioshin sword is a treasure of our Kaioshin realm. Upon hearing this, Jebet immediately sought to intervene, but was halted by the East Kaioshin, who spoke up. Jebet, if he wishes to draw the Kaioshin sword, let him do so. But, Lord Kaioshin, that is a treasure of our realm. It is said that whoever can draw the Kaioshin sword will obtain the might of the universe. The might of the universe. Son Gohan chuckled lightly, swiftly soaring to a stone pillar above a tranquil pool, where he beheld the Kaioken sword embedded within it. The blade was nearly entirely buried in the earth, with only the hilt protruding from the ground. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and forcefully drew the sword of the Kaioshin. Instantly, the entire stone pillar began to tremble violently. The surface of the water in the pool churned fiercely. Upon witnessing this, East Kaioshin and Jebet widened their eyes in shock, silently praying that Sun Wukong would refrain from extracting the sword of the Kaioshin. Just then, Sun Wukong let out a powerful shout and withdrew the sword. At that moment, the ground beneath his feet rapidly cracked and collapsed. Sun Wukong, with sword in hand, swiftly ascended into the air. He has drawn it, exclaimed Jebet in astonishment. The East Kai nodded in affirmation. Just as the words left his lips, Sun Wukong descended gracefully before the two of them. If there are no further matters, I shall take this sword with me. Take it? Jebet gasped. You intend to take this sword? Indeed. Is there a problem? After all, it is of no use to you, is it? Very well. The East Kai responded with a nod. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong instantly transported himself back to Earth. Lord King Kai, why did you permit him to take the sword of the king? Jebet, do you believe I possess the ability to thwart him? Upon hearing this, Jebet immediately fell silent. Neither he nor East Kai could draw forth the sword of the king, while Sun Wukong effortlessly extracted it. It would indeed be a marvel if the two of them could ever hope to contend with him. On Earth, upon returning with the King Kai sword, Son Gohan promptly retrieved another King Kai sword from the system and placed it upon the ground. With determination, he wielded the sword that sealed the old King Kai and brought it down forcefully. A thunderous roar erupted as the sword struck the King Kai sword with great intensity. The ground immediately sank beneath the impact, raising a colossal cloud of dust. The onslaught did not cease. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan once more raised the King Kai sword in his hand and struck forcefully downward towards the King Kai, sword resting on the ground. With a resounding clang, the King Kai sword immediately unleashed an immensely fierce whirlwind. The sword embedded in the earth sank deeper, igniting a brilliant spark as it scraped against the ground. Crack! Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Wukong intended to sheath his sword, only to find that the Kaioshin sword in his grasp had shattered. At that moment, the Kaioshin sword on the ground met the same fate, cleaved in two. Success! After a brief interval, as the dust and debris settled, an elderly gentleman clad in the attire of the Supreme Kai materialized before him. It was indeed the old Supreme Kai. Chapter 70. Super Saiyan 4. Upon seeing the old Supreme Kai, Sun Wukong's face lit up with a broad smile directed at him. Noticing the mischievous glint in Sun Wukong's eyes, the old Supreme Kai's expression shifted to one of wariness. Were you the one who drew the Kaioshin sword and liberated me? He inquired. Aside from myself, do you believe there are others present? What is your name? I am called Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. So, did you already know that I was sealed within this sword? Indeed. Then your intent in rescuing me must be driven by ulterior motives, correct? Son Wukong nodded. What do you wish for me to assist you with? I desire your guidance to awaken the latent potential within me and elevate it to its utmost pinnacle. The old Kai's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know that I possess the ability to help others unlock their inner potential? I am all-knowing. Upon hearing this, the old Kai displayed a skeptical expression. So, will you aid me in unleashing my potential? The old Kai glanced at the two broken Z swords on the ground and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. However, the process of awakening your potential may require a full day. Very well. As Son Wukong spoke, he settled himself upon the verdant grass nearby. Did this fellow possess an inkling of my forthcoming actions? The old Kai pondered to himself. Shall we not commence? It is time to begin. Indeed, is this place Earth? Subsequently, under the old Kai's instructions, Son Wukong placed his hands before him. Meanwhile, the old Kai circled around Son Wukong, murmuring incantations that were incomprehensible to the latter. Since the enhancement of one's potential required an entire day, Son Wukong, after sitting for half a day, felt drowsy and tempted to doze off. However, in pursuit of amplifying his strength, he resolved to persevere. As for his home, he had long since left a clone there. The day passed swiftly, and before long, it was already the afternoon of the second day. Is it not yet complete? Son Gohan glanced at the sky and remarked, it will soon be ready. Meanwhile, the old Supreme Kai, engrossed in his comic, responded. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan promptly opened his character panel to take a look. Name, Son Gohan. Age, 14. Gender, male. Battle power, 80 billion. Mysterious state, can maintain a battle power of 300 trillion without transforming into a Super Saiyan. 80 billion. Upon witnessing the magnitude of his own combat prowess, Son Wukong was immediately taken aback. After years of arduous training, he had only managed to reach a staggering power level of 5 trillion. Yet, the old Supreme Kai had elevated his strength by an astounding 3 trillion in merely a single day. Truly, this capability is far more formidable than he had ever imagined. In the original Dragon Ball series, Son Wukong's initial combat power was 800 billion, but with the old Supreme Kai's enhancement, it soared to 20 trillion. It is worth noting that this 20 trillion is achieved without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Once he transforms, maintaining such immense power becomes impossible. In simpler terms, it represents an ultimate state without transformation. All right, Wukong, I have completed your enhancement. Son Wukong nodded and rose from the ground. Can I take my leave now? Certainly. Would you like me to accompany you? No, I can return on my own. The old Kai said, shaking his head repeatedly. Is that so? The old Kai nodded and, in an instant, teleported back to the Kaioshin realm. Son Gohan chuckled softly, retrieving the heavenly mirror in his right hand, and entered the Hyperbolic Time Chamber for a brief slumber. In the realm of the Kaioshin, ever since the Kaioshin sword was taken by Son Gohan, East Kaioshin and Jebet have been closely observing the events unfolding on Earth. Lord Kaioshin, who was that elderly figure clad in the Kaioshin uniform? Could he be a Kaioshin from another universe? Uncertain. No sooner had the words left their mouths than a shadow materialized behind them. It was the old Kaioshin. Who are you referring to as a Kaioshin from another universe? Startled, the two turned around. Who are you? I am the Kaioshin that predates you by approximately 15 generations. The old Kaioshin declared. The Kaioshin from over 115 generations ago. They exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the current generation of Kaioshin seems to be inferior to the last. I had anticipated that it would be a certain generation's Kaioshin who would draw the Kaioshin sword. Yet, not only did you fail to retrieve the sword, but you also allowed a mere human to take it away. Fortunately, that human is not malevolent, or else I would have perished at his hands. I apologize. East Kaioshin responded, his face filled with shame. The old Kaioshin snorted dismissively and seated himself on the grassy ground nearby. Pray tell, how did you end up within the Kaioshin sword? As time swiftly passed, a fortnight elapsed in the blink of an eye. After half a month of rigorous training, Son Wukong's strength has significantly increased. This evening coincides with the full moon, and thus, he intends to test whether he can transform into a Super Saiyan 4. As night falls, a luminous full moon hangs gracefully in the sky. In a vast expanse of the Baozi Mountain, Son Wukong stood, gazing up at the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Upon beholding the full moon in the sky, his heart began to race with fervor. Suddenly, his eyes turned crimson, and an abundance of fur sprouted across his body as he grew taller and larger. transforming into a colossal golden ape. Ah! Son Wukong let out a loud roar, his feet forcefully stomping the ground as he rose. Master! At that moment, the system began to address Son Wukong. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Son Wukong's son, Gohan, managed to compose himself somewhat. Yet he continued to bellow towards the heavens. Master, Master, if you do not awaken soon, the title of the strongest in the universe will be seized by another. Upon hearing these words, Son Wukong immediately ceased his roaring, his eyes fixed intently ahead. Ah! Suddenly, he reached skyward with both hands, emanating a tremendous aura of red energy. Boom! At that moment, several bolts of golden lightning struck down from the heavens. Son Wukong firmly planted his feet upon the ground, emanating an astonishing aura that was nothing short of extraordinary. As Son Wukong's son, Son Gohan, began to gradually shrink back into his human form, a moment later, a figure emerged onto the ground, his body adorned with crimson fur, save for his head, chest, palms, and soles. His golden eyes, framed by red eyelids and eye sockets, were striking. Clad in yellow trousers, this individual was none other than Son Gohan, who had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. After this metamorphosis, he towered significantly taller than before, his physique substantially enlarged. In the Supreme Kai realm, the East Supreme Kai and his companions were overtaken by disbelief as they sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Son Gohan. Is this fellow a monster? His power now surpasses anything we could have anticipated. Vegeta trembled slightly as he spoke. The most astonishing aspect, the East Supreme Kai gritted his teeth, is that he is merely 14 years old. Saiyans have lifespans exceeding a century. It is difficult for me to imagine just how formidable he will become in the future. Meanwhile, in the 7th universe, within the realm of the God of Destruction, Whis had also detected Son Gohan's energy. Son Gohan, Whis murmured, lost in thought. On Earth, Son Wukong and his companions felt the surge of Son Gohan's energy and hastily made their way to Baozi Mountain. Has he succeeded? Son Gohan clenched his fists, sensing the power within his body. At that moment, two figures materialized before him. These two were none other than Goku and Goten. Father, is that you, Gohan? With a look of astonishment, Son Wukong gazed at Son Gohan, explaining that the Super Saiyan 4 transformation could transform the youthful appearance of Son Gohan into that of an adult. Son Gohan nodded. What is this transformation? This is Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. At that moment, two figures descended from the sky. These two were none other than Vegeta and Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo exclaimed in surprise. Is that you, Gohan? Son Wukong nodded slightly. Upon witnessing Son Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta's heart surged with indignation as he inquired. What sort of transformation is this, Gohan? This is Super Saiyan 4, the latest transformation I have mastered, replied Son Wukong with pride. Vegeta, upon hearing this, clenched his fists tightly. To this day, he had yet to fully grasp Super Saiyan 2, while Gohan had astonishingly attained Super Saiyan 4. It was truly infuriating to witness such disparity among peers. Fortunately, Son Wukong's strength was comparable to his own, which provided him with some semblance of balance. Master, Gohan. At that moment, Ragusu and Krillin arrived as well. Son Gohan nodded. Are you Gohan? Krillin inquired, noticing that Gohan had grown to a height similar to that of Goku. Yes, Uncle Krillin. Is this your newly mastered transformation? You have so much hair. Indeed. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 is achieved by transforming into a great ape under the full moon. Vegeta interjected. A transformation following the great ape transformation? Yes, however, to successfully attain the Super Saiyan 4 form, one must possess an exceptionally strong inherent power. Son Gohan remarked. Vegeta responded, I see. Son Gohan nodded. So, Gohan, how did you come to know of this transformation? Son Wukong inquired, observing that the typical transformation into a Super Saiyan occurs from a humanoid form. He had never contemplated the possibility of transforming from the great ape form. This notion merely struck me in a fleeting moment. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong gave it little thought. By now, an array of incredible events had already transpired surrounding Son Gohan. Vegeta snorted derisively, suddenly soaring into the sky and departing from the Baozi Mountain. The others were accustomed to such behavior. Only Trunks gazed after Vegeta, his expression one of confusion. Upon returning home, Vegeta, having been provoked by Son Gohan's Super Saiyan 4, immediately retreated into the gravity chamber to train. The following day unfolded. After having breakfast, Son Wukong was preparing to train at Bun Mountain when he noticed Trunks had arrived at his home early in the morning. Trunks. Upon seeing Trunks, Son Goten felt a surge of joy and approached him with enthusiasm. Trunks nodded and glanced at Gohan, who stood behind Son Goten. Gohan, may I join you in your training? Of course. No, what I mean is, I wish to take you as my master. Take me as your master? Why? Because I aspire to become as strong as you. Is that so? Have you discussed this with your father? Discussed with my father? Indeed. Although Uncle Vegeta may not be as strong as I am, his combat experience surpasses yours. If he were to instruct you, it would certainly be beneficial. This made Trunks hesitate, as he recalled how strict Vegeta had always been with him, and he was unfamiliar with techniques such as instant transmission and the Kaioken technique. Son Wukong smiled and said, Trunks, I suggest you consult your father's opinion before returning to seek my mentorship. Trunks nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan executed a swift instant transmission, transporting Son Goten to the scene at Baozi Mountain. Master, the ever-enthusiastic Videl, who had arrived at Baozi Mountain earlier, immediately approached with a beaming smile upon seeing Son Gohan and Son Goten. Master, Son Wukong nodded. Last night, Biddy did not specifically go to Bao Mountain to witness Son Wukong's transformation because she was occupied with her homework at home. However, early this morning, she heard from Legis about the events that transpired last night. Master, I heard from Legis that you transformed into Super Saiyan 4 last night. Although Biddy had not witnessed the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, Legis's description of it was so impressive that she could not help but feel a sense of curiosity, especially at the thought of seeing the 8-pack abs on Son Wukong's physique. Son Gohan nodded once more. Master, could you transform into Super Saiyan 4 for me to behold? No. Son Gohan shook his head. Why? Biddy asked, her face falling in disappointment. Had she known, she would have refrained from doing her homework last night. It's not for any particular reason, he retorted. When she requested him to transform into Super Saiyan 4, he complied, leaving his role as a master somewhat diminished. Master, please don't be like this. Just transform for me to see. Biddy immediately began to act coy. Brother, why not transform into Super Saiyan 4 for Sister Biddy to behold? Very well. Upon hearing this, a twinge of jealousy stirred within Biddy. When her own disciple pleaded with him, he refused, yet he immediately acquiesced to Son Goten's request. Despite her jealousy, Biddy could not help but feel excited about Son Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Just then, Son Gohan clenched his fists and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. How dashing! Biddy felt a flutter of emotions upon witnessing Son Gohan's transformation. At that moment, Ragusa, who was training in the gravity chamber, sensed Son Gohan's overwhelming aura and swiftly flew out. Master, Son Wukong nodded, returning to his usual form. All right, Biddy, do take your time to cultivate. MHM. In West City. At Bulma's residence, Trunks had just returned home, feeling a twinge of uncertainty about whether to share with Vegeta his desire to take Son Wukong as his mentor. Chapter 72. Vegeta, what is it, Trunks? Bulma inquired, noticing her son lost in thought in the yard. Oh, it's nothing, Mom. Trunks replied, immediately snapping back to reality, ultimately deciding to postpone the conversation for another day. Bulma, however, remained somewhat skeptical. Afternoon. Son Gohan allowed his brother Goten and the others to train independently while he traversed through the celestial mirror to the battleground of the future confrontation between Vegeta and Majin Buu. Thanks to his cloaking technique, the recently fused Vegeta and Majin Buu remained blissfully unaware of his presence. Gohan's motivation for visiting this place today stemmed from two primary reasons. First, he had attained mastery over Super Saiyan 4, granting him a modicum of self-preservation. Second, he wished to observe Vegeta and, in the process, gather the energy of the universe seed. As a prominent figure in the Dragon Ball universe, Vegeta's prowess is undeniable. Yet his flamboyance undoubtedly ranks him as the most ostentatious character within this realm. As Son Wukong's son, who has traversed into the realm of Dragon Ball, one naturally yearns to meet the legendary figure, Goku. In the Kaishin realm, the East Kaishin is currently filled with an overwhelming sense of tension as he observes the emergence of Vegeta. On Earth, Vegeta is now engaged in stretching his limbs. This is astounding, far beyond my expectations. The formidable Majin Buu, gathering energy, immediately dissipates the energy wave upon hearing this exclamation. It seems you are frightened as well, Vegeta remarks, waving his right hand forward, unleashing an extraordinarily fierce gust of wind. Majin Buu, unprepared, suffers a gash across his face. What do you think? There's truly nothing for you to fear. With a disdainful grunt, Majin Buu swiftly heals his wound. Since you are the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta, I shall refer to you as Vegeta. I was just concerned about what might transpire, but it appears the situation is manageable. Let us continue our battle. Majin Buu retorts. So, you believe that your fusion will enable you to triumph over me? Upon hearing this, Vegeta chuckles and gestures provocatively towards Majin Buu. Infuriated by this taunt, Majin Buu clenches his teeth in anger. Vegeta, still smiling, beckons him again. You dare to toy with me? Majin Buu bellows, charging swiftly towards Vegeta. Just as Majin Buu is about to reach Vegeta, the latter leaps gracefully, soaring behind Buu, swiftly pivoting to deliver a powerful kick aimed at Buu's abdomen. In that instant, Majin Buu turns around, only to be met by Vegeta's fierce kick. Ah! Majin Buu cries out in agony, spitting out a considerable amount of saliva, his head drooping downwards. With a forceful kick from Vegeta, Majin Buu plummets rapidly towards the ground. As Majin Buu nears the ground, he clenches his fists and halts mid-air, then darts towards Vegeta with remarkable speed. Soon, he stands before Vegeta, raining down a flurry of punches upon his face. Vegeta endures the barrage, but then Majin Buu swiftly circles behind him, delivering a powerful kick to his back. With a resounding explosion, a thick cloud of smoke billows upwards from the impact. Majin Buu gathers a massive energy wave in his hands and hurls it towards the ground. With a thunderous blast, the energy wave detonates, creating a deep crater several meters wide. Vegeta stands, smiling within the crater, gazing up at Majin Buu in the sky. Witnessing this, Majin Buu grits his teeth in fury. As Sun Wukong observed the intense battle between the two, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, a king is a king. Just these lines are enough for me to learn." "System, have you been recording this?" "I am already recording, master," came the reply. "That last hit truly hurt," Vegeta remarked as he rubbed his shoulder with his left hand. "Is that so? However, I intentionally held back during that strike." Majin Buu, upon hearing this, began to show off. "Ah!" he exclaimed, extending his hands downward as he attempted to seize Vegeta. With a swift leap, Vegeta charged toward Majin Buu. Observing this, Majin Buu flicked his antennae forward, ensnaring Vegeta's right leg. Vegeta was taken aback. At that moment, Majin Buu swung his head, spinning Vegeta several times before hurling him forcefully toward the ground. Boom! Vegeta crashed heavily onto the mountain before him, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. "What? You won't perish from such force, will you?" Majin Buu smirked with a sense of pride. No sooner had he spoken than the ground erupted in a dazzling display of golden light, obliterating the boulders that had been pressing down on Vegeta. Vegeta emerged, pressing his hand against his shoulder. "I believe I've warmed up sufficiently," Majin Buu snorted, revealing a glimmer of anticipation on his face. Despite Vegeta's formidable strength, which irked him, he, like Goku and the others, relished the thrill of battle. However, in his mind, he could only accept victory. He could not tolerate anyone surpassing him. "Apologies, I was still getting accustomed to this body, but rest assured, I shall now engage you earnestly." "That would be splendid. It would be a shame if you were to fall so easily and disappoint my expectations." Majin Buu chuckled. "The real spectacle begins now," Vegeta declared confidently. With that, the two immediately assumed their battle stances. Bang! Vegeta forcefully stomped his feet, launching himself into the sky. Whoosh! Just as he ascended to a modest height, his figure flickered and suddenly appeared before Majin Buu. Startled, Majin Buu had no time to react before a colossal fist came crashing toward him. Bang! Vegeta's right fist struck Majin Buu squarely in the face, causing him to spit out a mouthful of saliva as his head snapped to the left. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of powerful punches toward Majin Buu's face. Bang! 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 As Majin Buu's face was battered, he was simultaneously pushed backward. Bang! At that moment, Vegeta propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Majin Buu flying. With a swift motion, Vegeta gathered a sphere of azure energy in his hands, directing it towards the airborne Majin Buu. A resounding explosion ensued as the energy wave detonated in the sky, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the heavens. Majin Buu plummeted from the smoke, his arm and lower body obliterated, appearing exceedingly disheveled. "What a nuisance!" Majin Buu fumed. The elder Kaioshin was undoubtedly correct. The power attained through fusion is truly overwhelming. Chapter 73, Broly and Reg. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu swiftly began to regenerate. Now that's more like it. Vegeta chuckled. Subsequently, the two commenced their battle, mirroring the events of the original narrative. In pursuit of gathering energy, Son Wukong departed this timeline upon witnessing the absorption of Vegeta by Majin Buu, returning to the primary timeline. This time, the seed of the universe managed to collect a mere 0.5 of energy. This indicates that even a being of Majin Buu's caliber can only yield 0.5 of energy. It appears that to swiftly amass the energy required for the seed of the universe, battles of Super Saiyan level 4 are imperative. As Son Wukong pondered, his thoughts inevitably turned to Broly. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, was endowed with immense combat prowess from birth. In the film adaptation of Dragon Ball Super, despite having undergone minimal training, Broly effortlessly overpowered both Goku and Vegeta. Although it has been nearly a decade since Broly's debut in the Dragon Ball cinematic universe, one cannot dismiss the possibility that his power may rival that of Super Saiyan 4. However, as the day was drawing to a close, Son Wukong resolved that if he were to seek out Broly, it would have to wait until the morrow. The following morning arrived. Son Gohan, citing pressing matters, instructed Goten and the others to train independently. In the vast cosmos, upon a planet with an exceedingly harsh environment, a young boy of approximately 13 or 14 traversed the tempestuous terrain. This boy was none other than Son Gohan. The inhospitable planet he traversed was none other than Planet Vampa, the place of Broly's exile. It appears that Broly's formidable combat prowess may indeed be partially attributed to the challenging conditions of this planet. Son Gohan surveyed his surroundings and remarked. Subsequently, he produced the celestial mirror. Through this mirror, Son Gohan beheld a man strikingly similar to Vegeta. This man was named Reg, a character from the Dragon Ball fanfiction titled Dragon Ball New Era, and he was Vegeta's elder brother, possessing a formidable combat power of 50,000 from the moment of his birth. King Vegeta, fearing that Reg would pose a threat to his reign as he matured, chose to exile him to the planet Benbi. The Reg that Son Wukong encounters is the Reg from this timeline. In contrast, the Reg from the Dragon Ball New Era emerged after the conclusion of GT. There is at least a 2-decade age difference between the two. However, despite Reg's youthful appearance, he possesses an immensely powerful Saiyan lineage, much like Broly. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for Reg to transform into Super Saiyan 5 without undergoing rigorous training. Yesterday, Son Wukong had initially intended to engage in battle with Broly alone. However, upon further contemplation, he pondered the uncertainty surrounding Broly's strength. It would be more prudent to enlist the aid of another to gauge the situation. Broly's father, Paragus, harbors a profound animosity towards King Vegeta, the father of Vegeta himself. Had it not been for King Vegeta, they would not have been confined on planet Vampa for decades. Thus, Son Wukong recalled Vegeta's brother, Raditz. At first, Son Wukong was unsure of Raditz's existence in this realm, considering that Raditz is merely a character from a fan-made work. Fortunately, he possesses the crystal ball, which allows him to seek out anyone he desires. If the crystal ball fails to locate an individual, it signifies that such a person does not exist in this world. One cannot help but wonder who among them would possess greater strength. Son Gohan gazed into the mirror at Reg, employing his invisibility technique to render his form unseen. Subsequently, he extended his hand towards Reg in the celestial mirror, grasping at him. Unbeknownst to Reg, who remained oblivious due to Gohan's concealed hands, he was abruptly transported to planet Vampa. Upon realizing his predicament, Reg found himself amidst an unfamiliar and tempestuous landscape. Where am I? He pondered, surveying his surroundings with bewilderment. Just moments ago, he had been admiring the scenery, and now he was thrust into this tumultuous realm. After a brief contemplation, he soared into the air, discovering that not only was the environment inhospitable, but it also harbored a myriad of fearsome creatures. Fortunately, these beings posed no significant threat to him. As Reg glided through the air, he suddenly beheld a towering figure engaged in combat with a swarm of spiders, roughly the size of rabbits. This formidable individual was none other than Broly, a Saiyan. Reg exclaimed upon noticing Broly's tail, promptly descending towards the ground. At that moment, Broly had concluded his battle and turned his attention to the descending Reg. Who are you? Broly inquired. Greetings, my name is Reg. Could you kindly enlighten me about this place? Reg responded. This is Planet Vampa. Broly replied. Isn't that a planet with an exceedingly harsh environment? Broly nodded in affirmation. And what is your name? How did you come to be on this planet? Reg asked. Broly, he answered. Just as Broly was about to elaborate, a distant shout interrupted them. Broly. Following the direction of the voice, Reg spotted a somewhat limping middle-aged man. This man was none other than Broly's father, Paragus. Vegeta. Paragus, upon seeing Reg, mistakenly identified him as Vegeta. Vegeta. Reg, having been exiled to planet Benbi prior to the birth of Vegeta, was unaware of the existence of his brother. However, the similarity in names between Vegeta and King Vegeta led Reg to wonder if Paragus had mistaken him for the king. Moments later, Paragus approached Broly's side. Father. Broly acknowledged him with a nod and then turned to Reg, asking, Who is this? He claims his name is Reg, someone I just encountered. Reg. Paragus was taken aback. As a former subordinate of King Vegeta, he had heard of Reg. Reg was the firstborn son of King Vegeta, who, for reasons unknown, had been sent to the desolate planet of Benbi. Although Benbi lacked human inhabitants, its living conditions were still quite decent. Furthermore, King Vegeta had also exiled a female Saiyan to that planet, allowing Reg the opportunity to propagate. This female Saiyan was none other than Reg's wife, Sparring. Do you know me? Reg inquired, observing the astonishment on Paragus's face. Paragus nodded. I was once a subordinate of your father. Is that so? Then how did you both end up here? Paragus demanded. All of this is thanks to your father. Paragus retorted angrily. Thanks to my father? Indeed. When Broly was born, his combat power was already at 10,000. Your father, King Vegeta, feared that Broly would pose a threat as he grew, so he exiled him to this planet. I too was trapped here with Broly in an effort to save him. 10,000 combat power. Paragus nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 74. Broly vs. Reg. While I may not understand why your father exiled you to Benbi, since fate has brought us together today, you shall not leave. Reg sneered. Do you intend to attack me? Let me be frank. King Vegeta banished me to Benbi because my combat power reached 50,000 at birth. 50,000. Paragus gasped, still harboring doubts. Why do you not believe me? Reg scoffed. Humph. Paragus huffed. Even if your combat power was indeed 50,000 at birth. Broly is a legendary Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan. Reg erupted into laughter. And do you think I am not one as well? You too are a Super Saiyan? Indeed. If Broly, with only 10,000 combat power at birth, can be a Super Saiyan, why can't I? Paragus's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. At that moment, Reg smirked slightly. Broly is quite powerful. If you are willing to serve under me, I shall spare your lives. Spare us. Upon hearing these words, Paragus was instantly engulfed in a profound fury. He had devoted himself wholeheartedly to King Vegeta, only to see his son Broly exiled to this desolate planet due to his unparalleled combat prowess overshadowing that of Vegeta. Now, King Vegeta's son, Reg, demanded their servitude once again, a proposition Paragus could not possibly entertain. Why would I comply? Reg's gaze was as frigid as ice as he regarded Paragus. Indeed, from the moment your father, King Vegeta, cast Broly away to planet Vampa, I could no longer serve your family. Paragus declared, turning to his son with urgency. Broly, eliminate him. Father. Broly hesitated, his resolve wavering at the command. With a mocking chuckle, Reg clenched his fist and lunged at Broly. Bang! Broly raised his arms defensively, staggering backward a few paces. Observing this, Paragus quickly retreated to the side. Both combatants possessed immense strength. A single strike could spell his doom. If he did not distance himself further, he would be courting death. Are they truly engaging in combat? Gohan, who had been discreetly observing the trio through the celestial mirror, immediately activated its power and appeared at a safe distance from Paragus. Since Gohan remained cloaked, neither Paragus nor the others were aware of his presence. As Son Gohan gazed at Paragus, memories of the scene in the Dragon Ball movie where Frieza ruthlessly killed Paragus flooded his mind. It was precisely due to Paragus's demise that Broly lost control entirely. Thus, upon encountering Paragus, Gohan felt a fleeting desire to end his life. Yet the notion was swiftly quelled by the knowledge of his righteous nature. Redirecting his attention to Reg and Broly, he observed the two locked in a serious standoff. Reg, having just tested the waters, had come to trust Paragus' words. Although he had merely thrown a single punch moments ago, the force behind it was sufficient to obliterate a high-ranking warrior. Suddenly, a smile crept across Reg's face. How intriguing. Since my birth, I have yet to engage in combat with anyone, Little did I expect that upon leaving the planet Ben, I would encounter a Super Saiyan. Huh. As he spoke, Reg clenched his fists with determination, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Paragus was taken aback. He had witnessed Broly transform into a Super Saiyan, but that had been during Broly's uncontrollable state. Yet here was Reg, managing to maintain his composure in Super Saiyan form. Nevertheless, there seemed to be a distinction between Reg's transformation and Broly's. While Broly's hair turned golden, his aura radiated a green hue. Boom. Just as Paragus contemplated this, Reg charged toward Broly with fists clenched. In an instant, he was upon Broly, his strikes as swift as lightning. Bam! 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 Caught unprepared, Broly found himself being pushed back relentlessly. Broly! Paragus exclaimed, worry surging within him. Bam! At that moment, Reg unleashed a powerful punch, sending Broly hurtling hundreds of meters away. With both hands, Reg gathered a golden energy wave and directed it toward Broly. Upon seeing this, Broly instinctively raised his arms in defense. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued as the energy wave collided with the ground, sending clouds of dust and thick smoke billowing into the air. Broly! Paragus shouted desperately. Just then, from within the smoke, a roar reminiscent of a beast echoed. A vibrant green aura surged forth, dispersing the surrounding haze. Reg was taken aback. At that moment, a massive crater formed in the ground as Broly, moving with astonishing speed, charged at Reg. So rapid was Broly's approach that Reg barely had time to react before Broly's right fist struck him with tremendous force, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Broly let out a thunderous roar as he swiftly unleashed a flurry of punches towards Reg. Bang! 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 He struck Reg with over 10 relentless blows. Well done, Broly! Paragus exclaimed with delight. Just then, Broly tightened his right fist and delivered a heavy blow to Reg's abdomen. Reg let out a piercing scream as he was propelled backward, crashing into a massive mountain behind him. Excellent work, Broly. So much for that so-called genius born with a battle power of 50,000. His strength is nothing remarkable. Reg, however, clenched his fists, emanating an overwhelming aura. The mountain behind him crumbled under the weight of his power. What? Paragus, who had been in high spirits, instantly turned pale at the sight. At that moment, Reg transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. The hidden Gohan felt a jolt of surprise, while he was aware of Reg's formidable talent. He had not anticipated it to be this potent. Reg was no more than 40 years of age and had achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 without any prior training. This was undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. What is this? Paragus exclaimed in shock. This transformation is known as Super Saiyan 4. Indeed, I just transformed into Super Saiyan to gauge Broly's strength, and I must admit, Broly's power exceeds my expectations. Yet, it's only slightly beyond what I anticipated. However, if you reconsider your stance now, I might spare your lives. Chapter 75. The legendary Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Paragus clenched his teeth tightly. Reg, do not become too cocky. Broly has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. You have a point, Reg replied, turning his gaze towards Broly. The Super Saiyan has always been a legendary figure among our kind, and I am curious to see which of us, as legendary Super Saiyans, is truly stronger. Paragus immediately turned to Broly. Broly, unleash your full power when the time comes, or we shall both perish at his hands. I understand, father. Broly nodded. Reg let out a cold laugh, and in an instant appeared before Broly, launching a barrage of punches and kicks with the speed of light. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Due to the incredible velocity of Reg's strikes, Broly barely had time to comprehend his movements before suffering the brunt of the assault. Bang! After a series of aggressive attacks, Reg grasped firmly and delivered a heavy blow to Broly's abdomen. Broly let out a loud, anguished scream and coughed up a mouthful of bitter liquid. At that moment, Reg forcefully lifted his right foot and sent Broly flying through the air. With a thunderous crash, Broly's body collided violently with a towering mountain behind him, sending a massive cloud of dust and debris swirling around the area. Reg scoffed coldly, gathering a golden wave of energy in his right hand, directing it towards the mountain. Boom! With a colossal explosion, the mountain was obliterated, and the ground was immediately engulfed in a thick haze of dust and smoke. As the dust settled, a vast crater emerged on the ground. Broly, gasping for breath, stood in the depths of the pit, his heart seething with rage. Reg sneered, preparing to launch another assault on Broly. Suddenly, Broly clenched his fists with great intensity and let out a powerful roar. Instantly, an overwhelming aura emanated from his body, causing the ground around him to tremble violently. The earth beneath Broly's feet shattered into fragments. The vibrant green energy. Reg's expression shifted to one of surprise as he beheld the emerald flames rising from Broly. At that moment, Broly's muscles expanded, his pupils turned golden, and his hair stood erect. This transformation marked Broly's great ape form, a manifestation of the great ape's power harnessed in a humanoid shape. Upon assuming this form, Broly ceased to amplify his energy. This was the most potent state he could control. Not a Super Saiyan then. Reg felt a twinge of disappointment upon witnessing Broly's great ape form. He had anticipated that Broly would transform into a Super Saiyan to engage him in battle. Yet he was taken aback to find that Broly had not assumed that form. Do you look down upon me? This thought fueled Reg's irritation as he charged towards Broly. With fists clenched, Broly met him head-on. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In no time, the two clashed fiercely, their combat erupting in a whirlwind of dust and debris. Wherever they fought, the surrounding boulders were shattered to pieces. Bang! At that instant, Reg tightened his right fist and struck Broly, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. Broly dug his feet firmly into the ground, and once he regained his footing, he charged at Reg like a ferocious beast. Reg smirked, unleashing dozens of energy blasts towards Broly. Huh! Broly roared, dodging while propelling himself forward at full speed. Boom! 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 The energy waves unleashed by Reg were cascading around Broly, resulting in a series of explosive detonations that enveloped the ground in thick smoke. At that moment, Broly charged towards Reg, launching a flurry of punches and kicks with the speed of light. Reg clenched his fists and retaliated with his own strikes. Soon, the two engaged in a fierce battle on the ground once more. With a resounding thud, Reg's right fist connected powerfully, sending Broly hurtling into the distant mountains. Paragus, witnessing this, was immediately overcome with a sense of dread. Just then, Reg raised his right hand, condensing a massive energy wave aimed directly at Broly. Paragus, alarmed, shouted at Broly with urgency. Broly, upon seeing the incoming energy wave, was momentarily seized by fear. With a thunderous crash, the formidable force of the energy wave collapsed the mountain, propelling Broly away. Broly! Paragus cried out. As the energy wave was on the verge of exploding, Broly, gazing at it, suddenly let out a primal roar as if triggered by an unseen force. In an explosive display, Broly's body radiated an overwhelming energy. His hair and eyebrows turning golden, his pupils vanishing, and his rationality slipping away. This was the legendary Super Saiyan. Has he finally transformed? Reg observed, his eyes narrowing slightly. At that moment, Broly let out a thunderous roar, emanating an incredible aura that dissipated the energy wave's power. Reg snorted coldly, instantly appearing before Broly. In his uncontrollable state, Broly, upon seeing Reg's sudden appearance, immediately launched a punch in his direction. Reg mirrored the action, ready to counter. With a series of earth-shattering sounds, the two combatants clashed in the sky, their bodies moving like arrows in a fierce aerial duel. The atmosphere was filled with a multitude of golden and green circles, manifestations of their clashing energies. Due to Broly's loss of control, he was impervious to pain, enabling him to retaliate powerfully despite the agony inflicted by Reg's attacks. Damn it, Reg thought, observing the rampaging Broly. He soared into the sky, unleashing a barrage of energy waves that struck like arrows toward Broly. Now transformed, Broly's strength matched Reg's. And with a strategy of trading blows, even if Reg emerged victorious, it would surely be a Pyrrhic victory. As Broly observed the incoming energy waves, he deftly evaded them while charging toward Reg, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of energy blasts with his right hand. Whoosh! Boom! 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 The sky resonated with the immense sound of explosions as their energy waves collided, engulfing the heavens in a thick veil of smoke generated by the blasts. Gritting his teeth, Reg halted his wave attacks and surged forward to confront Broly. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Chapter 76. Conclusion before long. The two were engulfed in a fierce battle amidst the skies. Broly truly proved formidable, possessing strength rivaling that of Super Saiyan 4 despite being merely in his 30s. Fortunately, my cleverness guided Reg to test the waters first. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan pondered silently. Suddenly, with a powerful grip, Reg clenched his right fist and struck Broly downwards. With a resounding crash, Broly plummeted to the earth like a bolt of lightning, creating a cloud of dust that erupted from the ground. Reg, panting heavily and bearing a weary expression, gazed at the fallen Broly. Meanwhile, Son Gohan extended his right hand, examining the energy of the cosmic seed he held, noting that he had nearly gathered 5%. If this battle yielded 5%, then after witnessing 20 such confrontations, he should be able to fully accumulate the energy of the cosmic seed. Moments later, as the dust settled, a considerable crater emerged in the ground, with Broly gasping for breath within it. Then, with a mighty roar, Broly ascended towards Reg in the sky. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The two soon engaged in a fierce aerial battle. As Son Wukong contemplated, he gently stroked his chin. Although Broly exhibited formidable strength, he appeared to be showing signs of fatigue. In the Dragon Ball film, the uncontrollable Broly had effortlessly defeated Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta, even overpowering Golden Frieza for an entire hour. If the current Broly possessed the same strength as in the film, he should still have considerable stamina left. This implies that Broly's current power may not be as overwhelming as it seems. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the two grasped each other's hands, engaging in a fierce struggle in the sky. As they competed in strength, their bodies began to descend. Just as they were about to touch the ground, Broly exerted force with his hands, propelling Reg away. Reg, with determination, pushed off the ground and charged towards Broly. Broly unleashed a thunderous roar, striking Reg with all his might. Reg clenched his right fist tightly, meeting the blow. A tremendous explosion ensued, shaking the ground around them violently. The sheer power emanating from their fists radiated outward, creating an overwhelming aura. After a moment of stalemate, both fighters exerted their strength simultaneously, causing each other to be pushed back. Gasping for breath, Reg prepared to charge at Broly once more. At that moment, his body unexpectedly reverted to its normal state. What? Reg was taken aback, astonished that he had exhausted his energy in the fight against Broly. He had transformed back. Paragus observed this with a slight smile. Reg's return to his original form indicated that he no longer had the stamina to contend with Broly, signifying a victory for Broly in this battle. Frustrated, Reg gritted his teeth and lunged at Broly again. With a powerful grip, Broly delivered a punch that sent Reg crashing to the ground, where he immediately fell unconscious. Broly glanced at the fallen Reg, and his own body abruptly reverted to its normal state, succumbing to unconsciousness as well. A draw? Paragus, witnessing the two unconscious fighters, quickly flew towards Reg. With a swift motion, Paragus landed before Reg, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Suddenly, he was struck by an intense pain, causing him to lose consciousness as well. Son Gohan gazed upon the unconscious Paragus and promptly retrieved the celestial mirror from the system, sending Reg back to planet Benbi. He then returned to planet Vampa to awaken the unconscious Broly. The landscape of planet Vampa was teeming with monstrous creatures. Had Son Gohan failed to rouse Broly, he would undoubtedly have become fodder for those beasts. On planet Benbi, after a period of unconsciousness, Reg gradually regained consciousness and beheld Suppari seated beside his bed. "You are awake," Suppari exclaimed. Reg nodded. "Is this planet Benbi?" "Indeed, why do you ask? By the way, Reg, how did you sustain such grave injuries?" "I was taken to planet Vampa today." "Planet Vampa? Isn't that a planet with a notoriously harsh environment?" "Yes. I encountered a Super Saiyan named Broly there." "Super Saiyan?" Suppari gasped. Although Super Saiyans were not uncommon on planet Benbi, they were a rarity on other planets. It is worth noting that before Reg's birth, the Super Saiyan had remained merely a legend among the Saiyans. It was only upon Reg's arrival on planet Benbi that Suppari first encountered the legendary Super Saiyan. Due to Reg's identity and appearance, Suppari quickly fell in love with him and bore numerous offspring. Remarkably, most of his children could transform into Super Saiyans at a certain age. Reg continued. Moreover, he is a different type of Super Saiyan than I am. Indeed, his aura is green, and he possesses only a single transformation, a green aura. But how formidable is he? Incredibly strong. Even my Super Saiyan 4 was defeated by him. What? Even your Super Saiyan 4? Reg nodded. Broly's battle power was already 10,000 at birth, which is precisely why King Vegeta exiled him to planet Vampa. How did you return from that planet? I do not know. After being defeated by Broly, I lost consciousness and only awoke to find myself here. I see. Yes. I suspect I was set up. Set up? Reg nodded. The intent must have been to compel me to battle Broly. Battle? What advantage could he gain from such actions? I do not know. However, if I discover who that individual is, I shall not spare him. Sparring nodded in agreement. On Earth, after returning, Son Gohan was in high spirits as he guided Son Goten in his training. Meanwhile, he secretly devised plans for the next energy collection mission for the Universe Seed. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Trunks, after much hesitation, decided to confide in Vegeta about his desire to take Gohan as his master. At that moment, Vegeta was engrossed in his training within the gravity chamber. Trunks opened the chamber's door and approached. Vegeta glanced at Trunks but continued his rigorous workout. Dad, what's wrong? Trunks inquired. Vegeta persisted with his one-finger push-ups. I wish to take Goten's brother as my master. Goten's brother? Upon hearing this, Vegeta's finger abruptly halted. Indeed, Trunks responded, his expression tense. If you wish to train, why not train with me? Vegeta asked with a somewhat menacing gaze. It was one thing for his son not to train alongside him, but to seek Gohan as a master was utterly vexing. Chapter 77. A battle power of 10 trillion. Dad, primarily, I don't want to be outdone by Goten. Outdone by Goten? Vegeta replied. Yes, Dad. Gohan is currently teaching Goten the 20-fold, injury-free Kaioken. If I don't put in the effort, I might even struggle against Goten in the future. 20-fold, injury-free Kaioken? Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. If this technique can be employed in Super Saiyan form, it could unleash a battle power 20 times that of a Super Saiyan. Trunks nodded affirmatively. Dad, Gohan can also use instant transmission and the multiplication technique. Can you do those? Upon hearing this, Vegeta shot Trunks a furious glare. No. It seemed that Trunks was disappointed by his father's lack of formidable skills. Alarmed by his father's reaction, Trunks quickly backtracked. Dad, I'm sorry. If you disapprove, I won't take Gohan as my master. Vegeta's expression softened slightly in response. You may take Son Gohan as your master, but I have one condition. What condition, Dad? Trunks asked eagerly. The condition is that you must never lose to Son Goten. Vegeta, a man of unyielding pride, could not bear the thought of Trunks being weaker than Goten, who was a year his junior. All right, Dad. I'll go to Goten right now. Vegeta nodded. With that, Trunks joyfully departed the gravity chamber. On Mount Bowsy, Sun Wukong and Legus are currently engaged in the arduous practice of the 20-fold, harm-free King Kai Fist. However, they are still in the phase of mastering the King Kai Fist itself, with a considerable distance yet to traverse before they can command the 20-fold variant. As they diligently train, a figure suddenly approaches from the distance. It is none other than Trunks. Trunks, he exclaims, acknowledging them with a nod as he swiftly descends onto the grassy ground before them. Wukong, where is your brother? My brother is currently training in the gravity chamber. Is that so? What brings you here, Trunks? Son Goten inquired. Father has consented to my becoming a disciple of Gohan. Trunks replied, is that so? How splendid. Trunks nodded in affirmation. I shall now seek out Gohan and return to you shortly. Excellent. Son Wukong nodded. As Trunks finished speaking, he immediately soared towards the distant gravity chamber. Are we about to gain another junior disciple? Regis remarked, observing Trunks as he flew away. Junior disciple? That term refers to a student who shares the same master as I, yet joined the path later than I did. I see. So Regis, does that make me your junior disciple? No, Gohan is your elder brother. He teaches you martial arts because you are his sibling. Ah, understood. Inside the gravity chamber, Sun Wukong is currently performing one-handed push-ups when, all of a sudden, the door to the gravity chamber swings open. Son Gohan turned his head and glanced back, catching sight of Trunks. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement and said, Brother Gohan, Father has agreed to let me take you as my master. With a swift motion, he stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong propped himself up with his right hand and swiftly rose from the ground. Indeed, as Trunks spoke, he prepared to step into the gravity chamber, only to be halted by Sun Wukong. Trunks, do not enter. The gravity inside is 800 times. 800 times. Upon hearing this, Trunks shuddered and quickly retracted his raised foot. His father typically trained under 500 times the gravity, and that was while transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet, Sun Wukong astonishingly trained under 800 times the gravity without even transforming. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan promptly restored the gravity in the gravity chamber to normal levels and approached Trunks. Trunks, do you truly wish to take me as your master? Trunks nodded solemnly. If that is the case, you should go outside and train with Goten and the others. All right, Gohan, but could you please teach me the multiplication technique? First, train with Goten and the others. Afterwards, I shall have Ragusu instruct you. Understood, Gohan. I mean, master. It's perfectly fine. You may call me Gohan as well. Although Trunks shared no blood relation with Son Gohan, in Gohan's heart, he regarded him as a younger brother. Very well, Master Gohan. Now, I shall take my leave. Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. In the evening, Trunks returned home after a day of intense training. Shortly after he sat down, Vegeta unexpectedly emerged from the gravity chamber. Father, Trunks greeted Vegeta. Vegeta acknowledged him with a nod and approached, asking, "How was your training today, Trunks? Was it satisfactory?" "Well, I suppose," Trunks replied. "Oh, is that so? Would you care to train with your father for a while?" "Train with you, father? Well, I'm just a bit fatigued from my training today. Perhaps I could join you tomorrow instead?" Vegeta, with a piercing gaze, responded coldly, "But didn't you say earlier that you did not wish to lose to Goten?" Without waiting for Trunks' agreement, he took him directly to the gravity chamber. "Father," Trunks thought to himself, shedding silent tears. This morning, he had believed Vegeta to be a reasonable and understanding father, but it seemed he had misjudged. In the days that followed, Trunks not only trained with Son Gohan, but also faced Vegeta's rigorous training regimen upon his return home. The pressure was overwhelming. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. After 5 months of arduous training, Son Wukong's combat prowess has finally soared to an astonishing level of 1 trillion. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your battle strength has reached 1 trillion. As a reward, you have been granted the ultimate technique of self-transcendence, which includes the ability to manifest an external self, the time prison, the power to distort space. The Super Dragon Balls, usable only once a year, and 999 divine beings. Super Dragon Balls. Son Wukong was taken aback. He had previously intended to venture into the 6th universe to collect the Super Dragon Balls, but to his astonishment, the system had bestowed upon him the Super Dragon Balls directly. "Yes, my master. So, if my power reaches 10 trillion, should I expect to be rewarded with the erasure of the Omni King? Once you attain a power level of 10 trillion, you shall naturally discover the answer. The Super Dragon Balls can grant wishes, correct?" "Indeed, my master. Do you have any wishes in mind?" "I wish for Earth's defenses to attain a cosmic level, but only beneath the surface, not above ground." "Understood, my master. Your wish has been fulfilled." "Fulfilled already?" Chapter 78, Son Wukong vs. Hit. "Indeed, my master." "Why not give it a try?" "Try what?" "I certainly do not wish to obliterate the Earth." As Son Wukong spoke, he promptly retrieved the celestial mirror from the system to ascertain the whereabouts of Hit from Universe 6. He had long harbored the desire to engage in battle with Hit, and now equipped with the mastery of Ultra Instinct, he was eager to test his skills against him. Through the celestial mirror, Son Wukong beheld a figure with purple skin, clad in a dark coat, seated at a bar, indulging in a drink. This individual was none other than Hit. Upon recognizing Hit, Son Wukong swiftly traversed to the bar where Hit was located. The moment Hit, engrossed in his drink, noticed the sudden appearance of Son Wukong, a flicker of caution surged within him. As the foremost assassin of Universe 6, Hit possessed an acute sense of danger. "You are Hit, are you not?" Son Gohan approached Hitler and inquired. Upon hearing this, Hitler immediately set down his glass of red wine and replied, "I am here. May I ask what brings you to me?" "I seek to engage you in battle." Son Gohan remarked, "A battle?" "Indeed, a battle. Apologies, but I am an assassin. I possess no interest in matters beyond my assignments. What if I were to hire you for combat? What about the remuneration?" "I currently lack the means to pay you, but I shall compensate you next time." "In that case, let us discuss it when you are prepared." "Is that so? If so, I must regrettably take my leave." As Son Wukong uttered those words, he promptly transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Hitler was taken aback. Son Wukong clenched his hands tightly and struck towards Hit. Hit swiftly rose from his seat, evading the attack with agility. Son Wukong clenched his fists tightly, continuing his assault on Hitter. In an instant, Hitter's figure flickered, and he swiftly departed from the bar. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately pursued. After a short while, Hitter led Son Wukong to a desolate mountain, where he came to a halt. "What made you reconsider and choose to battle me?" Son Wukong glanced around and remarked, "No, I simply wish to avoid being entangled in trouble." Hit responded, "Regardless, I am truly glad that you are willing to fight alongside me." Upon hearing this, Hit immediately activated his time skip technique and charged towards Son Wukong. With both hands clenched into fists, Son Wukong advanced forward, unleashing a surge of crimson light that instantaneously transported his fists before hit. This remarkable feat was a manifestation of Son Wukong's newly acquired ability, the power to distort space. Bang! 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 Caught off guard by the sudden arrival of Son Wukong's fists, Hit was struck squarely in the face, causing him to stagger backward a few paces. Wiping the blood from his face, Hit's expression swiftly transformed into one of grave seriousness. As Son Wukong smiled, he was poised to once again employ his energy-warping abilities to strike at Hit. In an instant, Hit's figure flickered, and he appeared before Son Wukong, launching a forward assault. Son Wukong raised both arms forward, and his body was knocked back. At that moment, Hit once again activated his time-skip technique and charged towards Son Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan similarly activated his instant transmission technique. Bang! With a powerful strike, Son Wukong's right fist landed upon Hitler's abdomen, eliciting a piercing scream from him as he clutched his midsection. Time skip. Hitler gazed at Son Wukong, bewildered. Who exactly are you? How is it that you possess the time skip technique? I am known as Son Wukong, but the specifics of my mastery over time skip shall remain a mystery to you. In response to this, despite the searing pain in his abdomen, Hitler lowered his hand. Son Wukong, your time skip is indeed 0. 2 seconds swifter than mine, is it not? Son Wukong nodded. He had indeed enhanced his instant transmission technique, allowing him to traverse a span of 0.3 seconds in all directions. In contrast, Hit's current mastery of instant transmission only enabled him to leap through a mere 0.1 seconds. Observing this, a violet aura enveloped Hit, and his expression grew solemn. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong clenched his fists, and a crimson aura enveloped his entire being. The Kaioken. No sooner had the words left his lips than the ground around him began to tremble violently. Startled, Hitler hesitated momentarily, but nonetheless charged towards Son Wukong. Tenfold Kaioken. With a resounding shout, Son Wukong transformed into a streak of crimson light, appearing before Hit in the blink of an eye. Bang! With a powerful strike, Son Wukong's right fist collided forcefully against Hitler's abdomen, sending him soaring through the air. The impact was like a thunderclap as Hitler's body shot forth like a projectile, crashing violently into the mountain behind him. In an instant, a massive cloud of dust and debris was stirred up from the mountainside. With a mighty roar, Son Wukong unleashed a torrent of energy waves towards the towering mountain. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! Under the relentless assault of the energy waves, the mountain was swiftly obliterated. At that moment, a shadowy figure suddenly materialized behind Son Wukong. It was none other than Hit. Son Wukong shifted his body forward and turned to face Hit. At that moment, Hit's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear at Son Wukong's left side. With both hands clenched into fists, Son Wukong launched an attack towards Hit. In a flash, Hit evaded, delivering a powerful blow to Son Wukong's abdomen with his right fist. Bang! Just as Hit's fist was about to connect with Son Wukong's midsection, a hand suddenly intercepted it. This hand belonged to Son Wukong himself. You are not the only one capable of instantaneous movement. Upon hearing this, Hit retracted his fist and retreated several hundred meters. At that moment, Son Wukong clenched his fists again, and a towering crimson aura enveloped him. Boom! The ground within a radius of tens of thousands of miles trembled violently. 20-fold Kaioken. Son Gohan let out a powerful roar, transforming into a streak of crimson light as he charged towards Hit. Taken by surprise, Hit immediately enveloped himself in a violet aura, ready to confront the oncoming assault. In the blink of an eye, the two warriors stood before each other, their speed akin to that of a flash, engaging in a fierce aerial battle. Their strikes were so swift that they consistently landed upon one another. With a resounding shout, Son Gohan tightly clenched his right fist and delivered a devastating blow that sent Hit plummeting from the sky to the ground. The earth trembled with a thunderous crash as Hit descended like a missile, crashing heavily onto the surface, which was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. Son Gohan exhaled heavily, dissipating the energy of the Kaioken technique. Once the dust settled, a deep pit several meters in depth emerged on the ground. Cell stood within the chasm, panting and appearing somewhat fatigued. I have been defeated. Son Wukong was taken aback. Hitler actually conceded voluntarily. As soon as Hitler finished speaking, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. As Son Wukong surveyed his surroundings and confirmed that Hit had indeed departed, he promptly retrieved the seed of the universe, which he had concealed within his garment. The seed now contained an energy accumulation of 10%. This indicated that his confrontation with Hit had garnered approximately 5% of that energy. There remained a daunting 90% yet to be collected. Chapter 79. Unveiling Vidal's Potential. Son Gohan carefully secured the seed of the universe. Initially, he believed that confronting Hit would require the use of Ultra Instinct. However, to his surprise, Hit was not as formidable as he had anticipated. In the current timeline, aside from the gods of destruction and the angels, the only other formidable beings were Jiren, Toppo, Broly, and Rake. Given his connections with Jiren, Toppo, and Vermoud, Son Gohan had no intention of engaging them in battle. As for Rake and Broly, they were indeed worthy of consideration. Nevertheless, even if he were to confront them, he could only harness the energy of the seed of the universe to a mere 20%. After a moment of contemplation, Son Gohan resolved to return to his training, believing that with sufficient strength, everything would fall into place naturally. Time swiftly passed, and a year had gone by. Biddy was now 15 years old, having developed early, and she had become nearly as beautiful as her animated counterpart. At that moment, she was on the grassy plains of Bun's Mountain, attempting to lift the Xeno's sword from the ground. Yet, despite her efforts, she was unable to raise the sword. Observing from the sidelines, Son Goten and Trunks could not suppress their laughter. "Sister Biddy, it is simply impossible for you to lift the Xeno's sword." Biddy huffed indignantly, her face displaying defiance. "What is so impressive about that? Once I grow stronger, I will undoubtedly be able to lift the Xeno's sword." Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian strained to lift the King Kai sword. This particular sword was not the one from the King Kai realm, but rather one that Sun Wufan had casually fished out during his leisure time. He had managed to catch over 10 of these swords in total, bestowing one upon each of his companions. As for Vidal, although Sun Wufan wished to gift her a sword as well, he realized that she could not even lift it. Thus he refrained from presenting her with one. As Sun Wukong raised the sword of the Supreme King, he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Biddy let out a cold snort and headed towards the gravity chamber where Son Gohan was training. "Sister Biddy," Son Goten called out to Biddy. It seemed as though Biddy did not hear him, as she continued to walk forward. Before long, she reached the entrance of the gravity room and swung open the door. There, she spotted Son Gohan and Ragusa engaged in their training. "Biddy," Ragusa exclaimed, calling out to her. Biddy nodded in acknowledgement and shouted towards her master. Son Gohan glanced at Vidal and inquired, "Is there something you need, Vidal?" "Master, do you still possess any spirit tree fruits?" "I do have some, though not in abundance." Sun Wukong glanced at the 30 spirit tree fruits within the system and said, "Master, could you grant me one? I aspire to grow stronger than I am now." "Master, I too desire one," Ragusa exclaimed. "Ahem." Sun Wukong coughed lightly. "If you truly wish to grow stronger, consuming the fruit of the tree of might is not the only path." "Not consuming the fruit of the tree of might? Then, Master, what other methods do you possess to aid us in enhancing our strength?" asked Ragusa. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately restored the gravity in the gravity chamber to its normal state. "Follow me." "Yes, Master." The two promptly followed Son Gohan out of the gravity chamber. Once outside, Son Gohan swiftly soared in front of Son Goten and the others. "Brother, Gohan." Son Gohan nodded. "Goten, Trunks, do you wish to become stronger than you are now?" "Yes, of course." "Do you have a way, Gohan, to make Goten and me significantly more powerful in an instant?" Son Gohan nodded. At that moment, Ragusa and Biddy also descended beside him. "Place your hands upon my back, and I shall guide you to Namek," Biddy exclaimed. "Namek? Indeed." Sun Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, Biddy and the others immediately placed their hands on Sun Wukong's back. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan executed an instantaneous teleportation, transporting the 4 individuals to a village on planet Namek. This village belonged to the Namekians. How delightful it is to encounter many Uncle Piccolos. Upon witnessing the multitude of Namekians surrounding them, Son Goten and Trunks were taken aback. Although Vidal and Launch remained silent, they too were startled by the sheer number of Namekians. Only Gohan stood resolute. As the 5 of them appeared, several Namekians immediately recognized Gohan, though several years had elapsed. Resulting in some changes to his height and hairstyle, his facial features had remained largely unchanged. Sun Wukong nodded. "Who are these individuals accompanying you?" Nailu inquired. "These 2 are my disciples, and he is my younger brother, Sun Wutian, while this is Trunks. Oh, and what brings you here? I seek an audience with the newly appointed Grand Elder to request his assistance. Very well, I shall go fetch the Grand Elder at once. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. Brother, where are we? Son Goten inquired. Is this Namek, the homeland of Uncle Piccolo? Ah, that explains why there are so many individuals resembling him. Shortly thereafter, the newly appointed Grand Elder arrived. Upon seeing Gohan, he greeted him warmly. Long time no see, Gohan. What brings you here? Gohan replied, These are my disciples, and I wish to request your assistance in unlocking their latent potential. Unlocking potential, you say? The Grand Elder's forehead immediately glistened with a hint of cold sweat. Is there a problem? Gohan asked. Not exactly, but although I have succeeded to the position of Grand Elder, I lack the ability to unlock potential as the previous Grand Elder could. Is that so? Gohan responded. Indeed, the former Grand Elder was the eldest among all Namekians, and that particular ability requires time to master. Currently, I do not possess such capability. Understood. However, while I may not be able to unlock their potential, the Dragon Balls of Namek can. Gohan exclaimed. The Dragon Balls. Would that be too much trouble for you? Not at all. You have saved our Namek. And a mere wish from the Dragon Balls is a small price to pay. In that case, I extend my heartfelt thanks on their behalf. The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, Nail and the others retrieved the Dragon Balls of Namek and summoned the Eternal Dragon, Purunga. State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only 3 in total, Purunga declared. Gohan stated, My wish is to help these 4 unlock their latent potential. The Grand Elder gestured towards Son Goten and the others. Very well, I understand. Purunga responded, his eyes glowing red, as the latent potential within the 4 was unleashed. Instantly, they felt their strength surging significantly. Your wish has been granted. Do you have any other wishes? Purunga inquired. Not at the moment, the Grand Elder replied. Very well. Until we meet again, Purunga announced, before transforming back into the Dragon Balls of Namek. Chapter 80. The East Kaioshin arrives on Earth. Master, have we truly unlocked our potential? Biddy asked. Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. So, Elder, shall we return? Ah, very well, replied the Elder with a nod. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong instantaneously transported the 4 of them back to Earth. Upon their return, the 4 were filled with joy, as their powers had significantly increased without the need for training. As for Dilly, shall I continue my training? Son Gohan cast a glance at Biddy and spoke. Biddy nodded in response. The following morning, as Ragus had mastered the 20-fold and scathed Kaioken, he was set to impart the art of instantaneous movement to her. However, it would not be he himself who would teach, but rather his doppelganger assigned to the task. Since instantaneous movement imposes no restrictions based on strength, Biddy could also partake in the learning. At that moment, Son Gohan's doppelganger stood upon a lush meadow, instructing the 4 individuals to master instantaneous movement. The most crucial step is to learn to sense ki, so let us begin with the perception of ki. Biddy inquired, perception of ki? Indeed. You can try to sense your father's ki, and then attempt to perceive ki from a greater distance. All right, I will give it a try, Biddy replied, focusing intently. Due to the overwhelming presence of ki on Earth, it took her some time to locate Mr. Satan's ki. I found it. Son Gohan's doppelganger nodded slightly. Now, attempt to sense the more distant energy. Let us discover how far your perception can reach. And you, Ragusus, do the same. The 4 nodded in agreement. As time swiftly passed, half a year flew by. During this period, Son Gohan had grown considerably taller, now nearly matching the height of the Son Gohan from the Majin Buu saga. At this moment, Son Gohan's doppelganger was atop the Korin Tower, instructing Son Goten and the others in the art of instant teleportation. After 6 months of guidance from Son Gohan, Son Wukong and his companions have mastered the art of instant transmission. However, their proficiency remains inconsistent. Due to their inadequate perception of energy, they frequently miscalculate their destinations. To mitigate the risk of mishaps during practice, Son Gohan's doppelgangers accompany them during their attempts at instant transmission. It was while one of Son Gohan's duplicates was instructing them that 2 figures suddenly materialized atop the Baozi Mountain. These 2 individuals were none other than the East Kaioshin and Kibito. As Gohan's doppelganger beheld the newcomer, he spoke softly, It has been quite some time, Gohan. Upon hearing this, the East Kaioshin feigned composure and replied, Brother, do you recognize them? Son Goten inquired. He is the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai? A deity exalted 2 levels above the Lord of Lords. Is that so? And the other one? That is his attendant. Attendant? So it signifies a subordinate, does it not? Upon hearing this, Jebbet felt a flush of embarrassment. Quite so. Now speak. What brings you to Earth today? Son Gohan's doppelganger gazed at the 2 individuals. Son Gohan, it is imperative that you understand. A most perilous entity has arrived on your planet. A perilous entity? Indeed, this being is known as Babidi, a dark sorcerer. A sorcerer? Dilly inquired. Yes. Ages ago, when humanity first learned to walk, there existed 5 supreme kais in the universe. The 4 cardinal kais of East, West, South, and North, alongside the Grand Supreme Kai who governed them all. The universe was once tranquil, until one fateful day. An evil sorcerer named Babidi conjured a monstrous being known as Majin Buu, driven by a desire for dominion over the cosmos. Babidi unleashed Majin Buu to wreak havoc upon countless planets. Majin Buu possessed immense power, obliterating numerous celestial bodies in but a few days. The valiant South Supreme Kai, upon learning of this, rushed to confront him in an effort to halt his rampage, only to be absorbed by Majin Buu. Subsequently, the North Supreme Kai, upon receiving word of the calamity, engaged Majin Buu but met a tragic demise at his hands. Upon hearing of these events, the West Supreme Kai joined me in the battle against Majin Buu. However, due to the overwhelming strength of the fiend, he perished while attempting to protect me. In the end, the Grand Supreme Kai intervened. Initially, he held the upper hand, but realizing he could not match the Grand Supreme Kai's might, Majin Buu resorted to absorbing him as well. After listening to Sun Wukong's words, Gohan stroked his chin thoughtfully and inquired, why did the 5 Supreme Kais not confront him together? The East Supreme Kai gritted his teeth and replied, we never anticipated that Majin Buu's power would be so formidable. And what transpired thereafter? Asked Ragus. Subsequently, Babidi, for reasons unknown, sealed Majin Buu away and placed him on your planet, came the response. Your planet? Indeed. While Majin Buu was sealed, I seized the opportunity to locate Bibidi's lair and eradicated him. I initially believed that the matter had come to a close, but recently, a horrifying event has unfolded. A horrifying event? Sun Wukong remarked. It appears that Babidi has a son named Babidi, who, like his father, is a malevolent sorcerer. He possesses the ability to break the seal of Majin Buu, and not long ago, Babidi arrived on Earth. I fear he may resurrect Majin Buu, which is why I sought out Gohan. Master. Legus and Biddy immediately turned their gaze towards Gohan's doppelganger. Master, shall we search for this Babidi? There's no need. If Majin Buu truly emerges, I will take action. The East Kaioshin was taken aback. Gohan, I recognize your formidable strength, but Majin Buu is far more complex than you anticipate. Very well, I understand. When Majin Buu appears, I shall confront him personally. No, Gohan, you must truly believe me. Majin Buu is not as simple as you think. All right, I will see when I have the time to assist you in dealing with that fiend. After listening to the comments about the split of Son Gohan, he expressed his impatience. Observing this, the East Kaioshin decided to refrain from further discussion and could only depart with Jabber. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin was leisurely seated upon the grass. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared. They were the East Kaioshin and Jabber. So what is the verdict? The old Kaioshin inquired, glancing at the 2. He did not agree outright, but merely mentioned that when time permits, they should assist in dealing with Majin Buu. The East Kaioshin lowered his head in response. I see. He is likely just brushing you off. However, there is no need for excessive concern. Son Gohan possesses formidable strength. The Majin Buu you mentioned may indeed not be a match for him. Chapter 81. The Search for Babidi Great Ancestor. Is Son Gohan truly that powerful? Absolutely. On the day he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, did you not sense the overwhelming aura he emitted? I did feel it, but Son Gohan has always exuded considerable power. I am uncertain of his current capabilities. Never mind the matters on Earth. With Son Gohan present, it is unlikely that any significant issues will arise. On Earth, after the East Kaioshin departed, Son Goten and Trunks expressed keen interest in the earlier mention of Babidi and Majin Buu. Brother, shall we not seek out this Babidi? Son Goten inquired. What? Are you intrigued by this character named Babidi? To which Goten replied, Indeed, brother. Son Wutian nodded. Very well, but you must learn to teleport first. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a pang of disappointment in his heart. Furthermore, I wish to impart to you a novel technique. A new technique. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. What is this technique, brother? This technique is known as fusion. Fusion? In simple terms, it involves two individuals of comparable strength merging into one, resulting in an immensely powerful entity. I see. But will they remain fused permanently? Trunks inquired. No. The fusion lasts for only 30 minutes. After that, the two will automatically separate. Bidalai, would you and Regis like to learn this? Upon hearing this, Bidalai and Regis exchanged glances and shook their heads. I think we shall refrain. Bidalai was not averse to merging with Regis. However, given their significant disparity in strength, their fusion might even result in a decline in power. Very well then. As Gohan's doppelganger began to instruct Goten and the others on the art of fusion, Videl and the others, driven by curiosity, observed the demonstration. However, when Gohan's doppelganger showcased the fusion dance, Videl was immediately struck by the embarrassment of the poses involved. In the blink of an eye, half a year had swiftly passed. After 6 months of rigorous training, Sun Wutian and his companions finally mastered the art of instantaneous movement. This accomplishment was met with great anticipation, as Sun Wufan had promised to lead them in their quest to find Babidi once they had perfected this skill. On Earth, within the confines of a desolate and uninhabited mountain range. At this moment, Sun Wukong is leading Sun Goten and the others towards a white structure. This white edifice is an elevator belonging to Babidi's spacecraft. Is this it, brother? Sun Wutian glanced at the elevator doors and remarked, indeed, within Babidi's spacecraft. Babidi was intently observing Sun Wukong and his companions through a crystal ball. Beside him stood a tall man clad in blue, the formidable king of the demon realm, Dabura. Who are these individuals? How did they manage to arrive here? Dabura inquired, shaking his head in uncertainty. However, it appears that they possess an immense reservoir of energy within them. If we could harness their power, it might expedite the resurrection of Majin Buu. Is that so? I propose we lure him in and then extract their energies. Babidi responded with a sinister smile upon hearing this suggestion. As their conversation unfolded, Sun Wukong had already led Biddy and the others to the 3rd level of the spacecraft via the elevator. They've entered on their own. That's even better. It saves me the trouble of luring them in. Babidi nodded in agreement. Then I shall contact Pei Pei to handle them. Dabura affirmed with a nod. Thus, the scene was set within the 3rd level of Babidi's vessel. At this moment, Sun Wutian and Trunks were surveying their surroundings. Brother, is Babidi truly hiding here? There isn't a soul in sight. As the words left his lips, a grand door suddenly swung open, revealing a man whose body, save for his head and the armor adorning him, was entirely clad in white, while his skin was a deep black. This man was none other than the one referred to as Pui Pui by Babidi. Upon Pui Pui's emergence, Sun Wutian and Trunks swiftly directed their gaze toward him. Who are you? Pui Pui chuckled softly. My name is Pui Pui, a servant of Lord Babidi. Lord Babidi? Sun Wukong exclaimed, indeed. Who are you to dare intrude upon the domain of Lord Babidi? My name is Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression turned innocent as he spat disdainfully and coldly scoffed. I care not who you are, since you have all arrived here. Do not entertain the notion of leaving. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong turned immediately to his companion Trunks and proposed, how about I take charge of this fellow? No. Let us settle it with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The victor shall claim him. Very well. With that, the two commenced their game. Rock, paper, scissors. PP. Observing their antics, felt a surge of indignation, for they seemed to completely disregard his presence. As this thought crossed his mind, he was about to take action when suddenly, Sun Wukong's jubilant voice rang in his ears. I won. I won. Then you shall take the lead this time. Trunks feigned calmness on the surface. Yet internally he pondered how he could possibly have lost. Sun Wukong nodded and turned to Pei Pei. Then allow me to be your opponent. Pei Pei snorted disdainfully. You little brat, soon you shall regret this decision. You will engage in battle with me. And why is that? Sun Wutian, in his innocence, declared, I will kill you. Pei Pei coldly retorted, oh, enough of this nonsense. I shall strike you down immediately. With that, Pei Pei clenched his fists and charged toward Sun Wutian. In no time, Pei Pei stood before Sun Wutian, his fists darting forward like the wind, launching a fierce assault. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wutian, deftly maneuvered his body left and right, effortlessly evading all of Pei Pei's assaults. How infuriating! With a fierce growl, Pei Pei propelled his right fist forward with all his might. Bang! As Sun Wukong raised his left hand, he effortlessly intercepted Pei Pei's right fist. Is this all the strength you possess? Upon hearing this, Pepe immediately withdrew his right fist and retreated. Observing their battle through a crystal ball, Babidi turned to Dubra and inquired, Dubra, what advantages does Pepe have in this fight? I believe it must be the high-gravity planet of Pepe's origin, correct? A high-gravity planet. Indeed. Dubra nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Babidi promptly cast a spell, transforming the surrounding environment into that of a high-gravity planet. The gravity around us seems to have intensified, Biddy remarked as she glanced around. Pepe chuckled lightly, picking up a stone from the ground. This is a high-gravity planet, my birthplace, where the gravity is 10 times that of Earth. Chapter 82. The battle commences. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong turned around and cast a glance behind him. Brother, may I vanquish him? Son Gohan nodded. You scoundrel. With a furious huff, he swiftly charged towards Son Goten. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong's silhouette darted behind Pepe, his right hand emanating a radiant golden flame directed at Pepe. Alas, Pepe let out a piercing scream as his body disintegrated into ashes. At this sight, Babidi's eyes widened in shock. Despite his tender age, Sun Wukong's strength is remarkably formidable. Upon witnessing this, Dubra wears an expression of disdain. How pathetic this fellow is to have been so swiftly vanquished. Aboard the third level of Babidi's spaceship. At this moment, Sun Wutian was feeling quite elated as he spoke to Sun Wufan. Brother, I have vanquished him. Although his opponent was rather weak. This marked Sun Wutian's inaugural confrontation with an extraterrestrial being, filling his heart with a sense of exhilaration. Son Gohan nodded. Well, Goten, shall we explore the next level? Absolutely. With that, Son Gohan led the 4 companions to the next floor. The elevator moved swiftly, and in no time, the 5 arrived at the second level. As they surveyed their surroundings, they noticed an eerie absence of people. Brother Gohan, it seems this level is deserted. Just as he spoke, an automatic door on the second floor slid open. A creature, its skin of vivid green and resembling a mantis, emerged from behind the door. This being was named Yego, a subordinate of Babidi, captured from across the cosmos. As Yego approached, saliva dripped from its maw. Trunks, look at that enormous mantis, exclaimed Goten. That's no mantis. It's clearly a monster, retorted Trunks. Mantis. What is that? Yego inquired, intrigued by their conversation. A mantis is an insect, replied Trunks. What? You dare to compare me to an insect, you wretched little brats? Just wait, I shall devour you both. Trunks chuckled lightly. Monster, don't think your size intimidates me. You may find yourself crying and begging for mercy soon enough. You arrogant little pest, you truly are insufferable, Yego declared, leaping into the air and charging at Trunks. Huh! Trunks shouted, transforming into a Super Saiyan and rushing towards Yego. Light. Upon witnessing the golden aura emanating from Trunks, Yego immediately opened its mouth and inhaled deeply. An immense force surged from Yego's mouth, drawing in the Super Saiyan energy from Trunks, causing him to revert to his normal state. What? Trunks exclaimed, halting in his tracks as he felt his power diminish. At that moment, Yego smirked triumphantly at Trunks. That light you emitted was truly delectable. Light? Are you saying you enjoy consuming light? Indeed. So, will you transform again? Yego chuckled. Very well, Trunks declared, once more transforming into a Super Saiyan. You fool. You actually transformed again. In that case, I shall not hold back, Yego said, and once more began to absorb Trunks' Super Saiyan energy. Before long, Trunks found himself reverting to his normal form again. Bring it on. Trunks let out a mighty roar, once again transforming into the Super Saiyan state. Yego laughed heartily, absorbing Trunks' Super Saiyan energy for the 3rd time. His belly, already filled with an abundance of Super Saiyan energy, radiated a luminous glow. Suddenly, Yego's abdomen swelled, seemingly unable to contain any more energy. In response, Trunks shouted fiercely, forcibly channeling his Super Saiyan energy into Yego's mouth. With a thunderous explosion, Yego's body detonated right where he stood. The impact of the explosion caused Babidi's spaceship to tremble violently. After a moment, a massive hole was blown through the floor of the 2nd level of the ship. That scoundrel Yego had self-destructed from absorbing too much energy. Babidi seethed with anger as he watched Yego's explosion in the crystal ball. The enormous egg sealing Majin Buu rested within the spaceship. And should the recent explosion have inadvertently awakened Majin Buu, it would spell disaster. Although Babidi desired the revival of Majin Buu, he intended to do so only after sufficiently gathering energy. He was uncertain whether, after all this time, Majin Buu could indeed be revived. If a single misstep thwarted the resurrection, he would be filled with regret. With that thought, Babidi quickly checked the egg sealing Majin Buu. Upon confirming that the seal remained intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. Dabura, what should we do now? It seems that it's time for me to take action. No matter how formidable they are, they cannot possibly surpass me, the king of the demon realm. Dabura declared with unwavering confidence. Babidi nodded. Then I entrust everything to you. Understood, Dabura replied. In the second layer of Babidi's spaceship, after Yego's demise, Gohan and his companions swiftly made their way to the first level through the gaping hole. Drawing from their previous experiences, Goten and the others remained silent, patiently awaiting the emergence of their foe. Moments later, a blue figure stepped through an automatic door. It was Dabura. Here he comes. But since both of us have fought before, who shall take the lead this time? Son Goten glanced at Dabura, and, upon hearing this, Trunks immediately turned his gaze towards his companion, Son Gohan. Son Gohan glanced at Ragusa. Ragusa, how about you engage him in battle? Although Ragusa was not a Saiyan, her strength was formidable, and she was considerably older than Goten and the others. Very well, master. Ragusa nodded. The reason Son Gohan had brought her to Babidi was not only to confront him, but also to hone their skills. Despite their considerable power, Ragusa and her companions rarely fought, making this an excellent opportunity for growth. Dabura snorted contemptuously. You underestimate me by sending a mere girl to face me. Do you think you are strong? Allow me to inform you. I am Dabura, the king of the demon realm. Oh, I've never heard of you. Ragusa retorted defiantly. Infuriated by her disregard, Dabura's anger began to simmer. Glass. At that moment, Ragusa called out sharply, and a multitude of diamond-shaped glass shards materialized around her. Startled, Dabura quickly dodged aside as the glass shards rained down around him. Observing this, Babidi immediately cast a spell that transformed their surroundings into a mountainous landscape, with a crystal-clear lake nestled amidst the peaks. Ragusa, momentarily distracted by the shifting environment, was caught off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Dabura conjured a large blade in his right hand and lunged toward her. Glass Dragon! Ragusa shouted, summoning a massive dragon composed of glass that appeared behind her. Its body several times larger than hers, complete with a pair of wings. Dabura was taken aback, but raised his blade to strike at Ragusa. With outstretched arms, Ragusa performed a sweeping motion toward Dabura. Unfamiliar with her intent, Dabura watched as the glass dragon mimicked her gesture, flapping its wings forcefully toward him. A powerful gust, akin to a tornado, erupted from the dragon's wings, surging toward Dabura. Realizing the impending danger, Dabura halted and raised his arms to shield himself from the wind. Huh! Just then, Ragusa shouted again, and the glass dragon unleashed a barrage of glass shards directed at Dabura. Startled, he quickly lifted his sword to defend himself. Clang! 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 Although Dabura managed to deflect many shards with his blade, a few still grazed his body, leaving him with cuts. Damn it! He exclaimed in fury, vanishing from sight and reappearing behind Ragusa, raising his sword to strike down upon the glass dragon. Boom! With a swift stroke, a significant portion of the glass dragon's back was cleaved away. Ragas, with a deft twist of his body, directed his right hand toward the underside of the glass dragon's left wing and unleashed a wave of energy. Bang! Dapla, taken aback by Ragas' unexpected attack from the left wing, found his right leg struck by the energy wave, eliciting a pained cry. As Ragas prepared to regain control of the glass dragon, Dapla, in his agony, suddenly spat at the glass dragon. Bang! The saliva struck the glass dragon's body, and in an instant, it began to transform into a stone dragon at a visible pace. The weight of the stone dragon rendered Ragas incapable of exerting control over it, resulting in the heavy stone dragon crashing down to the ground. With a thunderous roar, the earth was engulfed in a cloud of dust. The glass dragon has turned to stone, exclaimed Trunks in terror. Son Gohan nodded. It was due to the saliva that Dabura had just spat. Saliva? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Videl, who was standing nearby, immediately called out to Lagus, Lagus, be cautious. Do not let him spit on you. Saliva. Lagus, upon hearing this, turned with a serious expression to face Dabura. Dabura snorted coldly and swiftly charged towards Lagus. Glass. Lagus exclaimed, and a multitude of glass shards materialized around her, launching an assault on Dabura. As Dabura dodged, he raised his large blade, shattering the incoming glass. In the blink of an eye, Dabura stood before Lagus. raising his sword to strike. Just then, Legus executed an instantaneous movement, appearing behind Dubra, causing his strike to miss entirely. No, where did she go? Dubra exclaimed, startled. Before he could react, Legus forcefully kicked upwards towards Dubra's body. Bang! With a resounding impact, Dubra was sent flying like a projectile. Seizing the opportunity, Legus directed the surrounding glass shards towards Dubra. Soon, a barrage of glass shot into Dubra's body like bullets. Dubra screamed in agony, his body resembling that of a porcupine. Observing this, Legus swiftly brought her hands together. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from her hands, hurtling towards Dubra. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the Kamehameha erupted in the sky. A colossal storm manifested above. Dubra. Babidi, witnessing this, was instantly filled with dread. Dubra was his formidable general, and if he were to be vanquished, Babidi knew he would stand no chance against them. After a while, as the thick smoke dissipated, Dubra's figure had vanished from the sky. Has he been defeated? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. Son Wukong nodded. The Glass Clan truly possesses remarkable strength. Master. At that moment, Ragusa descended from the sky and landed beside Son Wukong. Son Gohan nodded. In the control room, Babidi's expression turned frantic upon witnessing the demise of Dabura. Oh no. Oh no. If even Dabura has been vanquished, what will happen when they find me? I am surely doomed, Babidi exclaimed, casting a glance at the massive egg that sealed Majin Buu. Logically, Majin Buu needed to gather sufficient energy to resurrect. Yet the current circumstances afforded him no opportunity to do so. In fact, even without fully amassed energy, Majin Buu could still break free from his confinement. However, Babidi was apprehensive that if Majin Buu remained sealed for too long, failing to gather the necessary energy could lead to an unsuccessful resurrection. Yet, if he did not release Majin Buu from his prison, upon his own demise, no one would be left to liberate the fiend. Contemplating this, Babidi resolved, very well. I shall release Majin Buu, for if those individuals arrive, I will truly have no escape. On the first level of Babidi's spacecraft, after Dabura was defeated, Son Gohan swiftly led Goten and the others to confront Babidi. In an effort to buy time to release the seal on Majin Buu, Babidi commanded his soldiers to engage in battle with Son Gohan and his companions. However, due to the overwhelming strength of Son Gohan and his allies, within mere seconds, all of Babidi's soldiers were defeated. Just as Son Gohan and his friends were about to storm into Babidi's control room, the enormous egg sealing Majin Buu was opened, revealing nothing but a plume of pink mist. What is happening? Why is there nothing inside? Babidi felt an overwhelming sense of despair upon realizing the emptiness within the egg. At that moment, Son Gohan and his companions burst in. Are you Babidi? Son Wukong inquired. Upon hearing this, Babidi clenched his teeth and asked, Who are you? Chapter 84, Majin Buu. Who are you? Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian was poised to respond when suddenly, he noticed a swirling mass of pink energy above, gradually transforming into a humanoid figure. Such an imposing presence. Trunks gritted his teeth. What? Babidi exclaimed, immediately looking up. He beheld a stout man with pink skin, clad in white trousers and dark brown shoes, his upper body bare, adorned with wristbands, his hands robust, and his form portly. This figure was none other than Majin Buu. As Majin Buu emerged, the Dragon Ball Z warriors on Earth and the East Kaishin in the Kaishin realm quickly sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from him. Such an extraordinary power. Could it be that another formidable foe has appeared on Earth? Tien Shinhan remarked, gazing towards the direction of Majin Buu. In the Kaishin realm, the East Kaishin trembled in terror upon sensing Majin Buu's energy. Majin Buu has returned. Majin Buu? Yes. The East Kaishin nodded. There is no mistaking it. This is undoubtedly Majin Buu's presence. Oh, the old Kaishin, upon hearing this, swiftly retrieved a crystal ball to observe the situation on Earth. Through the crystal ball, the old Kaishin witnessed Son Gohan and others confronting Majin Buu. Is this the Majin Buu you spoke of? The East Kaishin inquired as he approached, peering into the crystal ball. Indeed, that is Majin Buu, and Son Gohan and Babidi are present as well. The old Kaishin confirmed. It appears that Son Gohan and his companions sought out Babidi, who has released Majin Buu from his seal. Cursed be it. Had I known, Jebet and I should have devised a plan to locate Babidi earlier, preventing him from resurrecting Majin Buu. No worries. Since Son Gohan has brought Sun Wutian and the others to confront Majin Buu, he should possess a means to deal with him. The East Kaishin mused, his heart filled with uncertainty. On Earth, Majin Buu. Babidi spirits soared upon realizing that Majin Buu had not perished. Boom. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu descended from the air, forcefully stomping his feet upon the ground. The entire spaceship trembled as if struck by an earthquake. Babidi was instantly knocked to the ground by the immense tremor. Ha ha. Majin Buu laughed heartily at the sight of the fallen Babidi. Cursed. Babidi growled in anger, pushing himself off the ground. Majin Buu, I am your master Babidi, and if you dare disrespect me again, I shall seal you away once more. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu swiftly adopted a different demeanor. I have the honor of meeting you, Master Babidi. Now that is more like it. Babidi spoke, immediately employing his magic to transform the surroundings into a picturesque landscape surrounded by mountains. Where are we? Vidalai inquired, glancing around. I believe this must be a location on Earth. Son Gohan exclaimed, is that so? Just then, a figure abruptly materialized before him and his companions. It was none other than Uncle Son Wukong. Hello, Uncle Wukong. Biddy greeted him warmly. Son Wukong nodded and inquired, Gohan, who is this fellow? How can his power be so formidable? He is Majin Buu, replied Gohan. As the Supreme Kai has informed us, he was exceptionally powerful long ago. Is that so? At that moment, Vegeta and Piccolo arrived. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan, what has transpired? Who is this individual? Krillin asked. Uncle Krillin, it's nothing significant. It's merely the resurrection of someone named Majin Buu. Merely? Krillin was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing this. The aura of Majin Buu was overwhelmingly potent. Yet Gohan casually referred to it as just the resurrection of a being named Majin Buu. Indeed, they inhabited the same world, but their perspectives were distinctly different. Upon hearing this, Vegeta scoffed and turned to his son Trunks. Trunks, what brings you here? Father, it was Gohan who brought us. Trunks admitted, feeling somewhat guilty. In truth, it was Gohan who had led them to seek Babidi, primarily due to a conversation he and Goten had initiated. If Vegeta were to discover that they intended to confront such a formidable adversary, he would likely reprimand them harshly. Oh, is that so? Vegeta directed his gaze at Gohan. Supreme Kai? At that moment, Babidi, standing before them, quickly grasped the reason behind their visit after overhearing their conversation. Are you the ones sent by the Supreme Kai? No. Lord Supreme Kai, we were merely informed of your connection with Majin Buu. Son Goten remarked, is that so? I never imagined that the timid Kaishin would have such formidable allies. Timid? Indeed. That fellow didn't dare to confront my father when Majin Buu was not yet sealed. It was only after Majin Buu was confined that he found the courage to challenge my father. In the Kaishin realm, the East Kaishin was glaring furiously at Babidi. While Babidi had merely stated the truth, to label him as cowardly in front of so many was a significant affront to his dignity. As Babidi spoke, Majin Buu interjected. Babidi, allow me to deal with these nuisances. Yes, Lord Babidi, exclaimed Majin Buu, as he approached Son Gohan and the others, bouncing joyfully along the way. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly addressed Krillin and Videl behind him. Videl, Goku, and Uncle Krillin, retreat at once. This foe possesses formidable strength. Understood, replied Krillin and the others. Immediately turning to withdraw, they were keenly aware of the need not to hinder Son Wukong and his companions. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong turned to the side and addressed Vegeta. Vegeta, do you intend to engage in battle with this fellow? His strength is truly formidable. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort. Precisely because his power is so remarkable, I am eager to ascertain just how strong he truly is. Is that so? With a resounding thud, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Oh, at this sight, Majin Buu immediately halted his advance. Huh. At that moment, Vegeta once more tightened his fists, evolving into Super Saiyan 2. Trunks. Majin Buu, undeterred, pressed forward. Vegeta, with a scoff, darted like lightning to confront Majin Buu. Then, his fist struck toward Majin Buu's face with the ferocity of a thunderbolt. Chapter 85. The axe approaches whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta's fists landed forcefully on Majin Buu's face, causing it to cave in almost instantly. Majin Buu. Babidi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Majin Buu he had long awaited would be so easily overwhelmed. With a scoff, Vegeta swiftly lifted his right leg, delivering a kick to Majin Buu. Bang! Majin Buu was propelled like a projectile, crashing into a mountain behind him. With a tremendous roar, the ground surrounding the mountain erupted in a cloud of dust, spreading outward like a mushroom cloud from an explosion. After a moment, Majin Buu emerged from the mountain, his face still bearing the marks of the earlier attack. Vegeta, observing this, scoffed scornfully. At that moment, Majin Buu placed his index fingers over the holes near his ears. With a soft puff, his face instantly returned to its original form. Subsequently, his previously dented abdomen also reverted to normal. Splendid, Majin Buu. Babidi sighed in relief upon seeing that Majin Buu was unharmed. Majin Buu was his lifeline. Should he perish, Babidi's own demise would surely follow. I am furious. As Majin Buu's body restored itself, his eyes widened, and the holes atop his head began to emit a torrent of white energy. Boom. Immediately after proclaiming this, Majin Buu lunged towards Vegeta. In no time, he stood before Vegeta, unleashing a flurry of punches directed at Vegeta's face. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Due to the astonishing speed of Majin Buu's assault, Vegeta barely had time to react before he was sent reeling back by the relentless blows. Father! Trunks shouted, eager to rush towards Majin Buu, but was halted by Gohan, who implored him, Trunks, if you wish to assist your father, the only way is to fuse with Goten. Upon hearing this, Trunks immediately glanced at Goten beside him. Just then, a tremendous crash echoed as Vegeta was sent flying by a kick from Majin Buu, landing on a mountain in the distance. Goten, let us fuse, Trunks exclaimed, urgency flooding his heart. All right, Goten replied. Son Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan swiftly flashed to the forefront of Majin Buu. Majin Buu clenched his fists and charged towards Son Gohan. In a fleeting moment, Son Wukong's figure appeared high in the sky. Huh! Upon witnessing this, Majin Buu immediately soared upward. At that instant, Son Wukong summoned the Shadow Battle Axe from the system. Axe arise. Upon hearing the command, the Shadow Battle Axe transformed into hundreds of its kind, launching a relentless assault towards Majin Buu. Observing the oncoming barrage of Shadow Battle Axes, Majin Buu unleashed a torrent of energy waves from both hands, countering the onslaught of the axes. Whoosh! Boom! 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 With the resounding echoes of tremendous explosions, a thick veil of black smoke soon enveloped the sky. Fusion. In this opportune moment, Son Goten and Trunks initiated their fusion. A dazzling white light enveloped them, and from it emerged a robust figure, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of Vegeta's, with violet locks on either side and black hair at the crown. Adorned in the attire of the Metamoran people, this being was the fusion of Son Goten and Trunks, named Gotenks. Fusion? Have Goten and Trunks truly merged? Krillin inquired. Indeed. Bulma affirmed with a nod. Their fusion is known as Gotenks. In the heavens above, as Majin Buu unleashed an energy wave, it proved ineffectual against the Shadow Scythe, which absorbed energy. Consequently, Buu's energy wave did little more than inflict superficial wounds upon himself, which he soon healed. On the ground, Vegeta had finally emerged from the mountains. Damn it, he seethed, casting a resentful glance at the Majin Buu soaring overhead. He never anticipated that anyone, aside from Goku and Gohan, could surpass his strength. At that moment, Gotenks instantaneously materialized beside Gohan. Gohan, leave Majin Buu to me. All right, but do exercise caution, Gohan replied, to which Gotenks nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Gohan instantly teleported to Goku's side. Is it truly wise to leave Majin Buu to those two? He pondered. I am uncertain, but this presents an excellent opportunity for training. Indeed, it does. In the sky, Majin Buu observed Gohan's decision to refrain from battling him directly, allowing a young boy to take his place, which piqued his curiosity. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, he did not underestimate the boy before him. Who are you? He inquired. I am Gotenks. Gotenks, you say? Very well, I shall witness your prowess. Gotenks snorted defiantly. You shall soon find out. With that proclamation, he clenched his fists tightly and transformed into his Super Saiyan. Are you ready? Majin Buu asked. Indeed. With a swift exclamation, Gotenks charged towards Majin Buu. In no time, he found himself before the formidable foe, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches. Boom, boom, boom. Majin Buu raised his arms defensively, retreating under the onslaught. In that moment, Gotenks delivered a powerful punch, sending Majin Buu flying. Majin Buu, regaining his composure, halted his descent in midair. Is this all the power you possess? He taunted. Furious at this dismissal, Gotenks charged once more towards Majin Buu. Just as he was about to reach him, Majin Buu vanished and reappeared behind Gotenks. Before Gotenks could react, Majin Buu leapt up and delivered a swift kick to his back. With a tremendous crash, Gotenks was sent hurtling towards the ground like a meteor, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. After a moment, having landed headfirst and inhaled a significant amount of dirt, Gotenks rose and spat out the sand from his mouth. "Well done, Majin Buu," Babidi exclaimed, cheering for his ally. "Shadow Axe, go and take him down." Responding to Gohan's command, the Shadow Axe soared towards Babidi. In a panic, Babidi shouted, "Majin Buu, come quickly to my aid." However, Majin Buu remained seemingly oblivious, standing still as if he had not heard a word. How infuriating! Babidi clenched his teeth, preparing to threaten Majin Buu. The Shadow Battle Axe approached swiftly, aimed directly at him. Babidi raised both hands forward and chanted a spell rapidly, conjuring a protective shield before him. Whoosh! At that moment, the Shadow Battle Axe swung forward with great force, slicing through Babidi and his shield diagonally. Suddenly, Babidi felt as if the world had split into two, and then he completely lost consciousness. Majin Buu gazed at the lifeless form of Babidi, a flicker of delight crossing his face. He had been pondering how to deal with the troublesome Babidi, only to be unexpectedly aided by Son Gohan, who had eliminated him. "How infuriating!" he exclaimed. Just then, Gotenks clenched his fists tightly, emanating an astonishing aura that surged upward with great rapidity. Boom! The ground within a radius of several 100,000 miles trembled violently under Gotenks' immense energy, causing the clouds in the sky, which had been drifting lazily, to race across the heavens. With a loud roar, Gotenks' hair grew to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow pressed closely against his eye sockets. Deep blue pupils emerged within his previously singular light green irises, and the golden aura enveloping him transformed into radiant light, solidifying. This was the third transformation of the Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing this, Majin Buu's face immediately registered a hint of intrigue. The Super Saiyan third level. Krillin and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Noticing the surprise on their faces, Gotenks could not help but feel a swell of pride. "What do you think, Majin Buu? Are you intimidated by my Super Saiyan third level?" "Not at all," Majin Buu replied nonchalantly. "What?" Gotenks felt a surge of anger at these words. "Is that so? Then soon you shall realize my true power." With that, Gotenks took a deep breath and exhaled several identical, white, ghostly figures forward. "What is this?" Krillin asked, momentarily taken aback. "This is Gohan's Gum Ghost," Son Wukong exclaimed, "Gum Ghost." Upon hearing his words, everyone immediately turned their gaze towards Son Wukong's son, Sun Wufan. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong's expression instantly turned awkward. He had not anticipated that Gotenks would unleash such a maneuver at this moment. It was akin to a grand spectacle of social embarrassment. "Everyone, line up and count off," Gotenks commanded toward the Gum Ghost. Yes, all the Gum Ghosts chorused in unison. 1, 2, 3, 4, 11. Krillin was once again taken aback. What on earth is Goku and Gotenks planning to do? Sun Wukong chuckled and said, "You will soon find out." "Oh, excellent. All of you, Gum Spirits, heed my command and charge at Majin Buu." Yes, the Gum Spirits responded immediately, rushing toward Majin Buu. Upon witnessing this, Majin Buu also surged toward the Gum Spirits. In no time, the Gum Spirits were merely a few meters away from Majin Buu. The leading Gum Spirit smirked, propelling its body at full speed toward Majin Buu. With a powerful grip of his right hand, Majin Buu struck at the Gum Spirit. Whoosh! Boom! At the very moment Majin Buu's fist made contact with the Gum Spirit, the latter emitted a brilliant golden light, exploding upon impact. One by one, the remaining Gum Spirits charged into the billowing smoke of the explosion. Boom! 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 Soon, a series of explosions echoed from within the smoke, and enormous white mushroom clouds ascended from the ground. Krillin and the others stared wide-eyed in astonishment. So this is how the Gum Spirits operate. After a while, as the smoke gradually dissipated, a sizable crater appeared on the ground, with Majin Buu's body shattered into tiny fragments scattered across the surface. What? Majin Buu has been vanquished just like that? I still have many tricks up my sleeve. Gotenks felt a surge of pride, believing he had successfully defeated Majin Buu. Just then, the fragments of Majin Buu on the ground began to writhe like insects and soared into the sky. Before long, all the pieces of Majin Buu converged in the air, reassembling into his original form. Majin Buu has returned. Jebbit, in the realm of the Kaishin, exclaimed with a look of sheer terror. On Earth, as Majin Buu restored himself, his face twisted in rage as he glared at Gotenks. What? So you're not dead? I thought I had finished you. Gotenks laughed. I am furious. Majin Buu roared, a cloud of white energy erupting from the hole atop his head. With that, Majin Buu charged at Gotenks at full speed. Gotenks let out a light chuckle, propelling himself forward at the same velocity toward Majin Buu. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Soon, the two individuals charged towards each other, engaging in a fierce battle amidst the skies. With a swift flick of his antenna, Majin Buu ensnared Gotenks' neck as if it were a rope. In response, Gotenks opened his mouth and bit down forcefully on the antenna. With a crisp crack, the antenna was bitten hard, eliciting a pained cry from Majin Buu, who promptly retracted it. Gotenks then thrust his right knee forward, delivering a powerful blow to Majin Buu's abdomen. Majin Buu let out a loud wail as he was sent flying backward. Gotenks soared forward, quickly closing the gap to Majin Buu, unleashing a barrage of punches. Caught off guard, Majin Buu was relentlessly struck by Gotenks' fists, being forced to retreat. At that moment, Gotenks halted his attack, delivering a forceful kick to Majin Buu's body. The impact sent Majin Buu hurtling away. Gotenks then brought his hands together, concentrating a golden energy wave, which he directed at Majin Buu. With a thunderous explosion, the energy wave detonated in the sky, creating a massive storm of wind and smoke. After a while, as the smoke began to dissipate, Majin Buu appeared in midair, his expression one of fury. Gotenks chuckled lightly and swiftly appeared before Majin Buu, aiming a kick at his head. In Chapter 87, the malevolent Majin Buu raised his right hand to block the kick. Gotenks shouted fiercely, his fists moving with lightning speed as he attacked Majin Buu. The latter raised his hands to deflect Gotenks' strikes while retreating. Moments later, Gotenks delivered a kick to Majin Buu's face, causing him to cry out and spit a mouthful of saliva. Gotenks then shouted again, bringing his hands together like a hammer to strike Majin Buu's head. With a resounding crash, Majin Buu plummeted to the ground like a comet, creating a massive cloud of dust. Gotenks, with a triumphant shout, unleashed a torrent of energy waves towards Majin Buu. The air crackled with intensity as the battle raged on. As Gotenks unleashed a relentless barrage, immense white mushroom clouds ascended from the ground. Moments later, Gotenks ceased his energy wave assault, and as the thick smoke dissipated, a colossal crater emerged on the surface. A swirling mass of pink energy floated above this vast chasm. This pink essence was none other than the remnants of Majin Buu, whose body had been obliterated into dust. Swiftly, this pink aura transformed in the sky into the form of Majin Buu. Initially, due to the recent energy wave attack, Majin Buu's body appeared charred. But after a brief moment, he fully restored himself. Is he indestructible? Piccolo observed with a grave expression. No, it is possible that he was not completely annihilated. Son Gohan remarked. Is there not a complete eradication? Indeed, there are residual cells. So, Gohan, would you like to take action against him? Let us not rush. Allow Gotenks to engage him first. Very well. As Majin Buu fully recovered, his expression turned to one of intense fury as he gazed upon Gotenks. Since his inception, Majin Buu had never endured such a profound humiliation. The more he contemplated, the more enraged he became, with white gas continuously emanating from the hole atop his head. Are you angry? Gotenks chuckled. Suddenly, Majin Buu let out a fierce roar and charged at Gotenks at full speed. In a mere instant, he was upon Gotenks, unleashing a rapid barrage of punches. With agility, Gotenks swiftly dodged to the sides, evading Buu's onslaught. In a fit of rage, Majin Buu thrust his right knee forcefully toward Gotenks, who promptly retreated. At that moment, Majin Buu brought his hands together, condensing a pink energy wave which he hurled at Gotenks. With a powerful shout, Gotenks kicked forward, redirecting Buu's energy wave back at him. Caught off guard by Gotenks' unexpected retaliation, Majin Buu was struck by the returning energy wave. With a resounding explosion, the wave detonated in the sky, shattering Majin Buu's form. Gotenks observed quietly, awaiting Buu's regeneration. After a brief interval, once the smoke had cleared, Majin Buu's silhouette was not among the dissipating clouds. Rather, he had somehow positioned himself behind Gotenks. With a swift horizontal kick, Majin Buu aimed at Gotenks' body. Just as Buu's foot was about to make contact, Gotenks vanished, reappearing behind Majin Buu. Huh! Gotenks exclaimed, lifting his right foot as though to kick a soccer ball towards Buu. With a loud thud, Majin Buu was propelled forward, providing Gotenks the opportunity to clasp his hands together. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from Gotenks' palms and surged toward Majin Buu. The Kamehameha struck Buu, pushing him back a considerable distance. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave erupted in the sky, producing an exceedingly brilliant light. Following this, an immense storm materialized, sweeping through the surroundings. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong and his companions instinctively shielded their eyes. After a brief moment, as the dense smoke from the explosion dissipated, a cloud of pink mist emerged in the sky. This mist was none other than the remnants of the demon Majin Buu, shattered into fragments. Is he still not vanquished? Tianjin's expression grew grave. No sooner had he spoken than the pink mist began to coalesce once more into the form of Majin Buu. How infuriating! Majin Buu gritted his teeth, seething with rage as he glared at Gotenks. Although Gotenks appeared merely as a child, his power utterly overwhelmed Buu. Can't even the Kamehameha wave destroy him? Gotenks remarked nonchalantly. Regardless, with Gohan present, even if he himself failed to eliminate Majin Buu, Gohan would surely devise a way to do so. At that moment, Majin Buu, seemingly driven mad, charged toward Gotenks. Gotenks clenched his fists and reciprocated the charge. The clash was imminent, and soon they were face to face, delivering powerful blows against one another. However, Gotenks held the advantage in strength, swiftly pushing Majin Buu back. Suddenly, Buu flicked his antenna, unleashing a purple beam toward Gotenks. This beam possessed the power to transform beings into chocolate. Gotenks deftly sidestepped to the left, evading the attack. Is that all you have left, Majin Buu? Buu, witnessing his transformation beam miss, felt a wave of despair wash over him. His only remaining option was to absorb Gotenks, a tactic he loathed. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself with no alternative. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a malevolent force surged within his brain, attempting to seize control. The intensity of this dark influence made Buu feel as though a fierce struggle was occurring inside his mind. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, expelling a mass of black energy from his mouth. "What is happening?" Krillin exclaimed in shock. At that moment, the black mass in the sky gradually morphed into the likeness of Majin Buu, albeit with blackened skin and a gaunt physique, starkly contrasting the original. "Two Majin Buus," gasped East Kaioshin upon witnessing this phenomenon. One Majin Buu was already a formidable challenge. Now another had emerged. Chapter 88. Subduing Majin Buu as a Kaioshin. You ought to maintain your composure instead of constantly overreacting. Upon witnessing this, the old Supreme Kai felt somewhat speechless. My apologies, revered ancestor. But I am genuinely concerned about the state of Earth. What are you fretting about? Have you not observed that Gohan remains utterly composed? As Supreme Kais, we must always maintain our equanimity. Understood, esteemed ancestor. The old Supreme Kai nodded slightly. On Earth, the malevolent Majin Buu appeared, instantly casting a hostile glare toward his opponent. Although they were both Majin Buu, only one could exist in this world. How intriguing, Gotenks remarked, a playful expression crossing his face upon witnessing another Majin Buu. Though I am uncertain as to why there are two of you, I welcome your combined assault. The two Buu, however, paid him no heed and charged directly at one another. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Soon, the two Buus were engaged in a fierce battle high in the sky. What disregard! Seeing their indifference, Gotenks rushed towards the two Majin Buus. Bang! In no time, Gotenks was before the evil Majin Buu, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. He then swiftly pivoted to launch an attack on the other Majin Buu. Bang! Gotenks clenched his right fist with determination, sending the Majin Buu soaring away. What do you say, Majin Buu? Do you dare to ignore me now? Piccolo and the others remained silent, observing. Although Gotenks was exceptionally strong, he still possessed the spirit of a child. Gohan, I think it's best if you take over, suggested Krillin. Son Gohan nodded and, in a flash, appeared beside Gotenks. Brother Gohan. Son Gohan nodded and said, Gotenks, let us conclude today's battle here. I shall handle them from this point onward. Gotenks, though somewhat reluctant, acquiesced. With Son Gohan's arrival, the expressions of the two Majin Buu transformed into an earnest seriousness. Although their encounters with Son Gohan had been few, the aura he unconsciously radiated during combat made it evident to them that his strength was indeed formidable. As Son Wukong gazed at the two Majin Buu approaching, he charged towards the evil Majin Buu. With a swift motion, A resounding boom echoed as the evil Majin Buu was sent sprawling to the ground by a powerful kick from Sun Wukong. The earth was instantly engulfed in a massive cloud of dust. Incredible speed, Tien Shinhan exclaimed in astonishment. Witnessing this, the Majin Buu raised his right hand, intending to launch an attack against Sun Wukong. Suddenly, a figure appeared, delivering a fierce kick to him. With another thunderous crash, Majin Buu was also forcefully slammed into the ground, raising another great cloud of dust. Without allowing anyone a moment to react, Sun Wukong swiftly approached the fallen evil Majin Buu. The evil Majin Buu gritted his teeth, staring intently at Sun Wukong. Majin Buu, I hope in your next life, you will be reborn as a good person. With that, Sun Wukong concentrated a golden energy in the palm of his right hand and directed it at the evil Majin Buu. Boom! The golden energy blazed like a fierce fire, engulfing the body of the evil Majin Buu in flames. A piercing scream erupted from him as his energy was completely obliterated. Is he truly gone? The East Kaioshin whispered to the Old Kaioshin. I believe he has been vanquished, the Old Kaioshin replied. Has he really been eliminated? Indeed. The Old Kaioshin nodded. This Sun Wukong is remarkably powerful. He has managed to eliminate a Majin Buu without even transforming into a Super Saiyan. The Old Kaioshin nodded in agreement. That's why I told you from the very beginning that you need not worry about Earth. Instead, you should be concerned for those unfortunate souls who might find their way there. Unfortunate souls? Yes. With Wukong's current strength, he has few rivals even across the entire universe. Is that so? On Earth, Krillin and the others watched Sun Wukong in stunned silence. While they knew of his formidable strength, the speed at which he defeated the evil Majin Buu was astonishing. The entire confrontation lasted barely a minute. After dispatching the evil Majin Buu, Sun Wukong turned his attention to Majin Buu. Majin Buu, do you wish to share his fate and be obliterated by me, or would you prefer to reform? Or perhaps be sealed away once more? Sealed away? Majin Buu's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. Having only just escaped, he was unwilling to be sealed again. Yet, recognizing Sun Wukong's overwhelming power, he realized he was no match for him. After a moment of contemplation, Majin Buu chose to reform. I am willing to turn over a new leaf. Will you let him go, Wukong? Clin inquired. Indeed, Uncle Clin. But is it truly without issue? This individual possesses formidable strength, and only you can currently restrain him. Fear not, Uncle Clin, for I shall guide him onto the right path. Very well then. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan promptly soared to the front of Majin Buu. Greetings, my name is Son Gohan, he declared. Gulyalu, Majin Buu responded, as a rumble emitted from his belly, signaling his hunger. Are you hungry? Allow me to take you to dine first, and thereafter we shall converse about your transformation towards the path of righteousness. Dine. Are there sweets and cakes? Majin Buu inquired. Whatever you desire, there shall be in abundance. Sun Wukong smiled. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta snorted coldly and turned to leave. Subsequently, Sun Wukong took Majin Buu to dine in West City. After their meal, Sun Wukong imparted some rules to Majin Buu. Since Chi-Chi would not allow him to stay at home, Sun Wukong had no choice but to arrange for Majin Buu to reside in another apartment he had purchased in West City. Due to their curiosity about Majin Buu, Son Goten and his companions accompanied Son Gohan to that residence. Sun Wutian and Trunks seemed to have forgotten their previous battles with Majin Buu, engaging in light-hearted conversation with him. Due to Majin Buu's frequent bouts of anger over trivial matters, Son Gohan suggested that he stay in his residence to temper his temperament. Time swiftly passed, and half a year went by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Majin Buu remained in Son Gohan's abode, seldom venturing outside. After 6 months of guidance, although Majin Buu's temper remained fiery, it had improved significantly compared to before. At this moment, under the leadership of Sun Wutian and Trunks, Majin Buu found himself at the bustling marketplace in West City. Chapter 89, High School. Outside a cake shop in West City, Majin Buu stared intently at the cakes within, drooling in anticipation. Majin Buu, do you wish to have some cake? Sun Wukong's son, Goten, inquired. Indeed. Majin Buu nodded earnestly. Then, let us proceed to purchase some cakes. After this exchange, the trio ventured into the shop. Welcome. What can I assist you with today? A cheerful female attendant greeted them. I wish to buy every cake in your establishment. Son Goten exclaimed, all of it. The female attendant was taken aback. Indeed. Is there a problem? She responded with a smile. Little brother, you must be jesting. No, I am quite serious. He insisted. As Sun Wutian spoke, he produced a golden card. The female attendant, upon witnessing this, promptly summoned the manager. Initially, the manager assumed Sun Wutian was jesting, but her skepticism vanished when he genuinely settled the entire bill for the cakes. Curiosity piqued, the manager inquired about Sun Wutian's parentage, asking, "Who are your parents, young lad?" To which he replied, "My father is Sun Wukong, and my mother is Chi-Chi." With a smile, Sun Wutian said, "Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi." The store manager, upon hearing this, contemplated for a moment, seemingly unfamiliar with the two. "And what about the little brother?" The manager inquired, glancing at Trunks. "My father is Vegeta, and my mother is Bulma," Trunks proudly declared. "Bulma." The manager was taken aback. "Is your mother, perchance, the current president of Capsule Corporation?" "Indeed." Trunks nodded affirmatively. "The president of Capsule Corporation." The female staff member beside them also looked astonished. Just then, Majin Buu began to feast voraciously in the store. Due to Majin Buu's enormous appetite, within a short span, half of the store's cakes had vanished into his belly. The manager and the female staff member were left in shock. Though their establishment was modest in size, half of the cakes still constituted a considerable amount. After a considerable time, Majin Buu had consumed all the cakes in the store. "Are you full now?" Son Goten inquired. "Not yet. I've only had enough to fill 4/10 of my appetite." Trunks fell silent, pondering, if Majin Buu were to participate in a competitive eating contest, he would undoubtedly claim the championship. "Then let us depart, Trunks, Majin Buu." "Oh, certainly." The two nodded in agreement and followed Son Goten out of the establishment. "Manager, am I dreaming?" Once the two had left, the female attendant stood in a daze, bewildered. Upon hearing her, the manager pinched her cheek and asked, "Does it hurt?" "Indeed, it does," she exclaimed loudly. In West City, at Son Goku's residence, Son Gohan, now 17, had reached the age where he should be attending high school. Consequently, Chi-Chi desired for Gohan to enroll in a high school. Initially, she was indifferent to whether he pursued his studies, but her neighbor, who constantly boasted about her son's academic achievements, sparked Chi-Chi's determination for Gohan to attend high school. With a sense of resignation, Sun Wukong ultimately acquiesced to Chi-Chi's insistence for Gohan to attend high school. However, it was not Gohan himself who would attend, but rather his doppelganger. In West City, at Orange Star High School. At this moment, Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, donned the same orange high school uniform as depicted in the original Dragon Ball series. As he made his way to school, accompanied by a group of exuberant young girls. Among them was none other than Videl. "Master, I never imagined that one day you would attend school with me. I wonder what our teacher's reaction would be upon discovering that her student is the strongest man on earth." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Son Gohan immediately cast a glance at Biddy Lee. "Biddy Lee, it appears that I have not assigned you enough training recently, as you dare to jest with your master." Biddy Lee's expression shifted at these words. "I apologize, master. I was merely joking with you just now. Please overlook my impudence." Son Gohan's doppelganger let out a cold snort, remaining silent. In a short while, the two arrived at their classroom. As Son Gohan was a new transfer student, the teacher briefly introduced him. "Classmates, Son Gohan is exceptionally talented, having gained admission to our school with perfect scores in 3 subjects," exclaimed the teacher. "Perfect scores in 3 subjects? He must be an outstanding student," remarked a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl named Eliza, who was a close friend of Biddy. "Good grades? That just makes him a bookworm," interjected a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy named Sharp, who was one of Biddy's admirers. "Not necessarily." Biddy laughed. "Not necessarily? Biddy, do you know him?" Sharp inquired. Due to Son Gohan's request not to disclose their mentor-student relationship, Biddy refrained from revealing that Son Gohan was her master. She merely nodded in response. Son Gohan is the champion of the youth division in the last World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon hearing this, Sharp immediately ceased to underestimate Son Gohan. The World Martial Arts Tournament was renowned worldwide, and for Son Gohan to have claimed victory in such a prestigious event was no small feat. "So, does that mean Biddy has stolen your championship?" Eliza remarked, well aware of Biddy's participation in the tournament 7 years prior. "Yes." Biddy nodded affirmatively. On the podium, after the brief introduction of Son Gohan, the teacher turned to him and said, "Son Gohan, why don't you introduce yourself to the class?" "Hello everyone. My name is Son Gohan. I am 17 years old, and I live in West City." The teacher was taken aback. "Is that all you have to say?" "Yes." Sun Wukong nodded at his doppelganger. "Very well, fellow student Sun Wukong. Take a look at your seat. Here, over here." Upon hearing this, Eliza immediately shouted towards Sun Wukong's doppelganger on stage. Sun Wukong possesses both striking good looks and remarkable talents in both literature and martial arts. If Eliza claims to be uninterested in him, it must surely be a falsehood. Now, dear classmate Sun Wukong, do take a glance at the empty seats below. You are welcome to sit wherever you please. Very well, teacher. As Sun Wukong's doppelganger spoke, he seated himself beside Eliza. Greetings, Sun Wukong. My name is Alif, and I am a close friend of Bidalai. I heard from Bidalai that you two are acquainted. Sun Wukong's doppelganger nodded slightly. So, Sun Wukong, are your martial arts skills quite formidable? They are passable, he replied modestly. Oh, do not be so humble, Sun Wukong. Even Baidili has informed me that you are the champion of the junior division at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Sitting nearby, Sharp felt a pang of jealousy as he observed the admiration directed towards Sun Wukong. In the afternoon, the first class was physical education, prompting Sun Wukong's doppelganger and Baidili to head to the school playground. Chapter 90. The challenge from Sharp. Seeing Baidili closely following Sun Wukong's doppelganger only intensified Sharp's envy. He resolved to challenge Sun Wukong, believing that while he could not compete academically, he might still surpass him in athleticism. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the physical education teacher suddenly whistled, summoning everyone to gather. The students swiftly formed an orderly line. Ah, we have a new student, the teacher noted, recognizing Sun Wukong's doppelganger. Indeed, Mr. Liu. His name is Sun Wukong, and he has just transferred today? A bespectacled classmate interjected. Moreover, Sun Wukong is the champion of the junior division at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Sharp added. Is that so? Mr. Liu's expression reflected a hint of surprise. Although the junior division championship is less daunting than that of the adult division, it is still an achievement that not just anyone can attain. The doppelganger of Sun Wukong remained silent. Very well, let us commence our routine as usual. We shall first run 2 laps around the playground. Ah, running again. Some students, who were not fond of physical exercise, immediately felt a twinge of resentment upon hearing this announcement. What is wrong with running? I, for instance, must run 20 laps every day. 20 laps. Upon hearing this, those who had been complaining instantly refrained from further grumbling. At that moment, Sharp, who stood behind Sun Wukong's doppelganger, suddenly addressed him. Sun Wukong, you are the champion of the youth division of the World Martial Arts Tournament. You must be quite swift at running, am I correct? How about we have a race between the two of us? A race? Indeed. Let us compete to see who can complete these 2 laps first. Excellent. Sun Wukong's doppelganger nodded. All right, classmates, when I blow the whistle, you shall commence your run. Teacher Liu proclaimed. Understood. The students replied in unison. Upon seeing their readiness, Teacher Liu promptly blew the whistle. Upon hearing it, Shapu immediately surged forward, eager to demonstrate his formidable strength to his classmates. In no time, Shapu found himself at the forefront of the group. Shapu, exclaimed Eliza and the others, taken aback, before turning their gaze towards Sun Wukong's doppelganger. At this moment, Gohan's clone was leisurely jogging, seemingly indifferent to Shap's challenge, or perhaps deliberately choosing not to hurry. Before long, Shap completed a lap. Upon noticing Gohan's clone lagging behind at the back of the group, a flicker of displeasure arose within him. Sun Wukong firmly believes that his prowess is far from feeble, especially since he has claimed victory in the junior division of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Thus, he is convinced that the doubts cast upon his abilities are mere trifles. Sun Wukong, regardless of whether your strength is genuine or not, this time the victory is mine, exclaimed his rival. Just then, Eliza, who had been hastening ahead of Sun Wukong's doppelganger, interjected, Indeed. If that is the case, why are you lagging behind so? Son Gohan's doppelganger chuckled softly, remarking that since it is a competition, it is far more intriguing to prolong the contest. If one were to achieve victory in an instant, the opponent would be deprived of that exhilarating sense of struggle. The sense of struggle? Sun Wukong's doppelganger nodded. And in an instant, it darted forward like a whirlwind, stirring up a cloud of dust from the ground. Fortunately, the track was made of rubber, or else even Dilly and the others would have been left to eat dirt. The speed at which Sun Wukong's doppelganger ran was astonishing. Many bystanders could barely catch a glimpse of him, only feeling a gust of wind rush past. This included Sharp as well. What? Sharp exclaimed as he looked ahead, discovering a figure standing before him. It was none other than Sun Wukong's doppelganger. Sun Wukong. Sharp's expression was one of disbelief. Just moments ago, he had clearly been ahead of Sun Wukong's doppelganger, yet now he had been surpassed in an instant. Sun Wukong. Teacher Liu watched in astonishment. although he often exercised. He knew that such speed was beyond even his abilities. Sun Wukong was truly remarkable. One could only wonder if he had a girlfriend. Eliza, witnessing Sun Wukong's doppelganger complete 2 laps ahead of the others, immediately turned to Dilly with a starry-eyed expression. Dilly, upon hearing this, remained silent. Son Gohan is indeed remarkable, but regrettably, his master is not. Nonetheless, it seems that tales of romantic entanglements between mentors and disciples abound in television dramas. How infuriating! After completing 2 laps, Sharp felt a surge of indignation. He had intended to showcase his abilities in front of Videl, yet his plan backfired. Not only did he fail to outpace Son Gohan, but he was also humiliated by him. Following the running session, it was time for some leisure activities. Unwilling to accept his recent defeat, Sharp challenged Son Gohan's doppelganger once more. Son Gohan, I admit defeat in the race, but how about we compete in something else? Something else? Yes, let us see who can throw the shot put the farthest. The shot put? Excellent. Sun Wukong nodded at his doppelganger. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's agreement, Sharpu promptly retrieved 2 identical weighted shot puts from the equipment room. Shall you throw first, or shall I? He inquired. You go ahead. Sun Wukong replied. Very well. Their impending contest soon attracted a considerable number of classmates who rushed over to witness the event. Xiao who do you think will throw farther? I believe it should be Sun Wukong. After all, Sharpu claimed he is the champion of the youth division in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Xiaoji, what's your opinion? I think it will be Sharpu. Sharpu? Indeed. Have you not noticed the muscularity of Sharpu's arms? Furthermore, Sun Wukong's championship was 7 years ago. Just as they were engaged in discussion, Sharpu let out a powerful shout and hurled the shot put with great force. Bang! The shot put struck the ground, and a classmate rushed over to measure the distance. 7 meters. Sharpu chuckled softly, turning to Sun Wukong's doppelganger. It is now your turn, Sun Wukong. Upon hearing the words of his doppelganger, Sun Wukong promptly picked up the shot put from the ground and tossed it lightly into the air several times. Have you never thrown a shot put before, Sun Wukong? If you lack the technique, simply emulate the method I demonstrated earlier. May I then attempt to throw the shot put? As Sun Wukong's doppelganger inquired about the act of throwing, Sharpu pondered for a moment before responding. Dear Sun Wukong, regardless of whether you choose to toss or hurl, as long as your throw surpasses the distance of mine, you shall be deemed the victor. Upon hearing the words of his doppelganger, Sun Wukong effortlessly tossed the lead ball into the air, akin to casting a stone. Sharp, witnessing this unexpected act, could not help but chuckle, remarking, classmate Sun Wukong, a lead ball thrown upward cannot travel far. At that moment, a voice from within the class suddenly exclaimed, the lead ball has soared into the clouds. What? Sharp gasped, quickly glancing upward towards the sky. However, the lead ball had already pierced through the cloud cover, rendering it invisible to his gaze. Chapter 91. Wis indeed, there is nothing in sight. Sharp exclaimed, classmate, I truly saw the lead ball. As Sharp observed the classmate's earnest expression, he once again peered into the sky. Yet, still he saw nothing. Classmate Sun Wukong, it seems your lead ball has vanished. Perhaps you should consider throwing another? Son Gohan's doppelganger chuckled softly. No need. That lead ball will fall down soon. Soon. Are you implying that lead ball is in the sky? Indeed. Son Gohan's doppelganger nodded. Very well. I shall wait and see if that lead ball is truly cast into the heavens. Moments later, a fiery sphere descended from the sky. The very lead ball that Son Gohan's doppelganger had just hurled upwards. A fireball! Exclaimed Sharp in astonishment. After a brief moment, the lead ball plummeted to the ground like a meteorite, crashing heavily onto the grass of the playground. How many meters? Son Gohan's doppelganger inquired of Sharpu. Upon hearing this, Sharpu immediately rushed over to investigate. 330 meters. At that moment, Teacher Lu came running from a distance. Student Son Gohan, may I take you as my mentor? As soon as these words were spoken, the bystanding classmates displayed a hint of astonishment on their faces. It was indeed remarkable for a physical education teacher to seek guidance from a student. Sun Wukong's doppelganger smiled and said, Teacher Lu, you are my mentor. How could I possibly assume the role of your master? However, if you wish to grow stronger than you are now, I would be more than willing to offer you guidance. After pondering for a moment, Teacher Lu nodded in agreement. As long as Sun Wukong could provide him with instruction, he was indifferent to whether Sun Wukong became his master. So, my fellow student, are you able to guide me? Inquired a sporty classmate. Absolutely. Son Gohan's doppelganger smiled. So, Son Gohan, could you offer me some guidance? inquired an unremarkable girl from the class. Her intention was not genuinely to seek instruction in cultivation, but rather to find a means to draw closer to Son Gohan. Son Gohan hesitated regarding his ability to teach. While imparting knowledge to a few individuals posed no significant challenge, the prospect of mentoring many would demand considerable time and effort. What troubles you, Son Gohan? At that moment, Biddy stepped forward, declaring, Son Gohan has already promised to instruct me in martial arts, leaving him no time to teach you. Is that so? Upon hearing this, the female classmate reluctantly abandoned her hopes of drawing closer to Son Gohan through guidance. Biddy Shappu observed the scene with evident distress. If he could not discern the complexity of the relationship between Biddy and Son Gohan, he would truly be incurably foolish. Biddy Eliza, who had entertained some notions regarding Son Gohan, resolved to interrogate Biddy thoroughly. If Biddy harbored feelings for Son Gohan, she would have to concede her pursuit of him. The scene unfolds at Baozi Mountain, within the gravity chamber. Son Gohan was currently training with Lagos in the gravity chamber when the door was suddenly flung open. A tall figure, adorned with bluish-green skin and flowing white hair, stood at the entrance. His eyes and lips were a striking purple, and around his neck rested a large, light blue halo. This person was none other than Whis. Upon seeing Whis, Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, rising from the ground of the gravity chamber. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your training. Greetings. My name is Whis, and I am a servant of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Whis. Indeed. May I come in? Whis inquired. Of course. Son Gohan nodded. Upon witnessing this, Whis promptly entered the gravity chamber. As Ragusa observed Whis effortlessly traversing the chamber under 300 times the normal gravity. A hint of astonishment appeared on his face. Greetings, your name is Son Gohan, is it not? Whis inquired as he approached Son Gohan. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong nodded. Feeling a surge of anxiety within him, it seemed he had not done anything particularly noteworthy, yet Whis had chosen to approach him. Son Wukong, I have come to inquire about the nature of destructive energy. Destructive energy? Indeed, as it is a technique exclusive to the gods of destruction. I wish to know from whom you learned this skill. An elderly gentleman in a dream taught me. An elderly gentleman in a dream. Whis exclaimed, clearly skeptical. What did this old man look like? He had white hair and a white beard, adorned in a blue robe embellished with stars. Stars? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, Whis stroked his chin with his right hand and inquired, So, Son Wukong, would you be willing to become a god of destruction? A god of destruction? What is that? A god of destruction is a deity responsible for annihilating planets, holding a position equivalent to that of a supreme Kai. Equivalent, indeed. However, supreme Kais typically do not dare provoke a god of destruction. Then, what about Lord Beerus? Lord Beerus is the current god of destruction. But don't you already have a god of destruction? Yes, precisely. That is why I have come to ask you if you would be interested in becoming the next god of destruction. If I agree. When would I assume the role of god of destruction? I am uncertain. It depends on when Lord Beerus is willing to step down. It could be in a few years, a few decades, or even several millennia. Son Wukong found himself at a loss for words. If that is the case, why did you not seek me out when Lord Beerus was willing to abdicate? No. My purpose for coming to Earth this time is primarily to inquire about the nature of destruction energy. However, if you are inclined to become a god of destruction, I could guide you in your training after Lord Beerus awakens. Awaken? Indeed, Lord Beerus is currently in slumber and is expected to awaken in approximately 5 years. Is that so? Then, Whis, do you happen to know how to transform the energy within into divine energy? Transform into divine energy? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. The transformation into divine energy is, in fact, quite simple. First, you must elevate the energy within you, and then allow it to transcend into the realm of the divine. Transcend? Indeed, unlike the Super Saiyan transformation, to ascend to the divine realm, one must first find inner tranquility. Find inner tranquility? Yes. Whis nodded. Then, Son Wukong, are you willing to become the next god of destruction? Son Gohan smiled and remarked, Well, we shall discuss this when Lord Beerus is willing to abdicate. Very well. If that is the case, I shall take my leave, he concluded. With that, Whis promptly exited the gravity chamber. Before departing, he cast a glance at Ragusa. Although he was familiar with most races throughout the universe, he had never encountered Ragusa. However, Whis did not dwell on this matter, for the cosmos is vast, and it was entirely plausible that Ragusa was a newly emerged race. Chapter 92. Love letters, calm yourself. Once Whis had departed, Son Gohan immediately endeavored to follow Whis's advice and center himself to transform. Huh! With a mighty shout, Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Master. Ragusa was taken aback, unsure of Son Gohan's intentions. No, wait. At that moment, Son Gohan reverted to his normal state, amplifying his energy and converting it into divine energy. After a brief interval, he clenched his hands tightly, his hair turning a radiant crimson, his physique becoming leaner, enveloped in an aura akin to the flames of the sun. His eyes widened, revealing his pupils, his skin became fairer, and his visage appeared youthful, embodying the transformation of a Super Saiyan god. In Universe 7, Whis, en route back to the God of Destruction's realm, halted abruptly upon sensing the aura of a Super Saiyan god. He utilized his staff to assess the situation on Earth. Through the crystal ball atop his staff, Whis quickly beheld Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan god. He pondered, I wonder what level of power Son Gohan will attain by the time Lord Beerus awakens. If his strength can rival that of Lord Beerus, it will certainly be a spectacle. With that thought, Whis lowered his staff and continued his flight forward. On Earth, Ragusa's face lit up with a smile upon witnessing Son Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan god. Master, you have once again mastered a new transformation. Son Wukong nodded slightly. What is this transformation of yours? Why can I not sense your energy at all? This Super Saiyan god. Super Saiyan god. In simple terms, it is the divine transformation of a Super Saiyan. For mere mortals cannot perceive the energy of a deity, which is why you are unable to sense my aura. Oh, I see. So, Master, is your Super Saiyan God transformation more powerful than Super Saiyan 4? No. It is merely a transformation that follows a different path than Super Saiyan 4. I understand, but I still prefer Super Saiyan 4, of course. I also admire your other transformations, Master. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong let out a long sigh and reverted to his normal state. The following morning, due to Son Wukong's remarkable performance in physical education, Shappu had entirely abandoned his thoughts of pursuing Bidalai. Elisa, unwilling to relinquish her pursuit of Son Wukong so easily, seized the opportunity during recess to take Bidalai outside the classroom. Elisa, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Bidalai inquired. Indeed. I have a matter of utmost importance to ask you. Elisa replied eagerly. Of utmost importance? Yes. Bidalai, do you harbor feelings for Son Wukong? Son Wukong. Upon hearing this, Bidalai's face flushed crimson. So it is true, she does have feelings for him? Not at all. I do not. Bidalai exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously. Oh, really? In that case, I can pursue Son Wukong without any reservations. Pursue Son Wukong. Bidalai was momentarily taken aback. If Elisa were to be with Son Wukong, wouldn't that make her his mentor's wife? Indeed, Son Wukong is exceptionally talented, handsome, and comes from a well-to-do family. He is the quintessential Prince Charming in every girl's heart. That is not true, Elisa. Son Wukong has many flaws. Flaws? Elisa turned her gaze toward Bidalai. Do you know Son Wukong well, Bidalai? Realizing she had misspoken, Bidalai quickly corrected herself. That's not. Bidalai, you wouldn't happen to like Son Wukong, would you? Is that why you said that? Absolutely not. Is that so? Then starting today, I shall pursue Son Wukong. Just then, the school bell rang. Bidalai, about to voice her thoughts, was interrupted by the sound of the bell. It's time for class, Bidalai. Shall we return to the classroom? Ah, yes. Bidalai nodded. The morning passed swiftly, and before they knew it, it was already noon. Bidalai had been preoccupied with the thought of Elisa pursuing Son Wukong, keeping a close watch on Elisa's movements throughout the morning. From her observations, Elisa had yet to make any moves. In the afternoon, while Elisa engaged in cheerful conversation with Son Wukong, she still had not confessed her feelings to him. As Son Wukong's doppelganger caught sight of Videl gazing intently at him, an immediate sense of unease stirred within him. Subsequently, he discreetly employed his telepathic abilities to discern the thoughts that occupied Videl's mind. Upon uncovering her innermost contemplations, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Evening descended. After Son Wukong finished packing his bag, he was about to return when he noticed Eliza placing a letter in his hand before swiftly turning away. Eliza, witnessing this, Bidalai, who was seated nearby, crushed the pen in her grasp. Son Gohan's doppelganger cast a glance at Bidalai, then placed the letter into his backpack and departed. Observing this, Bidalai hastily organized her own backpack and left the classroom. Upon returning home, Son Gohan's doppelganger opened the letter given by Eliza. It was a love letter, filled with expressions of Eliza's profound affection for him. Upon finishing the letter, Son Gohan's doppelganger immediately proceeded to the Capsule Corporation. Seeking out Son Gohan to deliver this heartfelt missive, Son Wukong retracted his doppelganger and swiftly learned of the events that transpired today. Master, what is this? As Ragusi was also present, she witnessed the love letter that Son Wukong's doppelganger had given to him. It is nothing. As Son Wukong spoke, he placed the love letter into the inventory of the system. Upon witnessing this, the system expressed a hint of disdain, saying, Master, could you refrain from placing such worthless paper in the inventory? Worthless paper? This is a love letter, imbued with immense sentimental value. It encapsulates my youth. Do you comprehend the essence of youth? Ah, so what you imply is that you will be considered old at the age of 100. Ahem. Son Wufan coughed softly. For ordinary humans, reaching the age of 100 is indeed an indication of old age. However, your master is exceptionally wise and formidable. Do you truly believe one could only live a century? Or is it that you desire to live for merely 100 years? What I meant to convey is that, Master, your youth is boundless. Oh, so that is what you meant. Your awareness is commendable. Once your dashing master ascends to the pinnacle of the universe, I shall bestow upon you the title of the second in the cosmos. I am the true first in the universe. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong felt disinclined to continue the argument with the system. Ragus, it is getting late. I should be on my way. Ragus nodded in agreement. Master, what was that letter all about? It is nothing of importance. Upon concluding his words, Son Wukong instantaneously transported himself back home. Chapter 93. The Battle Between Son Wukong and Vegeta. The following morning. Early in the morning, Son Wukong's doppelganger arrived at school, ready for class. Did you see that letter yesterday? Whispered Eliza, seated next to him. I did. What are your thoughts on it? Upon hearing the words of Son Wukong's doppelganger, Son Gohan cast a glance at the eavesdropping Videl, who had perked up her ears. I shall speak with you privately later, he proposed. Later? You mean after class? Videl replied eagerly. Indeed, said Eliza, nodding in agreement. Upon hearing this, Videl promptly ceased her clandestine listening, though a sense of unease began to stir within her. The duration of the class passed swiftly, and before long, the bell signaling the end of the lesson rang. Son Wukong's doppelganger escorted Eliza to the entrance of the classroom. Meanwhile, Bidalai feigned the need to use the restroom and passed by the two of them. Son Gohan's doppelganger wore a faint, enigmatic smile as he gazed at Bidalai. Had he been discovered? Upon witnessing this, Bidalai's heart instantly filled with a sense of panic. At that moment, Eliza also caught sight of Bidalai. Eliza. Bidalai turned to glance at Eliza, who nodded in acknowledgement. Bidalai, what brings you here? I was just using the restroom, Bidalai replied, hastening her steps forward. As Eliza watched Bidalai's retreating figure, she immediately turned to Son Gohan's doppelganger and inquired, So, what have you concluded regarding your considerations? Thank you for your affection, but you do not fit my ideal type. Upon hearing this, Eliza felt a pang of disappointment. Then what type does Son Gohan prefer? Is it someone like Bidalai? I am fond of those who possess martial skills and are gentle and considerate. Son Gohan chuckled. Is that so? If one possesses martial arts skills, it aligns more with Bidalai, but as for tenderness and consideration, I am uncertain. So, do you truly like or dislike Bidalai? Elisa, we are about to commence our class. Son Gohan's doppelganger smiled and said, Classmate Son Gohan, could you please share? I assure you, I shall not reveal it to classmate Biddy. Upon hearing the words of Son Wukong's doppelganger, disbelief washed over her face. They were close friends, and it was likely that he would hastily betray her to Eliza. With this thought in mind, the doppelganger swiftly turned and returned to the classroom. After a brief interval, the class bell rang, and Eliza re-entered the room. Baidili noticed Eliza's demeanor and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, silently relishing the moment. 2 days swiftly passed. Today marked the weekend, and Baidili had risen early to practice at Steamed Bun Mountain. Baidili. Ragusi greeted her amicably. Baidili nodded in acknowledgement. Baidili. Master received a letter a few days ago, but I have no idea what it contained. He wouldn't let me see it. A letter? Baidili pondered. As a realization struck her. Indeed. Baidili, do you have any idea what it might be? It's a love letter. Ragusi gasped in surprise. Master has received quite a few love letters in these past 2 days. If there are many, does that mean I might soon have a mistress? Not certain. But Master has yet to respond to them. That's a relief. Speaking of which, a few years ago, a golden-haired sister came seeking Master, He claimed she was his mistress. A golden-haired sister? Yes. She practiced aerial techniques, was quite tall, and had a lovely figure. Is that so? Ragusi nodded thoughtfully. Time flew by, and soon a week had elapsed. Steamed Bun Mountain awaited. At this moment, Son Gohan stood upon a grassy expanse, assessing his combat prowess. Name, Son Gohan. Gender, male. Combat power, 1 trillion. As the World Martial Arts Tournament was set to take place in West City in just over 2 weeks, Biddy Lee expressed her desire to participate in this prestigious event and submitted a request to the school for a leave of absence lasting more than 2 weeks. Presently, she was also on the same verdant field, diligently practicing the Kaioken technique. Kaioken. With a resounding shout, a crimson aura immediately enveloped Biddy Lee. Double Kaioken. It was at that moment that a figure descended from the sky. It was none other than Vegeta. Son Gohan, Uncle Vegeta. Vegeta nodded. Gohan, where is my father? Vegeta, my father is currently on King Kai's planet. Gohan, is he still on King Kai's planet? Vegeta, yes, Uncle Vegeta. Gohan, when will he return? Vegeta, I believe he will be back in the evening. Gohan, in the evening, can you call him back now? I wish to challenge him to a duel. Vegeta, a duel? I was supposed to face Kakarot 7 years ago, but at that time, Kakarot suddenly suffered a heart condition, which led to the termination of our battle. Thus, I have returned today to challenge Kakarot once more. Gohan, then I shall ask my father. As Sun Wukong spoke, he instantaneously transported himself to the North Kai's planet. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded and said, Father, Uncle Vegeta wishes to challenge you to a duel. A duel? But I am currently immersed in my training. Perhaps another day would be more suitable? This matter still concerns you. Father, it would be best if you spoke to him yourself. With a nod, Sun Wukong executed a swift, instant teleportation and returned to Earth. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong returned to Earth as well. Kakarot. Sun Wukong nodded and said, Vegeta, regarding your desire to battle me, Gohan has informed me. However, I must focus on my training for now, perhaps another day? Humph. Vegeta scoffed. Training can be pursued at any time. It is not a matter of this particular day. Kakarot, today I must determine our victor. Very well then. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong pondered momentarily and nodded in agreement. Are we to engage in battle? Upon hearing of the impending confrontation, Dilly and the others immediately ceased their training. Vegeta clenched his hands with great force, emanating an astonishing aura that surged upwards rapidly. Before long, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, swiftly ascending to the state of Super Saiyan 2. ZZZ. Boom. With an overwhelming display of power, Vegeta achieved his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta chuckled and said, Well then, Kakarot, shall we commence? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. As soon as his voice faded, Vegeta charged fiercely towards him. With both hands clenched, Sun Wukong remained steadfast in his position. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast punches aimed directly at Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong evaded, he clashed his fists with Vegeta's. The ground around them instantly erupted in a cloud of dust. Bang! At that moment, Vegeta clenched his right fist tightly and delivered a powerful blow, sending Sun Wukong staggering backward. Chapter 94. Encounter with Android 18. With a resounding roar, Sun Wukong swiftly propelled himself towards Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick with his right foot. Bang! Vegeta raised his left hand to block the blow, staggering back a few steps. In an instant, Vegeta swiftly lifted both fists, launching a counterattack towards Sun Wukong. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong manifested high in the sky. Simultaneously, Vegeta appeared in the same lofty expanse. In an instant, both warriors unleashed a radiant golden aura, propelling themselves towards one another. Swiftly, they collided, entangled in a fierce struggle amidst the heavens. Whoosh! Boom! Bang! The sheer velocity of their movements rendered Dilly utterly incapable of discerning the intricacies of their battle. Whoosh! Boom! Bang! Suddenly, both combatants concentrated a vast reservoir of energy in their hands, launching formidable waves of power at each other. The sky soon became a canvas of explosions and the fiery aftermath they conjured. Vegeta roared, charging forth at full speed towards Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong likewise charged towards Vegeta at full speed. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves face to face, engaging in an intense battle. With a resounding crash, Son Wukong's right fist struck forcefully against Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta let out a pained cry, enduring the agony in his midsection as he retaliated with a punch aimed at Son Wukong's own abdomen. With a piercing cry, Son Wukong unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist towards Vegeta. Bang! With a powerful right hook, Son Wukong struck Vegeta squarely in the face. However, in the very next moment, Vegeta retaliated with a forceful punch that landed on Son Wukong's visage. The exchanges between the two were nearly impossible to distinguish in terms of superiority. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! After a brief skirmish, Vegeta launched a fierce kick with his right foot, sending Son Wukong crashing down to the ground. The earth was immediately enveloped in a cloud of dust. Panting heavily, Vegeta cast his gaze upon the ground. Just then, a golden aura erupted from the swirling dust, dispersing it in all directions. With a light chuckle, Vegeta swiftly appeared before Son Wukong, preparing to launch his next attack. With a swift motion, Son Wukong raised his arms to fend off Vegeta's assault while retreating. Bam! Vegeta clenched his right fist with force, delivering a powerful blow that sent Son Wukong sprawling. Before Son Wukong could regain his composure, Vegeta swiftly conjured a golden energy sphere in his right hand and hurled it towards him. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as the energy wave detonated upon impact with the ground, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. A smirk crept onto Vegeta's lips, revealing a hint of arrogance. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Vegeta, swiftly raising a leg to deliver a kick. Crash! Vegeta was thrust forward by the force of the kick, crashing into a massive mountain ahead of him. The mountain was immediately engulfed in a swirling cloud of dust and debris. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong let out a deep sigh. How infuriating! Vegeta, filled with rage, swiftly emerged from the mountains, his hands gathering a tremendous amount of energy waves to launch an assault on Son Wukong. This technique is none other than the renowned Prince's combat style from the Dragon Ball universe. Whoosh! Boom! 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 In the face of Vegeta's energy wave barrage, Son Wukong quickly evaded to the sides. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta propelled himself at full speed towards Son Wukong. In no time, Vegeta found himself in front of Son Wukong, ready to strike. As Son Wukong deftly evaded his opponent's strikes, he engaged in a fierce battle with Vegeta. With a thunderous clash, their right knees collided with tremendous force. In an instant, their hands grasped each other, and they exerted all their strength against the ground. The earth trembled under the immense pressure of their auras. At that moment, Videl stood in awe, rendered speechless by the intensity of their combat. Although she could not discern the intricacies of their struggle, the violent sounds and the destruction they wreaked upon the terrain were unmistakable to her senses. After a moment of stalemate, both warriors simultaneously exerted their strength, forcing one another back. Exhausted from the exertion, they paused, panting heavily. "Kakarot!" Vegeta exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face as he regarded Son Wukong. This battle, though exceptionally arduous, had revealed that his power was now on par with that of Son Wukong, if not surpassing it. Vegeta, upon witnessing this, Son Wukong also broke into laughter. However, his smile was born from a mutual respect between adversaries. Ha! Accompanied by a resounding shout. The two charged at one another once more, engaging in a fierce battle atop Baozi Mountain. After a considerable duration, both warriors found themselves felled to the ground simultaneously. Exhausted from their exertions, they struggled to rise to their feet. "A tie, perhaps?" Deely exclaimed with wide-eyed astonishment. Son Wukong nodded affirmatively and swiftly ascended, administering 2 sins of beans for them to consume. After ingesting the beans, both individuals rapidly regained their health and vitality. "Kakarot, our battle this time ended in a draw. However, when I train to become even stronger, I shall undoubtedly defeat you." "Very well." Son Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta immediately turned and soared towards the direction of West City. "Father!" Son Wukong's son, Son Wutian, dashed forth to stand before him. Son Wukong nodded and glanced at Son Gohan and Son Goten, saying, "Well then, Gohan, Goten, I shall return to the North Kai's planet to cultivate." "Indeed." The two responded with a nod. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong instantaneously transported himself back to the North Kai's planet to continue his training. The North Kai, startled by Son Wukong's sudden appearance, exclaimed, "Wukong, having just engaged in battle with Vegeta, you don't take a moment to rest before resuming your training? Is there something amiss, my Lord Kai?" To which Wukong replied, "Isn't Vegeta also back to his training?" The North Kai, at a loss for words, sighed, "Forget it. I simply cannot comprehend you Saiyans. It seems your sole pursuits are combat and becoming stronger." Wukong retorted, "But my Lord Kai, aren't eating and sleeping also part of life?" The North Kai was left speechless once again, feeling that conversation was futile. As time swiftly passed, more than 2 weeks had gone by. Today marked the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament. For this event, aside from Son Gohan, Trunks, Biddy Lee, and Ragus, others would not be participating in the tournament. Son Gohan merely came to observe the excitement, as the World Martial Arts Tournament is divided into junior and adult categories. The younger Son Gohan and Trunks could only compete in the junior division. Once all four had registered, Son Gohan took them for a leisurely stroll outside. Suddenly, he spotted a figure that was strikingly familiar. It was none other than Android 18. Chapter 95. Videl vs. Android 18. Son Gohan called out to Android 18. Upon hearing his voice, Android 18 quickly spotted Son Gohan and his group of 5. Son Wukong nodded. "Android 18, are you here to attend this conference?" Android 18 nodded in response. "What about your father and the others? Are they not participating in this gathering?" "No." "Then, will you be joining this conference?" Android 18 continued to inquire. If Son Wukong were to participate in this event, she certainly would have no hope of claiming victory. "I am not participating. I am here to bring my disciple to this conference." "Your disciple?" Android 18 glanced toward Ragusa and the others. Son Gohan nodded. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now." "Very well." With a smile, Son Wukong spoke. Upon finishing her words, Android 18 immediately stepped forward. Ragus gazed at Android 18 as she departed, remaining outwardly silent, yet within her heart, tumultuous waves were already crashing. Previously, Ragus had assumed that Son Wukong's suggestion of making Android 18 her mentor was merely a jest. However, given their unexpected encounter at the World Martial Arts Tournament and Son Wukong's recent demeanor towards Android 18, it seemed entirely plausible that she might indeed become her mentor. Shortly thereafter, the youth division of the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced, as the adult division was scheduled to begin only after the youth matches concluded. Ragus and her companions joined Son Wukong in watching the competition involving Son Gohan and the others. Son Wukong and Trunks possess formidable strength, effortlessly advancing to the finals. Congratulations to competitors Son Wukong and Trunks for reaching the championship match. Now, let us invite both participants to the stage for this esteemed final of the youth division. With a swift motion, they leaped onto the competition platform. Do either of the contestants have any words to share? If not, I shall officially declare the commencement of the match. Both competitors shook their heads in response. Observing this, the referee promptly announced to the audience, "I hereby declare the finals of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament for the Youth Division officially commenced." Upon hearing the call, Sun Wutian and Trunks immediately assumed their combat stances. With a resounding shout, Sun Wutian surged forward, taking the initiative to charge at Trunks. In response, Trunks propelled himself forward as well. The sound of their clash resonated. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. Soon, they stood before each other, engaged in a fierce battle. Their movements were so swift that the audience could scarcely follow them. Even when visible, it was only in fleeting moments when they abruptly halted. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. As the air crackled with the ferocity of their strikes, the ground beneath them fractured with each step. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. Moments later, both combatants soared into the air, continuing their fierce exchange. Due to Son Gohan's prohibition on energy blasts, they were confined to utilizing their fists and feet for their assaults. After a prolonged struggle, Trunks clenched his right fist tightly and delivered a powerful blow that sent Sun Wutian flying. Swiftly, he darted behind Sun Wutian, bringing both hands down like a hammer upon his foe's body. Bang! Sun Wutian descended swiftly towards the arena like a meteorite. Just as he was about to plummet onto the stage, he suddenly halted midair and gracefully employed the technique of flight to land on the platform. At that moment, Trunks descended from the sky, standing before Sun Wutian. With a hearty chuckle, Sun Wutian once again clenched his fist and charged towards Trunks. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In no time, Sun Wutian closed the distance to unleash his assault on Trunks. Raising his arms defensively, Trunks resisted Sun Wutian's onslaught while retreating. Suddenly, with a swift motion reminiscent of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, Trunks executed a maneuver that sent Sun Wutian tumbling to the ground. With a powerful thrust of his right hand, Son Wukong propelled himself backward onto the ground. Trunks chuckled softly, planting his right foot firmly on the ground behind him, and swiftly charged towards Son Wukong. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! Before long, Trunks stood before Son Wukong, relentlessly pushing him back. Ha! After retreating several meters, Son Wukong abruptly halted, delivering a heavy punch to Trunks' face. Bang! Following the impact of Son Wukong's strike, Trunks quickly retaliated. The audience seated in the stands gasped in astonishment. Is this truly just a competition for the youth category? Bang! Just as the crowd was taken aback, the two young fighters' right fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing a massive wave of energy that spread across the arena. Subsequently, they swiftly retracted their fists, engaging in a flurry of blows as swift as lightning. After a prolonged exchange, Trunks seized the opportunity while Son Wukong was momentarily distracted, knocking him off the competition stage. Son Gohan watched helplessly as his younger brother was defeated. Despite his earnest efforts to teach Goten, the latter's playful nature, coupled with Vegeta's rigorous training of Trunks, had led to Trunks possessing a slight edge in strength. Nevertheless, Gohan was quite philosophical about the outcomes of matches, understanding that victory and defeat are part of the game. Following the conclusion of the junior group competition, the adult group matches were set to commence shortly. Consequently, Videl and Ragusa, after watching the earlier matches, hastened to participate in the adult competition. Unlike the original narrative, this time the matches did not involve a punching machine. Instead, participants were assigned numbers for their bouts. Videl and Ragusa effortlessly advanced through the preliminaries, securing their places in the top 8. Mr. Satan, who did not partake in this competition, felt a surge of joy upon seeing Videl reach the quarterfinals. At that moment, Ragusa and Videl were engaged in conversation. Videl, that android 18 is the Master's wife. Ragusa exclaimed. Wife of the Master. Videl gasped in surprise. Indeed, I refrained from mentioning it earlier while the Master was present. Moreover, your next opponent is her. Videl nodded slightly. Her strength seems formidable. Ragusa affirmed. It appears she can finish opponents with a single blow, so you must be cautious. Understood. Videl nodded resolutely and swiftly leaped onto the stage. Is this your Master's disciple? Android 18 remarked as she too ascended the competition platform. Since both contestants are now on stage, let the match commence. The referee announced. The two nodded in acknowledgement, and the referee stepped back from the arena. Videl, recalling Ragusa's warning, charged towards Android 18 with determination. Suddenly, with a swift movement, Android 18 began to defend while retreating. In an instant, she forcefully pushed Videl away, sending her flying. Videl managed to regain her balance by firmly planting her feet on the ground. Just then, Android 18's figure appeared behind Videl. Videl, Ragusa attempted to warn her, but it was too late. Android 18's right foot struck Videl in the back. With a resounding impact, Videl was propelled into the air beyond the competition platform. However, thanks to her mastery of flight, she did not fall, but instead hovered gracefully in midair. This astonishing display left many spectators in awe. She can fly? As Piccolo witnessed her fortunate escape from tumbling off the competition stage, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Swiftly, she pivoted and soared back onto the arena. Android 18 let out a light chuckle, her form darting like lightning as she charged towards Piccolo. With a serious expression, Piccolo met her head-on. Just as Android 18 was about to reach her, her figure abruptly vanished, reappearing behind Piccolo. Startled, Piccolo found herself at the receiving end of a powerful blow from Android 18's clenched fist, sending her flying off the competition stage. Piccolo was eliminated, and Android 18 emerged victorious. Seeing this, Regis rushed to assist Piccolo. Are you alright, Piccolo? I'm fine. However, this Android 18 is exceptionally formidable. You must be cautious when you face her later. Understood, Regis nodded. Subsequently, the second match of the top 8 commenced, with Regis guiding Piccolo to a side to observe the contest. The two male contenders in the second match, associated with Mr. Satan, lacked any significant intrigue. In the third match, Regis easily defeated her opponent, advancing to the finals. The fourth match of the top 8, much like the second, offered little excitement. Regis and Android 18 did not encounter each other in the finals, thus both progressed to the Grand Championship battle. Esteemed audience, we have finally arrived at the grand finale of this tournament. Let us now welcome our finalists, Regis and Android 18, to the stage. Upon hearing this, Regis and Android 18 promptly leaped onto the competition platform. Ladies and gentlemen, This tournament is markedly different from previous ones. As you can see, both finalists are female. Upon hearing this, Android 18 cast a displeased glance at the referee. Do you have any objections regarding female competitors? Not at all. It is simply rare for female contestants to reach the finals, and I wanted to highlight this for everyone. The referee clarified. Enough with the trivialities. Announce the beginning of the match. Yes. The referee nodded. All right, esteemed audience, without further ado, I officially declare the commencement of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament Grand Finals. As the referee concluded, he swiftly descended from the competition platform. The android number 18, upon witnessing this, immediately assumed a combative stance, focusing intently on Ragusa. Suddenly, with a burst of speed, android 18 lunged towards Ragusa. In response, Ragusa mirrored the action, charging at android 18. Before long, the two found themselves face to face, their fists and feet striking like the wind in a flurry of attacks. They evaded and countered, each striving to land a blow on the other. Due to Gohan's restrictions on Ragusa using glass or energy waves, she was compelled to rely solely on her physical prowess to defeat android 18. With a resounding impact, Ragusa clenched her right fist tightly and delivered a powerful blow that sent android 18 reeling backwards. Gritting her teeth, android 18 quickly regained her composure and charged at Ragusa once more. In that instant, Ragusa's figure flickered, appearing behind android 18. Startled, android 18 spun around just in time to receive a punch that struck her chin, forcing her to stagger back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Ragusa advanced rapidly, launching a flurry of attacks. With each strike, android 18 found herself retreating under the relentless assault. In a moment of focus, Ragusa clenched her right fist again, delivering a forceful punch that sent android 18 flying to the edge of the competition platform. Ragusa contemplated forming glass to strike at android 18, but remembering Gohan's instruction, she abandoned the thought. Observing the edge of the platform, android 18 broke into a cold sweat. She had initially presumed that Ragusa's strength would only surpass that of Videl by a few times, yet the disparity in their abilities was staggering. In that moment, Ragusa surged forward once more. Android 18, determined, propelled herself off the ground, charging at Ragusa with renewed vigor. Soon, they were once again locked in combat. But Ragusa's superior strength and speed quickly placed android 18 at a disadvantage. Frustrated, android 18 took to the skies. Ragusa, not to be outdone, followed her into the air. As the two engaged in aerial combat, the sounds of their strikes echoed like a tempest. After a brief skirmish, Ragusa executed a flying kick that sent android 18 hurtling out of the competition platform. With that, android 18 was eliminated, and Ragusa emerged victorious. Gohan. Android 18 brushed off the dust from her attire and glanced at Gohan, who was seated in the audience. Ragusa, the disciple she had trained, was poised for greatness. Had it not been for her, the title of champion would have undoubtedly been hers. Esteemed contestants and viewers, I hereby announce the official champion of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament, our very own contestant, Ragusa. Ragusa, do you have anything you wish to express? The referee directed the microphone towards Ragusa. Nothing much to say, except I would like to inquire about the whereabouts of the 10 million prize. The prize? You'll need to consult the staff for that, but I suspect it won't be available until tomorrow. In that case, I won't be able to treat my master to dinner today. Master, may I ask who your master is? My master is Gohan. Gohan. The referee was taken aback. Are you referring to the champion of the youth division from the previous tournament, Gohan? Indeed. Ragusa nodded affirmatively. In the audience, Sharp and others, who had come to support Videl in this tournament, were utterly astonished upon hearing Ragusa's declaration. Gohan is the master of this tournament's champion. Indeed. Eliza nodded. While I was aware of Gohan's prowess, I had no idea he was this formidable. Meanwhile, Gohan, seated in the audience, found himself at a loss for words. Before the competition, he had specifically asked Ragusa not to mention his name, and now, to his dismay, she had completely forgotten that instruction after her victory. He was already quite renowned at school, and now with Ragusa's revelation, he could anticipate an influx of students eager to seek him as their mentor. However, it was too late to address Ragusa now. It seemed his master had advised him against revealing his identity. On the competition stage, moments after mentioning Gohan's name, Ragusa suddenly regained her memory. She hurriedly descended the stage, taking Videl with her to find Gohan. Master, I'm so sorry. I forgot I was supposed to say your name. Ragusa apologized to Gohan. It's all right. Just focus on your training when you return, Gohan reassured her. Son Gohan smiled and said, let us train diligently, shall we? Indeed. Starting tomorrow, we shall double our training. No, Master. I truly forgot for a moment. Bitterly, please assist me in pleading with Master. Master, Ragusa may have simply had a fleeting lapse of memory. Could you kindly forgive her this once? Yes, yes. Ragusa nodded eagerly. Very well, it shall be for half a month. Master. Ragusa looked at Son Gohan with an expression of utmost innocence. Then it shall be 1 month. Master. Half a month, as you just mentioned. A gentleman's word is as binding as 10 steeds. Indeed, as steadfast as a team of 4 horses. Bitterly interjected. As steadfast as a team of 4 horses. Ragusa smiled brightly. All right then, Master, I shall receive a prize of 10 million. Once my winnings arrive tomorrow, I shall treat you to a meal. Son Gohan nodded. The following day, Ragus once again arrived at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, where the staff presented her with a prize of 10 million. 10 million. Ragus gazed at the stack of cash in her hands, unable to suppress a joyful smile. Since her arrival on Earth, her every need had been provided for by Son Gohan, and this was the first time she had earned money that truly belonged to her. She intended to use this fortune to purchase several exquisite outfits and a mobile phone. Once she had decided how to spend her newfound wealth, Ragus immediately sought out Son Gohan and the others, treating the 4 of them to a lavish meal at a restaurant. However, when the bill arrived, totaling over 1 million, she was momentarily taken aback. She and Bitterly had barely eaten much, which implied that Son Gohan, Trunks, and Son Goten had consumed over 1 million in just 1 meal. This meant that her 10 million prize would only suffice for 10 meals for Son Gohan and his companions. Fortunately, she had not invited Son Wukong to join them. Otherwise, she estimated that she would have to spend nearly 200,000 on his meal alone. Despite her astonishment, Ragus settled the bill. After the meal, as Son Gohan and the others showed little interest in shopping for clothes, they allowed Bitterly to accompany Ragus on her shopping expedition while they returned home. Upon arriving home, Son Gohan retrieved the celestial mirror from the system to examine the situation in the GT universe. The timeline of the GT universe diverged from that of Dragon Ball Super by more than a decade. At this point, in the GT timeline, Baby had already made his appearance, having taken possession of Vegeta. Utilizing the Black Star Dragon Balls that Son Goku had gathered from the GT timeline, a new planet, Sifru, had been created. The significant time disparity between the 2 timelines primarily stemmed from Akira Toriyama's decision to conclude Dragon Ball Z. Later, Toei Animation received authorization from Shueisha to produce a sequel to the Dragon Ball Z universe, leading to the creation of Dragon Ball GT. Although the story outline was not crafted by Toriyama himself, he participated in the character designs and related illustrations. Dragon Ball Super was produced long after the conclusion of Dragon Ball GT, resulting in a vast temporal divide between the 2 timelines. Through the celestial mirror, Son Gohan witnessed the transformation of Son Goku into a golden great ape, triggered by the Bulma's light emitted from Earth. Is it about to begin? Upon witnessing the devastation wrought by the uncontrollable Goku from the GT timeline, Son Gohan promptly utilized the heavenly mirror to arrive at the planet Zafel in the GT universe. Father, Xiao Fang exclaimed, her face instantly registering surprise at the sudden appearance of Son Gohan. However, she soon discerned the differences between him and the Gohan of the GT timeline. While the GT version was undoubtedly handsome, he was considerably older, and their attire varied significantly. Boom. At that moment, the city created by Baby was once again ravaged by the out-of-control Goku from the GT timeline. In response, Xiaofeng hurriedly rushed to intervene. Grandfather, it's me, Xiaofeng. Wake up. Grandfather, she shouted, attempting to rouse the GT Goku. Yet, he remained unresponsive, continuing his rampage. Grandfather, Xiaofeng called out again. Memories of her time with the GT Goku flooding her mind, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She retrieved a family photograph from her backpack. Look, Grandfather, this is you. And this is Grandma Chi-Chi, she said, holding the picture toward him. In a fit of rage, the GT Goku roared and lunged at Xiaofeng. She instinctively recoiled, and the photo was inadvertently torn from her grasp, landing in the hands of the GT Goku. The photograph, he exclaimed, staring at the image in his hand, as dormant memories began to awaken. Grandfather. A single tear fell from Xiaofeng's eye, landing on the GT Goku's finger. Curiously, he raised his finger to taste the tear, and in that moment, his memories surged back. With a mighty grasp towards the heavens, he unleashed a primal roar, his aura exploding forth. Boom! Lightning struck, and the surrounding dust was violently stirred. Moments later, a striking figure emerged from the swirling debris, an impressive man with red fur and clad in yellow trousers. Transformed into Super Saiyan 4, the GT Goku. Why, you are grandfather? Xiaofeng stammered. The GT Goku responded with a radiant smile. It truly is you, grandfather. Xiaofeng rejoiced. Now, grandfather. Can you defeat baby? I don't know. The GT Goku replied, glancing at a mirror before it shattered into pieces. Chapter 98. Baby transforms into a great ape. By the way, grandfather, I just saw someone who looks remarkably like father. Upon hearing this, the GT Goku turned his gaze towards Son Gohan. Who are you? I am Son Gohan from another timeline. Another timeline? What brings you here? It is of no consequence. I merely came to witness the battle. Witnessing a conflict? Surely, you would not harm Xiaofeng, would you? As Goku's timeline has been altered, Son Gohan remains vigilant in the presence of his counterpart, wary of the potential threat posed by baby's control over him. Son Gohan smiled and remarked, if I had intended to harm Xiaofeng, I could have easily done so while you were out of control just moments ago. In the GT timeline, Son Wukong, observing the brightness in Son Gohan's eyes, sensed he was not under control and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Xiaofeng, you stay here. I shall deal with baby. All right, grandpa. Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately soared towards baby's location. Inside a towering building, baby was consumed by panic, contemplating his next move. After successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Son Wukong's aura was overwhelmingly potent. In his current possession of Vegeta's body, he stood no chance against GT timeline Son Wukong. Damn it, what is going on? Isn't Vegeta a pure-blooded Saiyan? Why hasn't he been affected by the Blutz waves emanating from Earth, transforming into a giant ape? It must be due to the lack of a tail, Lord Baby, remarked GT timeline Bulma, who stood beside him. The tail. Indeed, Lord Baby, although Vegeta currently lacks a tail. If we amplify the energy of the Blutz waves 1,000-fold and direct it at him, I believe he should still be able to transform into a giant ape. 1,000-fold. But won't that be dangerous? There's no time to ponder, Lord Baby. This is the only method we have to defeat Son Wukong. Bang! No sooner had she spoken than GT timeline Son Wukong crashed through the window, standing before baby. I've found you, baby. Son Wukong. Baby hissed through clenched teeth. His face twisted with rage. Had he known matters would escalate to this point, he should have eliminated GT timeline Son Wukong at once. You despicable Saiyan. GT timeline Bulma spat disdainfully at GT timeline Son Wukong, her mind tainted by baby's control, imbued with the thoughts of the Tuffle race. Bulma, Son Wukong exclaimed, quickly shifting his gaze back to baby. Baby, it's time we brought this to a conclusion. Upon hearing this, baby immediately took flight, retreating. Conclusion? What a joke. There's no way we can win. Son Wukong chuckled lightly, swiftly positioning himself before baby. Damn it, I will fight you, baby declared, gathering his energy into a concentrated wave, launching it at the awaiting GT timeline Son Wukong. Son Wukong deftly evaded baby's energy wave with agile movements, slipping to the left and right with ease. What? Baby gasped in disbelief. Is this all you've got, baby? Damn it. With a determined grit, baby raised his hands to the heavens, proclaiming, all Z fighters, lift your hands and lend me your strength to obliterate this detestable Saiyan. Upon hearing their master's call, the Earthlings of Planet Z swiftly raised their hands, channeling their energy to baby. In no time, a massive sphere of dark energy coalesced in his palms. This ominous orb was none other than the vengeful Death Ball, which had nearly annihilated Son Goku from the GT timeline. Vengeful Death Ball, baby bellowed, launching the sphere towards Son Goku. Observing this, Son Goku of the GT timeline chuckled lightly, remaining resolute in his stance. Just as the Death Ball was about to make contact, he suddenly shouted, delivering a powerful kick that sent the vengeful sphere hurtling away from Planet Z. A tremendous explosion echoed through the cosmos as the Death Ball detonated. Incredible, Grandpa! Xiaofeng exclaimed in exuberance. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan, standing nearby, became aware of Gohan's gaze directed towards him. Following Mr. Satan's line of sight, Xiaofeng soon spotted Gohan looking her way. Though this Gohan was not from their timeline, he was still akin to her father. My name is Xiaofeng. May I ask how to address you? She inquired of Gohan. Son Wukong is merely 17 years old, which is not much older than Xiaofeng. Hence, Xiaofang inquires how she should address Son Wukong. Son Gohan chuckled. You may simply call me brother. Brother. Xiaofang gazed at Son Gohan's face, finding it difficult to address him as such. No matter how she looked at it, his visage resembled that of her father. How old are you this year? 17. A 17-year-old father. Xiaofang mused quietly to herself. If Son Gohan were indeed only 17, then addressing him as brother seemed entirely appropriate. Moreover, she recalled that her parents had met when they were both 17. How is it that you arrived in our timeline? Did you, like Trunks, come through a time machine? No. Son Gohan shook his head. Then how did you arrive in our timeline? A secret. Son Gohan smiled. Upon seeing this, Xiaofang chose not to inquire further. Suddenly, a tremendous force sent Baby crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, GT Timeline Son Goku swiftly landed before Baby. At that moment, GT Timeline Bulma approached, having prepared the Bulma Light device, and aimed it at Baby. Lord Baby, I have come to assist you. No, Bulma. Baby cried out, intending to stop her, but Bulma had already pressed the launch button. A brilliant beam of light emanated from the Bulma Light device, illuminating Baby. GT Timeline Son Goku gasped in shock. Baby screamed in agony, transforming into a golden Great Ape, just as the previous GT Timeline Son Goku had. Once transformed, Baby immediately began to wreak havoc around him. Lord Baby. GT Timeline Bulma's expression shifted to one of terror upon witnessing this. Her intention had been to aid Baby, yet she inadvertently pushed him into a state of uncontrollable rage. Seeing this, GT Timeline Son Goku, filled with fury, flew in front of Baby to intervene. Chapter 99. Son Gohan takes action with a swift motion. A fiery energy blast coalesced in Baby's mouth, aimed at the airborne GT Timeline Son Goku. Startled, GT Timeline Son Goku quickly dodged. Boom. The energy blast missed its target and exploded in the sky. At that moment, GT Timeline Son Goku seemed to have a revelation. His eyes widening. You haven't lost control. Ha. Baby laughed heartily. Indeed, Son Goku. I have not lost control. It was Vegeta who transformed into the ape, not me. How could I possibly lose control alongside him? Damn it. GT Timeline Son Goku exclaimed angrily. Baby smirked. All right, Son Goku. Weren't you saying you wanted to settle things with me? Let us conclude this now. Very well. GT Timeline Son Goku nodded. Baby chuckled softly, suddenly vanishing and reappearing behind GT Timeline Son Goku. Grandpa, watch out behind you. Xiaofang shouted urgently. Baby roared, launching a powerful punch forward. GT Timeline Son Goku quickly darted forward, evading the blow. Baby scoffed, swiftly advancing. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Amidst the cacophony of explosive sounds, the two figures darted through the sky, engaged in a fierce battle. Moments later, Baby seized GT Timeline Son Goku with both hands, tightening his grip forcefully. GT Timeline Son Goku let out a cry of pain. Ha ha ha. Baby laughed heartily. Son Wukong, were you not just feeling quite pleased with yourself? Indeed, replied GT Timeline Son Wukong, ceasing his wailing and revealing a faint smile. What? Baby exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, GT Timeline Son Wukong let out a loud roar, breaking free from Baby's grasp. Damn it! Baby exclaimed furiously. At that moment, he could hardly discern that GT Timeline Son Wukong had merely been toying with him. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong gently stroked his chin. Previously, he regarded Vegeta as an ostentatious figure, labeling him the king of pretension. However, after observing the battle between Goku and Baby in the GT timeline, he experienced a profound epiphany. Indeed, Vegeta may embody the title of the king of show-offs. Yet Goku possesses a commendable flair for flamboyance as well. Notably, Vegeta is a fusion of Goku and himself, with Goku serving as the primary consciousness. Thus, it becomes evident that the true king of pretension has always been Goku. As these thoughts crossed Son Wukong's mind, Goku in the GT timeline seized Baby's right hand with both of his own and forcefully slammed him to the ground. With a thunderous roar, Baby's body crashed heavily onto the earth, creating a cloud of dust that surged upward like a water column. Moments later, Baby managed to rise from the ground and soared into the sky above the city. Goku in the GT timeline chuckled and inquired, "How do you fare, Baby?" Baby snorted disdainfully. "Goku, do not become too complacent. Our contest has only just commenced." "Is that so?" Goku retorted, his figure flashing as he charged towards Baby. In no time, he was before Baby, launching an attack. Baby shouted as he retaliated with his own forward strike. The sounds of impact echoed, bang, bang, bang. Due to Goku's smaller stature and remarkable speed, Baby found himself at the receiving end of the onslaught. With a resounding crash, Baby plummeted to the ground like a shooting star, raising a cloud of dust that soared hundreds of feet into the air. When the dust settled, Baby lay in a considerable crater, appearing quite disheveled. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly rose from the ground. Suddenly, Goku from the GT timeline appeared before Baby. Noticing this, Baby raised his right index finger and unleashed a pink energy wave toward Goku. Goku deftly sidestepped to the left, evading the attack. Baby, where are you aiming? Goku taunted. How dare you underestimate me? Baby retorted furiously. At that moment, he caught sight of Chi-Chi and Biddy behind Goku. Goku, I recall them to be your family, correct? Upon hearing this, Goku turned to look, spotting Chi-Chi and Biddy. What are you scheming, Baby? Haha. Baby laughed heartily, condensing a pink energy wave in his right index finger and aiming it at the two women. You despicable fiend, Goku exclaimed, immediately pivoting to save them. Just then, a figure appeared, executing a swift teleportation that whisked the two women away. It was, in fact, Son Gohan. Boom. The energy wave detonated upon contact with the ground. Son Gohan. Upon seeing Son Gohan, Baby's face immediately displayed a hint of astonishment. He had previously possessed Son Gohan, and thus it seemed implausible that Gohan would suddenly come to their aid. Moreover, the Son Gohan before him appeared younger than the one he was familiar with. Gohan. Meanwhile, the Son Goku from the GT timeline also exhibited a moment of surprise. Although he was aware that the Son Gohan before him belonged to a different timeline, he was taken aback to witness his ability to teleport. After rescuing Chi-Chi and Videl, Gohan swiftly brought them to the side of Little Fong and Mr. Satan. And then he retrieved the Shadow Battle Axe from the system, exclaiming, Shadow Battle Axe, protect them. The axe nodded in acknowledgement. An axe? Little Fong was taken aback. At that moment, Gohan soared in front of Baby. Who are you? Why do you look just like Gohan? Baby inquired. Son Gohan chuckled and said, Because I am also Son Gohan. You are Son Gohan too? Indeed, but I hail from another dimension. Another dimension? Precisely. As Son Wukong spoke, he clenched his hands tightly, emanating an unparalleled aura of power. With a resounding shout, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The Super Saiyan 4. The GT timeline Son Wukong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this remarkably youthful Son Wukong before him had mastered the Super Saiyan 4 form. What? Upon witnessing Son Wukong's transformation, Baby's expression shifted to one of intense anxiety. One Super Saiyan 4 was already a formidable challenge. Now, with the addition of Son Wukong, the situation had become even more daunting, especially since this version of Son Wukong possessed a significantly greater power. Baby, I initially had no intention of intervening in this battle, but you should not have laid a hand on my mother. Upon hearing this, Baby gritted his teeth tightly. Had he known that this Son Wukong had already mastered Super Saiyan 4, he would never have provoked him and attempted to attack Chi-Chi and the others. Upon concluding his words, Son Wukong swiftly darted towards Baby's abdomen, delivering a powerful right punch. Baby let out a piercing scream, immediately staggering backwards several paces before crashing to the ground. Chapter 100, The Defeat of Baby. Damn it, Baby exclaimed in fury. At that moment, Son Wukong unleashed a golden energy wave towards Baby. With a resounding boom, the energy wave struck Baby, erupting in a tremendous explosion. Baby cried out in agony, his form enveloped in a cloud of black smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Baby glared at Son Wukong with an expression of intense rage. Previously, he had deemed Son Wukong despicable, but now, after enduring a relentless barrage of attacks from Son Wukong, he found that the level of Son Wukong's despicability was rivaled only by that of Son Wukong himself. Is this truly all the power you possess? With an air of pride, Son Wukong gazed at Baby. Baby let out a cold snort and swiftly rose from the ground, saying, Son Wukong, do not be overly arrogant. Those who are the most boastful often meet the most tragic ends. Son Gohan chuckled and said, Baby, are you referring to yourself? How infuriating! Baby exclaimed in anger, as he suddenly gathered a deep blue energy with both hands behind him. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan immediately directed his right hand towards Baby, exclaiming, Gravity Crush. No sooner had the words left his lips than Baby felt an immense weight pressing down upon him. Before Baby could react, Son Gohan's figure abruptly appeared at his side, delivering a powerful kick that sent the energy wave in Baby's grasp soaring into the sky. With a resounding explosion, the energy wave detonated amidst the clouds. Enraged, Baby lashed out, thrusting his fists forcefully forward. Son Gohan deftly maneuvered to the left and right, effortlessly evading Baby's assault. With a resounding roar, Baby unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist. Bang! With a swift motion, Son Wukong raised his left hand forward, effortlessly deflecting the strike. What? Baby exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that his full-powered assault had been easily thwarted by Son Wukong. Impressive. I never anticipated that the strength of this alternate reality's father would surpass that of my grandfather. Xiaofeng exclaimed excitedly. In her mind, the Son Wukong from the GT timeline had always been perceived as a scholarly figure. To her surprise, this version of Son Wukong was incredibly charismatic and extraordinarily cool, transforming him into the idol she had always envisioned. Son Gohan chuckled softly and remarked, "Baby, have you exhausted all your skills?" Enraged, Baby roared loudly, gathering energy with both hands directed towards the sky. "All Z fighters on planet Z, lend me your strength to vanquish this detestable Saiyan." Upon hearing Baby's command, the Earthlings on planet Z immediately raised their hands, channeling their energy to him. Soon, Baby's hands coalesced into a massive dark energy sphere. This energy sphere was none other than the Revenge Death Ball. With a triumphant laugh, Baby swiftly hurled the completed Revenge Death Ball towards Son Gohan. Son Wukong stood motionless in place, just as the Revenge Death Ball was mere meters away from him. He suddenly let out a thunderous shout, catching the attack with both hands, significantly slowing its descent. Baby laughed heartily, convinced that Son Wukong could not withstand the force of the Revenge Death Ball. Yet, at that moment, Son Wukong unleashed another powerful shout, forcefully redirecting the Revenge Death Ball back. Baby was taken aback and swiftly moved aside to evade the oncoming attack. With a cataclysmic explosion, the Revenge Death Ball detonated outside the planet Zephyr. With a smile, Son Wukong inquired, "Baby, do you possess any other techniques?" Upon hearing this, Baby clenched his teeth in frustration. The recently unleashed Revenge Death Ball was already his most formidable move, yet it was effortlessly countered by Son Wukong. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Baby turned to face the Earth. Super Gallic Gun. He brought his hands together, conjuring a deep blue energy that surged forth towards the planet. In a fleeting moment, Son Gohan appeared before the Super Gallic Cannon launched by Baby. With a cold smirk, Baby assumed that Son Gohan intended to futilely obstruct the cannon with his body, only to witness Son Gohan raise his hand and effortlessly nullify the attack. This technique was none other than the destructive prowess of the God of Destruction. A gasp escaped Baby's lips in astonishment. At that moment, Son Gohan's figure suddenly manifested before Baby, delivering a powerful kick to his face. With a resounding thud, Baby fell to the ground, a cry of pain echoing as the earth erupted in a cloud of dust. "Lord Baby." Bulma from the GT timeline expressed her immediate concern. In an instant, Son Gohan descended to the ground, seizing Baby's tail and spinning him several times before hurling him into the sky. With swift motions, he brought his hands together and proclaimed, "Kamehameha." A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his palms, aimed at Baby. "No, Gohan." Goku from the GT timeline shouted in a desperate attempt to intervene. But it was too late. With a thunderous explosion, the Kamehameha erupted in the sky, unleashing an immense storm of chaos and smoke. Moments later, Baby plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a massive cloud of dust upon impact. Son Wukong gazed at the cosmic seed in his hand, having successfully gathered a total of 14.5%. As Son Wukong spoke, he swiftly approached Baby, his right hand coalescing a blade of purple energy, severing Baby's tail. Once detached, Vegeta's form rapidly diminished in size. As Baby had just experienced Vegeta's sudden growth, he now returned to a stature akin to that of an ordinary human. With Vegeta's body shrinking, Baby found himself increasingly constricted within. Should he remain within Vegeta? Even if Son Wukong did not eliminate him, he would ultimately be crushed by the shrinking form. Realizing this, Baby hastily emerged from the back of Vegeta, escaping into the open. Upon witnessing Baby's emergence, Son Wukong of the GT timeline displayed a glimmer of joy. In that moment, a figure appeared before Baby. It was Son Gohan. "Son Gohan." Baby seethed, pivoting to flee. Yet, Son Gohan's figure flickered once more, reappearing in front of Baby. "Damn it, I will fight you," Baby declared furiously. At that moment, Son Gohan raised his right hand, gathering a sphere of destructive energy, directing it towards Baby. "Destruction. Ah, As the words left his lips, Baby's form vanished at an observable rate. What kind of technique is this? Son Wukong of the GT timeline gasped in astonishment, having never witnessed such a move before. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong felt a slight sense of relief and reverted to his normal form. Chapter 101. No matter how skilled, one fears the kitchen knife. Incredible. Truly remarkable. The father from another dimension is simply astounding. Xiao Fong exclaimed excitedly to Mr. Satan. Indeed. Mr. Satan nodded in agreement. Lord Baby. In the GT timeline, Bulma observed Baby's demise, her face instantly reflecting a glimmer of despair. Upon seeing this, Son Wukong from the GT timeline swiftly approached Son Gohan and inquired, Gohan, what was that technique you just used? How did you manage to eliminate Baby so effortlessly? That technique is called destruction. It is the skill of the god of destruction. God of destruction? Yes, since my timeline differs from yours. You might not be familiar with what a god of destruction is. I see. Nevertheless, that technique is truly impressive. I wonder if you could teach it to me? Learning this technique requires time, so I cannot impart it to you immediately. Understood. Just then, Jebit, accompanied by Son Gohan from the GT timeline, soared towards them from a distance. The East Kai of the GT timeline, having fused with Jebit using Patera earrings, remained in their combined state, as they had not disbanded through the Dragon Balls of Namek. Lord Kai, Jebit nodded respectfully. Wukong, I have utilized the super divine water to awaken them. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Trunks from the GT timeline immediately flew to the side of GT timeline Vegeta. Father. As soon as GT timeline Vegeta heard Trunks' voice, he instantly regained consciousness and looked at GT timeline son Wukong and Trunks, saying, Kakarot, Trunks. GT timeline son Wukong nodded. Vegeta, are you alright? I'm fine. But what about Baby? GT timeline Vegeta weakly inquired. He has already been vanquished by Gohan. Gohan. GT timeline Vegeta turned his gaze towards Son Gohan. Yes, but he is not the Gohan from our timeline. He hails from another time. I see. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong cast a glance at everyone and said, Well, everyone. It is nearly time for me to take my leave. Until we meet again. Must you depart so soon? Xiao Fong inquired. Her heart filled with reluctance as she gazed at Son Wukong. She had hoped to hear more tales from another dimension. Yet it seemed that Son Wukong was leaving all too quickly. Indeed. Son Wukong smiled and nodded. If you diligently train, we may have the chance to meet again. Indeed. Xiao Feng nodded earnestly. I will certainly become stronger and protect everyone. Excellent. Upon concluding his words, Son Wukong swiftly retrieved the celestial mirror and returned to the primary timeline. Upon his arrival, he found that Bidili and Ragusi had already completed their shopping and arrived at his residence. Master, what do you think of this outfit? Ragusi inquired as she gracefully donned a splendid blue chi-pao while standing before Son Wukong. It's quite nice. He replied. Just quite nice? She asked. Indeed. As Son Wukong spoke, he cast a glance at Bidili. Bidili, after wandering for so long, haven't you purchased a single piece of clothing? Upon hearing Son Wukong's sudden concern for her, Bidili felt her heart race slightly. No, master, I have quite a few garments at home. Is that so? Subsequently, Ragu and Son Wukong engaged in conversation for a while before returning to Baozi Mountain, while Bidili made her way back to her own home. After their departure, Son Wukong couldn't help but reminisce about Xiao Fong from the GT timeline. There were subtle resemblances between Xiao Fong and both him and Bidili, particularly with regard to Bidili. The following day, as usual, Son Wukong's doppelganger set off for school. Due to the recent happenings surrounding the World Martial Arts Tournament, he had become the most renowned figure at Orange Star High School. Thus, when Son Wukong's doppelganger arrived at school early this morning, he was greeted by numerous unfamiliar faces, all enthusiastically extending their greetings. These unfamiliar faces belonged to his new admirers, who had come to know him following the news of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Son Wukong's doppelganger found himself in a state of exasperation. Although he had not participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, his fame had somehow eclipsed even that of the champion, Ragus. This seemed to encapsulate the notion that although one may not be present in the world, the tales of one's exploits permeate it nonetheless. Just as Son Wukong's doppelganger was grappling with this bewilderment, he suddenly heard a voice that was strikingly familiar. It was none other than Sharp. Son Wukong's doppelganger politely acknowledged with a nod. Sharp smiled and said, Classmate Son Wukong, I wish to extend my apologies regarding the competition that took place at the beginning of the semester. Apologies? Son Wukong replied. To be honest, My motivation for competing against you is my desire to impress classmate Biddy. That's all right. After all, you could never surpass me. Sharpu was left speechless. Must you always extinguish the conversation with a single remark? Not at all, classmate Son Wukong. Would you be willing to teach me martial arts? Teach you martial arts? Certainly. If you are willing to learn, I will oblige you in any request. Oh, and what is your purpose for learning martial arts? I wish to become stronger and teach a lesson to the local ruffians. Well, classmate Sharpu, I agree with your first point, but I cannot endorse the second. Disagreeing with the second point? Are you suggesting we should not oppress the weak? Not at all. My point is that confronting ruffians can be perilous. We must always prioritize safety above all. Have you not heard the saying? No matter how skilled one is in martial arts, a kitchen knife can still be a threat. Thus, we often train merely for self-defense. I see. So, classmate Sharpu, do you still wish to pursue martial arts? Perhaps I shall reconsider. Upon witnessing Sharpu's retreat, a satisfied smile graced the face of Son Wukong's doppelganger. In the days that followed, whenever someone sought to apprentice under Son Wukong, he would skillfully dissuade them with various arguments. At Chengxing High School, in Class 1 of Year 1, Biddy Li sat in her seat, lost in thought. Having heard from Lagos about Android 18, she was now apprehensive that Son Wukong might be taken away by her. Yet, as a disciple of Son Wukong, she found it difficult to confess her feelings to him. Time swiftly passed, and 10 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. On the slopes of Baozi Mountain, at this moment, Son Gohan stood upon a verdant meadow, surveying the state of the GT timeline. According to the chronology of GT, following the conclusion of the Baby Saga, the formidable Super Android 17 and the malevolent dragons would soon make their appearance. This presented Son Gohan with a splendid opportunity to gather the energy of the universe seed. Through the heavenly mirror, he observed that Dr. Gero had successfully created Hell's Android 17, and he was now endeavoring to facilitate a convergence between Hell's Android 17 and Earth's Android 17, aiming to open the gateway between the realms of the underworld and the living. In the previous chapter, the Kaioken technique was revised regarding power levels. I adhered to the GT universe's parameters. In this timeline, Goku effortlessly defeated Hell Cell in his base form, establishing that Goku's minimum base power in the GT timeline is at least 1 trillion. Initially, I contemplated elevating the power levels throughout the Dragon Ball series. But now I will align with this established power level, where the protagonist's base form is 21 times that of Goku in the GT timeline. Chapter 102. The emergence of Super Android 17 is nigh. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan immediately arrived in the GT timeline. At that moment, a colossal black hole abruptly manifested on Earth. This black hole was, in fact, the gateway to Hell, opened through the collaboration of Dr. Gero with the hellish Android 17 and the Android 17 from the GT timeline. Following the emergence of this infernal portal, numerous adversaries, vanquished by Son Wukong in the GT timeline, emerged from the depths of Hell to wreak havoc upon the Earth. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately charged towards the adversaries. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! With a series of colossal explosions, the nefarious Android 19, along with a host of other villains, were vanquished by Son Wukong. Just then, a familiar silhouette materialized before him. It was none other than the hellish Android 17. Son Gohan nodded and said, "Are you also coming to meet your demise alongside them?" "Meet your demise." The android from Hell, number 17, chuckled and replied, "Son Gohan, you appear quite confident in your own abilities." "Not merely appearing confident. I am indeed very confident." With a disdainful snort, the android swiftly charged towards Son Gohan. In a fleeting moment, Son Wukong appeared behind the Android 17 of the underworld, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the ground. With a thunderous boom, a cloud of dust and debris erupted from the impact. Dr. Gero, still residing in the depths of Hell, couldn't help but display a flicker of astonishment upon witnessing this spectacle. Son Wukong is aware, but when did his strength become so formidable? How infuriating! Moments later, as the ground gradually crumbled away, the hellish Android 17 emerged slowly from a vast pit. With a thunderous roar, hellish Android 17 propelled himself upwards like a dart, charging towards Son Wukong. In no time, he reached Son Wukong, launching a powerful assault with his fists aimed forward. Son Gohan deftly shifted to the left and right, effortlessly evading the onslaught of the hellish Android 17. "Curse be this!" The hellish Android 17 exclaimed in fury, launching a powerful strike with his right fist. As Son Wukong shifted his body to the right, he delivered a powerful blow with his right fist aimed squarely at the head of Hell's Android 17. With a resounding crash, Android 17 was sent hurtling backwards, 1,000 meters away. 17, you truly are pathetic, he exclaimed, enraged by this taunt. Hell's Android 17 felt a surge of fury. In that moment, a figure soared in from the distance. It was GT Timeline's Android 17. Following his emergence from Hell, Dr. Gero and Cell had also escaped. How infuriating. This Son Wukong has thwarted our original plan, Dr. Gero declared, his voice laced with indignation. Fear not. I have faith that both Android 17s will surely defeat Son Wukong, Dr. Mew assured. Let us hope so. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos wrought by numerous villains in West City, Trunks and his companions from the GT timeline swiftly mobilized to engage in battle against these nefarious foes. 2 Android 17s. With a smile, Gohan gazed at the two individuals. Upon hearing this, the hellish Android 17 gritted his teeth and declared, Gohan, do not become too complacent. Soon you shall witness our true power. As he spoke, he commenced the fusion with the GT timeline's Android 17. After a brief moment, their union was successful, resulting in the creation of a formidable Super Android 17. Far more robust than the original Android 17. Very well, Gohan, I shall now impart to you the consequences of your recent affront, he proclaimed. Is that so? As Son Wukong clenched his fist with determination, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. What is this? Dr. Gero exclaimed in astonishment. While he was largely familiar with the transformation of Super Saiyan 4, the form exhibited by Son Wukong was something he had never even heard of. This is Super Saiyan 4, a transformation that transcends the third level of Super Saiyan. If it surpasses the third level of Super Saiyan, then what about Son Wukong? Has he also mastered this transformation? Inquired the synthetic being, Android 17. Indeed, Son Wukong nodded. At that moment, a young boy with a mane of purple hair soared from the distance. This individual was none other than Trunks from the GT timeline. Super Saiyan 4. Could it be that he was the Gohan who appeared last time? Just then, Vegeta from the GT timeline also approached from afar. Father. Trunks' father. The Super Android 17 observed the two flying figures, a faint smile emerging on his face. Whoosh. Trunks and Vegeta from the GT timeline simultaneously landed beside Son Wukong. It is a pleasure to see you again, Gohan. Vegeta from the GT timeline greeted Son Wukong. Son Gohan nodded, casting his gaze toward the Super Android 17. The moment Vegeta from the GT timeline beheld the Super Android 17, memories of his past defeat against Androids 17 and 18 flooded his mind. Uncle Vegeta. He is not merely Android 17. He is the fusion of the Hell's Android 17 and the Earth's Android 17, Super Android 17. Indeed. And all of this was orchestrated by Dr. Gero. Upon hearing this, Vegeta from the GT timeline immediately turned his attention to Dr. Gero. The doctor instinctively took a few steps back at the sight. Vegeta emitted a cold snort, directing his gaze toward the figures of Cell and Frieza beside Dr. Gero. It's been a long time, Cell, Frieza. How have you been? Cell replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Son Gohan and Super Android 17 swiftly advanced toward one another. In the blink of an eye, they stood before each other, ready to unleash their attacks. Whoosh, flash, bang, bang, bang. As Son Gohan deftly evaded attacks, he relentlessly assaulted the Super Android 17. Given that Son Gohan's power vastly exceeded that of the Super Android 17, the latter's strikes largely failed to connect. With a resounding thud, Super Android 17 was sent crashing to the ground by a powerful kick, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. Witnessing this, GT Timeline Vegeta immediately soared towards Frieza and Cell. Vegeta. GT Timeline Vegeta chuckled. Frieza, Cell, it has been decades since we last met. I am curious if you have made significant gains in strength during this time. Of course, we have improved, Vegeta. Cell retorted. But where is Goku? Why isn't he here? I do not know. All I am certain of is that you two shall soon meet your demise at my hands. Cell declared with a cold smirk. Vegeta, do not be overly arrogant. Remember, you were once the vanquished beneath our might. Upon hearing this, GT Timeline Vegeta's expression darkened considerably. Although Cell spoke the truth, it was a memory from long ago. With this thought, GT Timeline Vegeta clenched his fists and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. As the immense aura emanating from him enveloped the area, Frieza and Cell's expressions turned grave. GT Timeline Trunks, noticing the shift, immediately glanced at Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. The two scientists felt an immediate sense of alarm. Even though Dr. Gero had transformed himself into an android, his strength paled in comparison to Trunks's. Realizing this, Dr. Gero directed his gaze towards Super Android 17. At that moment, Son Gohan was relentlessly pummeling Super Android 17, allowing the cosmic seed to absorb the energy generated from their battle. Previously, Son Gohan believed that the cosmic seed required both parties to engage in combat to absorb energy. However, it now appeared that it primarily fed off one-sided assaults. In essence, it extracted the energy from the opponent's body through the means of battle. Seeing that Super Android 17 was momentarily incapacitated, Dr. Gero's mind began to contemplate escape. Suddenly, GT Timeline Vegeta flashed behind Frieza, eliminating him in an instant. Frieza! Cell exclaimed in shock, quickly raising his fist to charge at GT Timeline Vegeta. With a disdainful scoff, GT Timeline Vegeta vanished and reappeared behind Cell, gathering a golden energy wave in his right hand and launching it at him. With a tremendous explosion, Cell was obliterated. Frieza, Cell, Dr. Gero, witnessing the demise of the two individuals, did not hesitate to retreat. Observing this, Dr. Mew also hurriedly fled. Don't run. GT Timeline Trunks, seeing the scene, immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan and pursued them. In no time, GT Timeline Trunks confronted the two. Damn it, I will fight you, Dr. Gero exclaimed in fury, charging at GT Timeline Trunks. In a flash, GT Timeline Trunks appeared before Dr. Gero and sent him flying with a single punch. Subsequently, he swiftly unleashed an energy wave towards Dr. Gero. With a resounding explosion, Dr. Gero was obliterated. Dr. Gero, Dr. Mew exclaimed, promptly turning to escape. However, before he could flee far, a golden energy wave struck from a distance, annihilating him. At that moment, GT Timeline Goku and his companions arrived. Dad, no. It's another version of Dad, Little Fong remarked, observing Gohan effortlessly overpowering Super Android 17. Just as she finished speaking, Gohan stepped back, gasping for breath. Although Super Android 17 was not particularly strong, he possessed the ability to absorb energy. As Sun Wukong had just delivered a fierce blow to him, a significant amount of energy was absorbed from him. The Super Android 17, having endured a relentless assault from Sun Wukong, now found his hair disheveled and his clothing tattered in various places. Sun Wukong, the Super Android 17 bellowed, his face a mask of fury as he directed his wrath towards Sun Wukong. What is it, 17? Sun Wukong smiled and declared, I shall end your life. The Super Android 17, uttering these words, immediately surged towards Sun Wukong with unparalleled speed. Sun Wukong let out a light chuckle, standing motionless in place. In an instant, the formidable Android 17 surged towards him, launching a powerful assault with his fists aimed directly ahead. Son Gohan swiftly maneuvered his body to evade the attack. The formidable Android 17 gritted his teeth and unleashed a barrage of energy waves toward him. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan gathered a substantial amount of energy in both hands and launched an attack towards the Super Android 17. With a smirk, Super Android 17 spread his arms wide, effortlessly absorbing Son Gohan's energy waves. All the energy was consumed. Goku from the GT timeline was taken aback. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan not only refrained from ceasing his energy wave assault, but intensified his onslaught even further. The Super Android 17, after absorbing the energy bestowed by Gohan, saw his arm muscles swell considerably. In the GT timeline, Goku immediately called out to Gohan, Gohan, he is absorbing your energy, so you must not unleash energy waves against him. To which Gohan responded, I understand. Son Gohan replied, do you understand? Upon hearing this, the alternate timeline Goku felt a surge of confusion, uncertain of the intentions brewing within Son Gohan's mind. At that moment, Son Gohan abruptly ceased his energy wave assault. What? No longer employing energy blasts? The Super Android 17 chuckled. Indeed, I will not. As Sun Wukong spoke, he retrieved a mystical bean from the system and consumed it. The miraculous bean. The Super Android 17 was taken aback. He pondered how Sun Wukong could possibly bestow energy upon him. It was indeed the mystical bean that made it possible. Yet, what could be the purpose behind this gift of energy? Just as the Super Android 17 was lost in thought, Sun Wukong, having regained his strength, suddenly emanated an overwhelming aura. Android 17, are you prepared for the second wave of punishment? The phrase second wave of punishment ignited a surge of anger within Super Android 17, prompting him to charge swiftly towards Sun Wukong. It was clear that Sun Wukong intended to treat him as nothing more than a punching bag. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong's figure darted forward, arriving before the formidable Super Android 17, launching an assault. Whoosh! Bang! 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 After absorbing Son Wukong's energy, Super Android 17's power surged, enabling it to contend with Son Wukong for several exchanges. Boom! Moments later, Son Wukong managed to send Super Android 17 sprawling backward. Observing that the energy of the universe seed was nearing an impressive 20. Is it almost 20? As Son Wukong spoke, he clenched his fists with great intensity, and an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from his entire being. Dragon Fist. As Gohan clenched his right fist with fervor, a magnificent golden dragon materialized around him, propelling him toward the formidable Super Android 17. Roaring fiercely, the golden dragon swiftly penetrated the very essence of Super Android 17's being. What? The Super Android 17, grappling with disbelief, gazed at his own pierced form. Dragon Fist. Vegeta from the GT timeline was taken aback. The Dragon Fist technique was originally Goku's, and it was astonishing to witness Gohan wielding it as well. At that moment, Gohan swiftly pivoted, gathering several energy waves in his right hand and launching them towards Super Android 17. Chapter 104, The Evil Dragon. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of explosive sounds, Super Android 17 was obliterated. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong felt a sense of relief and reverted to his normal state. The alternate dimension Son Wukong and his companions immediately soared over. "Father, we meet again," exclaimed Xiao Fong with great delight as she addressed Son Wukong. Son Gohan nodded. "Gohan, what brings you here unexpectedly?" asked GT Timeline Son Wukong. "Oh, it's nothing much. I just came for a stroll and happened to encounter Dr. Gero and his companions." "Is that so?" GT Timeline Son Wukong replied, somewhat skeptical. "Father, could you share with me the tales of your timeline?" Xiao Fong inquired with a bright smile directed at Son Gohan. "Certainly." Son Gohan nodded with a smile. "Uncle Goku, many lives were lost this time due to the connection between the underworld and the human realm. I think we should seek out the Dragon Balls to resurrect those souls. Don't you think?" "Indeed." In the GT timeline, Son Gohan agreed. "Searching for the Dragon Balls? I wish to accompany you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fong's face immediately brightened with interest. Trunks from the GT timeline chuckled lightly and said, "There's no need for concern, Xiao Fong. The Dragon Balls on Earth are not the Black Dragon Balls, Uncle Goku, and I can find them quickly." "Very well then," Xiao Fong replied, glancing once more at Son Gohan. "Father, please tell me about your timeline." "Certainly." Son Wukong nodded and began to speak with her about the matters concerning the primary timeline. After a considerable duration, Son Wukong and Xiao Fong arrived at Bulma's residence in the GT timeline. At that moment, the Dragon Balls had already been gathered on the lawn of Bulma's home. "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish," Bulma from the GT timeline exclaimed towards the Dragon Balls. As her words faded, the sky over Earth darkened instantly, and a plume of black smoke emerged from the Dragon Balls, transforming into a blue, malevolent dragon with wings. This sinister dragon was smoking a cigar. Upon witnessing this monstrous creature, Xiao Fong was utterly taken aback by its appearance. "Aunt Bulma, is this the dragon?" she inquired. "I am not certain, but it certainly does not resemble the previous one. However, since it emerged from the Dragon Balls, it must indeed be Shenron." Bulma from the GT timeline responded, gazing at the evil dragon. "O mighty dragon, we beseech you to resurrect those humans who perished due to the chaos in the underworld." Upon hearing this, the evil dragon exhaled a series of ascending rings. "I am not Shenron, but rather the evil dragon." "Evil dragon? Indeed, from this day forth, I shall no longer heed the commands of humanity." "You mean, from now on, the Dragon Balls cannot be used?" Bulma from the GT timeline queried. "Precisely. And I also intend to obliterate your Earth." "Destroy the Earth?" Bulma exclaimed in shock. At that moment, the evil dragon suddenly transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the planet. The Dragon Balls have dispersed across the Earth once more. Son Wukong from the GT timeline remarked with a grave expression. Although he was uncertain why the Dragon Balls had suddenly changed in such a manner, he recognized it as an ominous sign. In the Kaishin realm, the Elder Kaishin of the GT timeline, upon witnessing this event, immediately used telepathy to contact Son Wukong. "Wukong, can you hear me? This is the Elder Kaishin." "Yes, Elder Kaishin," Wukong replied. The Elder Kaishin nodded. "Wukong, did you hear what the evil dragon just said?" "I did, Elder Kaishin. Is it true that he intends to destroy the Earth?" The Elder Kaishin nodded again. "The Dragon Balls are inherently contrary to the laws of nature. Yet you have persistently disregarded my counsel, especially you, Bulma." Me? Of course it is you. Typically, it takes considerable time for an ordinary person to gather the Dragon Balls. Yet you invented the Dragon Radar, allowing them to be collected much more swiftly. Every use of the Dragon Balls generates a bit more negative energy. Originally, the Dragon Balls would purify the negative energy produced by wishes over time, but you upgraded them to grant 3 wishes. Now the evil dragon has appeared. Who else can be blamed but you? The old Kai, filled with rage, declared, "Indeed, I was the one who invented the Dragon Radar. But I am merely a frail woman. Without the assistance of Goku and the others, how could I possibly gather all 7 Dragon Balls?" After hearing this, Bulma from the GT timeline quickly shifted the blame. "Therefore, Goku, you must take on this responsibility." "Me?" GT timeline Goku pointed to himself in disbelief. "Yes." GT timeline Bulma nodded affirmatively. "All right, I understand. So, old Kai, what shall we do next?" GT timeline Goku inquired. The old Kai pondered for a moment and replied, "You must defeat the evil dragon and purify the negative energy within the Dragon Balls." Upon hearing this, GT timeline Goku chuckled. "So, that means we just need to retrieve the 7 Dragon Balls, right?" "Yes, but Goku, the evil dragon is not as simple as you might think." After hearing this, GT timeline Goku stretched his muscles and assured, "Don't worry, old Kai. I will definitely defeat them and gather the Dragon Balls." The old Kai felt a sense of exasperation at Goku's brashness. No matter how much he explained, it seemed futile. "Very well, just ensure you collect the 7 Dragon Balls. For the entire universe faces the threat of annihilation." "I understand, old Kai." Upon hearing this, the old Kai promptly severed communication with GT timeline Goku. "Ancestor, is this evil dragon truly that formidable?" Jebet asked. "Indeed, a planet once faced destruction due to the excessive use of the Dragon Balls." "On Earth?" Goten inquired. "Dad, how about I join you in searching for the 7 Dragon Balls this time?" GT timeline Gohan eagerly volunteered. "Grandpa, I want to go with you too," little Pan exclaimed. "Pan, no nonsense." GT timeline Videl scolded her. "Mom, I'm not being reckless. I went with Grandpa to find the Dragon Balls before." "Videl, please let Pan accompany me on this quest." GT timeline Goku interjected. "Very well, then Pan, I appreciate your help, Dad." GT timeline Goku nodded. At that moment, Gohan suddenly spoke up. "Dad, how about I help you all gather the Dragon Balls too?" "Gohan, Dad." Everyone was taken aback. Chapter 105, The 6-Star Dragon. "No need, Gohan. The matter of the evil dragon will be handled by Pan and me. Besides, you don't even have a dragon radar, do you? In the realm of time and space." Son Wukong graciously declined, saying, "No worries, Father. Today, I happen to have brought the Dragon Ball radar." As Son Wukong spoke, he produced a Dragon Ball radar from the system. This radar was a gift bestowed upon him through a wish made with an ordinary Dragon Ball. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. They now harbored considerable doubts about whether Son Wukong had foreseen the emergence of the malevolent dragon. After all, what reasonable person would carry a Dragon Ball radar with them at all times? "Well then, Wukong, if you are resolute in your decision, let us split up and collectively gather the 7 Dragon Balls," suggested Goku from the GT timeline. Son Wukong nodded. "Well then, shall I set off now?" "All right." Everyone replied in unison. Xiao Fang chimed in, "Grandfather, let's quickly take Jiro and embark on our journey." "Indeed. Let us compete with Gohan and see who can collect more Dragon Balls." "Agreed." Xiao Fang nodded enthusiastically. Son Wukong let out a light chuckle as he soared into the sky. In the realm of the King of the Worlds, the ancient King of Time, who had been observing the events unfolding on Earth, felt a pang of curiosity upon witnessing this scene. Son Gohan made his first appearance following the creation of planet Suffer by Baby. Initially, he refrained from engaging in battle. However, he was compelled to act when Baby launched an attack on Chi-Chi and Biddy, ultimately vanquishing Baby. His subsequent appearance came at a time when the realms of the living and the dead were intertwined. He harbored a suspicion that Son Gohan had a specific purpose for his arrival, though the true nature of that purpose eluded him. Nonetheless, with Earth currently facing an unprecedented crisis, he had little time to ponder this matter. His only hope was that Son Gohan could assist Goku and the others in overcoming this peril. In a desolate city on Earth, a malevolent dragon, whose skin was entirely green and bore a resemblance to a frog, was conjuring a humid mist, spreading it across the planet. This sinister dragon, known as the 2-Star Dragon or the Gloom Dragon, was the embodiment of pollution. Just as the 2-Star Dragon rampaged through the environment, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens. It was none other than Son Gohan. Son Wukong nodded and, with a swift motion of his right hand, unleashed a golden energy wave towards the two-star dragon. The two-star dragon was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Son Wukong's sudden attack. Caught off guard, it had no time to react before the golden energy wave struck. With a resounding explosion, the two-star dragon was vanquished, reverting back into the ordinary two-star Dragon Ball. How remarkably weak this creature is. As Son Wukong approached the two-star Dragon Ball, he picked it up, setting his sights on the next Dragon Ball. Simultaneously, in another timeline, GT's Son Wukong and his companions began their journey. Grandfather, father has already set off. We must hasten our departure and cannot allow ourselves to be outpaced by him. All right, replied GT's Son Wukong, accelerating his flight. In a desolate city on Earth, a colossal, malevolent dragon resembling a mole was instigating earthquakes. This wicked creature was known as the Seven-Star Dragon, also referred to as the Earth Dragon. He was born from a wish made by Vegeta after he had slain numerous innocent citizens, utilizing the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. The Seven-Star Dragon possessed the ability to attach himself to the bodies of others. As he incessantly caused tremors, numerous buildings collapsed, leading to the deaths of countless humans. The Seven-Star Dragon reveled in the chaos, laughing heartily at the devastation wrought upon the people. At that moment, a figure soared in from the distance. It was Son Wukong. The Seven-Star Dragon seemed to sense his energy and swiftly turned to look. Son Wukong. Upon recognizing him, the dragon's eyes narrowed. He believed that currently, the strongest being on Earth was Son Wukong, but he was surprised to see that Son Wukong's son, Son Wufan, had also come to seek the Dragon Balls. Just as the Seven-Star Dragon contemplated this, Son Wufan had already landed before him. You are the Seven-Star Dragon, are you not? Each evil dragon bore a Dragon Ball, and their identities could be discerned by the number of stars on their respective Dragon Balls. Indeed, I am the Seven-Star Dragon. Where is Son Wukong? Why has he not come? He is currently engaged in battle with another evil dragon. Another evil dragon? Does this imply that you are splitting your forces? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. The Seven-Star Dragon chuckled and said, in that case, I shall first eliminate you, and then I will eradicate Son Wukong. Son Gohan chuckled and said, Seven-Star Dragon, do you possess such capability? Infuriated, Seven-Star Dragon retorted, how dare you look down upon me? With that, he immediately unleashed his power, causing the ground beneath Son Gohan to tremble violently. Sensing the quake, Son Gohan swiftly ascended into the air, his hands coming together in a swift motion. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave rapidly coalesced between Son Gohan's palms. Seven-Star Dragon was left in astonishment. To everyone's astonishment, Son Wukong, right from the outset, unleashed his ultimate technique, utterly disregarding the principles of martial ethics. Just as the Seven-Star Dragon was lamenting, Son Wukong executed a sudden teleportation, positioning himself directly beneath the Seven-Star Dragon. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards the Seven-Star Dragon. In a moment of sheer panic, the Seven-Star Dragon's expression shifted dramatically. At such a close range, even a deity could not evade the impending attack. With a resounding explosion, the Seven-Star Dragon was vanquished, reverting to the ordinary Seven-Star Dragon Ball, plummeting towards the ground. As Son Wukong descended from the heavens, he retrieved the Seven-Star Dragon Ball into the system. Meanwhile, in the GT timeline, Son Wukong and his companions hovered above a vast ocean in search of the Dragon Balls. Jiru, a Dragon Ball response detected ahead. Upon hearing this, the duo immediately gazed forward and beheld a woman with pale blue skin and long purple hair. She donned a green garment, and upon her forehead rested a blue six-star Dragon Ball. This woman was none other than the Six-Star Dragon, also known as the Ocean Dragon, the embodiment of water and wind. She was born from the negative energy generated when Oolong requested a young girl as undergarment from the Eternal Dragon. Grandpa, the Dragon Ball! Xiao Fong exclaimed as she spotted the Six-Star Dragon and quickly recognized the Dragon Ball on her forehead. 1, 2, 3, 6. It's the Six-Star Dragon. Son Wukong from the GT timeline counted. Indeed. Xiao Fong nodded. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, Son Wukong. The Six-Star Dragon chuckled. You've awaited us for long. Yes, from the moment of my inception, I knew we would become adversaries. Is that so? Son Wukong from the GT timeline smiled. Then allow me to witness your true capabilities. Chapter 106. The Five-Star Dragon. With a grin, the Six-Star Dragon swiftly summoned a multitude of air orbs around her. Air burst, she cried, and the orbs, akin to marbles, surged towards Son Wukong of the GT timeline. In a flash, Son Gohan soared upwards, evading the barrage of orbs. Boom, 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 accompanied by thunderous explosions. The air orbs detonated in the sky, conjuring massive storms. In a desolate city upon Earth, an evil dragon with crimson skin and a bird-like appearance wreaked havoc. This malevolent creature was known as the Five-Star Dragon. Despite his diminutive stature, the Five-Star Dragon possessed astonishing power, capable of unleashing bolts of lightning. He could also create electrical slime that siphoned energy from all objects, transferring that energy into his own being as strength. As the Five-Star Dragon unleashed a torrent of lightning upon the city, Son Gohan suddenly appeared from the distance, flying directly before the Five-Star Dragon. Son Gohan, the Five-Star Dragon exclaimed. Son Gohan nodded. What of Son Wukong? Why have you come alone? He is currently elsewhere, engaged in battle with another malevolent dragon. Is that so? In that case, I shall first deal with you, and then confront Son Wukong. Son Gohan chuckled and remarked. The Seven-Star Dragon said the same just moments ago, yet he has already been vanquished by me. You have defeated the Seven-Star Dragon? The expression on the Five-Star Dragon's face immediately turned grave upon hearing this. Indeed, Son Gohan nodded. Upon witnessing this, the Five-Star Dragon immediately conjured a bolt of lightning to strike Son Gohan. Dragon Ball Lightning. As soon as the words left his lips, a sphere of lightning was unleashed from the Five-Star Dragon's hand, hurtling towards Son Gohan. As Son Wukong shifted his body to the left, he swiftly gathered energy with both hands, proclaiming Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his palms and surged towards the Five-Star Dragon. The Five-Star Dragon, taken aback, hastily manipulated the electric slime below to fashion a protective barrier. Bang! The Kamehameha collided with the electric slime, which, due to its ability to absorb energy from objects, surprisingly thwarted Son Wukong's attack. Exhaling deeply, the Five-Star Dragon felt a wave of relief, having narrowly escaped what he believed could have been his demise at the hands of Son Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong's expression shifted with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that the protective barrier of electrical slime could withstand his Kamehameha. What do you think, Son Wukong? The Five-Star Dragon inquired, a sense of pride swelling within him. Not much at all, as Son Wukong charged towards the Five-Star Dragon. The creature swiftly harnessed the electrical slime surrounding it to conjure a colossal replica of itself. Taking position within the enormous dragon's abdomen, it began to manipulate its movements. At that moment, Son Wukong had closed the distance, standing directly before the Five-Star Dragon. Electric flash. The dragon roared, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards him. In a heartbeat, Son Wukong executed a swift instant transmission, transporting the dragon above a vast ocean. Upon gazing at the expanse of water, the dragon's expression turned to one of alarm. Although its electrical slime was formidable, it harbored a critical vulnerability, a profound fear of water. Just then, Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4, embracing the Five-Star Dragon as he plunged into the sea. Splash! Both plunged into the depths, and upon entering the ocean, the dragon emitted a torrent of electricity, some of which struck Son Wukong directly. Due to Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, the lightning strikes that descended upon him were of little consequence. However, a multitude of fish and shrimp in the ocean perished from the electric discharge unleashed by the Five-Star Dragon. Upon coming into contact with the vast expanse of seawater, the Five-Star Dragon swiftly self-destructed, creating a towering wave that soared hundreds of feet into the air. Following its self-destruction, the Five-Star Dragon was rapidly vanquished, reverting back to a normal Five-Star Dragon Ball. As Son Wukong dove downward, he swiftly acquired the Five-Star Dragon Ball and began to ascend. In an instant, he teleported on the Kaioshin realm, the ancient Kaioshin of the GT timeline. Upon witnessing this, revealed a flicker of astonishment on his face. Son Gohan has just employed not the instant transmission of the Yardration, but rather the divine instant transmission. What of the instant transmission? Have you not noticed that around the vast ocean he just traversed, there was no one present? This implies that the instant transmission he utilized must be that of our Supreme Kai. Indeed, this Son Gohan is exceedingly enigmatic. It remains uncertain whether he is friend or foe. Is he an enemy or an ally? Ancestor, are you suggesting that he could potentially be our adversary? It is unclear. Yet this Son Gohan's age and power are truly formidable. Jebet nodded in agreement. On Earth, in the GT timeline, Son Goku, after a fierce battle with the Six-Star Dragon, finally triumphed and obtained the first Dragon Ball. Fantastic, Grandpa. We have finally secured a Dragon Ball. Son Goku in the GT timeline affirmed with a nod. Suddenly, Jiro exclaimed, "3 Dragon Balls have vanished. 3 Dragon Balls have vanished." Startled, Xiao Fong turned to Jiro, asking, "Jiro, what on earth happened? How could 3 Dragon Balls disappear?" "I don't know." Jiro shook his head. "Do you think Gohan might have destroyed the Dragon Balls?" Son Goku in the GT timeline speculated. "Father destroyed the Dragon Balls." "Indeed." Son Goku nodded. "If that were the case, wouldn't that mean Father has already defeated 3 evil dragons? Then, Grandpa, we must quickly find the other Dragon Balls, or we shall surely lose to Father." Son Goku was at a loss for words. "Xiao Fong, our priority now is not the competition but rather the missing Dragon Balls. Correct? Then, Grandpa, do you believe the Father from another timeline truly destroyed 3 Dragon Balls?" "I don't know. For now, let us seek out Gohan." "All right." Xiao Fong nodded. In the ruins of a city on Earth, a humanoid evil dragon, entirely adorned in green with a pair of wings sprouting from his back, advanced forward. With each step he took, the ground before him would freeze. This being is known as the 3-star dragon, also referred to as the ice dragon, capable of controlling freezing air and creating indestructible ice. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the desolate city, Son Gohan. The 3-star dragon, sensing something, turned and beheld Son Gohan in the sky. Son Gohan. Chapter 107. The 4-star dragon. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong let out a light chuckle and swiftly descended before the 3-star dragon. "But what of Sun Wukong? Why did he not accompany you?" Sun Wukong's son smiled and remarked, "It seems that all of you wicked dragons are quite concerned about Sun Wukong. Your very first inquiry upon meeting me pertains to him." The 3-star dragon chuckled and replied, "The reason for our existence, these malevolent dragons, is indeed attributed to your father. Furthermore, Sun Wukong stands as the mightiest among you. So naturally, we hold a keen interest in him. Is that so?" Son Gohan smiled and said, "You may not have the chance to meet my father, for I shall take care of you." "Is that so?" replied the 3-star dragon, as a beam of freezing light suddenly shot forth from his eyes. Gohan was taken aback and swiftly dodged to the left. At that moment, the ground behind him was instantly encased in ice due to the freezing light, creating a vast expanse of frozen terrain. Son Gohan cast a fleeting glance at the frozen ground behind him, swiftly charging towards the 3-star dragon. Upon witnessing this, the 3-star dragon instantly raised its hand to unleash a blast of icy cold towards Son Gohan. Sun Wukong's figure flickered as he swiftly approached the 3-star dragon, delivering a powerful strike with his right fist aimed squarely at the creature's face. Bang! With a single punch, Sun Wukong sent the 3-star dragon hurtling away, its body soaring through the air like a projectile, demolishing several towering edifices in its wake. The ground was instantly upheaved, clouds of dust and debris swirling chaotically. Moments later, as the dust settled, the 3-star dragon emerged from the ruins, its face contorted with rage as it glared at Sun Wukong. With a light chuckle, Sun Wukong suddenly unleashed a torrent of energy waves towards the 3-star dragon. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The 3-star dragon, witnessing the barrage of energy waves resembling fireworks, swiftly attempted to evade. However, due to the astonishing speed of Sun Wukong's assault, one of the energy waves inadvertently struck the shoulder of the dragon's right arm. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately ceased his energy wave assault and charged towards the 3-star dragon, gritting his teeth. The 3-star dragon summoned a freezing light wave from its wings, launching an attack towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's figure flickered as he swiftly approached the 3-star dragon. With a powerful right fist, he struck forcefully at its chin. The 3-star dragon let out a piercing scream, its body immediately propelled into the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong swiftly brought his hands together and declared, Kamehameha. A deep azure energy wave rapidly coalesced in his hands, aimed directly at the 3-star dragon. However, the 3-star dragon, still in motion, was taken aback, its expression shifting dramatically. With a resounding boom, the Kamehameha struck the 3-star dragon. The ensuing explosion reverberated through the sky, unleashing an immense wave of energy. In the wake of this colossal detonation, the 3-star dragon was obliterated, reverting to its original Dragon Ball form. As Son Gohan's figure flickered, he swiftly caught the falling Dragon Ball. At that moment, 2 silhouettes soared through the distant sky. These 2 were none other than Goku and Little Fong from the GT timeline. Soon, they descended gracefully from the heavens. "Little Fong," she exclaimed, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. "Father, how many Dragon Balls have you collected?" "4," he replied. "What about you?" "Just 1," Little Fong said, her voice tinged with hesitation. Had she known that Son Gohan would locate the Dragon Balls so swiftly, she would have joined him in his quest. Then, Father, did you destroy the Dragon Balls you gathered? No, I did not. Really? Then how could Jiro claim that 3 Dragon Balls have vanished? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately retrieved the 3 Dragon Balls stored within the system. Look, the Dragon Balls are right here. Indeed, they had reappeared. The 3 missing Dragon Balls had manifested once more. Xiao Feng, somewhat exasperated, tapped Jilu on the head and remarked, Jilu, is your Dragon Ball radar malfunctioning? The Dragon Balls were clearly here all along, causing us unnecessary worry. No, Jilu's Dragon Ball radar is definitely not broken. Jilu protested, feeling quite aggrieved. At that moment, Son Wukong from the GT universe quickly intervened on Jilu's behalf, saying, All right, Xiao Feng, since the Dragon Balls are all present, let us not blame Jilu any further. Xiao Feng nodded in agreement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Dragon Balls. Grandpa, we only need to find 2 more to gather them all. Indeed. Son Wukong from the GT universe replied with a smile. Just then, Jilu's radar began to beep incessantly. A Dragon Ball is approaching us. A Dragon Ball is drawing near. A Dragon Ball? Xiao Feng looked around, noticing that no one was in sight. At that moment, Son Wukong felt the temperature around them rising. As if the sun in the sky were drawing closer. Could it be? As if suddenly struck by inspiration. Son Gohan unleashed a wave of energy towards the sun in the sky. What? Exclaimed GT Timeline Son Wukong and Xiao Feng in astonishment. At that moment, the sun abruptly shifted to the left, evading Son Gohan's energy wave. Before their very eyes, the sun descended to the ground, revealing a malevolent dragon-like figure with red skin and wings. This entity was known as the 4-star dragon, possessing a temperature akin to that of the sun's surface, capable of soaring to an astounding 6,000 degrees Celsius. The 4-star dragon was birthed from the negative energy generated when the demon king Piccolo wished to restore his youth during Son Wukong's childhood, thus fostering a peculiar kinship with him. Evil dragon! Xiao Feng exclaimed upon witnessing the 4-star dragon. 4-star dragon! GT Timeline Son Wukong remarked upon noticing the number of Dragon Balls emblazoned on the creature's forehead. The 4-star dragon was a relic left to Son Wukong by the elder Son Gohan. Hence he held a profound emotional connection to it. Indeed, Son Wukong. I am the 4-star dragon, the dragon declared with a sinister grin. Oh, and what negative energy birthed you? I am the product of the negative energy created when Demon King Piccolo wished to regain his youth. Demon King Piccolo, you say? Yes, Son Wukong, in truth. I have longed to battle you. Is that so? Upon hearing this, GT Timeline Son Wukong immediately assumed a fighting stance. The 4-star dragon glanced at Son Gohan. Although his target was Son Wukong, the power emanating from Son Gohan seemed to rival that of his counterpart. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to confront Son Wukong first. Just then, GT Timeline Son Wukong shouted and charged at the 4-star dragon. The dragon chuckled lightly, remaining motionless. In no time, GT Timeline Son Wukong reached the 4-star dragon, launching a powerful punch forward. Just as GT Timeline Son Wukong was about to strike the dragon, it instantly elevated its body temperature to 6,000 degrees Celsius. Chapter 108, Son Gohan vs. 1-star dragon. Hot, hot, hot. GT Timeline Son Wukong cried out in agony as his hand made contact with the 4-star dragon's body. The dragon smirked, saying, I almost forgot to mention, Son Wukong. My body can reach temperatures equivalent to that of the sun's surface, which is 6,000 degrees Celsius. 6,000 degrees Celsius. GT Timeline Son Wukong blew on his hand. Indeed, so be prepared to be roasted, Son Wukong. Son Wukong chuckled in response. I was merely careless. I will not be so easily roasted by you. As the GT Timeline Son Wukong spoke, his figure swiftly vanished into the air. The 4-star dragon flickered into existence behind him. Sensing the heat radiating from the 4-star dragon, GT Timeline Son Wukong furrowed his brow and quickly evaded. Observing this, the 4-star dragon followed suit, nearly mirroring GT Timeline Son Wukong's every movement. As Son Wukong observed the battle between the two, he promptly retrieved a universal capsule from his attire and tossed it onto the ground. With a resounding thud, a cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, revealing a mountain of sunflower seeds and a refrigerator. Snacks. Xiao Feng was momentarily taken aback at the sight. At this moment, Son Wukong actually finds the leisure to indulge in snacks. Son Wukong, unperturbed by Xiao Feng's gaze, directly opened the refrigerator and retrieved 2 cans of cola, offering one to Xiaofeng. Father, it seems rather inappropriate to indulge in snacks now, doesn't it? What does it matter? After all, the two are currently engaged in a game of hide and seek. Hide and seek? Have you not noticed that one is hiding while the other is seeking? Moreover, your grandfather has yet to reveal his true prowess. Has he? You speak quite truthfully, Xiaofeng responded, promptly opening the can and taking a sip of the cola. This cola is indeed refreshingly cold. Son Wukong smiled softly as he retrieved the shadow battle axe from the system. An axe. Upon seeing the floating shadow battle axe, Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Father, what is this axe? This axe is known as the shadow battle axe. It possesses the power to safeguard us. To protect us? Is this axe truly that formidable? Indeed, it is. As Son Wukong spoke, he opened a can of cola and took a sip. He then picked up some snacks from the ground and began to eat. Observing this, Xiaofeng also grabbed a bag of sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kaishin, the old Kaishin from the GT timeline was left speechless at the sight of the two enjoying their snacks and cola amidst the chaos. After a considerable time, GT timeline Son Wukong finally ceased his game of hide and seek with the 4-star dragon and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. So this is Super Saiyan 4. The 4-star dragon exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, when transformed into Super Saiyan 4, even a temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius is insignificant. Is that so? The 4-star dragon chuckled upon hearing this. Since you are using your true power to battle me, I shall also reveal my true strength. With that declaration, the 4-star dragon clenched his fists, emanating an astonishing aura. As his energy surged, the skin of his body turned a fiery crimson and began to crack. With a mighty roar, the red skin of the 4-star dragon shed away, revealing a golden hide beneath. Let us begin in earnest now, Son Wukong. GT timeline Son Wukong nodded in agreement and raised his right fist to strike at the 4-star dragon. The 4-star dragon also clenched his fists, launching an attack towards GT timeline Son Wukong. With a series of thunderous sounds, their bodies moved like arrows, clashing in the skies above. Super Fireball. The 4-star dragon bellowed, gathering a fireball in his right hand and launching it at GT timeline Son Wukong. The latter swiftly dodged to the side. In an instant, the 4